In the celestial realm, the formidable Tian Cheng, in his relentless pursuit of ascension to divinity, shattered his soul into 30,000 fragments, dispatching them to the small world for reincarnation. Just as he stood on the precipice of becoming a deity, an unforeseen event transpired. A portion of his essence became ensnared in the small world, irretrievable. The celestial emperor, with a swift kick, cast him into this realm, compelling him to recover his fragments personally. Upon his arrival, Tian Cheng was greeted by the sight of his beloved wife, eliciting a mischievous grin. What? Gather the fragments and return to the celestial realm? Just a moment, let me consult my wife. Chapter 1. The young master cast out from home 1. Tian Cheng gazed at the swaying ceiling, then at his bound form. Before resting his eyes on a handsome man casually consuming an orange, a vein throbbed on his forehead in frustration. Upon his arrival, he found himself restrained, lying supine on a bed. You belong solely to me. You shall never escape my grasp. As the self-proclaimed most handsome man in the celestial realm, having reserved his purity for 3,000 years for his future wife, the abrupt loss left him heartbroken. In his current state, devoid of memories and understanding of the circumstances, he could only lament inwardly, mourning the virginity he had lost. Damn you, little hazy, where have you gone? Regretful tears welled in his eyes. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from such actions and avoided the necessity of returning to the small world. Noticing Tian Cheng's tears, the man assumed it was out of humiliation, halting his movements, his fingers curling slightly. Oh, you truly despise me so? Before Tian Cheng could respond, the man swiftly rose, donning his clothes haphazardly before exiting the room. Tian Cheng was momentarily stunned, silently shouting after the man's staggering retreat. Hey, is it too much to leave in the middle of a meal? Abandoned in such a state, exposed and vulnerable, he called out, "Come back, my friend." As the figure faded from view, Tian Cheng sighed, relaxing fully onto the bed. A branch emerged from beneath him, tugging the blanket to cover him, giving it a gentle pat. Little hazy, you had better appear. The celestial emperor has tasked you with assisting me in reclaiming my soul. Your negligence leaves me no choice but to report you. A crackling sound echoed in his mind, followed by the voice of a little girl that I'm coming, no need to shout. Before Tian Cheng could voice his grievances, a sharp pain coursed through his head, and the memories of this body, along with the narrative of this realm, flooded his consciousness. The protagonist of this world was named Lu Xian, a scion of a wealthy family, who was recognized by the Lu family at the age of 20 as their illegitimate child. The handsome man he had just encountered was the malevolent antagonist, the legitimate heir of the Lu family, Lu Hanyan. Lu Hanyan's parents entered a marriage devoid of affection. Upon his mother's death at 20, the head of the Lu family hastily brought his mistress and illegitimate child into their home. The stepmother and illegitimate child schemed to usurp the Lu family, persistently targeting Lu Hanyan, intent on ousting him from his rightful place. In this small world, Tian Cheng's identity was that of a phoenix man, born in a humble mountain village. He was the sole male among 5 sisters, with his family dedicating all resources to his education. He did not disappoint, securing admission to a prestigious university in the capital, becoming the first in his village to achieve such an honor. He recalled the day the acceptance letter arrived, his father sitting on the doorstep, smoking, proclaiming, "Our family has given birth to a golden phoenix." However, upon arriving in the city, he quickly realized the stark reality of his poverty, in contrast to a phoenix. He felt more akin to a sparrow that had mistakenly wandered into a peacock's garden, his feathers dull and drab. His classmates donned resplendent garments, discussing brands he couldn't comprehend. The overwhelming disparity ignited a sense of jealousy within him, prompting him to become increasingly conscious of others' perceptions, interpreting even normal interactions as mockery. He refrained from asking his family for money, aware they could not afford to support his whims. He also dismissed the idea of working for extra income, although he had grown up in the mountains. His parents and 5 sisters had pampered him, never requiring him to labor. Aside from his modest attire, he was unblemished, devoid of any calluses. This upbringing fostered a character in him that was indolent and reliant on others, making it implausible for him to consider hardship. After much contemplation, he turned his attention to his roommate, Lu Hanyun. On the very first day in the dormitory, Tian Cheng sensed an incongruity about Lu Hanyun, yet he could not pinpoint its source. The man possessed an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a television star, rendering Tian Cheng unable to meet his gaze. Observing the way others treated Lu Hanyun illuminated Tian Cheng to the fact that he was extraordinarily wealthy, far beyond typical affluence. He began to ingratiate himself with Lu Hanyun, seeking to cultivate a relationship in hopes of gaining some advantage. To his surprise, Lu Hanyun confessed his feelings for him. Tian Cheng felt a wave of nausea, but concealed his disgust, merely suggesting that Lu Hanyun consider his proposal further. After an evening of contemplation, Tian Cheng concluded that a boyfriend status would facilitate access to Lu Hanyun's wealth. Thus, the following day, he approached Lu Hanyun and accepted his confession. However, he stipulated that their relationship must remain secret, citing his aversion to the scrutiny of others. Subsequently, Tian Cheng found himself financially supported by Lu Hanyun until Lu Xian was brought back to the Lu family. Upon discovering their relationship, Lu Xian approached Tian Cheng, offering a handsome sum of money in exchange for intimate photographs of the two. Having grown weary of Lu Hanyun's entitled demeanor, Tian Cheng seized the opportunity to rid himself of him, recognizing it as a chance he could not afford to miss. After 2 years together, Tian Cheng, who was not inclined towards men, consistently evaded Lu Hanyun's advances, resulting in a lack of intimate photographs. In a moment of opportunity, Tian Cheng got Lu Hanyun intoxicated and captured a photograph of them lying in bed together. This photo landed in the hands of Lu Xian, who presented it to their parents. Although it depicted merely 2 men in bed, revealing only shoulders and collarbones, the sight incited the wrath of the Lu family patriarch, demanding Lu Hanyun sever ties with Tian Cheng or face expulsion from the family. Lu Hanyun, unwilling to comply, was promptly cast out, destitute, and seeking refuge with Tian Cheng. To his shock, Tian Cheng ended their relationship, declaring that he had never truly liked men and had only been with him for financial gain. Now that Lu Hanyun was penniless, there was no need for him to feign affection any longer. Unable to bear the blow, Lu Hanyun succumbed to darkness, abducting Tian Cheng back to the last remaining property he possessed. Originally, the narrative dictated that upon awakening, Tian Cheng would unleash a torrent of abuse upon Lu Hanyun. In his fury, Lu Hanyun would choke him, and by the time he regained his composure, Tian Cheng would have succumbed. Ultimately, the story resolved with the protagonist taking control of the Lu family, while the antagonist faced incarceration for manslaughter. After absorbing the entirety of this plot, Tian Cheng struck himself with a branch in frustration. Bah, that scoundrel deserves nothing less than death for his actions. Immediately regretting his impulsive act, he winced. Ouch, that hurt. Who could have imagined that this fragment's identity would belong to a leech of a man? Truly a stain on my reputation. Having assimilated the memories, Tian Cheng began to question the system in his mind. Lil Hey Z, where have you been? Do you have any idea how much I have suffered? Woe is me. My virginity, which I intended to preserve for my future wife, is gone. 3,000 years I preserved it, and now you owe me. First of all, do not refer to me as Little Hey Z. My designation is 745. Furthermore, our system holds the utmost respect for the privacy of the host. It shall remain concealed, while the host is engaged in their affairs. And Xiao Chengzi, do be reasonable. The loss of your virginity is of no concern to me, for I am not the one who caused it. A small black sphere adorned in a pink dress was bouncing up and down in the system's space, visibly agitated. I do not care. My current state is a result of your erroneous time transmission. My tender heart has suffered immensely, and you must compensate me. With his eyes shut tight, Tian Cheng resorted to petulance. Observing Tian Cheng's demeanor, the small black sphere bounced even more fervently, causing its dress to flutter away. Compensation, compensation, compensation. Would you like a wife as your recompense? Chapter 2. The young master cast out upon hearing those words. Tian Cheng fell into an immediate silence, recalling the charming young man he had seen moments earlier, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. I want that very one. I would give him my all. He must take responsibility. The system weary of Tian Cheng's unworthy demeanor, unilaterally severed the connection. After having conversed with a handsome system just yesterday, it had no time to indulge this foolish boy. Little system, I have arrived. With the system's departure, Tian Cheng quieted, his thoughts swirling with frustration. Who should he curse? Perhaps the Heavenly Emperor? At that moment, the Heavenly Emperor, engrossed in organizing the plot lines of the small world, suddenly sneezed. Surely, the Empress is thinking of me. I must hasten to finish this and return to my wife, he mused, quickening his pace. Tian Cheng seethed with anger, flailing his arms in the air. Had he not merely split his soul into 30,000 fragments to be cast into the small world? What fault lay in that? The requirements for ascending from fairy to deity were exceedingly harsh. Not only must one's cultivation be sufficient, but one must also endure 30,000 cycles of reincarnation in the small world. Was he not simply seeking a shortcut? He still needed to seek vengeance against that fox. What if, after 30,000 lifetimes, that fox meant an untimely end? The thought prompted another wail of despair from Tian Cheng. He had divided his soul into 30,000 pieces, retaining a larger portion in the fairy realm for cultivation, while the rest were dispatched to the small world. While it was somewhat painful, it certainly simplified matters. The heavenly Tao had acknowledged his capabilities. He was already on the verge of becoming a deity. Once all fragments of his soul returned to their original form, he would ascend to the divine realm. Yet, he found himself hindered at this critical juncture, as a portion of his soul fragments remained trapped in the small world, unable to return. The Heavenly Emperor, in his ruthlessness, had cast him into the small world to personally reclaim what was his. Tian Cheng felt the constraints of the realm's consciousness binding him, faintly sensing a connection to Lu Hanyan. Under normal circumstances, the death of his physical body would allow the soul fragments to automatically detach from the small world and reunite with the main body in the fairy realm. Yet, for reasons unknown, some fragments were forcibly retained in the small world. He needed to uncover the reason for their entrapment and break the seal to escape. Otherwise, even in death, his soul fragments would remain trapped, endlessly reincarnating in the small world until they were assimilated and faded away. Fortunately, Tian Cheng was not compelled to follow the storyline rigidly. This could be seen as a small loophole afforded him by the Heavenly Emperor, not out of fear that Tian Cheng might destroy the small realm in a fit of displeasure. He felt no trepidation towards the one who had fragmented him into 30,000 pieces, truly. After a considerable time had passed with Lu Hanyan's absence, Tian Cheng found himself missing him. My dear wife must loathe me now. This realization spurred him into action. I must restore my image, make him fall in love with me again, and then, However, his wife had been ousted from the Lu family, her assets frozen. The only property remaining was this house, a gift from Lu Hanyan to Tian Cheng, thus spared from confiscation. In the original narrative, Tian Cheng should have already been choked to death by an enraged Lu Hanyan, yet the circumstances had inexplicably altered. Nonetheless, Tian Cheng welcomed these changes with open arms, hoping for more such occurrences. As Tian Cheng was lost in thought, the bedroom door was suddenly thrust open with a loud bang. Instantly jolted back to reality, he hurriedly tucked away the branches he had been holding. There stood Lu Hanyan, his expression devoid of emotion, gazing down at Tian Cheng who lay upon the bed. Ah, his fragrant wife. Repay me. What? Tian Cheng's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of his beautiful wife, and he found her cold demeanor oddly captivating. Failing to comprehend Lu Hanyan's words, believing that Tian Cheng was evading the issue, Lu Hanyan's countenance grew even more stern. I said, repay me. We have been together for 2 years, during which you have received over 5 million in total, including the house, the car, various gifts, and transfers. If you wish to part ways, you must return the money. This was the only recourse Lu Hanyan could conceive. He had known from the outset that Tian Cheng didn't genuinely care for him. His approach had solely been motivated by financial gain. Yet, Lu Hanyan truly harbored feelings for Tian Cheng. On the day of their enrollment, the moment he entered the dormitory, he hadn't noticed him. The young man was tall and fair, dressed in simple yet clean clothes. Upon seeing Lu Hanyan, he greeted him with a smile. Hello, you must be the new roommate. I'm Tian Cheng. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room and the young man within it. Lu Hanyun felt his heart skip a beat, realizing for the first time that he was attracted to the same sex. It was no wonder he had felt indifferent toward women throughout his life. In an instant, he accepted his sexual orientation, his mind racing with thoughts of how to win this person over. However, before he could take any action, Tian Cheng began to approach him first. Having been groomed as the heir of the Lu family since childhood, he was keenly aware of Tian Cheng's ulterior motives. Yet, he was indifferent. If Tian Cheng desired money, he would provide it. As long as it kept him by his side, spending a little was inconsequential. He could afford it. Being from the Lu family, he understood that Tian Cheng was neither attracted to men nor to him. But so what? He had wealth, and, for the sake of money, Tian Cheng would have to remain with him. However, he never anticipated such an abrupt turn of events, being expelled from the Lu family. Now devoid of funds, he was reluctant to let Tian Cheng go so easily. Thus he devised a plan. Whether one deemed it cunning or despicable mattered not. As long as the person remained at his side, that was sufficient. What? Fine, repay me. Wait, does my wife mean that if we wish to part, I must return the money, which essentially equates to parting ways upon repayment? No, I cannot return this money. I have none left. I've spent it all. I have no money, but I want the person. Lu Hanyun stared at Tian Cheng's obstinate demeanor, momentarily taken aback, before climbing onto the bed and nestling beside him. Curling into his embrace, he continued to threaten, "If you don't repay me, don't even think about breaking up. Otherwise, I will report you for fraud and have you imprisoned." Tian Cheng, blissfully clutching his wife, remained silent, yet his thoughts wandered, reassuringly. "Rest assured, my dear wife, I will never repay you." However, he recalled how, in the original narrative, after being expelled from the Lu family, those who had previously sought to curry favor with the Lu family and please Lu Hanyun had turned their backs entirely. Observing from a distance might have sufficed, yet there were still individuals who intentionally approached him to mock and deride. He needed to devise a plan to restore his wife to her former status as a wealthy heiress, ensuring that those who reveled in his misfortune would ultimately pay the price. Once his wife regained her fortune, would he not once again be able to enjoy the comforts of a life of leisure? Both harbored their own secrets, yet were perfectly in sync as they embraced one another. Upon awakening once more, Tian Cheng discovered that the bonds restraining him had been undone, with his wife peacefully slumbering in his arms. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him, yet he dared not move for fear of disturbing her slumber. Is there any greater joy than waking to find one's beloved nestled in one's embrace? As he beheld her serene visage, Tian Cheng could not restrain himself from holding her closer. Ah, how delightful it is to have such a soft and tender wife. Chapter 3. The young master cast out his home. 3. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the bed. Tian Cheng gazed at his wife's sleeping face, his heart swelling with warmth. Little Black, why is my wife so extraordinarily beautiful? After admiring his wife's exquisite features, he resolved to rise and dress, intent on preparing her a heartfelt breakfast. Truly, I am a devoted and nurturing husband. Detecting Tian Cheng's thoughts, the system interjected with a dose of cold reality. No, in your wife's eyes, you are merely a man seeking her wealth. So what? She still loves me just the same. What she loves are mere fragments of your soul. The system continued to dampen his spirits. Are not my fragments still a part of me? You are merely envious. Choosing not to engage further with the disheartening system, he confined it to a virtual space. The system, now trapped, raged futilely. Little Orange, you lack integrity, you ungrateful man. Yet, no matter how it cried out, Tian Cheng remained unaffected. Tenderly, he placed a kiss upon Lu Hanyun's forehead. "Good morning, my dear," he whispered before quietly slipping out of bed. He gathered the remnants of his clothes that Lu Hanyun had torn apart the previous day and departed the room. Once Tian Cheng had left, Lu Hanyun opened his eyes, gently touching the spot where he had been kissed. He had been troubled last night, unable to find rest, his eyes wide open until dawn. "Tian Cheng, what am I to do with you? I believed that 2 years would surely lead you to love me, yet I find myself mistaken. Must I truly let you go?" The thought of a life devoid of Tian Cheng's presence pierced his heart with anguish. You are the one who approached me first. How can you simply walk away? No, I shall not allow you to leave me. Noticing signs of Tian Cheng's awakening, Lu Hanyun promptly closed his eyes, wishing to conceal the possessiveness that flickered in his gaze. He had assumed that Tian Cheng would push him away at the first opportunity. To his surprise, Tian Cheng lingered, observing him for an extended moment. Just as Lu Hanyun felt he could no longer maintain his pretense and was about to feign awakening, he heard Tian Cheng affectionately call him my dear and even bestow a kiss upon him, an act that had been utterly unimaginable in the past. Pondering for a while, without arriving at a conclusion regarding Tian Cheng's sudden transformation, he decided to dismiss it altogether and rose from the bed. This house had been purchased for Tian Cheng, with his name inscribed upon the deed. Typically, he did not reside here. Even when he stayed, he occupied a separate room. He casually grabbed a shirt belonging to Tian Cheng from the wardrobe and stepped outside, anxious that he might have missed him. However, upon exiting, he found no sign of Tian Cheng. Hearing a noise emanating from the kitchen, Lu Hanyun approached with curiosity. Wasn't Tian Cheng incapable of cooking? Yet, as he reached the kitchen doorway, he beheld a sight that took him aback. Tian Cheng was backlit, skillfully stirring a dish with a spatula. Lu Hanyun's eyes widened, not due to the revelation that Tian Cheng could indeed cook, but rather because he was clad solely in an apron. From Lu Hanyun's vantage point, aside from a pair of black underwear covering his rear, only the two ties of the apron remained, one fastened around his neck and the other at his waist. Upon hearing the commotion, Tian Cheng turned to greet Lu Hanyun with a smile. "You're awake. Go wash up. Breakfast will be ready shortly." Lu Hanyun felt a rush of blood to his face, his nose itching. When he touched it, his hand came away smeared with blood. Alarmed, Tian Cheng extinguished the stove and hurried over to support Lu Hanyun's head, urging him to lift it. The world before Lu Hanyun blurred into a haze of white with splashes of red, and he sensed the blood flowing more profusely. "You should step back." He forcefully pushed Tian Cheng away and dashed to the bathroom, slamming the door behind him. Tian Cheng, taken aback yet unperturbed, merely smiled and hummed a tune as he returned to the kitchen to plate the food. The system, witnessing the entire scene unfold, remarked, "This little orange is quite audacious." "You single system wouldn't understand. I simply can't bear to miss out on my chance with my beloved," it retorted, blocking the system that had been confined to a dark room for 10 minutes. It was utterly outrageous. How could he dress so provocatively in the house? No, I mustn't dwell on it any longer. After staunching the flow of blood, Lu Hanyun splashed his face with cold water. Once he had sufficiently composed himself, he emerged from the bathroom. By the time he reappeared, Tian Cheng had changed back into casual wear and was seated at the dining table, smiling at him. "Come, let us eat." Tian Cheng beckoned, patting the chair beside him. Lu Hanyun exhaled a sigh of relief internally. He ambled to the table, albeit slowly, choosing to sit opposite Tian Cheng rather than beside him. In a fit of anger yesterday, he had acted impulsively. Today, however, he regretted his actions. Based on Tian Cheng's past demeanor, it was clear he did not have an inclination towards men. Given what he had done yesterday, it was likely that Tian Cheng despised him even more now. He instinctively disregarded Tian Cheng's unusual behavior, seeking distance to avoid further inciting his disdain. Observing Lu Hanyun's reluctance to join him, Tian Cheng remained silent, simply taking a seat beside him with his own bowl and chopsticks. "If the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. One must possess a thick skin in pursuit of love." Sensing Tian Cheng's movement, Lu Hanyun merely glanced up momentarily before redirecting his gaze to the table before him. He too yearned to sit closer to Tian Cheng, and since Tian Cheng had made the effort to come over, he had no intention of pushing him away. On the table lay 2 bowls of plain congee, a platter of stir-fried vegetables, a small dish of pickles, and 2 cups of soybean milk. Lu Hanyun frowned slightly. It was too bland for his taste, and he found himself disliking it. Noticing the discontent etched on Lu Hanyun's face, Tian Cheng gently placed his hand atop his head and tousled his hair. "Be good. Eat this first. Once your injuries are healed, I shall prepare your favorite dishes." Lu Hanyun looked up in confusion. "I am not injured," he retorted, only to feel a blush creep across his cheeks as the memory of his actual wounds resurfaced. His impulsiveness from the previous day, devoid of any preparation, weighed heavily on him, and the more he thought about it, the more his stomach ached. In a flurry, he grasped his chopsticks and began to eat, eager to bury his face in the bowl. Tian Cheng bit his lip, stifling a laugh. Laughter would mean losing his beloved. He recalled every sorrowful moment of his life to suppress the urge to chuckle. He picked up a piece of green vegetable and placed it in Lu Hanyun's bowl. Take your time. There's plenty more if you need it. After finishing his meal, Lu Hanyun set down his utensils. Although I have been expelled from the Lu family, as you know, I still own a gaming company. He scrutinized Tian Cheng's expression closely. Noticing that Tian Cheng had no intention of responding, he continued, "As long as you remain by my side as you always have, I can still provide you with the life you desire. Otherwise, everything you possess now, including this house and the car in the garage, I shall reclaim through legal means." Only after he finished speaking did Tian Cheng respond, "No problem. As long as you provide me with funds, I shall remain by your side forever." He had the audacity to call himself darling again. Ahem. Yes, flatter me like that. I must head to work now. Lu Hanyun stood up, awkwardly making his way to his room to change clothes. Before departing, he couldn't resist threatening Tian Cheng. "If I return and do not find you here, I shall report you for debt evasion." Tian Cheng fastened Lu Hanyun's tie, cradling his face and planting a kiss on his lips. "Rest assured, my husband, I will remain obediently at home." Chapter 4. The young master cast out for Lu Hanyun was momentarily dazed by the term husband, but by the time he regained his senses, he was already standing outside the door. A deceiver. This must be his tactic to confuse me. I have fallen for it once already and shall not be tricked again. Lu Hanyun strode away, oblivious to the old man walking his dog, who regarded him with a puzzled expression. What joyous occasion had befallen this young man? His smile reached from ear to ear. Lu Hanyun was entirely unaware of the old man's musings. At that moment, he was elated as he made his way to the company. He must work diligently. He could not allow Tian Cheng to slip away. Once he became the world's wealthiest individual, he would unceremoniously cast Tian Cheng aside, leaving him to rue his choices. Tian Cheng watched Lu Hanyun from an upper floor, waiting until he had exited the community before stepping away from the window. Recently graduated from university, Tian Cheng had secured an internship through Lu Hanyun and had yet to work a single day. Unsurprisingly, he was now an unemployed drifter. With a plethora of free time, Tian Cheng pondered his next steps and surveyed the spacious 200-square-meter apartment. He began tidying up, sorting through the valuable gifts Lu Hanyun had given him. Aside from the house and 2 cars, he listed everything else on a second-hand trading platform. However, due to the low prices, some questioned whether the items were authentic replicas. In response, Tian Cheng remarked that it was indeed true. One could choose to buy or not. When Lu Hanyun returned from work, he found Tian Cheng comfortably ensconced on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. Upon hearing the commotion, Tian Cheng tossed aside the controller and rushed over. Lifting Lu Hanyun in a manner reminiscent of cradling a child, his legs effortlessly supported. The sudden sensation of weightlessness prompted Lu Hanyun to instinctively tighten his grip around Tian Cheng's neck. Tian Cheng carried him to the sofa, playfully kneading his shoulders and massaging his legs. "My dear husband has returned with earnings. You worked hard." Lu Hanyun felt his cheeks flush from this sequence of tender gestures. Noticing the controller abandoned on the floor, he recalled that it was the very one he had gifted to Tian Cheng when they first acknowledged their relationship. It had become rather worn. Perhaps it was time to acquire a new one, not solely for Tian Cheng, but for himself as well. Dinner remained light. Yet this time Lu Hanyun did not express any disdain. As night fell and it was time for bed, Lu Hanyun found himself in a quandary. Despite living together, they had remained in separate rooms due to Tian Cheng's reluctance. After sharing a bed for the first time the previous night, Lu Hanyun was unwilling to sleep alone again. With a sense of conviction, he lay down on Tian Cheng's bed, burying his head beneath the covers. When Tian Cheng emerged from the shower, he discovered Lu Hanyun cocooned within the blankets, resembling a silkworm. He approached, intending to lift the covers, but was firmly grasped by the occupant. Left with no choice, Tian Cheng called out, "If you don't come out, I'll sleep in the other room." "You wouldn't dare." The covers were abruptly yanked away, revealing Lu Hanyun with disheveled hair, glaring at Tian Cheng with indignation. Unable to resist the sight of Lu Hanyun's puffed cheeks, Tian Cheng reached out and pinched them playfully. Before Lu Hanyun could respond, Tian Cheng preemptively instructed, "Lie down and take off your pants." The previously furious Lu Hanyun was rendered speechless. "What did you say?" A rush of heat surged to his face. "You scoundrel! Are you even human? I'm still injured, and you wish to engage in that." With an exasperated huff, he turned abruptly, burying his face in the bed. Tian Cheng retrieved the medication he had purchased earlier that day from a drawer. After applying the ointment, he lightly patted Lu Hanyun. "All done. Now let us sleep." He extracted the cocooned figure from the pillow and embraced him, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. "Good night, my wife." "Its husband," Lu Hanyun retorted, nestled obediently in Tian Cheng's arms. "All right, dear husband." The following day, Lu Hanyun went to work as usual, while Tian Cheng coordinated with the delivery person to collect the items they had sold. Priced below market value and with all necessary documentation in order, buyers quickly placed their orders. After dispatching the sold items, Tian Cheng's phone rang. It was a call from a woman with a strong regional accent, inquiring, "Hello, Cheng, have you found a job yet?" In the original narrative, Tian Cheng's family had always indulged him. To support his education, several of his sisters had dropped out of school to work. Gifted and diligent, Tian Cheng had earned a place at the country's top university, just as his family anticipated his rise to success, hoping he would return to uplift them. He faced an untimely demise at the hands of Lu Hanyun. Now, he has merged with the fragment, naturally assuming the responsibilities of his original self. The fragment has been with Lu Hanyun for 2 years, during which it has not asked the family for living expenses and has often sent money home. However, the amounts are modest. Firstly, Lu Hanyun has taken care of all of Tian Cheng's needs. Aside from the valuable gifts he received, there was little money given to him. Secondly, there was a concern that sending too much money would raise suspicions about his activities outside. Thus, every time he sent money, he would excuse it by saying he was working part-time. Nevertheless, those funds were not insignificant for the original family. They were sufficient to improve their living conditions. The family believed their son, their brother, was thriving, able to support himself and them even before graduation, unaware that Tian Cheng had found a wealthy boyfriend. The original self did not wish for his family to know of Lu Hanyun's existence. After all, the mountain village was still quite conservative with lingering notions of gender bias, making it impossible for them to accept a relationship between two men. However, the primary reason was that Tian Cheng did not intend to remain with Lu Hanyun indefinitely. They had done an excellent job of keeping their relationship secret. Even their roommates were oblivious to their romantic involvement. As for how Lu Xian discovered it in the original plot, that was merely a plot device. After exchanging a few pleasantries with her elder sister, Tian Cheng quickly ended the call. She had only called to check whether the original protagonist had found a job, reassuring him that if not, there was no pressure, as the family could still support him in pursuing further studies or civil service examinations. This family truly cared for the original self. With a sigh of reflection, Tian Cheng decided not to dwell on it any longer. After a few days of effort, she finally packed all her belongings and sent them off. Together with her savings, Tian Cheng had managed to gather a total of 3 million. What a fortune! Didn't your partner mention they had given you 5 million, including the house and car? That must amount to 30 million. 745 exclaimed, gazing at the balance in Tian Cheng's account. Tian Cheng smiled slyly. He intends to trap me with money, so he's indifferent to how much he spends on me. That 5 million was merely a casual remark. He feared I would repay him if he quoted a lesser sum, yet worried I might give up entirely if he claimed more. You seem to know him quite well. Tian Cheng tucked her phone away, lifting her chin high. Of course, he's my partner. Observing Tian Cheng's smug demeanor, the system let out a light scoff. Opting to mute her, she did not wish to see any more of the gay man. The little system she had chatted with had revealed he had a boyfriend. Feeling disillusioned, she pondered whether to engage with the beautiful system instead. Chapter 5. The young master cast out. 3 million is a considerable sum for an ordinary person. But for what Tian Cheng aimed to accomplish, it was far from sufficient. Therefore, he set his sights on the stock market. Watching Tian Cheng's adept movements, the system emerged from its space, circling around him before settling on his shoulder. I didn't expect you, little orange, to be skilled in stock trading. I have a fragment that is a stock trading genius in a small world. When it returned, it brought this ability to me, Tian Cheng replied, his eyes fixed on the screen, waiting for the perfect moment to buy and sell stocks. Is that even possible? The system asked, astonished. Of course, otherwise. Why would immortals undergo reincarnation for 30,000 lifetimes to ascend to godhood? Tian Cheng paused his actions, removing the small black orb from his shoulder and manipulating it in his hand. Isn't it to refine the soul? The system remained indifferent to Tian Cheng's actions, obediently allowing him to squeeze it. It is not solely for the refinement of the soul. It is also to acquire a plethora of skills and to gain a deeper understanding of all things. After all, gods are not the aloof beings depicted in legends, detached from the affairs of the world. As far as I know, you systems are beings who have ascended from small worlds, right? Indeed, I was originally from small world and successfully ascended, but my physical form was destroyed. The System Administration Bureau took me in, stating that as long as I complete tasks as a system and accumulate sufficient points, I could reconstruct my physical body and ascend to the ranks of immortals. The beings who ascend from small worlds are immortals, and their tasks vary widely, such as playing roles in different small worlds to assist the plane's consciousness in evolving its narrative. This is akin to the common trope of quick transmigration in novels, and we refer to such immortals as quick travelers. Alternatively, some serve as cleaners, purging dimensional viruses from small worlds, while others act as guardians stationed at the borders of the greater world to fend off otherworldly demons. Gods, on the other hand, are responsible for the creation, upgrading, and destruction of small worlds. The greater world connects countless small worlds, and the responsibilities of gods and immortals are to ensure the proper functioning of these small worlds. After listening to Tian Cheng's explanation, the system nodded in understanding. So that is how it is. It differs somewhat from our systems training. Your systems are a rather unfortunate category, as your physical forms were destroyed during ascension, and your souls cannot linger in the greater world for long. The heavenly path of the greater world shows mercy by categorizing you as systems, serving as assistants to quick travelers. This way, you can rapidly accumulate merit and reconstruct your physical forms to ascend to the ranks of immortals. However, this small system had only undergone basic training before being dispatched to a system, presumably upon the direct order of the Celestial Emperor, indicating a significant identity. Yet Tian Cheng, observing the system's dazed expression as he manipulated it, refrained from voicing his suspicions. So, according to you, if I were to ascend to the ranks of immortals in the future, would I also have to undergo 30,000 lifetimes of reincarnation to advance? Of course, that is the regulation. Except for the original gods, all beings wishing to become gods must experience this step. When did you ascend? The small system was shaped into a pancake, twirled on Tian Cheng's index finger. Feeling a bit dizzy from the spinning, the system transmitted itself back to the system space. As for me, I am a being of the greater world, so I do not need to undergo ascension. While Tian Cheng was thriving in the stock market, Lu Hanyun encountered difficulties. His game was completed, yet his funds were nearly depleted. After paying the salaries of his employees, he lacked the resources to support further promotional efforts for the game. Lu Hanyun, once the young master of the Lu family, naturally would not lack such funds. However, the current Lu Hanyun found himself unable to procure any. He sought to attract investment, but the affluent families in Jing City were well aware that he had been cast out by the Lu family due to a man. The head of the Lu family had issued a statement that no one was to assist Lu Hanyun. Otherwise, they would be opposing the Lu family. Thus, no one dared to contact Lu Hanyun. That evening, Tian Cheng reclined on the sofa, as usual, engrossed in a video game, utilizing the game controller recently purchased by Lu Hanyun. As the clock struck 9, Lu Hanyun had yet to return. Xiao Haizi, check what my wife is doing now. Please hold on. The system emerged from the chip bag, shaking off the crumbs clinging to it, and delve into the space to commence its operations. Not good, Xiao Qingzi. Your wife is being bullied. What? Tian Cheng sprang to his feet, snatching up the car keys as he rushed outside. While walking, he did not forget to instruct the system, provide me with the address. At the night domain bar, in room 308, Lu Hanyan was seated on the sofa, facing a middle-aged man. In recent days, he had reached out to former friends in pursuit of investment, yet all had unequivocally declined, either indirectly or directly, with some being entirely unreachable. Just when Lu Hanyan found himself in a quandary, an individual who had initially concocted an excuse to reject him contacted him. Young Master Lu, at 8:30 tonight, night domain bar, room 308. If you come, I will invest in your company. Lu Hanyan was aware that acquiring this funding would not be straightforward, yet he still made the journey, unwilling to relinquish even the slightest glimmer of hope. However, since arriving, the man had persistently urged him to drink, making no mention of the investment. Recalling that Tian Cheng was still waiting at home, Lu Hanyan's patience with the man waned. Mr. Li, we have consumed quite enough alcohol. Shall we discuss the investment? Unexpectedly, the man known as Mr. Li's demeanor shifted dramatically. Ah, you desire an investment, do you? Very well. He swayed unsteadily, clutching a bottle of liquor. As he spoke, the odor of alcohol wafted over Lu Hanyan. Lu Hanyan subtly frowned, but endured it for the sake of the investment. You know, young Master Lu, the old Mr. Lu has made it clear that if I invest now, it risks offending him. As he spoke, he grabbed a glass. Here's the deal. I will not make it difficult for you. If you finish all the drinks on this table, I shall lend you 10 million. What do you say? The middle-aged man filled the glass to the brim, presenting it before Lu Hanyan. The table was laden with over 80 bottles of assorted beverages, red, white beer, haphazardly arranged. It was not merely a matter of drinking. Even water in such quantities would be insurmountable for one person. Consuming so much alcohol would surely lead to intoxication. Lu Hanyan's expression grew as cold as ice as he stared at the glass thrust before him. The surrounding onlookers gazed with malicious amusement. Lu Hanyan did not accept the glass. Given the current circumstances, it was evident they sought to humiliate him. Realizing the futility of obtaining this money, he had no wish to squander more time. However, just as he attempted to rise, he was shoved back down. Young Master Lu, I offer you this drink out of respect. Do you still think you are the heir of the Lu family? Today, you must drink, whether you like it or not. Lu Hanyan refrained from engaging in further dialogue, seizing a bottle and striking it against the man's head, sending him crashing to the floor. This individual clearly sought trouble. Enduring such provocation would only invite further disdain. Chapter 6. The young master cast out of his home. 6. Lu Hanyan gazed intently at the figure sprawled on the ground, clutching his head and wailing in distress, his cold demeanor betraying no hint of compassion. I do not care who sent you. Return and inform that person that although I, Lu Hanyan, am no longer a member of the Lu family, I am not someone who could be easily bullied. His declaration rendered everyone present speechless. None dared to approach him. Just as he prepared to rise and depart, the door was forcefully kicked open. A man strode in, hands tucked into his pockets, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the room. Those who met his eyes felt a shiver run down their spines, as though they were being scrutinized by the Grim Reaper himself. Tian Cheng immediately spotted Lu Hanyan seated on the sofa, still clutching the shattered remnants of a wine bottle. He stepped forward, grasping Lu Hanyan's hand, which bore a cut from the broken glass. A flicker of darkness passed through his eyes as he wordlessly led Lu Hanyan out of the private room, then turned back inside alone. The door he had kicked in failed to provide adequate soundproofing. Standing in the corridor, Lu Hanyan listened to the sporadic cries emanating from within. Too frightened to wander off, he obediently waited outside. 10 minutes later, Tian Cheng emerged, bringing Lu Hanyan back home. The server, upon opening the door, was so startled that he fell to the ground. The individuals who had been in the room now lay scattered in disarray. Cautiously, the server placed a finger under one person's nose. Phew, you scared me. He's still breathing. Lu Hanyan sat quietly in the passenger seat, stealing a glance at Tian Cheng, who gripped the steering wheel with knuckles turning pale. The interplay of light and shadow from the tunnel made his profile appear particularly stern. Since Tian Cheng had yanked him from that chaotic scene and thrust him into the car. He had uttered not a single word. Lu Hanyun sensed the palpable tension surrounding him. Tian Cheng was angry. Was it because he had gone to a bar? After all, Tian Cheng had always disapproved of him frequenting such places, and this thought made his expression dim even further. He must not like me. Finally, unable to endure the oppressive silence any longer, Lu Hanyun spoke first. I didn't mean to go to the bar. He bit his lip and lowered his head, fixating on the hastily bandaged wound on his palm, his eyes welling with tears. He felt a twinge of grievance. Does it hurt? The sudden question startled Lu Hanyun, and upon realizing what Tian Cheng had asked, his eyes grew even wetter. The wound that had previously felt insignificant now pulsed with pain. It doesn't hurt, Lu Hanyun retorted defiantly, yet tears betrayed him, escaping down his cheeks. At that moment, the traffic light turned red. Tian Cheng leaned over, lifting Lu Hanyun's chin with one hand while offering him a tissue with the other. Lu Hanyun kept his eyes closed, too timid to meet Tian Cheng's gaze. His lips moved silently before he murmured a faint, "I'm sorry." After uttering this, he shut his eyes, leaning back against the seat, choosing to ignore Tian Cheng. Tian Cheng restarted the car, this time at a slower speed. He reached out to adjust the air conditioning, increasing the warmth, and retrieved a blanket from the back seat. "Cover yourself, don't catch a cold." Upon returning home, Tian Cheng fetched a first aid kit to properly disinfect Lu Hanyun's wound. Lu Hanyun sat on the bed, watching Tian Cheng tear open the packaging of the iodine swab, his fingertips involuntarily curling up. The tissue, already stained with congealed blood, clung to the wound. As it was ripped away, fresh droplets of blood oozed from the injury. The moment the antiseptic touched the wound, Lu Hanyun felt a sharp sting. He instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, but was firmly grasped by Tian Cheng. "The wound needs to be disinfected. It may hurt a bit, but please bear with it." Tian Cheng spoke gently, as if soothing a temperamental child. He slightly bowed his head and softly blew on the wound, continuing with the disinfection. His movements became even more delicate than before. The warm breath brushed over the skin repeatedly, mingling with the warmth of his fingertips, entwining around Lu Hanyun's heart like creeping vines, bringing an unfamiliar sensation of tingling. Lu Hanyun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Tian Cheng's tenderness, even in moments of anger. "Does it hurt a lot?" Noticing his daze, Tian Cheng looked up, his eyes still bearing the weight of earlier seriousness, yet softened by a barely perceptible gentleness. Lu Hanyun hurriedly averted his gaze, his cheeks flushing slightly. "No, not at all." As soon as the words left his lips, he realized that his wrist had relaxed at some point, allowing Tian Cheng to hold it without any thought of resistance. After wrapping the wound, Tian Cheng sat beside Lu Hanyun, enveloping him in an embrace. "Now, tell me, why did you go to the bar? And how did you end up in conflict with those people?" Lu Hanyun kept his head down, silent for a long while. He did not wish to reveal the reason to Tian Cheng, fearing that knowing about his financial struggles would drive him away. "Hanyun, do you like me?" The sudden question from Tian Cheng plunged him into deep contemplation. Of course, he liked him, so much so that he would be willing to forsake everything. So much so that he felt devoid of self. Yet, he dared not articulate these feelings, fearing that Tian Cheng would take advantage of his vulnerability and trample on his sincere emotions. "Hanyun, I love you." Lu Hanyun's head snapped up, meeting Tian Cheng's earnest gaze. He could hear his heart racing wildly, as if it were striving to burst forth from his chest. "Please tell me, all right? I was able to arrive in time this time, but what about next time?" Tian Cheng coaxed softly. "I still rely on you. If something were to happen to you, what would I do? Should I beg for alms, or find someone else?" "No, you can only be mine." Upon hearing Tian Cheng mention seeking someone else, Lu Hanyun could no longer contain himself. He gripped Tian Cheng's collar tightly, his face flushed with anger. Yet Tian Cheng discerned the turmoil and helplessness in his eyes. He gently placed his palm on Lu Hanyun's cheek, his thumb brushing against his lips. "So please tell me." Lu Hanyun's eyelashes fluttered, casting trembling shadows that concealed the fragility in his eyes. Following his mother's passing, his father had welcomed his illegitimate child into their home, leaving him cast aside. To retain Tian Cheng, Lu Hanyun forced himself to remain calm, channeling all his thoughts into work. The exhaustion of both mind and body reached its peak. And in that moment, Lu Hanyun felt the taut nerve within him snap. Observing Tian Cheng's earnest demeanor, Lu Hanyun could no longer hold back. He buried his head in Tian Cheng's embrace and wept freely. He attributed all the faults to himself. It was his desire to keep Tian Cheng by his side. Even though he could clearly see that Tian Cheng had no affection for men, yet he foolishly hoped to retain him with wealth. Had he compromised with Father Lu, he would not have been cast out of the Lu family. Though he now found himself devoid of funds, he still resorted to leveraging his debts as a means to coerce Tian Cheng into staying. If it were not for his own actions, none of this would have transpired. Yet, he remained unwilling to let go. He yearned for Tian Cheng with a longing that consumed him. Memories of his childhood echoed in his mind, reminiscent of his mother's words. Could you be a little more obedient and not cause us trouble? Your father and I are truly busy. Chapter 7. The young master cast out of his home. 7. Memories were akin to a quagmire, and Lu Hanyun found himself ensnared within, unable to extricate himself. Just as he felt he might suffocate, a voice broke through the depths of despair. It's all right, my dear. I will always be here for you, forever. That voice shone like a beacon, illuminating Lu Hanyun's heart and liberating him from the mire. Half an hour later, Lu Hanyun gradually ceased his tears, though his face remained nestled against Tian Cheng's chest. He had actually cried in front of Tian Cheng, and in such an unsightly manner. He felt a tinge of embarrassment at the thought of facing anyone now. Tian Cheng, however, remained patient, gently stroking his lover's hair, waiting for him to be ready to confront the world again. At last, Lu Hanyun composed himself and sat upright. In a hushed tone, he recounted the situation to Tian Cheng. Since Tian Cheng professed his love, he would trust him one last time. If he lost this wager, he would confine Tian Cheng, break his legs, ensuring he could never escape from him. Tian Cheng, unaware of Lu Hanyun's thoughts, handed him a glass of warm water after he finished speaking. From your perspective, they're not genuinely interested in investing. They merely wish to deceive you under the guise of investment and then humiliate you, Tian Cheng stated. Lu Hanyun nodded in agreement, acknowledging Tian Cheng's insight. My dear, you are remarkable. You saw through their scheme and managed to thwart them, protecting yourself in the process. Come, let us celebrate. Tian Cheng suddenly pressed a kiss on Lu Hanyun's cheek, breaking the previously serious atmosphere. Lu Hanyun, caught off guard, fumbled with the glass, spilling water all over himself. He fell silent and quickly excused himself to the restroom. If one overlooked the blush on his earlobes, Tian Cheng might have thought he was angry. Oh no, you've teased your wife away. The system's mocking voice chimed in. What is the status of tonight's investigation? I found out it was Lu Xian. Upon learning that your wife was seeking investments, he sent someone to trip him up. That protagonist will be dealt with sooner or later. Little Orange, what are you planning? I warn you, do not act recklessly. That is the protagonist, and the consequences of harming him are severe. The system fretted within the space. Rest assured, I want to implicate you. All it takes is to render him no longer the protagonist. Without waiting for the system to respond further, Tian Cheng severed the connection. My darling is back. I want to hold my wife and sleep. With insufficient funds, Lu Hanyun found his work inevitably suspended. He no longer pretended to go to work, as Tian Cheng was already aware of his situation. Instead, he simply remained in his study to conduct business. Glancing at the list in his hand, he crossed out the final name and crumpled the paper into a ball, tossing it into the wastebasket. He had reached out to everyone he could, but, as expected, they all rejected him. There was, however, one alternative: to feign compliance and return to his father, claiming that he had broken up with Tian Cheng. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Lu Hanyun. He did not wish to part ways with Tian Cheng, even if it were merely a ruse. He feared that if he let his guard down, Tian Cheng might abandon him entirely. At that moment, his phone on the desk chimed. Picking it up, he noticed a friend request from stranger. Upon clicking to accept, the individual promptly sent a message. Hello, I am an angel investor. I heard you are seeking investment, and I'm quite interested in the game you are developing. Lu Hanyun furrowed his brow, suspecting that this person might be attempting to deceive him. Nevertheless, he did not want to overlook any opportunity and replied. To his astonishment, the individual transferred 30 million directly to him. "We haven't even signed a contract. And you send the money? Aren't you afraid I might be a scammer?" He inquired. "Would you actively seek out a scammer to send money to?" Came a reply. "No." "Then there you have it. I trust you." Lu Hanyun expressed his gratitude and shared some future plans, but the other party did not respond further. After some reflection, Lu Hanyun saved the contact as investor foolish with money. Meanwhile, in another room, Tian Cheng put his phone to sleep. The system observed the entire exchange. "Why not just give him the money directly? Why conceal your identity? My wife currently lacks a sense of security. If I simply hand him the money, he will only think I intend to leave him. Can't you just clarify that?" I find it incredibly frustrating when people in relationships fail to communicate. The system complained while crunching on potato chips. Tian Cheng merely smiled, choosing not to explain himself to the system. Lu Hanyun was a person of complicated disposition. Even if Tian Cheng professed his love, Lu Hanyun would only suspect he was being deceived. Deep down, he believed that no one would steadfastly choose him. Thus, despite the challenges, he never considered selling his house. A spacious 200-square-meter flat in the city center that could easily fetch 20 million. Saving some funds could sufficiently sustain the operation of the company and the promotion of the game. Yet, he refrained from doing so, fearing that without the house, Tian Cheng might no longer wish to be with him. While engaging with Lu Hanyun, he fervently expressed his feelings, allowing him to gradually believe that he was loved. He maintained the facade of a dependent partner, making Lu Hanyun feel in control of the relationship. As long as he had money, Tian Cheng would undoubtedly remain by his side. This, in turn, bolstered his sense of security. When the opportune moment arose, they would be able to communicate openly. At that time, he would no longer need to hide and could treat his wife openly and honestly. However, there was no need to explain any of this to the foolish system known as Shao Haizi. 3 million had rolled through the stock market several times, successfully multiplying tenfold. Before it caught the attention of some in the market, Tian Cheng directly canceled his account and departed. All 30 million were handed over to Lu Hanyun, leaving him a veritable pauper. Now he could indulge guiltlessly in his wife's support, with ample funds for promotion and distribution. The game produced by Lu Hanyun's studio swiftly went live. He utilized this capital to secure a massive billboard advertisement in the city center and purchased prime homepage placements on major gaming platforms. He even enlisted popular streamers to live broadcast the initial testing. On launch day, Lu Hanyun remained backstage, watching the number of registered users soar from 10,000 to 1 million, his heart nearly shattering against his ribs. Success! Wang from a marketing department rushed into the tech department, phone in hand, displaying a freshly captured trending topic screenshot. The entry for yesterday's star path, crashing the servers, was followed by a vibrant red explosion icon. Several young women from the planning team huddled together, observing the data panel, where the registration numbers surged at a frantic pace of 300 per second. A bespectacled girl pushed her glasses up her nose, tears splattering onto the desk, creating a small pool of moisture. Lu Hanyun was engulfed by a tide of people. Some thrust a can of beer into his hand, while others patted his shoulder with such force it felt as though he might crumble. The cacophony assaulted his eardrums, yet he remained unfazed, gazing at the jubilant faces surrounding him. Chapter 8. The Young Master Cast Out from Home. 8. Team leader Zhang from the tech department sat in a corner, silently wiping away tears. He had been with the studio since its inception, rising from a junior position to his current role, witnessing the transformation of the small studio of merely dozens into a gaming company of thousands. Looking at the game icon on the computer felt akin to gazing upon his own child. 3 months prior, when the boss was expelled from the Lu family, panic ensued among the staff upon receiving the news. Following that, the lack of funds led many to believe the game would never see the light of day, prompting several long-standing employees to resign. After the boss's unsuccessful attempts to retain them, he opted to let them go, even issuing severance packages. However, Zhang persevered, and it proved to be a fortuitous gamble. Lu Hanyun was buoyed by the collective emotion, yearning to return home and share this joy with Tian Cheng. Yet, it was not yet time. The game had just launched, and he needed to remain in his post. He could not miss the celebratory banquet that evening as the boss. Tian Cheng glanced at the report message Lu Hanyun had sent on his phone, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Since that incident at the bar, if he could not return home on time, he would proactively inform Tian Cheng of his whereabouts. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Tian Cheng went to answer it, only to find Lu Hanyun being supported by 2 employees. He stepped forward to take the inebriated Lu Hanyun from them, thanked the 2, and guided him inside. "Hey, Xiao Zhao, did you see that? That guy's so handsome. What do you think his relationship with the boss is?" One of the employees excitedly discussed Tian Cheng with his companion after departing. The man referred to as Xiao Zhao replied, "Have you forgotten why the boss was expelled from the Lu family? He must certainly be his boyfriend. No wonder the boss would rather relinquish the vast Lu family's fortune than be apart from his boyfriend. That face is simply too handsome." Tian Cheng assisted the drunken Lu Hanyun onto the sofa, helping him remove his coat. Lu Hanyun gazed at Tian Cheng unblinkingly, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. "I succeeded. I have wealth now. Tian Cheng, you cannot leave me." Tian Cheng looked at the foolishly smiling man, her eyes brimming with mirth. "All right, I won't leave." They locked eyes for a prolonged moment, and it was unclear who initiated the next move. Tian Cheng produced an orange, raising it to Lu Hanyun's lips. Unable to resist, Lu Hanyun gently touched it with his mouth, instantly filled with the sweet fragrance of the orange. "This sweet orange is truly delightful," Lu Hanyun mused, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, the orange was taken away by Tian Cheng, causing Lu Hanyun to pout in displeasure. "Why can't you focus even when eating an orange?" He then offered a piece of the fruit to her mouth. Tian Cheng, firm in her demeanor, compelled Lu Hanyun to consume it, the succulent flesh silencing any words he might have uttered. With flushed cheeks, Lu Hanyun gazed at Tian Cheng with sparkling eyes. "Is that all right?" "Yes," Tian Cheng affirmed, lifting the breathless Lu Hanyun into the bathroom. Shortly thereafter, the sound of running water echoed from within. The inebriated Lu Hanyun exhibited remarkable compliance, allowing her to assist him with his bath. Once clean, Tian Cheng carried him out again. They embraced on the bed, Lu Hanyun inhaling the scent of the same body wash that lingered on Tian Cheng, feeling a profound sense of contentment. He leaned against her, whispering in her ear, "I want to eat another orange." Tian Cheng rolled over, gently kissing the corner of Lu Hanyun's mouth. "All right." In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. Tian Cheng awoke first, gazing at the person nestled in her arms, a smile gracing her lips. "Not bad." This time he ISNT pretending to be asleep. "My efforts last night were not in vain." As was her custom, she bestowed a good morning kiss and wished him a cheerful morning. She picked up the scattered clothes from the floor and placed them in the washing machine. When Lu Hanyun awoke, he found himself alone in bed. Feeling a bit sore, he was somewhat bewildered. The event of the previous night replayed in his mind like a carousel. He had taken the initiative. Embarrassed, Lu Hanyun pulled the blanket over his head, enveloping himself completely. The more he tried to avoid facing it, the clearer those memories became. The gentle Tian Cheng, the assertive Tian Cheng, the one who seemed so serious while engaging in mischief. Tian Cheng, Tian Cheng, Tian Cheng. His mind was consumed with thoughts of her. How delightful it was to share mutual affection. For the first time, he only felt pain. Suddenly, the blanket was lifted, and the very person he had been thinking of appeared before him. "Get up and eat." Lu Hanyun's eyes sparkled as he looked at Tian Cheng. Tian Cheng felt her heart warm at his gaze, but she restrained herself and fetched clothes for him. "You'll have to wait a couple more days for an orange. Your body cannot handle it just yet." Realizing the implication of her words, Lu Hanyun's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. "Why, you jerk? Get out." Seeing that he was genuinely upset, Tian Cheng refrained from teasing further and laughed as she stepped outside. "Hurry up. The food will get cold soon." "I know, you jerk. Hasten outside. I must attire myself." After finishing breakfast, Tian Cheng accompanied Lu Hanyun as she departed for work. At this moment, the game's launch is critical, and as the proprietor, Lu Hanyun must oversee operations at the company. Once Lu Hanyun was dispatched, Tian Cheng proceeded to the study. Yesterday, he had noticed an influx of detractors online maligning the game. He suspected Lu Xian was behind this mischief. Without hesitation, he took action to ban those accounts. With a crash, Lu Xian erupted in fury within his office. When Lady Lu entered, she beheld utter chaos, with nearly every object within reach having been shattered in his rage. Enough, Xiao Xian, she approached him. Have you lost your mind? If your father sees you like this, how can he trust you with the Lu family's legacy? Let him see. Lu Xian bellowed, his voice laced with fury. Who is funding Lu Hanyan? He was cast out of our home. He continued, the higher trolls I purchased have inexplicably been banned. Why does he possess such luck? Why? Lu Xian's eyes blazed with anger as he pounded the table. Lady Lu sighed, placing a comforting hand on Lu Xian's shoulder. Calm down, Xiao Xian. Though he has been expelled by your father, he is still the heir groomed for over 20 years, and your father continues to harbor hope for him. She clenched her teeth and added, what you must do now is to swiftly achieve results so that your father will entrust the company's reins to you. Once you command the entire Lu family, how difficult could it be to manage a mere gaming company? Hearing his mother's words, Lu Xian gradually settled, recognizing the merit in her reasoning. Mother, I understand the logic, but I cannot swallow this indignation. I have invested a considerable sum to undermine Lu Hanyan. That's easily remedied. Lady Lu's eyes flickered with calculation. She whispered conspiratorially, I've heard he and his boyfriend have not yet parted ways. Provide him with a sum of money, and let him upon hearing this. A sinister smile crept across Lu Xian's face. Then Lu Hanyan will be utterly ruined. Chapter 9. The young master cast out from home, Tian Cheng's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard as he crafted a simple program. This program would identify accounts that maliciously defamed the game yesterday's star path. If it detected a virtual account or a troll, it would delete their comments and ban the accounts. Normal accounts would be disregarded. Otherwise, should accusations of malicious deletion arise, it could easily provoke a backlash from players, detrimental to the game's promotion. After completing his task, Tian Cheng powered down the computer, content to remain in the shadows. Another day of being a supportive partner to his wife. On the first day of its launch, yesterday's Star Path soared into the top 10 of the national bestseller list. Within just 5 days of operation, revenue surpassed $30 million, and the first month's earnings exceeded $100 million. By the second month, bolstered by updates and events, revenue never dipped below $50 million. The third month followed suit, and by the end of November, the cumulative global revenue reached an astounding $300 million within a mere 3 months. In the past 3 months, Lu Hanyan not only had to adjust strategies in accordance with game data, but also devise optimization plans, leaving him perpetually busy. Many employees even opted to reside at the company. Nevertheless, Lu Hanyan insisted on returning home each day to care for the weary Tian Cheng, assuming the dual roles of chauffeur and secretary. Every morning, he prepared breakfast to rouse Tian Cheng from slumber, who would then drive Lu Hanyan to the office. At the workplace, Tian Cheng assisted with document processing, and in the evenings, the two would leave together. With Tian Cheng's companionship, Lu Hanyan felt invigorated during work hours. Whenever fatigue set in, he would glance at Tian Cheng, reminding himself that their current toils were for the sake of providing for the family, reigniting his motivation. In the quiet of their shared evenings, Lu Hanyan would nestle in Tian Cheng's embrace, watching him play yesterday's Star Path. They would occasionally engage in discussions about the game, and Lu Hanyan found himself pleasantly surprised by Tian Cheng's profound understanding of the subject. Their conversations deepened, with Tian Cheng offering numerous fresh perspectives. All right, let us call it a night. You ought to rest. Tian Cheng gently interrupted Lu Hanyan, pointing to the clock on the wall, signaling that it was time for sleep. Reluctantly, Lu Hanyan acquiesced, though he lay awake in bed, unable to find slumber. Considering Tian Cheng's grasp of gaming and the documents he had recently assisted with, it dawned on Lu Hanyan that Tian Cheng had the potential to break free from his current role and seek a commendable job. This realization gnawed at Lu Hanyan as he had recently overheard whispers in the office suggesting Tian Cheng was merely his kept lover, dripping with disdain for Tian Cheng. Although he swiftly dealt with those individuals, their words lingered in Lu Hanyan's mind. Should he allow Tian Cheng to bear such rumors while remaining by his side? That night, Lu Hanyan found little rest. and when Tian Cheng roused him in the morning, dark circles adorned his eyes. Ha ha ha, are you preparing to play the panda? Tian Cheng teased, earning a disapproving glare from Lu Hanyun, who chose to ignore the comment. In the office, watching Tian Cheng organize documents, Lu Hanyun could no longer contain himself. Tian Cheng, would you consider becoming the company's game advisor? He could not fathom a life without Tian Cheng, yet he also wished to see his talents flourish. Thus, he sought a compromise, keeping him close. What? Tian Cheng lifted his gaze, recognizing the seriousness in Lu Hanyun's expression. Of course, supporting my husband is a wife's responsibility. How unprofessional, Lu Hanyun muttered under his breath, then stepped out to draft a contract. As Tian Cheng watched Lu Hanyun's departing figure, a genuine smile graced his lips. Have you begun to believe that I love you? 3 months later, with the game finally stabilized, Lu Hanyun exhaled in relief. He granted everyone a 3-day paid leave and promptly whisked Tian Cheng home. For an entire 3 months, they had been inseparable, yet due to work commitments, their kisses had been few and far between. On the rare occasions they found themselves caught in the heat of the moment, Tian Cheng, always mindful of Lu Hanyun's well-being, would only offer gentle assistance. In the entryway, with no time to change shoes, they embraced each other tightly. As the temperature within the room escalated, the two individuals, feeling the heat, shed their outer garments. Proceeding to the bedroom, Lu Hanyun reclined on the bed, while Tian Cheng offered massage. Tian Cheng's technique was remarkably adept, and Lu Hanyun found immense comfort in the ministrations. His fingers wove through Tian Cheng's hair, tightening and loosening in rhythm with his movements. With a muffled groan, Tian Cheng lifted his head to gaze at Lu Hanyun, teasing, "Darling, you're going to leave me bald." Lu Hanyun averted his face, and noticing his indifference, Tian Cheng leaned in to attempt a kiss, only to be evaded. "Darling, do you find me repulsive?" Tian Cheng's voice carried a tone of feigned sorrow, his eyes betraying a hint of grievance. Though Lu Hanyun's heart softened at Tian Cheng's words, he could not quite overcome his inner turmoil. Reluctantly, he leaned in to plant a soft kiss on Tian Cheng's cheek. Aware of his partner's slight obsession with cleanliness, Tian Cheng refrained from further advances, content to have been appeased. Outside, the sky had turned overcast unbeknownst to them. Moments later, rain began to cascade upon the rose bushes in the backyard. Under the nourishing droplets, the roses gradually unfurled their petals. Once the rain ceased and the sun broke through the clouds, it cast its warm glow upon the earth, illuminating the resplendent roses, their petals adorned with glistening raindrops. Tian Cheng rose to take a shower, while Lu Hanyun rested on the bed. At that moment, Tian Cheng's phone, resting on the bedside, chimed softly. Lu Hanyun cast a glance and recognized a familiar name. "Lu Xian, how is the matter I entrusted to you progressing? You have received your payment. I trust you will not go back on your word." Frowning, Lu Hanyun reached for the phone. He knew Tian Cheng's password, but had always respected his privacy and refrained from prying. However, upon seeing this message, a foreboding sensation enveloped him. He entered the password to unlock the device and accessed the chat history between Tian Cheng and Lu Xian. Lu Xian, 1 million. Find an opportunity to have Lu Hanyun take the medicine. Tian Cheng, what is this medicine for? Lu Xian, that's none of your concern. After all, this is not our first transaction. If you execute this properly, I guarantee you can be rid of him. Tian Cheng, transfer the funds first. Lu Xian, understood. This exchange had occurred 3 months prior. Subsequently, Lu Xian sent several messages, urging Tian Cheng to act swiftly. Each time, Tian Cheng responded that he had not found the right opportunity and requested patience. Lu Hanyun felt his heart constrict tightly. Why did Tian Cheng have Lu Xian's contact information? What did he mean by not our first transaction? Chapter 10. The young master cast out from home. 10. Lu Hanyun fixated on the phrase "be rid of him," his mind racing with the thought that Tian Cheng was still plotting to leave him. When Tian Cheng emerged from the bathroom, he was met with the sight of Lu Hanyun, his eyes red-rimmed, clutching his phone. What's wrong? He must have already seen that message. Well done. The timing is impeccable. Tian Cheng silently praised the system within. He approached Lu Hanyun, but as he drew near, Lu Hanyun raised the phone high. Tian Cheng's gaze fell upon his own chat history with Lu Xian. Don't you wish to explain? Lu Hanyun's voice trembled as he uttered those words. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, like pearls strung on a broken thread, splattering upon ground. Tian Cheng reached out to wipe away his tears, only to have Lu Hanyun firmly push his hand away. Unbothered, Tian Cheng continued to dry his hair with a towel and turned to sit on the bed. He had engaged in a transaction with me, offering 1 million for intimate photographs of us both. Tian Cheng retrieved his phone, pulling up the record of their initial transaction. I was perplexed as to how Lu Xian had come by such photographs. It was you all along. Lu Hanyun smiled wryly, gradually retreating. Indeed, you have always sought to rid yourself of me. It was I who compelled you to remain by my side. Tian Cheng tossed the towel aside and pulled Lu Hanyun onto the bed, enveloping him completely in a blanket, for he could no longer contain himself. This was a serious occasion. He could not allow his feelings to disrupt the atmosphere. Reining in his errant thoughts, he resumed reciting the explanation he had long contemplated. Yes, he had intentionally allowed Lu Hanyun to discover this matter. He had deliberately saved those chat records, timing it perfectly for the system to hack into Lu Xian's phone and send a message to his own device. It was tea like this, Hanyun. I regretted it after that time. I have been stubborn, thinking I did not like men, but in truth, I had long since fallen for you. My cowardice prevented me from admitting it. It is all my fault. Tian Cheng knelt, gazing up at Lu Hanyun, his eyes reddened, tears welling within them. True emotions mingled with a hint of deception, pure nonsense. Silence, you little rascal. What the fragments did will eventually come to light, and I would much prefer to disclose it myself than have it revealed by another. You know nothing. But what about the medication he mentioned? Lu Hanyun looked at Tian Cheng's face, an inappropriate thought flickering in his mind. He actually looked rather handsome when he cried. He shook his head, suppressing that notion. Turning his face away, he refused to look at him, fearing he might soften and forgive him. 3 months prior, Lu Xian had approached me again, presenting me with a packet of drugs and instructing me to find an opportunity to administer them to you before delivering you to a designated location. By that time, I had already recognized my feelings. I did not want to leave you again. As Tian Cheng spoke, he crawled to Lu Hanyun's feet, yet I feared that if I refused him, he would seek someone else to harm you. So I pretended to agree, continually finding excuses to delay until now. My love, will you believe me? I have truly fallen for you, not merely for the sake of money. This time, I genuinely wish to remain by your side. Tian Cheng rested his head on Lu Hanyun's lap, gently nuzzling him, pleading for his forgiveness. Lu Hanyun's fingers clenched the blanket tightly, staving off the urge to stroke his head. Where's the evidence? You claim to love me. Produce the proof. I have it. I possess the evidence. Tian Cheng rose, unlocking his phone and holding it before Lu Hanyun's eyes. On the screen was an account familiar to Lu Hanyun. You are that angel investor? Lu Hanyun exclaimed, surprised. Where did you acquire such wealth? I sold all the gifts you previously bestowed upon me, raising 3 million. I then invested that sum in the stock market, and perhaps through fortunate circumstances, it multiplied tenfold. Subsequently, I transferred the 30 million entirely to you. You mentioned that if one wishes to part ways, one must return the money. I have transferred all the funds to you, yet I did not choose to end our relationship. Does this not attest to my sincerity? The observing system has resurfaced. Did you convey this to him? Why did you conceal it from him earlier? Do you understand timing? The moment an event is revealed significantly alters its impact. Lu Hanyun took back his phone and hesitantly sent a message. In the next instant, his phone chimed with a notification. Upon glancing at his device, he confirmed it was a message from the investor, mirroring exactly what he had just sent. Setting both phones aside, Lu Hanyun leaped into Tian Cheng's embrace. I truly believe, my love, we shall remain together forever, never to part. As night fell, Lu Hanyun gazed at the slumbering Tian Cheng beside him. Did he genuinely believe in this? He felt that he did. When he reviewed the chat history, anger surged within him, yet he swiftly regained his composure. He had long been aware of the private photo incident, but lacked the courage to confront Tian Cheng about it. His timidity consumed him, for he feared losing Tian Cheng. Nevertheless, he understood that this matter was akin to a thorn. if left unaddressed, the wound would inevitably fester. He sensed a shift in Tian Cheng's demeanor. Ever since he had brought him back, Tian Cheng's attitude appeared altered, as though he had transformed into a different person. The stark contrast in behavior left Lu Hanyun questioning whether Tian Cheng genuinely loved him. He suspected that Tian Cheng was orchestrating something. Yet, his feelings for Tian Cheng remained unchanged, and he firmly believed this person was indeed Tian Cheng. He could perceive Tian Cheng's affection and had heard him profess love on numerous occasions, but he remained hesitant to fully trust it. He recognized his own convoluted nature. If not properly addressed, it would only drive Tian Cheng further away. Upon seeing the message earlier, he perceived it as an opportune moment to ignite the conflict and bring all their issues to light. As long as Tian Cheng professed his love, whether genuine or feigned, he would be willing to forgive. The seemingly asleep Tian Cheng, in reality, had ventured into the system's realm. Alas, my wife still does not believe I love him. Huh? Did he not say he believed? Stop playing the fool, shall we? It's too similar. You little rascal, you're the fool. Regardless of the system's outcries, it gazed upon Lu Hanyun's peaceful visage through the screen. It's all right, my dear. We have ample time ahead. I will make you believe in my love, and I trust that you will one day utter those 3 words. At least he is willing to call me his husband. Is he not? With matters at the company reaching a resolution, Lu Hanyun granted himself a 3-day respite. The following day, Tian Cheng handed Lu Hanyun the packet of medicine that Lu Xian had given him. This medication has been tested. It is a type of poison. I suspect that Lu Xian intends to drug you, capture compromising photographs, and present them to the Lu family patriarch or disseminate them online. Once your reputation is tarnished, you shall undoubtedly lose your claim to the Lu family inheritance. Lu Hanyun picked up the white packet, discovering it contained a fine white powder. Lu Hanyun gritted his teeth and declared, "Dare to plot against me? Sooner or later, I shall make Lu Xian and his mother pay dearly." Tian Cheng, however, chuckled, "Darling, you seem like the villain from an animated series." Chapter 11. The young master cast out of his home. 11. Lu Hanyun shot a glare at Tian Cheng, who immediately suppressed his laughter. "Don't think I'll forgive you so easily." Tian Cheng straightened up, bracing himself for Lu Hanyun's verdict. Lu Hanyun poured 2 glasses of water, placing one before Tian Cheng. "Drink." Tian Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. He never anticipated Lu Hanyun would act in such a manner. Before he could utter a word, Lu Hanyun had already downed the other glass. "I've allowed myself a 3-day break. What is there to hesitate about? To drink makes one a beast. To refuse makes one less than a beast. He chooses to be a beast among men." 3 days later, Tian Cheng awoke, his legs feeling weak. He deeply realized that being a beast was no easy task. The effects of a drug were potent. If you were to inquire about Lu Hanyun, he could barely lift his eyelids. Ultimately, Lu Hanyun granted himself 5 days off, with the extra 2 days dedicated to recuperation. During those 2 days of rest at home, Tian Cheng messaged Lu Xian, "It's done. I'll send the person over to you now." "All right." Tian Cheng drove alone to the designated location provided by Lu Xian. Upon entering, he found Lu Xian waiting alongside 3 burly men. Seeing Tian Cheng arrive alone, Lu Xian frowned. "Were they?" Tian Cheng smiled at Lu Xian. "They are all here." A chill ran down Lu Xian's spine, and his instincts urged him to flee. However, before he could react, Tian Cheng had already struck. Without comprehending Tian Cheng's swift movements, all 4 men lay sprawled on the floor. As Tian Cheng approached, Lu Xian, filled with terror, stumbled backward, not forgetting to threaten, "What do you intend to do? I'll have you know I am the heir of the Lu Corporation. If you harm me, they will not spare you." Ignoring Lu Xian's barking threats, Tian Cheng produced a red pill. Lu Xian's eyes widened in horror as he gritted his teeth, refusing to allow it to be administered. Tian Cheng, growing impatient, pinched his chin and with a forceful motion, dislocated it. He shoved the pill into Lu Xian's mouth and forcefully pushed his chin back into place. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded Lu Xian like refuse. Free from restraint, Lu Xian desperately clawed at his throat, attempting to expel the pill. Yet, the drug dissolved instantly, and after a futile struggle, nothing emerged. Tian Cheng replicated the process with the other 3 men. He dusted off his hands, a sinister smile gracing his face. I hope you enjoy the gift I've prepared for you. Before leaving, he made sure to turn on the recording device in the room. Lu Xian felt as though he was ablaze. Sensing trouble, he attempted to leave, only to find the door locked from the outside. At that moment, a figure approached from behind. No, in the span of a year, Lu Hanyun's gaming company flourished even further. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his new office, Lu Hanyun gazed at the bustling streets below, reflecting on his journey. Tian Cheng embraced him from behind, her eyes brimming with tender affection. President Lu, the documents from the business sector have been signed. The secretary entered, knocking lightly on the door, and handed over a gilded business license. Upon seeing the two entwined together, her expression remained composed, showing no hesitation in delivering her report. Over the past year, everyone in the company had come to know that the boss had a boyfriend, often witnessing the subtle displays of affection between the two. The secretary had grown accustomed to it, believing that no matter the circumstance, work must never be delayed. Lu Hanyun accepted the business license, his gaze lingering on the words Yun Cheng Technology Company, Limited. President Lu, there's a banquet tonight that requires your presence, the secretary reminded him. Lu Hanyun nodded, acknowledging her words. As the secretary exited, she kindly closed the door behind them. You will accompany me tonight. All right. Since their last candid conversation, they had come to understand each other's feelings, solidifying their bond. Over the year, Lu Hanyun had doubled the luxurious gifts he had once given to Tian Cheng, who happily accepted them, relishing the notion of being cared for by her partner. With Tian Cheng's relationship with her wife flourishing, Lu Xian had become less significant. Throughout the year, Tian Cheng had been subtly undermining Lu Xian, causing frequent errors in the projects he oversaw, diverting his attention away from creating trouble for Lu Hanyun and disappointing the head of the Lu family. Soon evening arrived, and the two made their way to the Lu family's ancestral home. Tonight marked the patriarch's birthday banquet. Although Lu Hanyun's company may not hold much significance for the Lu family, the patriarch valued his capabilities. One son, an inept failure, while the other, raised with care and destined to inherit, naturally garnered preference. A few days prior, the patriarch had proactively reached out to him, expressing his intent to cease interfering in his romantic life, provided it remained discreet. He was willing to reinstate him in the family business, as long as he would eventually father a child bearing the Lu family bloodline. The company also held half of his mother's legacy, and he was reluctant to relinquish it easily. Even if the patriarch did not seek reconciliation, he would find a way to reclaim his stake in the Lu family. He agreed to the patriarch's terms. Regarding the child, he believed that once he held power, the decision would ultimately rest with him. Arriving at the banquet, the attendants welcomed them at the entrance. They first approached the patriarch, who, at 60 years of age, appeared much older due to a serious illness he had endured in his youth. Fully aware of his diminishing time, he looked at his eldest son, filled with pride, and then at Tian Cheng by his side. Ultimately, he said nothing, merely gesturing for the two to proceed. As the banquet commenced, the patriarch, seated in a wheelchair and pushed by Madame Lu, welcomed everyone, expressing gratitude for their presence amidst their busy lives. His voice, amplified through the microphone, resonated throughout the hall, revealing a hint of frailty that some attendees quietly noted, exchanging knowing glances. Today, I must announce a significant matter regarding my eldest son, Lu Hanyun. With a gesture, he beckoned Lu Hanyun to step forward. Tian Cheng cast a resolute glance at Lu Hanyun as he ascended the stage. Henceforth, Lu Hanyun shall assume the role of executive president of the Lu Group, and upon my passing, he will inherit all that belongs to the Lu family. Madame Lu stood pale in the background, her nails digging deep into her palm. The patriarch's declaration incited a wave of murmurs among the audience, who exchanged whispers with those beside them. Wasn't this young master expelled from the Lu family just a year ago? How could he suddenly return to take charge of the Lu enterprise? It was not as if that illegitimate son had proven himself. Over the past year, he had botched numerous projects. Not even the patriarch, let alone myself, could permit such a person to oversee the Lu family. However, isn't young master Lu known for his affection for men? What of it? An inclination towards men does not preclude the possibility of marriage. Who can predict what the future holds? Tian Cheng cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, deftly flicking his finger beneath his sleeve, causing a champagne tower to crash upon the individual. The commotion here failed to attract much attention, as many were preoccupied with ingratiating themselves to Lu Hanyun, the future sovereign of the Lu family. Bored, Tian Cheng wandered alone to a secluded garden. Upon reaching a quiet corner, he overheard two individuals conversing in hushed tones. "Mother, what shall we do? Father has bequeathed the entire Lu family to him, leaving me with nothing. Son, since that old fool has acted so ruthlessly, we need not hold back either." "Mother, what do you mean by that? If I weren't still harboring some feelings for him, I would have acted long ago. Now, he clings to memories of his late wife." Madame Lu seethed. Lately, he has been obsessively gazing at his late wife's photograph, spending entire days in his study. I have also discovered that he transferred half of his late wife's assets to Lu Hanyun. This man is despicable. He cheated while alive and now feels guilt and death. He even blames me for his wrongdoings. Since he has shown no compassion, he should not expect mercy in return. And that Tian Cheng, I shall ensure he meets a dreadful end. Reminiscing about the torment he had endured that day, Lu Xian longed to flay Tian Cheng alive. Upon awakening, he shattered the video recorder. Those three individuals, knowing they had stirred trouble, fled immediately. He dared not disclose what had transpired to anyone, nor could he seek medical attention, opting instead to purchase some medicine and conceal himself as he recuperated for half a month. Now, all he desired was to eliminate Tian Cheng. Having overheard enough, Tian Cheng was disinclined to listen further. Such malevolent villainy was tiresome. "Host, this is the protagonist. I maintain that he is the villain. My benevolent and beautiful wife is the one deserving of the protagonist's role." Unbeknownst to the two, a vine stealthily crept towards the back of Lu Xian's head, curling a few times before swiftly retracting. Lu Xian, sensing something, glanced up, feeling inexplicably as though he had lost something of great significance. "What have you done? Why has Lu Xian's protagonist aura vanished?" Tian Cheng shrugged nonchalantly. "I have stripped it away." On the small black sphere of the system, two white dots, representing eyes, rapidly enlarged, momentarily overwhelmed by an inability to control their voice. "Was it really that simple to have it removed?" Tian Cheng exclaimed, rubbing his ears in disbelief. "It was anything but simple. I negotiated with the consciousness of the realm for over a year before it agreed to my request. I even promised to find a new child of the realm. You can still contact the realm's consciousness." The system, rendered speechless by shock, collapsed onto the ground, flattening itself like a pancake. However, Tian Cheng paid no further heed to the system. His thoughts were elsewhere. He yearned for his beloved, and it was time to seek her out. After the banquet concluded, the two returned home together. Following their evening rituals, Lu Hanyun nestled in Tian Cheng's embrace, watching him play video games. "My parents engaged in a marriage of convenience," Lu Hanyun suddenly voiced. Tian Cheng merely acknowledged her with a sound, understanding that Lu Hanyun required nothing more than a listener at that moment. From my earliest memories, they were perpetually occupied, immersed in business discussions, attending social events, and entangled in myriad affairs. Tian Cheng set the controller down, tightening his hold on Lu Hanyun. "As a child, I wish they could spend more time with me. Yet, all I received was the admonition to seek the nanny if I needed anything, as they were too busy. It wasn't until I fell ill with a high fever that they devoted an entire day to my side. I realized that my sickness could garner their attention, prompting me to feign illness in hopes of their company. However, when they discovered my ruse, my mother was furious. It was the first time I witnessed her anger. She labeled me a nuisance, claiming my troubles cost them dearly in lost time and money. From that moment on, I ceased to reach out to them. Eventually, I became what they called an exemplary and independent successor, praised to others, yet I found no joy in their accolades. Tian Cheng, please don't leave me. I truly need you." Tian Cheng remained silent, producing a velvet box. Upon opening it, he revealed a pair of men's rings. He withdrew one and asked, "My love, will you marry me?" At that moment, Lu Hanyun's emotions were beyond articulation. Trembling yet resolute, she extended her hand. I will. Tian Cheng slid the ring onto her ring finger, then took the other ring, placing it in the palm of her hand. Put on for me. They exchanged rings. And Lu Hanyun turned, leaping into Tian Cheng's embrace, burying her face against his chest. A muffled confession escaped her lips. I love you. The words reverberated within his chest, resonating with his heartbeat. I love you too. As those words fell from his lips, Tian Cheng felt the constraints upon him suddenly loosen and vanish. He lifted the weeping figure in his arms and carried her into the bedroom. Who exactly are you? As Lu Hanyun took over the responsibilities of the Lu family, her workload intensified, while Tian Cheng resumed his role as her driver and secretary. He drove, while Lu Hanyun dozed in the passenger seat. Suddenly, a van careened out from a crossroad, hurtling directly toward them. Tian Cheng swerved sharply, simultaneously pulling the handbrake. The vehicle skidded across the pavement, tires emitting a sharp, acrid smell. Lu Hanyun jolted awake, witnessing the van lose control, crashing onto the sidewalk. Someone's dead. As bystanders hurriedly took cover, Tian Cheng and Lu Hanyun exchanged a brief glance before swiftly exiting their vehicle. The onlookers had already pulled out their phones to call the authorities. Approaching the scene, Tian Cheng discovered that the driver of the van had collapsed in his seat, a strong odor of alcohol wafting through the air. On the sidewalk lay a figure, grotesquely disfigured from the impact. The police arrived promptly, and Tian Cheng and Lu Hanyun were taken to the station to provide statements. Ultimately, it was determined that the van driver was driving under the influence and bore full responsibility. To Lu Hanyun's astonishment, the victim turned out to be Lu Xian. When Madame Lu arrived to claim the body, she appeared eerily composed, as if the deceased were not her own flesh and blood. Lu Hanyun, unfamiliar with her stepmother and disinclined to engage in pleasantries, assisted in arranging for Lu Xian's remains, and then returned home. The two arrived in the evening, grappling with the shocking reality that Lu Xian had met his end in such a manner. He had reaped what he had sown. Lu Hanyun regarded Tian Cheng with curiosity, questioning if there were hidden truths yet to be unveiled. A malicious smirk graced Tian Cheng's lips. Would you like to know? Beg me. At this point, Lu Hanyun could calmly confront Tian Cheng's teasing. Dear husband, do enlighten me. He exaggerated the pitch of his voice, making it sound sharp and high, the final word twisting dramatically. Tian Cheng shivered at the uncomfortable tenor of his own voice, conceding, I was wrong, my dear. I shall tell you. Chapter 13. The young master cast out, and Lu Hanyun scoffed softly, thinking to himself that he would find a way to deal with Tian Cheng. In truth, the driver had been hired by Lu Xian with the intent to take their lives, but unexpectedly, he met his own demise. Before Tian Cheng could finish, Lu Hanyun interjected. I did not foresee him suffering the consequences of his own actions. Indeed, Lu Hanyun chose not to elaborate further. It was merely a case of evil begetting evil. The system within the space side, who would have thought the protagonist, stripped of his halo, would perish in such a manner? Just as they were about to retire for the night, Lu Hanyun's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he recognized it as the estate's butler. Young master, you must return at once. Something has happened to the master. The butler briefly recounted the situation over the phone. After learning of her son's tragic fate, Madame Lu had shown no outward reaction at the police station. However, upon returning to the villa, she found the head of the Lu family reminiscing over a photograph of his late wife, which drove her to a state of emotional collapse. She erupted into a furious demand for Lu Hanyun to join her in death. This confrontation was overheard by the head of the Lu family, leading to a heated argument. In the midst of their quarrel, Madame Lu inadvertently revealed that she had been slowly poisoning herself. Enraged, the head of the Lu family succumbed to his emotions and fainted, instructing his men to restrain Madame Lu before losing consciousness. By the time Lu Hanyun and Tian Cheng arrived at the hospital, a critical condition notice had already been issued. Lu Hanyun entered the hospital room alone while Tian Cheng waited in the corridor. Is it true that Lu Xian has perished just like that? The female lead has yet to make her entrance. Is there even a female lead in this realm? Tian Cheng idly conversed with the system in his mind. Who was the female lead? The system promptly relayed information regarding her character. Yet another melodramatic tragedy. How tiresome. Tian Cheng cast a fleeting glance at the unfolding drama before dismissing it entirely, his gaze wandering to the closed door of the hospital room, lost in reverie. Inside, Lu Hanyun observed the man whose life was dwindling like a spent oil lamp, and he found himself at a loss for words to describe his emotions. He had once held affection for this father, a relationship forged through a marriage of convenience with his mother, devoid of genuine sentiment. Following his birth, the couple had immersed themselves in their respective enterprises, leaving little room for familial bonds. In his youth, he yearned for their attention, to the point of inflicting harm upon himself, but after being chastised by his mother for being a burden, he ceased his attempts to garner their notice. Instead, he dedicated himself to his studies, molding himself into the exemplary heir they desired. The grief he felt upon his mother's passing was palpable, yet he was taken aback by how swiftly his father, who had cultivated an image of a devoted husband, welcomed his illegitimate son and mistress into their home. It left him with a profound sense of disillusionment regarding his family. When Lu Xian confided in their father about his entanglement with Tian Cheng, a wave of relief washed over him. He finally sensed a chance to escape this suffocating household. Now, as he gazed upon the frail figure lying in bed, he felt an unexpected tranquility enveloping his heart. Lu Fu stirred awake, struggling to extend his hand towards Lu Hanyun. Upon seeing the withered appendage, he grasped it, despite his reservations. "I'm sorry." The voice was faint but clear enough for Lu Hanyun to comprehend. But what was he apologizing for? His mother, or perhaps for himself? He found no desire to seek answers. After a couple of hours, Lu Hanyun emerged from the room as alarms from the monitor blared, prompting doctors and nurses to rush inside. It seemed he was oblivious to the commotion, walking purposefully towards Tian Cheng. The funeral for the head of the Lu family was conducted with great solemnity, granting him a semblance of dignity in his final moments. Lu Fu's wife was incarcerated for her deliberate act of poisoning, leaving the entire Lu family under Lu Hanyun's dominion. Lu Hanyun gifted the gaming company to Tian Cheng, ensuring financial backing, thereby alleviating any concerns over monetary issues. This month, the company faced a downturn, resulting in a profit of merely 80 million. He decided against giving all the funds to Tian Cheng, fearing it might inflate his ego, thus settling on 70 million, which should suffice, while reserving 10 million for his personal savings. With Tian Cheng's birthday approaching, he recalled that he had shown interest in a particular vehicle. He resolved to purchase two for alternating use and one to be kept in the garage as a display piece. However, the garage seemed a trifle cramped. Perhaps it was time to invest in a new villa. 5 years later, Lu Hanyun firmly occupied the position of chairman of the Lu Group, elevating the company to unprecedented heights and earning the title of the youngest billionaire in the world. That same year, he proposed to Tian Cheng, and they traveled abroad to formalize their union, embarking on their honeymoon overseas. 3 years prior, Tian Cheng had acquired 2 floors of a building, welcoming his parents and 5 sisters to live with him, thereby introducing them to the existence of Lu Hanyun. "My affection for men is innate and unchangeable. Regardless of your acceptance, I shall remain with him," he declared. Several of his sisters had sacrificed their education for his sake, but now that he had the means, he offered to facilitate their return to studies, or provide them with employment should they choose not to pursue academics. Many of his sisters were already married with children, and this time, their families were also brought into the fold. They all chose to work in order to support their only brother's education. They left school early to take up jobs, whether voluntarily or under parental pressure. The reality remains. To claim they harbored no resentment would be a falsehood. However, their brother now not only purchased a home for them in the capital, but also arranged jobs for them. He even resolved the issues regarding their children's education and employment. This can certainly be seen as a return on investment. As for the brother's admission of his affection for men, so what? He is not their son, and they have no reason to interfere. Moreover, it seems that he is supported by his boyfriend. They can clearly discern who the true benefactor is. They have come to terms with it, yet their parents are unable to accept this situation. Observing Tian Cheng's unwavering attachment to his boyfriend, they dare not confront him, fearing it might drive their only son away. In the end, they merely sighed, saying, "Let's think about it." Tian Cheng silently translated this in his mind to, "We will persuade ourselves." The couple had been together for a lifetime without ever having a quarrel. Throughout their lives, they tested one another, yet never hesitated to express their love. Their existence was simple, yet each day felt like being in the throes of romance. The 80-year-old Lu Hanyun and Tian Cheng basked in the sunlight on a lounge chair in the backyard. Tian Cheng, thank you. For what? Thank you for staying. Tian Cheng slowly sat up, gazing at Lu Hanyun, who had his eyes closed. Do you remember? Lu Hanyun remained silent, not answering Tian Cheng's question. Are you unwilling to share your identity with me? Lu Hanyun opened his eyes, looking at the man he had loved for a lifetime, and slowly shook his head. Tian Cheng ceased his inquiries, silently nodding. I am willing to wait. We will meet again, won't we? He spoke with certainty. We certainly will. After saying this, Lu Hanyun closed his eyes once more, this time not to reopen them. Little Black, let us depart. All right. Moments ago, the system had sensed the tension between the two and had retreated into its space, remaining silent. Now, as Tian Cheng initiated contact, it obediently led Tian Cheng's spirit away. Before leaving, Tian Cheng cast aside the protagonist's halo, which landed upon a man's head. The system observed and noted that it was the son of the original female lead. The female lead had left the male lead, achieving success in both career and love. In her narrative, she was the sole leading lady. Chapter 14. The internet celebrity scolded away upon opening his eyes again. Tian Cheng found himself seated behind a deep brown desk. Opposite him stood a man clad in a gray suit, holding a folder, who was reporting on work matters with a steady pace. Mr. Tian, this is the report for this month. Tian Cheng discreetly surveyed his surroundings. The office was spacious and bright, with only an oversized desk and no excessive decorations or furniture. He clenched his fist subtly, feeling the vibrant vitality of his youthful body, and nodded in satisfaction. In his previous life, considering his physical condition, he had only shared a bed with Lu Hanyun for peaceful slumber after turning 50, which led Lu Hanyun to believe that Tian Cheng no longer loved him, resulting in a significant outburst. The secretary observed his boss wearing a look of delight, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. His tone while reporting became noticeably lighter, suggesting that perhaps he was now more of a boss than ever before. It seemed he could no longer live off his wife's soft support in this lifetime. With others present, he found it inappropriate to access any memories and chose instead to listen quietly. Although Tian Cheng was utterly oblivious, he had a knack for feigning seriousness. He wore a grave expression, occasionally furrowing his brow and then nodding in acknowledgement. This left the secretary's heart racing, as the previously relaxed tone of his voice now trembled slightly. Nevertheless, due to his exceptional professional capabilities, the progress of the report remained unaffected. Once the secretary finished speaking, Tian Cheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Place the documents here, and you may leave." The secretary nodded respectfully, setting down the files and departing quietly. After closing the door, he exhaled deeply and patted his chest, contemplating how increasingly inscrutable his boss had become. Once the secretary exited, Tian Cheng called out in his mind to 745. Little Black, present me with the plot. 745 lounged lazily atop a mountain of chips, reluctant to move. This was the empire that Tian Cheng had amassed in the previous world. This dimension primarily narrates the tale of a hapless man who binds with a wealthy system, alters his fate, and encounters numerous elite gentlemen. The protagonist, who had achieved nothing, lamented his misfortune while residing in a rented room. Just as he fantasized about being the hero of a novel, an entity claiming to be the wealthy cashback system approached him. It promised that as long as he spent money on individuals with a beauty score of 9 or above, he would receive cashback from the system. With the assistance of this system, he transformed his appearance and masqueraded as a noble scion from a hidden family, entangling himself with several streamers and even connecting with the nation's top aristocrats. He achieved success in both career and love, embodying the classic tale of an underdog's triumph. With this in mind, Tian Cheng raised an eyebrow and set out to find a wife. She had assured him they would meet again, indicating that she must also exist in this world. Indeed, it wasn't long before he stumbled upon a familiar name, Pei Hanyan. However, as Tian Cheng delved deeper, his frown deepened. Like many tales of the wealthy, the protagonist's initial method of expenditure was to shower gifts in a live streaming room. The first streamer he identified, boasting an appearance score of 9 or above, was Pei Han Yun, whose ID was listening to the Cloud's return, a singing streamer. The protagonist entered with a novice account and promptly requested a song in the chat. Pei Han Yun, engrossed in her performance, did not notice and thus did not respond. Her fans, however, informed him that to make a song request, one must first give a pair of sunglasses as a gift. The protagonist, suddenly flush with wealth, scoffed at the notion of such a trivial gift and instead commented in the chat that if she sang well, he would reward her with a grand celebration. Just as Pei Han Yun finished a song, she glanced at the comments and, without hesitation, declined his request. A pair of sunglasses was the established rule for song requests. If she were to sing simply because of one person's comment, others might follow suit. This would not only disrupt the atmosphere of the live stream, but would also be unfair to those who had previously donated for song requests. Meanwhile, the chat echoed sentiments against allowing the protagonist to exploit the situation, questioning how anyone could believe he would reward her with a grand celebration if he couldn't even part with a pair of sunglasses. This infuriated the male protagonist. For from his perspective, being a novice player meant not only being overlooked by this small streamer, but also subjected to humiliation by his fans. Unable to contain his anger, he stormed into other live streaming rooms and extravagantly spent 50,000, subtly implying that he had been wronged by Ting Yungue. Indeed, several streamers, eager to curry favor with him, deliberately challenged Ting Yungue in competitive duels, with the losers facing humiliating penalties. Additionally, some individuals, drawn by the protagonist's lavish spending, became his fans. Upon discovering that the esteemed Money Emperor had been blocked by a mere streamer, they flocked to Pei Han Yun's live stream to mock and deride him. Within a few days, Pei Han Yun could no longer endure the hostility and announced his withdrawal from the online world. To the protagonist, Pei Han Yun was merely a scapegoat who suffered humiliation on his journey to prominence. Meanwhile, Tian Cheng occupied the position of a current director within the Tian Corporation. He and Pei Han Yun had grown up together in an orphanage. At the age of 10, they were adopted by the Tian family and brought to Haishur. When they parted, they vowed to keep in touch. However, fate intervened. Shortly after Tian Cheng's departure, the orphanage faced imminent closure due to financial difficulties, scattering the remaining orphans to various locations. Pei Han Yun among them. Thus, they lost contact. Pei Han Yun was unaware of Tian Cheng's exact whereabouts, only knowing that he had gone to Haishur with his adoptive parents. Driven by the desire to reunite, he studied diligently and gained admission to a school in Haishur. However, Tian Cheng was adopted by a wealthy family, which typically maintained strict confidentiality regarding private matters. Consequently, Pei Han Yun was unable to uncover any information about him. Due to the high cost of living in Haishur, Pei Han Yun took on numerous part-time jobs in his free time. To facilitate his work and avoid disturbing his roommates, he rented a place of his own. By chance, he stumbled into the world of live streaming, where he managed to earn a bit of money. Little did he expect to encounter such unreasonable individuals, leading to his reluctant decision to withdraw from the online realm. After his departure, some people even traced him offline, having discovered his address and lying in wait outside his door. Pei Han Yun attempted to report this to the police, but due to the lack of tangible harm, the authorities merely offered a reprimand. With no other options, he was compelled to return to his school. Unfortunately, someone published a slanderous post about him on the campus forum, causing those around him to regard him with suspicion. Pei Han Yun, already suffering from mild depression, found his condition worsening and, a year later, chose to end his life by jumping from a building. After his adoption, Tian Cheng was groomed as an heir, burdened with numerous responsibilities and devoid of any leisure time. By the time he was capable of searching for Pei Han Yun, he found himself at a loss as to his whereabouts. Just when he sought to find Pei Han Yun, his adoptive parents tragically passed away, with relatives coveting the family fortune and company executives vying for a share of the business. Tian Cheng had no choice but to focus all his energy on navigating the treacherous waters of inheritance and corporate control. Once he had ousted the unsavory relatives and firmly established his dominance over the Tian Corporation, he received the devastating news of Pei Hanyun's demise. Enraged by the truth, Tian Cheng unleashed a wave of vengeance upon the male protagonist, employing his position as a corporate leader to thwart him at every turn. Yet the male protagonist, aided by a system, has thwarted Tian Cheng's attempts at eliminating him. As the story progresses, the male lead infiltrates the wealthy elite, garnering the support of several prominent families, and his worth rises accordingly. The antagonist, who stands against him, ultimately faces bankruptcy and destitution, ending up on streets. After finishing the tale, Tian Cheng furrows his brow. A system for divine wealth? Chapter 15. The little internet celebrity scorned and acquitting, too. Indeed, the system department possesses such a golden finger-like system. Due to a shortage of personnel in the divine realm, some systems venture into lesser worlds in search of hosts, enlisting the aid of the indigenous inhabitants to accomplish tasks. However, these systems invariably bind themselves to individuals of virtue. Typically, such individuals are destined to live prosperous and peaceful lives. Yet unforeseen circumstances may divert them from their intended paths, leading to untimely deaths. This constitutes a significant error necessitating intervention from the divine realm to restore order. Hence the existence of these golden finger systems. The system binds to the souls of the deceased virtuous individuals, allowing for their resurrection and the attainment of desired lives. Simultaneously, they assist the system in completing tasks, thereby alleviating the personnel shortage in the divine realm. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, should an individual excel in their tasks. They may even ascend directly to the divine realm. However, the male protagonist in this dimension has not perished, and his actions suggest he does not embody the essence of virtue. Regardless of their demeanor, individuals of virtue possess an intrinsic kindness. Yet this male lead, Tian Cheng, feels warrants no further discussion. Tian Cheng extends his consciousness, attempting to connect with the consciousness of this world, only to discover that it seems to be in a deep slumber. Utterly unresponsive, his instinct warns him that something is amiss in this world. 745. Return to the system headquarters and investigate the nature of this divine wealth system. The little black sphere of the system adopts a serious expression. Yes, Commander, I shall ensure the task is completed. With that, it transforms into a streak of light, vanishing into the system's space. The narrative currently unfolds with Pei Hanyun being forced to retreat from the internet due to harassment, preparing to move back to school. Contemplating this, Tian Cheng drives directly to Pei Hanyun's rental apartment. Arriving at a narrow alley, he is met with a scene of decay. The car cannot enter, so he disembarks and walks inward. The flickering streetlight at the alley's entrance casts a dim yellow hue upon the peeling walls of the tightly clustered residential buildings. After navigating a labyrinth of turns, he finally locates Pei Hanyun's residence. Tian Cheng frowns, his gaze sharpening as he observes three individuals huddled together, acting suspiciously. He stealthily approaches, eavesdropping on their conversation. A bald man whispers instructions to his companions. I'll knock on the door. Once it opens, you all rush in and take pictures. Beside him, a thin man resembling a scarecrow grins lewdly. Don't worry, brother, this isn't our first time doing such things. We're quite experienced. Though this individual may be a mere internet celebrity, he has recently gained considerable attention online. In due course, we shall compose a narrative entitled The Small Internet Celebrity's Failed Seduction of the Big Brother, leading to his downfall. Tian Cheng, increasingly agitated, abruptly interrupted the conversation among the trio. The bald man, noticing Tian Cheng's sudden appearance, rose to his feet with a watchful demeanor, and the other two followed suit. Their expressions hostile as they regarded Tian Cheng. Tian Cheng cast a cold gaze over the three, his frosty demeanor sending shivers down their spines. Ultimately, it was the bald man who stepped forward, speaking with a menacing tone. Hey, what are you up to? I was about to inquire about your business here. Young man, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs, or else. As Tian Cheng rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the trio, his anger surged at the thought of them harassing his wife and spreading rumors about her. Before he could make a move, the silent man among them tapped the bald man's arm and whispered a few words in his ear. After their exchange, Both men shifted their attention to the exquisite watch adorning Tian Cheng's wrist. The bald man cleared his throat, stating, "Well, young man, we are magnanimous this time and shall let you off the hook. Just remember to steer clear of us next time." Without waiting for a response from Tian Cheng, the trio departed hastily, as if fearing he might pursue them. Tian Cheng narrowed his eyes, releasing 3 leaves that soared into the bodies of the 3 men. While these leaves would not prove fatal, they would certainly bring misfortune for the next fortnight. Should fate prove unkind and lead them to an untimely demise, it would be of no concern to him. They had brought it upon themselves. Once the trio had vanished from sight, Tian Cheng approached the door to knock. Inside, Pei Hanyun was cowering behind the door, startled by the sound. A month prior, for reasons unknown, a number of streamers have been inexplicably connecting with him for PK challenges. Initially, he paid little heed to it, but he consistently found himself on the losing end, resulting in the imposition of arduous penalties by the victors. Pei Hanyun, unaware of the underlying motives, ceased participating in these challenges. Yet, the farce did not end there. Each time he commenced a broadcast, a group of individuals would infiltrate, hurling sarcastic barbs and accusing him of offending some big brother. Confounded by their remarks and ignorant of the identity of this so-called big brother, Pei Hanyun's streaming space became chaotic, leading to frequent bans that hampered his broadcasts. The revenue from streaming significantly alleviated Pei Hanyun's burdens, and he had garnered a devoted fanbase online, prompting him to resist relinquishing his streaming endeavors unless absolutely necessary. However, to resolve this predicament, he first needed to discern the root of the issue. Eventually, a fan revealed to him that this entire ordeal was orchestrated by an individual known for frivolous spending, who bore a grudge against Pei Hanyun for having embarrassed him during a live session and subsequently incited others to cause him trouble. After much contemplation, Pei Hanyun finally recalled the identity of this individual. He found a situation laughable and felt compelled to confront him. Pei Hanyun located the account of the spendthrift and sent a private message, but after waiting an extended period with no response, he decided to follow several other streamers known to have been visited by the spendthrift. Ultimately, he managed to catch a glimpse of the individual in a live stream. As soon as he sent a message, he was blacklisted and unceremoniously expelled from the live broadcast room by the moderator. With no means of communication, Pei Hanyun was compelled to release a video statement. However, the comment section remained inundated with vitriol and slander. Even the supportive remarks from his fans were drowned out. Reluctantly, Pei Hanyun found himself forced to abandon live streaming altogether. After posting an announcement in his fan group to inform them of his departure from the platform, he never logged into that account again. To his dismay, those individuals continued their relentless pursuit. Some, through unknown means, managed to uncover his personal information. Not only did they disrupt his part-time job, but they also tracked down his rented accommodation. Seeking an inexpensive option, Pei Hanyun had chosen a place with poor security, allowing anyone to enter at will. Consequently, he faced incessant harassment over the past few days. Today, he had resolved to return to school, with his belongings already packed. However, upon stepping out, he discovered 3 men squatting outside his door. Pei Hanyun understood that they were undoubtedly there to cause him trouble. Alone and fearful of confrontation, he chose to hide behind the door, reasoning that they would leave if he remained silent. When he heard knocking, he dared not make a sound, pretending that no one was home. Chapter 16. The Internet Celebrity Driven Away by Scorn. 3. Yet the knocking persisted, as if they would not relent until he emerged. He curled up, clutching his legs and burying his head tightly between his knees, feigning ignorance to the commotion. After a prolonged silence, Tian Cheng, growing anxious, recalled that Pei Hanyun appeared to suffer from mild depression in the original storyline. Fearing for his safety, he called out, "Lil Yin, it's me, Xiao Chengzi. Do you remember me? Please open the door." Upon hearing the familiar name, Pei Hanyun lifted his head, attempting to stand, but his legs, cramped from the prolonged position, felt numb, nearly causing him to stumble. Leaning against the wall for support, he gradually rose to his feet. After a brief pause to compose himself, he cautiously opened the door just a crack, revealing only one eye to scrutinize the visitors outside. Upon seeing the door ajar, Tian Cheng remained calm, wearing a benign smile. Pei Hanyun gazed at the face that bore a striking resemblance to his memories, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. It was as though he had found a safe haven after a long period of solitude, and he could no longer suppress the grievances that had built up inside him. Suddenly, he flung the door wide open, his voice trembling, "Shout, Chengzi, why did it take you so long to come?" With that, tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Tian Cheng stepped forward, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "I'm sorry for being late. It's all right now. No one will bully you anymore. I will protect you. Little Yun." They settled onto the sofa, Pei Hanyun wiping his tears and feeling a tinge of embarrassment for his emotional outburst. "Would you like some water?" "I can get you some," he offered. Tian Cheng, with a smile in his eyes, replied, "No need to trouble yourself. I'm not thirsty." "Then how about an apple?" "I'll wash it for you," Pei Hanyun suggested. Tian Cheng gently grasped Pei Hanyun's arm as he attempted to rise. "No need for that, dear little Yun." He nearly slipped and called him wife. It seemed that his partner had yet to regain his memories, and uttering such a term might startle him. With a gentle tug, he pulled Pei Hanyun back into his embrace. Pei Hanyun, awkwardly pushed back onto the sofa, felt a tinge of embarrassment. The two sat in silence. After all, they had not seen each other for over a decade. The memories of their childhood in the orphanage were far from pleasant, leaving him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Tian Cheng was captivated by the exquisite beauty of his beloved in this lifetime. The youth's appearance was strikingly different from the previous world. His fair skin radiated a delicate blush, and a small brown mole rested beneath his long, thick eyelashes. Dressed simply in a white shirt, the top two buttons were left undone, revealing the elegant contours of his collarbone. His slender frame was characteristic of youth, with delicate shoulders and wrists that appeared fragile enough to break with a mere touch. Tian Cheng couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. He was too thin. No matter, he had come to care for him now, and he was determined to nurture Pei Hanyun into a healthy, plump young man. "Brother Xiaoyan, why not move in with me? Let me take care of you from now on." Upon hearing Tian Cheng's words, Pei Hanyun lowered his head further. Thoughts of the cruel taunts he had seen online flooded his mind. People who despised the poor and looked down upon others, along with an abundance of unspeakable remarks. What would Tian Cheng think if he knew? Would he trust Pei Hanyun or those malicious voices? He wanted to refuse, but before he could voice his thoughts, Tian Cheng continued, "Brother, I miss you so much. I've always wanted to find you. Would you live with me? I never want to be apart from you again." He grasped both of Pei Hanyun's hands, enveloping them in his own, his gaze burning with intensity. Pei Hanyun felt his cheeks flush under that fervent stare, attempting to withdraw his hands, but Tian Cheng's grip, though not forceful, was insistent, preventing his escape. After several futile attempts to pull away, Pei Hanyun resigned himself to being held. "Brother, my adoptive parents have passed away. When they left this world, I was utterly alone, isolated, and helpless. My relatives sought to oust me from my parents' estate, and many at the company plotted against me, trying to seize my parents' legacy. I'm so weary now, living alone in a desolate house, terrified every night." Tian Cheng spoke of his plight with a sense of grievance, conveniently omitting the details of how he had driven his relatives to rural obscurity to raise pigs and exiled those at the company to foreign lands for menial labor. Hearing Tian Cheng's story ignited a surge of anger within Pei Hanyun. He silently cursed those who had tormented him. Even during his own experiences of online harassment and offline disturbances, he had never felt such rage. Ultimately, Pei Hanyun acquiesced to Tian Cheng's request. He had already planned to return to the dormitory today, having packed his belongings, thus saving him the time of gathering his things once more. With one hand grasping the suitcase and the other holding Pei Hanyun's, Tian Cheng happily led the way home. As Pei Hanyun sat in the car, his fingers intertwined unconsciously. The scenery outside the window changed rapidly. The narrow alley, once crowded with dilapidated buildings, faded into the distance. He was unaware of Tian Cheng's adoptive parents' financial background. His journey to Haishur had been solely to reconnect with Tian Cheng, never intending to impose upon him. He merely wished to ascertain Tian Cheng's well-being. If he was thriving, he would not intrude. If it does not turn out well, he will strive to ensure that Tian Cheng lives comfortably. Over the years, he has managed to save a modest sum, sufficient to purchase a small house for Tian Cheng. Had it not been for the incident with the live stream, he could have exerted himself further to provide Tian Cheng with a car, which would also facilitate his future marriage pursuits. However, upon seeing the car that Tian Cheng drives, Pei Hanyun hesitated. Although he was not well versed in automobiles, he could discern that this vehicle was not something an ordinary family could afford. Considering his current predicament, anxiety gripped him further. He felt as though he had become a burden. As the car came to a halt and Tian Cheng unbuckled his seatbelt, Pei Hanyun remained rigid in his posture. Mimicking Tian Cheng, he clumsily opened the car door. Watching the person ahead carrying his suitcase, a sudden tightness formed in his throat. As Pei Hanyun ascended the stone steps, each stride felt as if he were treading on cotton. The crystal chandelier in the living room dazzled him, rendering it difficult to keep his eyes open. The paintings adorning the walls and the carpet beneath his feet both underscored the opulence of the residence. He glanced down at his faded garments, suddenly hesitant to step forward, fearing he might tarnish this immaculate abode. Tian Cheng sensed Pei Hanyun's discomfort, taking his hand and leading him inside. Xiao Yunge, do you remember our childhood days in the orphanage? Tian Cheng guided Pei Hanyun to the sofa. Hearing this, Pei Hanyun looked up in confusion, unsure why Tian Cheng brought up such memories. During our time in the orphanage, I was often bullied. The other children would snatch my food, leaving me hungry. You shared your meals with me, and when I hesitated, you told me that what was yours was mine. Xiao Yunge, I now return that sentiment to you. What is mine is yours. Tian Cheng's gaze was sincere, imbued with emotions that seemed to ignite Pei Hanyun, making him shy away from direct eye contact. Where is my room? I need to put my luggage down. Pei Hanyun fumbled for an excuse to escape, the remnants of his earlier insecurities forgotten. I'll show you, Tian Cheng replied, leading Pei Hanyun into his room. This space had been prepared for Pei Hanyun when Tian Cheng sought him out, conveniently located next door. Upon entering, Pei Hanyun surveyed the room, which was larger than his rented accommodation. There was even a walk-in closet filled with clothes. Seeing the array of brand-new garments, Pei Hanyun turned to Tian Cheng. These are what I had prepared for you. Do you like them? If not, we can go shopping for new ones tomorrow and have them delivered. He instinctively wanted to decline the clothes, asserting that a bed was all he needed. However, recalling Tian Cheng's earlier words, he swallowed his initial response. No, these are quite sufficient. Then you should rest. I will step out for a moment. My room is next door. Feel free to come to me if you need anything. All right, I understand. Tian Cheng turned to leave, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Pei Hanyun took a deep breath and flopped onto the soft bed, his body bouncing twice before sinking into its embrace. The events of the day had caught him completely off guard, and he finally found a moment to gather his thoughts. He had initially believed he would bid farewell to the streaming industry, return to school, and resume a life of studying while working part-time to save money. To his astonishment, the person he had longed to find appeared right before his eyes. The suddenness of it all rendered him momentarily speechless, allowing Tian Cheng to lead him home. He had been reluctant to agree, fearing he might burden Tian Cheng, but the simple plea of "I need you" dispelled all his reservations. Little Orange had grown up, becoming a man capable of standing on his own. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of partner awaited him in the future. This thought inexplicably weighed on Pei Hanyun's heart, which he attributed to the overwhelming fatigue from recent events. Meanwhile, in another room, Tian Cheng was conversing with the returning 745. Are you implying that this system is not legitimate? Indeed, the headquarters indicated that this system is a defector, roaming through the small worlds and secretly siphoning their fortunes. It has already caused 2 small worlds to develop cracks. The system, nestled among a pile of chips, munched away while conversing with Tian Cheng. The headquarters mentioned they are currently understaffed and have been unable to deal with it. Since we've encountered it, let us take care of it ourselves. Tian Cheng fiddled with a trinket and casually remarked, all right, I'll go eliminate the male lead, and you can devour that system then. No. The headquarters warned that this system is quite cunning. Directly killing the male lead might allow it to escape. Then what do you suggest? Tian Cheng crossed his arms against the headboard, suddenly struck by an idea. Wait, if I recall correctly, doesn't the system require the headquarters to grant permission to traverse dimensions? How could a defector possess such authority? That is precisely how we'll ensnare it. The system's expression shifted to one of cunning, its childish voice taking on an eerie tone. Our system must request permission from the headquarters each time we traverse dimensions, which opens a dedicated passage. However, that system has no such option. It can only rely on accumulating energy to break through dimensional barriers and enter another small world. This is why the headquarters seeks to eradicate defector systems. They not only siphon fortunes, but also damage dimensional barriers, severely impacting the development of small worlds. Therefore, if we can devise a way to exhaust its energy, rendering it unable to escape, capturing it will be much simpler. Understood, the system exclaimed with excitement. So you've agreed? Hooray! It rolled joyfully around in its space. The headquarters promised that the captured system would be handled by him, and if he devoured it, his points would multiply, bringing him closer to reshaping his physical form. Since he could not deal with the male lead directly as he did in the previous world, Tian Cheng was more than willing to entertain the game. However, the most pressing matter at hand remained Pei Hanyan. The Tian Group boasts the largest entertainment company in the city, with a public relations team renowned for their exceptional capabilities. Tian Cheng has directly tasked them with handling this matter. As for those who have previously harassed Pei Hanyan offline, none shall escape. They will all be pursued legally by the Tian Group's legal department. He picked up his phone and called Secretary Number 1 to relay these instructions. Subsequently, he contacted another Secretary Number 2, instructing him to establish a live-streaming guild. The system bound to the male protagonist is a lavish wealth system. However, the funds it generates are not created from thin air, but are derived from unclaimed finances extracted through energy expenditure. Not all money within a nation is meticulously recorded. For instance, certain gray market transactions and personal losses go unaccounted for. The lavish wealth system facilitates the transfer of these funds into a special card for the protagonist's indulgence, while any cashback rewards are directly credited to his card. The energy required for this financial mobilization is considerable. Yet, as long as the protagonist maintains a close connection with the fortunate individuals, the system can absorb their fortune through him and convert it into its own energy. The higher the intimacy level, the more fortune it can absorb. Once complete conquest is achieved, that individual's fortune can be fully assimilated. This is why the money it provides can only be spent by designated individuals. If the plan succeeds, the energy it collects far exceeds what it expends. In the later stages of the original timeline, the protagonist's conquests of fortunate individuals increased, leading to a higher accumulation of energy by the system. However, at present, the protagonist is merely gifting within the live streaming room. Tian Cheng's goal is to confine him here, preventing any external expansion. He aims to ensure that the protagonist spends money without successfully courting anyone. The secretary, already in bed and preparing to sleep, reluctantly rose to convey Tian Cheng's directives. After completing these tasks, Tian Cheng continued to attend to work for a while before resting. As he lay in bed, tossing and turning, he felt a twinge of regret for preparing a room for Pei Hanyan. Ever since sharing a bed with his wife in the previous world, he had not slept alone. Now, Tian Cheng felt an inexplicable void that kept him awake. Drowsily lying in bed until dawn, he finally rolled out, determined to win his wife over. He had no desire to sleep alone any longer. After a morning jog, he returned to find Pei Hanyan already awake, standing in the kitchen at a loss. The original persona's fragments disliked crowds, so the vast villa was only attended to daily by housekeepers, with meals prepared and delivered from the restaurant, rendering the kitchen merely decorative and devoid of any ingredients. Tian Cheng silently criticized this as rather domineering. Chapter 18. The little internet celebrity scolded and acquitting upon hearing the sound of the door opening. Pei Hanyan emerged from the kitchen. You went out? I thought you were still asleep. I wanted to make breakfast, but there's nothing in the kitchen. He gestured toward the kitchen while nervously scratching the back of his head, his eyes not daring to meet Tian Cheng's gaze. Tian Cheng approached and grasped his restless hand. No need to trouble yourself, Brother Xiaoyan. Someone will come to deliver meals shortly. Just leave your contact information, and you can request whatever you wish to eat in the future. The familiar address eased Pei Hanyan's previously tense mood, as if this person, exuding an aura of authority, was still the little orange that required his protection. The doorbell rang. signaling the arrival of the restaurant staff with their meal. After dining, Tian Cheng was set to return to work, while Pei Hanyun, now a junior, still had classes to attend. Although Tian Cheng had not yet graduated, he had assumed control of the company and, after donating 2 buildings to the school, received a promise from the institution that he need not attend classes and could simply collect his diploma upon completion. Tian Cheng first drove Pei Hanyun to school, but as he watched his wife's figure recede, an overwhelming sense of discontent washed over him. He dreaded the thought of parting from her. On his way to work, he pondered whether he should also donate 2 buildings to her school. Without hesitation, he changed lanes and headed back to Pei Hanyun's university. Meanwhile, Pei Hanyun was completely distracted during class, holding his phone, contemplating sending a message to Tian Cheng, yet hesitating to disturb him while driving. Beside him sat his dormitory leader, with Pei Hanyun ranked 3rd among them. Although Pei Hanyun did not reside in the dorm, he maintained a good rapport with his roommates. Upon noticing Pei Hanyun's phone, the leader exclaimed softly, "Wow, 3rd brother, you've struck gold. That phone costs nearly 20,000. This phone was the same model that Tian Cheng had just purchased for him during their drive. Seeing the device made Pei Hanyun's lips curl into a smile. "I found my brother. This was a gift from him." His voice brimmed with uncontainable joy. The roommates were well aware of Pei Hanyun's background and understood that his arduous work was solely to reunite with his brother, which fostered a sense of camaraderie among them. To Pei Hanyun's other side, the 4th roommate, engrossed in a game, turned to him, continuing his motions. "Congratulations, 3rd brother. You finally found your brother. He seems quite affluent. You've truly endured hardships for a sweet reward, no longer needing to juggle part-time jobs. Indeed, with your intellect, if you focused entirely on your studies, you could easily pursue graduate studies," chimed in another. Pei Hanyun dismissed their comments. His only concern was for Tian Cheng's well-being. If Tian Cheng struggled, he would support him. If he thrived, Pei Hanyun would strive to not be a burden. Graduate studies were merely a means to find Tian Cheng, and now that he had succeeded, he felt little desire to continue his university education, his thoughts consumed by Tian Cheng's current endeavors and if his work was progressing smoothly. Pei Hanyun recognized the state of mind was unusual, yet he was reluctant to change. He simply wanted Tian Cheng. Upon arriving at the school gate, Tian Cheng parked the car and sent Pei Hanyun a message. "Brother, come find me at the school gate after your class. I'll be waiting for you in the car." Pei Hanyun's phone vibrated in his hand, and he eagerly opened the message. The moment he realized it was from Tian Cheng, his previously troubled expression brightened instantly. After reading the content, he hastily gathered his belongings and slipped out through the back door, leaving his 2 roommates astonished. "Someone pinch me. I must be dreaming." The usually obedient 3rd brother is actually skipping class. Without any hesitation, Lao Si pinched Lao Da's arm, causing him to nearly shed tears from the pain. Letting out a loud yelp, he instantaneously captured the attention of everyone in the classroom. The teacher on stage glanced over and inquired, "This student, do you have a question?" Lao Da, his face flushed crimson, stammered, "And no, I'm sorry, teacher. A little bug startled me just now." The teacher waved his hand, signaling for him to sit down. Meanwhile, Lao Si leaned over the desk, laughing so hard that his shoulders shook. Infuriated, Lao Da retaliated without reservation. After all, he was a man of great reputation, a robust northeastern fellow standing at 185 meters. How could he admit to being frightened by a mere insect? "Ouch, that hurts. Do you realize how hard you pinched me?" "I'm sorry, Lao Da, I was wrong." Lao Si quickly admitted his mistake. Though if his lips and teeth curved upward so mischievously, he might have appeared more sincere. Lao Da sighed in exasperation. What else could he do but indulge the youngest in their dormitory? Their playful banter completely overshadowed the matter of Pei Hanyun skipping class. After sending a message, Tian Cheng expected to wait a long while, but to his surprise, Pei Hanyun appeared at the school gate merely 10 minutes later. Pei Hanyun surveyed his surroundings, and Tian Cheng honked the horn to draw his attention to the car. He opened the passenger door for Pei Hanyun to get in. "Why did you come out so quickly?" Pei Hanyun did not respond to Tian Cheng's question, but shifted the topic. "Did you call me out for something specific?" Tian Cheng was momentarily taken aback, his attention successfully diverted. Gazing into Pei Hanyun's eyes, filled with his presence, Tian Cheng refrained from voicing his inner thoughts. Though he could offer Pei Hanyun a better life and future, was that truly what Pei Hanyun desired? Tian Cheng hesitated, even regretting the impulsive decision to seek out Pei Hanyun. The previous world had indeed spoiled him. I just wanted to ask if you have any classes this afternoon. I would like you to accompany me for some shopping. Upon hearing Tian Cheng's words, Pei Hanyun felt a small surge of excitement. He would be able to spend time with Xiao Chengzi again, though he did not show it outwardly. I have no classes, we can go now. Great. Tian Cheng drove him directly to a large shopping mall. While he claimed to need company for his shopping, in truth, a significant portion of the items he purchased were intended for Pei Hanyun. Pei Hanyun wished he wouldn't buy anything, asserting he didn't need it. Yet, as he beheld the pairs of items, he found himself unable to voice his refusals. After a frenzied morning of shopping, the two returned home laden with bags. Pei Hanyun encouraged Tian Cheng to rest on the sofa while he industriously laid out their purchases like a diligent little bee. Water bottles, slippers, matching shirts. He separated two identical sets of bedding and tossed them into the washing machine. Once everything was completed, Pei Hanyun wiped the perspiration from his brow, hands on his hips, admiring his accomplishments. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he picked up a box and sat beside Tian Cheng. He opened it to reveal a pair of exquisite cufflinks, which he had chosen, though it was Tian Cheng who had paid for them. With his head bowed, Pei Hanyun delicately fastened them onto Tian Cheng's shirt. Tian Cheng observed the individual engrossed in fastening his cufflinks to his arm and uttered a rather jarring remark. Please send me a copy of your class schedule. Chapter 19. The Internet Celebrity Scolded and Dismissed. 6. Pei Hanyun paused in his actions, lowered his head to complete the task at hand, and only lifted his gaze to Tian Cheng once the cufflinks were in place. What do you need my schedule for? He inquired. Tian Cheng met Pei Hanyun's eyes and replied matter-of-factly, of course, it's to facilitate picking up my brother from school. Pei Hanyun turned his head aside and chuckled. I can simply inform you if I have classes. Why would you need a schedule? Tian Cheng's gaze lingered on his ear, the plump lobe appearing even more delicate under the light, suppressing the urge to nip at it and forcing himself to divert his attention. Oh, dear brother Yun, do send it to me. Pei Hanyun instinctively rubbed his ear, causing it to flush slightly. The endearing term, once familiar, now felt entirely different coming from the adult Tian Cheng compared to the childhood version. Ultimately, Pei Hanyun could not bring himself to refuse Tian Cheng and sent the schedule over. As Tian Cheng perused the document before him, his expression darkened. Indeed, he had skipped morning classes, and this afternoon was likewise fully booked. He discreetly turned off his phone, opting not to mention the matter. Brother Yun, how did you choose your current major? Is it something you truly wish to study? Pei Hanyun, feeling guilty and looking down, feared that Tian Cheng would uncover his truancy. Relieved that the inquiry did not pertain to his absences, he replied, I chose it myself. He had selected finance, with aspirations of earning substantial wealth to ensure that Tian Cheng would never have to worry about sustenance, a promise he had made in their youth. Little Tian Cheng nestled in Pei Hanyun's embrace, nibbling on a bun before passing it over for Pei Hanyun to take a bite. They shared the half bun in this manner until it was entirely consumed. Little Tian Cheng patted his still hungry belly and declared in a childlike voice, Brother Yun, I will earn a lot of money in the future, and we will have endless buns to eat, never having to go hungry again. Little Pei Hanyun nodded, yes. Brother must earn a lot of money too, to buy Tian Cheng a big house, a big car, and to help you find a wife. Little Tian Cheng shook his head. I don't want a wife. I want to be with my brother forever. Observing the grown Tian Cheng before him, Pei Hanyun felt a twinge of melancholy. Did little Orange no longer need him? Tian Cheng remained unaware of Pei Hanyun's thoughts, yet he could discern the latter's troubled demeanor. Was it dissatisfaction with his chosen major? If you don't like it, we can switch, he offered. Pei Hanyun shook his head in refusal. Even if Tian Cheng no longer needed him, he yearned to see his studies through as a means of fulfilling a childhood dream. As for the outcome, he decided to let the future determine that. When Tian Cheng brought up their childhood memories, they laughed heartily at the joyful moments, and, upon touching upon the sorrowful ones, Pei Hanyun could not contain his tears. Tian Cheng, reminiscent of the times Pei Hanyun had held him as a child, embraced him, reassuring him that the past had passed and brighter days lay ahead. After a night of heartfelt conversation, the initial unfamiliarity that had accompanied their reunion dissipated entirely. Pei Hanyun realized that the person before him was his little orange, and no matter how high his current social status or how vast the chasm between them, their relationship had remained unchanged. After an extended conversation the previous night, they had unknowingly fallen asleep on the sofa. Pei Hanyun awoke first, only to find himself nestled against Tian Cheng's embrace. The proximity allowed him to discern the delicate lashes framing Tian Cheng's deep-set eyes. He was momentarily entranced, his gaze traveling from the prominent brow to the bridge of the nose, finally resting on the lips, which were subtly tinted and distinctly outlined. It is said that those with thin lips possess a certain emotional aloofness. He wondered if Tian Cheng fit this description. As Tian Cheng's lashes fluttered, it seemed he was on the verge of waking. Pei Hanyun quickly regained his composure, stealthily extricating himself from Tian Cheng's hold and retreating in a flustered dash. Upon opening his eyes, Tian Cheng was met with a smile that radiated warmth. "You naughty orange, teasing your wife again," he quipped. Tian Cheng rolled his eyes. "What's wrong with that? My wife enjoys it too." As was customary, Tian Cheng drove Pei Hanyun to school that day. Upon arrival, he did not hasten to let Pei Hanyun exit the vehicle, but instead presented him with a bracelet. Pei Hanyun, puzzled, accepted it and inquired, "What is this?" Tian Cheng raised his left wrist, showcasing a matching bracelet. With a couple of taps on the device, it vibrated and emitted a soft glow. Pei Hanyun's bracelet mirrored the actions, vibrating and lighting up in unison. "This is our company's latest innovation, a pair of sensory bracelets. If you miss me, just tap it, and even if we are worlds apart, I will know. This way, you won't have to worry about me missing your messages when I'm busy," Tian Cheng explained. Pei Hanyun felt his cheeks flush at his words and muttered softly, "Who would miss you?" In a flurry, he opened the car door, and Tian Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at his wife's hasty retreat. "Hey boss, look at Sangha. He must be bewitched. He has been staring at his wrist and grinning like a fool all morning." Old Four nudged Old Big, gesturing for him to observe Pei Hanyun. Old Big turned his head and immediately noticed the bracelet on Pei Hanyun's wrist, his eyes widening in disbelief. "San, are you in a relationship?" Pei Hanyun, bewildered by the inquiry, shook his head, unable to comprehend why Old Big would ask such a thing. "Isn't that the trendy couple bracelet?" Old Big remarked, recognizing it as the latest product from the Tian Corporation's tech division. This couple's sensory bracelet boasted not only the basic functionalities of a fitness tracker, but also long-distance sensing and real-time location tracking. He launched into an enthusiastic explanation about the bracelet's impressive capabilities. Yet, Pei Hanyun's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of couples and real-time tracking. Following Old Big's suggestion, he connected the bracelet to his phone. The map displayed two red dots, one representing him and the other, undoubtedly, Tian Cheng. Meanwhile, Tian Cheng's phone chimed with a notification. The other party is using the location feature. A smile of satisfaction crossed Tian Cheng's face. His wife was clever, having figured out so quickly. Pei Hanyun silently powered off his phone, overwhelmed by an inexplicable joy. He turned to his superior and remarked, "It's not from a partner. It's a gift from my younger brother to facilitate our communication." With that, he disregarded the others around him and diligently took out his textbooks to focus on the class. Observing the scene quietly, the second-in-command remained silent, yet he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, lost in thought. Today, Pei Hanyun had but one early morning class. As the session concluded, his wristband vibrated. Eagerly, he pulled out his phone, and in the next instant, a message from Tian Cheng appeared. "Little Orange, I'm at the school gate." Without even bidding farewell to his roommates, Pei Hanyun swiftly packed his belongings and dashed outside. Chapter 20. The little internet celebrity scolded into quitting. 7. Tian Cheng drove him directly to his company. During the journey, Pei Hanyun bit his lip, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "Little Orange, you really shouldn't drive me to and from school anymore. The distance from my school to your company is considerable, and it consumes too much time." Although he longed to spend more moments with Tian Cheng, he feared that prolonged companionship might lead to Tian Cheng's annoyance. Tian Cheng did not refuse. "All right, I will drop you off at school in the morning. When your class is over, I'll have the driver pick you up. Or I can arrange a car for you. You could drive to the company yourself after class. Pei Hanyun nodded in agreement. This arrangement would suffice, as it merely reduced the time they spent together during transit. Upon their arrival at the company, Tian Cheng summoned a man clad in professional attire. I will have my secretary give you a tour of the company. Once I finish my work, I will take you home. Pei Hanyun obediently stood behind Tian Cheng as he turned to the secretary and instructed, "Please show Mr. Pei around the company. Attend to his needs as best as you can. Do not neglect him. Understood?" "Yes, right this way, Mr. Pei," the secretary replied respectfully, gesturing for Pei Hanyun to follow. Pei Hanyun glanced back at Tian Cheng, who smiled and nodded encouragingly before he departed with the secretary. As he watched Pei Hanyun's retreating figure, Tian Cheng maintained a neutral expression, but internally he mused, "Let me showcase my substantial wealth to my beloved. I hope you fall for me soon. Are you really a little orange spirit? You seem more like a peacock that has come to life." 7:45 in the virtual space. Tried on a newly purchased dress while making playful jabs. And what about you? Just look at your vibrant array of dresses filling the space. You must have spent all your points on these. So what? Once I devour that traitorous system, I'll have plenty of points. That still relies on me. 745 paused, realizing the truth in that statement, and immediately adopted a flattering tone. Little orange, you are wise and formidable. The most exceptional little orange in the world. No wonder your partner adores you so much. It's hard to find anyone as perfectly matched as you two. You're truly made for each other. 745 continued to shower praises in the virtual space, bringing joy to Tian Cheng's heart. "All right, little general, kneel in respect." "Scoundrel." Secretary number 3 guided Pei Hanyun through the company, diligently introducing him to various departments as they walked, demonstrating commendable professionalism. This marks the first occasion the boss has brought someone to the company. Given his keen perception and ability to read emotions, it is evident that the boss holds Mr. Pei in high regard. The intensity of his gaze seems capable of drowning a person in its depths. He dares not be negligent, for it would be a disservice to the substantial salary of 100,000 for the month. The secretary, enthusiastically introducing the two, finds that Pei Hanyun exhibits little interest. Observing his lack of enthusiasm, Secretary 3, perceptive as ever, suggests, "Mr. Pei, would you care to see the boss's office?" Pei Hanyun's eyes light up. "That sounds delightful." Secretary 3 silently commends himself for his cleverness. Meanwhile, Tian Cheng is engaged in a report from Secretary 2 regarding the establishment of the association. "Mr. Tian, we will receive the business license for the Yun Live Broadcasting Association the day after tomorrow." Secretary 2 hands over a tablet, displaying a clear timeline of progress. Tian Cheng nods. "Good. I will provide you with a list afterward. Please negotiate with the anchors accordingly. If necessary, be prepared to offer concessions, but ensure they are signed." "Understood, Mr. Tian. And what about the head of this association?" At that moment, a knock at the door interrupts, and Secretary 3 enters with Pei Hanyun. "You may take over for now. Step outside." Upon seeing Pei Hanyun, Tian Cheng halts his conversation and dismisses Secretary 2. "How did you come here? Please have a seat and fetch some snacks." The first remark is directed at Pei Hanyun, while the latter is an instruction to the secretary. Pei Hanyun feels somewhat awkward. "Am I interrupting your work?" "Not at all. Your presence allows me to work with peace of mind." Pei Hanyun observes Tian Cheng as he works. The office enveloped in silence, save for the occasional rustle of paper. The figure across from him sits upright, clad in a neatly pressed white shirt, with the cufflinks he had given Tian Cheng that morning still gleaming on his wrists. He finally comprehends the adage that a man who is focused is the most handsome. People frequently enter the office to report on their tasks, and Pei Hanyun feels a twinge of envy. These individuals have the privilege of working alongside Tian Cheng daily. Once Tian Cheng completes his work, he stretches his stiff neck. "You're deliberately posing there for your wife to admire, aren't you? You and T understand this joy, being single." After mentally rebuking himself, Tian Cheng turns to beckon Pei Hanyun over. Pei Hanyun obediently approaches, placing his hand atop Tian Cheng's still-raised arm. With this support, Tian Cheng rises. "You must be bored by now." Pei Hanyun shakes his head. "Not at all." Tian Cheng Holding Pei Hanyun's hand, strides out of the office. Let us go home. Pei Hanyun allows himself to be led, cherishing the notion of home conveyed in Tian Cheng's words. The following scenes are purely fictional and should not be conflated with reality. In a modest rental room, a man holds a mobile phone where a streamer engages with fans. Thank you for the 20 dazzling fireworks. Thank you, Money King. The man's features are striking, yet a lewd expression mars his attractiveness. His fingers fly across the screen, typing rapidly. No problem. Just call me for the next PK. After sending the message, Wang Quan exits the live broadcast room, continuing his search for suitable streamers to gift. A month prior, an entity that proclaimed itself as the wealthy system unexpectedly approached him, asserting that by binding to it, he would possess an inexhaustible flow of money. However, upon eagerly completing the binding process, he soon realized that the funds provided by the system were entirely inaccessible for personal use. Infuriated, he confronted the system, which informed him that only individuals with a beauty score of 9 or above could spend money, yielding a mere $1 in return for every 10,000 spent. Should the person's favorability reach 60, not only would the rebate percentage increase to 10, but he would also be granted an opportunity to participate in a lottery. The system mandated a daily expenditure of no less than 2 million, with no cap on spending. Failing to meet this threshold would result in the forfeiture of all his current assets. Thus, he was compelled to devise methods to spend on others. Having perused numerous stories of the affluent, his initial thought was to engage in live streaming. For an entire month, he dedicated himself to showering gifts in various live streaming rooms. Yet due to the screen's barrier, the streamer's favorability towards him remained stubbornly around 50. Only after investing approximately 3 million into a smaller streamer did he manage to elevate their favorability to a meager 60. Eagerly, he participated in the lottery, winning a coveted transformation elixir, which granted him the visage he desired. Over the course of the month, he had spent over 80 million, yet received a paltry sum of just over $8,000 in return. His heart simmered with discontent, harboring resentment towards the streamers to whom he had lavished gifts. Chapter 21. The Shunned Internet Celebrity. 8. Now that he had become more handsome, he plotted to meet these individuals in person, convinced that he could elevate their favorability to its zenith. Once his utility had waned, he would sever ties with them, leaving them to regret their previous choices. The wealthy system, recognizing his intentions, rolled its metaphorical eyes. Had it not been for an inadvertent discovery by the heavenly Tao in the previous realm, which forced it to expend considerable energy to escape, it would never have been bound to such a dim-witted host. Regrettably, its current energy reserves were insufficient to support the binding of a new host. Otherwise, it would have promptly discarded this arrogant individual. In this world, there was not merely one favored individual. Most were strikingly attractive. The system intended to exploit this fact, guiding the protagonist to lavish money on them to forge connections. Once it amassed sufficient energy, it would sever its bond with this foolish host. After all this time, it had only managed to capture the attention of one favored person, and the energy gained was still less than what it had expended. Deciding to remain unperturbed, it resolved to view the situation as a preliminary investment. Both parties, each with their own calculations, continued their respective schemes. Wang Quan began scrolling through his phone in search of a new target. At that moment, he stumbled upon a live streaming room where a dancer was performing her ID reading Yutong. Ding. Suitable target detected. Beauty score, 91. Would you like to bind? Wang Quan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had found a new object of expenditure. Bind. Binding successful. Current favorability, 0 upon entering. He noted that there were over 500 viewers in the room. Sporting a level 75 account, he quickly caught the attention of the dancer. Noticing the ID that exuded a penchant for spending, the streamer welcomed him with enthusiasm. Welcome, generous spender. Is this your first time here? What dance would you like to see? I recently learned a new routine. The barrage of comments suddenly became lively. I want to see. Let the esteemed guest witness our host's prowess. Esteemed guest, take a look at Tian Cheng. He is incredibly diligent. Wang Quan tapped the screen a few times, and in the next moment, a dazzling firework effect erupted on the screen, equivalent to a monetary value of 3,000 yuan. Thank you. Thank you for the splendid fireworks gifted by the generous spender. Ah, the spender is so handsome. The comments were filled with exclamations of admiration. Observing the flattery directed towards him, Wang Quan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He relished this moment. Unable to resist, he sent out 2 more fireworks. Yu Tang immediately felt exhilarated and instinctively glanced at his assistant beside him. The assistant nodded at him and sent a private message on his phone. It's him. Find a way to keep him here. Upon receiving the message, Yu Tang immediately beamed with a smile and danced even more energetically. A few days prior, he had just concluded a live stream when he received a phone call. The caller claimed to be from the Tingyun Guild, expressing interest in his potential and the desire to sign a contract with him. Initially, Yu Tang suspected it was a scam, as he had never heard of this guild, and he made an excuse to hang up. However, 3 days later, many prominent internet celebrities announced their resignation from their original guilds to join the Tingyun Guild, revealing to him that Tingyun was a newly established guild backed by Xuanfeng Media Company. He regretted not asking more questions at the time, and with a sense of determination, he called back, hoping for another conversation. Xuanfeng was the largest media company in Haishu, representing only top-tier stars, and he was astonished that they had established a live streaming guild. Having been streaming for 6 months, his follower count had increased from a few thousand to 30,000, which only classified him as a small streamer. If he could connect with Xuanfeng this time, it might open doors for him in the entertainment industry. Why did he refuse in the first place? Yu Tang anxiously tugged at his hair, impatiently waiting for the call to connect. Hello, this is the Tingyun Guild. Whom were you looking for? Hello, I am Yu Tang. You called me a few days ago. Do you remember? The anticipated challenge did not arise. The other party warmly confirmed they remembered him and welcomed his arrival at any time. After hanging up, Yu Tang let out a deep breath. Upon adding the contact information, the other party quickly sent him a draft of the electronic contract. We can provide traffic support with at least 3 platform recommendations every month, a professional team to help you plan content, and each streamer will be assigned at least 1 assistant. Yu Tang perused the contract, his gaze lingering on the clause that prohibited streamers from privately contacting or meeting fans. Maintaining personal relationships with fans is quite common in the streaming industry. Having streamed for 6 months, he had added the contact of a fan who had supported him since his initial days, and they had become friends by now. He raised a query regarding this clause and explained his situation. The response came swiftly. The guild implemented such regulations primarily to mitigate risks posed by individual streamer behaviors. In cases like yours, the guild understands. I will report this on your behalf, so you need not worry about it. Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief. After all, he genuinely did not wish to lose this friend. Following the signing of the contract, the revenue share was set at 45, which was 5 percentage points higher than that of individual streamers. Moreover, we offered a new talent benefit. For the first 3 months, even if revenue targets were not met, a guaranteed base salary of 8,000 would be provided. Upon seeing this, Yu Tang no longer hesitated. His current monthly earnings from streaming averaged around 6,000. But with the contract, he could secure a direct salary of 8,000, pure profit with no loss. However, he remained cautious and consulted a lawyer to ensure there were no hidden clauses before signing. Within just a few days, his follower count surged by 50,000. As he reviewed the back-end data, Yu Tang once again felt fortunate for having mustered the courage to return a call. His streaming performance had significantly improved, and he felt more confident and daring than before. Before he could finish a dance routine, a PK connection request popped up. Yu Tang glanced at his assistant beside him, and upon receiving a nod, he clicked to accept. The live screen was instantly divided into 2 sections, revealing a charming girl. Her ID was Xiaoyu Duo, a fellow streamer from the same guild, albeit one with over 5 million fans and considerable fame. Hello, Yu Tang. Shall we play a round? Xiaoyu Duo cheerfully inquired. No, you're a major streamer. I, a small streamer with fewer than 100,000 fans, wouldn't dare humiliate myself, Yu Tang replied. The barrage of comments began to cheer him on. Don't be timid, Tang. With the Money King here, you're sure to win. Exactly. With the Money King by your side, what is there to fear? Money King, please assist Tang. Money King, show them your prowess. Suddenly, a wave of new viewers flooded into the live stream. filling the comments with remarks. What is Money King? He asked just one person, while the other side has 3 big shots online. Exactly. How can someone who loves to throw money possibly defeat 3 big brothers? Yu Tang feigned anger. Management, please remove these individuals. How dare they speak to my Money King like that? He then turned back to the screen, smiling. Money King, let us skip the PK. How about I dance for you instead? You don't believe in Money King's abilities? He might get upset. Money King, the streamer doubts you can lead him to victory. How can you call yourself a streamer if you're afraid to accept a PK? Chapter 22. The small streamer criticized for quitting the internet. 9. Wang Quan watched the screen, touched by Yu Tang, who was fervently defending him against the comments. He felt that Yu Tang's sincerity and authenticity were far superior to other streamers who merely sought to exploit him financially. As Yu Tang hesitated, the username Just Love to Spend Money remained silent, leading him to suspect a ruse had been uncovered. But then, a flamboyant comment flashed across the screen, Just Love to Spend Money. Let us challenge him. Those 3 simple words ignited a frenzy in the comments, with everyone praising the Money King. Tang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief and signaled to his assistant that it was a success. The guild had discussed privately with them to closely monitor the account Just Love to Spend Money. If this account entered anyone's livestream, they were to notify the guild immediately. The guild would arrange for someone to connect and encourage the big spender to make contributions. This account had recently emerged as a significant player, notorious in the streaming world for recklessly spending millions at a whim. Naturally, Yu Tang had heard of this individual as well. Now he has managed to keep the audience engaged, and it is not difficult to imagine the substantial income he will garner from tonight's livestream. We continue. Upon seeing Tang Yu's agreement, Little Fish Duo wasted no time and immediately began soliciting votes. As the 5-minute countdown for the PK commenced, the progress bar from the opposing side surged forward. It seems the host is utterly unfazed, Tang Yu remarked casually upon seeing a comment. Because I firmly believe that Money Emperor will not allow me to lose, right? Money Emperor? Following this comment, a long stream of gift effects appeared. The previously constricted progress bar instantly rebounded. Money Emperor is impressive. Yu Tang cheered in the live stream, waving a colorful flag. After the opposing health bar dwindled to a mere sliver, Wang Quan ceased his gifting, gazing with satisfaction at his handiwork. Just as he believed victory was assured, the opposing progress bar suddenly sprang to life, and before Wang Quan could comprehend the situation, the PK concluded. Little Fish Duo won by a narrow margin. The comments momentarily halted. No way, did we really get ambushed? The opponent lacks honor. To steal victory is also a form of skill. After all, the host failed to defend the tower. The opposing side activated the voice call, and Little Fish Duo, perhaps due to the exertion from singing and dancing to solicit votes, breathed heavily. Oh dear, my apologies for the narrow victory, she said, her tone betraying a hint of schadenfreude. Yu Tang feigned a furious expression. My Money Emperor was caught off guard, allowing your ambush to succeed. Little Fish Duo shook her head. Regardless, I won, so you shall face a punishment. You must dance the little wildcat. Yu Tang promptly stood up and began to dance, showing no signs of reluctance. Meanwhile, Wang Quan's expression darkened off-screen. The result of having Yu Tang participate in the PK now resulted in his loss, which was a blow to his pride. Since binding with the extravagant system, he had never suffered such a significant defeat. Just love to spend money. Let us play another round. The sight of this comment made Yu Tang smirk. The plan was unfolding perfectly. The assistant outside the camera was monitoring messages in the group. Assistant 1. Everyone prepare. Send 2 more accounts to Little Fish Duo's live stream. Assistant 2. Understood. Assistant 3. Acknowledged. Director. Ensure the water army controls the pace. Do not let Just Love to Spend Money catch on. The group responded in unison. Yes. After finishing her dance, Yu Tang returned to the camera and addressed Little Fish Duo. My Money Emperor insists on another round. Do you dare to accept? Little Fish Duo shrugged. Bring it on. Who is afraid? The loser of this round must draw a turtle on their face. All right. The PK commenced once again. Both sides muted their microphones, and Wang Quan frantically tapped the screen, fireworks effects exploding one after another. Unsurprisingly, they were ambushed yet again. Little fish duo gleefully remarked, "Yu Tang, your big brother is not up to par." Yu Tang slammed the table in frustration. "I warn you, you may humiliate me, but you cannot speak ill of my big brother." Little fish duo let out a playful huff. "A wager is a wager. Now you must draw a turtle on your face." Yu Tang took a marker and drew a turtle on the left side of her face. Frustration enveloped Wang Quan. He had been certain of victory in this round. It was not the fault of the esteemed player on the opposing side, who was exceptionally adept at thievery. The lavish spender, known for their extravagant habits, was likely to retreat into despair. Wang Quan, however, was not despondent. Rather, he was on the brink of madness. Since binding himself to the affluent system, he had never felt so constrained. The lavish spender urged him to continue, igniting a furious desire to reclaim his losses. Finally, in the third round of PK, he emerged victorious, and the triumph after 2 consecutive defeats brought him joy greater than a continuous winning streak. Unbeknownst to him, his opponents had deliberately allowed him to win, fearing the emotional toll a greater loss would impose on him. He became addicted to the thrill, and after disconnecting from Xiaoyu duo, he urged Yu Tang to continue with the PK. That night was a mix of wins and losses. Yu Tang, possessing high emotional intelligence, provided ample emotional value, leading him to unknowingly spend 20 million in his live stream, more than he had previously spent in an entire week. In the past, he would always monitor the system feedback when spending money. If the amount he spent did not garner sufficient affection from the recipient, even with potential cashback, he would cease his expenditures, as there were other recipients available for cashback. However, emotionally charged that evening, he lost track of his spending, entirely oblivious to the fact that he was the target of this arrangement. After the broadcast concluded, Yu Tang walked with a buoyant step. 20 million was an amount he had never encountered in his life. Although he would have to bear half of the total expenditure incurred by the guild, he would still receive a commission exceeding 3 million. If he refrained from extravagant spending, this sum could sustain him for a lifetime. He felt little guilt. For someone like the lavish spender, such amounts were trivial. Even if he refrained from spending on himself, he would inevitably contribute to other streamers. As long as the affluent individual was pleased, that was sufficient. He was added to a group consisting of streamers who had received gifts from the lavish spender. Every day, the amounts spent in various live streams by the lavish spender were shared within the group. This realization allowed everyone to clearly understand that the lavish spender was genuinely generous, leading to a lack of infatuation among them as depicted in the original narrative. Yu Tang's secretary obtained Wang Quan's contact information, mistakenly presuming that the messages from the streamer were actually sent by the assistant. Wang Quan, filled with excitement, requested the system to check Yu Tang's affection level, believing that after his substantial spending, it must have reached its peak. To his dismay, the system's report doused his enthusiasm with cold water. How can it only be 30? He fumed, contemplating blocking Yu Tang, but ultimately resigned to leaving him be, consumed by frustration. The following day, the secretary briefed Tian Cheng on the events of the previous night. Tian Cheng, pondering in his mind, inquired of the system, "What is Yu Tang's affection level towards the male lead?" The system, waving its diminutive stick-like arms, typed a few commands on the virtual keyboard. 30%. Tian Cheng raised an eyebrow in confusion. After spending so much, how can it only be 30? The system chuckled. The individual just confirmed their relationship with a young fan 2 days prior, reveling in the sweetness of their connection. How could they possibly develop feelings for another? Moreover, it appears they are quite clear-headed, viewing the live stream solely as a job, delivering emotional value without any personal sentiments intertwined. The petite fan is indeed an exception. Yu Tang was present right from the inception of the live stream, and although her financial contributions were modest, she has accompanied him for 3 years. Tian Cheng clicked his tongue, inquiring, "How do you know this so well?" The system, feigning embarrassment, replied, "I have a penchant for such sweet narratives, so I delved a bit into it. Accompanying you from humble beginnings to glorious heights. What a romantic sentiment. Refrain from prying into others' privacy," Tian Cheng admonished, and the system, feeling chastised, reluctantly uttered an "oh" before resuming its viewing of the live stream. Recently, she had developed a fascination for live streams, yet her pockets were empty, preventing her from gifting her favorite streamer. Little Orange, could you lend me some money? What does a system need money for? Hee. I've recently taken a liking to a streamer, you understand. Tian Cheng rolled his eyes. I've issued you a family card. It allows for 200 a day. The system protested. Why only 200? Tian Cheng, with a stoic expression, replied, I must save my funds for my wife. If you find it insufficient, you may return it. No. It's more than enough. The system hastily logged off, fearing Tian Cheng would indeed reclaim the 200. Uezi reminds you, the depths of live streaming can be treacherous. Be cautious with gifts as streamers can be overly familiar, and guard your hard-earned money vigilantly. Chapter 23. The small influencer scolded into retirement. 10. Upon receiving a notification on his phone, Tian Cheng discovered a message from Pei Hanyan. Future wife, I'm out of class now and driving to the office. Ever since Pei Hanyan had mentioned it previously, Tian Cheng entrusted him with the keys to the underground garage, allowing him to drive any car therein. Whenever Pei Hanyan was free from classes, he would drive to Tian Cheng's company to keep him company. With a cheerful disposition, Tian Cheng swiftly typed a response. Okay, brother, I'll be waiting for you at the office. His mood uplifted. Tian Cheng's work pace accelerated considerably. The office door swung open, and Pei Hanyan entered with a radiant smile. Approaching Tian Cheng, he noticed the empty coffee cup and promptly turned to brew another. He then began organizing the documents on the desk. Through their time together, Pei Hanyan had become adept at managing various tasks for Tian Cheng. The office was no longer as barren as it had been upon his arrival. There was no longer a need to fetch stool from outside to sit down. In the corner to the left, a snack cabinet overflowed with treats. To the right, a coffee table accompanied a spacious sofa, where Pei Hanyan would recline during moments of boredom, snacking while watching dramas. Several potted plants adorned the room, infusing the previously sterile environment with a warm ambience. When Secretary Number 1 knocked and entered, he sighed in relief upon seeing more than one person in the office. He thought this time we're secure. Whenever Mr. Pei was present, the boss's temperament was invariably pleasant, prompting the secretaries to hope for his presence during work reports to avoid reprimands. Indeed, the boss merely pointed out a few issues before sending him off to make corrections. Once outside, Secretary Number 1 messaged in the group chat, Secretary No. 1. Those needing to report work, hurry up. Mr. Pei is here. Secretary Number 3. Wonderful news. Long live Mr. Pei. One by one, individuals began to report their work to Tian Cheng, while Pei Hanyan listened attentively, feeling that Tian Cheng was working far too hard. She resolved to pamper him upon their return home that night. Tian Cheng, on the other hand, noticed that whenever Pei Hanyan was around, his workload seemed to multiply. Initially, he was pleased, wishing to showcase his diligent attitude to his wife, believing that a man's seriousness was most alluring and that she must be captivated by him. However, his mood soured as he realized that these interruptions were severely encroaching on their private moments together. Just as Tian Cheng was about to reach his breaking point, the workday concluded, and he eagerly grasped Pei Hanyan's hand, gathering his belongings to leave. Do not question why Tian Cheng, as the boss, did not simply leave early. He could not afford to tarnish his image in front of his wife. As they drove home, Tian Cheng was at the wheel, and they first stopped at a supermarket to shop. Pei Hanyan was selecting items ahead, while Tian Cheng pushed the cart behind her. While at the checkout, Pei Hanyan suddenly remembered an item she had forgotten and asked Tian Cheng to go ahead while she went back to retrieve it. After finishing the checkout, Tian Cheng waited for Pei Hanyan at the supermarket entrance. Suddenly, a voice erupted in his mind, exclaiming, Little Orange, that traitor is nearby. Startled, Tian Cheng instinctively looked up and locked eyes with an approaching figure. Wang Quan was taken aback by the striking individual before him, finding him far more handsome than the streamers he usually interacted with. Quick, system. Check if I can bind with that person. He frantically called out. As the figure drew closer, Tian Cheng frowned at the approaching man. When Wang Quan arrived before him, he listened to the system's voice, his lips curling into a broad smile. A score of 98. This was the highest he had encountered thus far. Unable to contain his excitement, he reached for his phone to request Tian Cheng's contact information. Tian Cheng, maintaining a stoic expression, regarded the phone extended toward him. Catching a glimpse of Pei Hanyun emerging from the supermarket, an idea struck him. After all this time, he had yet to advance his relationship with his wife. So he decided to seize this opportunity to test the waters. He waved to Pei Hanyun, beckoning her to approach. As she drew near, Tian Cheng swiftly wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Pei Hanyun stiffened at his sudden gesture, and his voice resonated from above her. "I'm sorry, but my boyfriend doesn't allow me to add strangers." The mention of boyfriend flushed Pei Hanyun's cheeks crimson, her fingers gripping her sleeve tightly, unsure of how to respond. Wang Quan, upon realizing that this handsome man had a boyfriend, was not deterred. Instead, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Having a boyfriend suggested a preference for man, heightening his chances. With his current looks and wealth, he was confident he could break through any barriers. Yet this man's boyfriend seemed somewhat familiar. He couldn't quite place him, but decided not to dwell on it. "I apologize for the intrusion," he said politely, nodding as he departed, choosing not to pursue further lest he annoy them. Once Wang Quan left, Tian Cheng released Pei Hanyun, saying, "Apologies, my dear. He sought my contact information, and not wishing to provide it, I thought it best to have you pretend to be my boyfriend." Pei Hanyun felt a sense of disappointment within, though it did not manifest on his face. "It's all right, but why not simply state that you do not like men? Wouldn't that be more direct?" Tian Cheng cautiously glanced at Pei Hanyun and replied, "Because I like men." "Would that disgust you, brother?" Pei Hanyun was taken aback by Tian Cheng's words and hastily waved his hand. "Of course not. Never." On their way home, neither spoke a word. Once they arrived, Pei Hanyun hurried into the kitchen to prepare a meal for Tian Cheng. Over the past few days, they had purchased a considerable amount of ingredients, and whoever had the time would cook. Tian Cheng followed him into the kitchen, assisting in the preparation of the ingredients. After they finished their meal, they washed the dishes together. Pei Hanyun donned dishwashing gloves, washing the plates with detergent before handing them to Tian Cheng, who rinsed off the foam. Their actions felt warm and somewhat intimate. Pei Hanyun lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions. As he looked at the bracelet on his wrist, he fell into deep contemplation. Tian Cheng mentioned that he liked men. What kind of man did he prefer? Surely, he would not be attracted to someone as refined as the individual they had encountered earlier, or he would not have used that as an excuse. Would he need to move out if Tian Cheng found a boyfriend in the future? After all, no couple would desire a third wheel around while they sought intimacy. Pei Hanyun imagined how he would cope if Tian Cheng were to find a partner, feeling a pang of discomfort in his chest. Given Tian Cheng's current circumstances, it was certain that his future partner would possess commendable qualities. Unbeknownst to him, Tian Cheng remained oblivious to Pei Hanyun's thoughts as he dried his hands and led Pei Hanyun to the study. Pei Hanyun was majoring in finance, and he understood that theoretical knowledge paled in comparison to practical experience. Therefore, during this period, Tian Cheng had brought several projects from the company for them to discuss. He had already become capable of managing these tasks independently. That evening, Tian Cheng intended to present a more complex project for discussion. Pei Hanyun gazed at their intertwined hands, his heart racing. Noticing that Pei Hanyun seemed distracted throughout the evening, Tian Cheng furrowed his brow, losing interest in continuing their discussion. Chapter 24. The Internet Celebrity Scolded into Quitting, 11. He reached out and pulled the document from in front of Pei Hanyun, who snapped back to attention. Looking at Tian Cheng. "Brother, what is wrong with you tonight? You've been zoning out," Tian Cheng remarked. Pei Hanyun opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. Tian Cheng placed a hand on his shoulder, gazing into Pei Hanyun's eyes. "Brother, we are the closest people in this world. I hope you can share anything that troubles you with me." He had a premonition that their relationship would change that evening, so he patiently awaited Pei Hanyun's words. Finally, Pei Hanyun spoke. "Tian Cheng, you said you like men. Do you currently have someone you fancy?" After uttering this, he lowered his head, fearing the answer would be a no, yet simultaneously dreading a yes. Tian Cheng looked at the man before him, who was unable to meet his gaze, and slowly began. "Pei Hanyun, what if I said I like you?" Pei Hanyun's head shot up in surprise. "What did you just say?" Tian Cheng placed his hands on Pei Hanyun's shoulders, compelling him to face him. "I say, Pei Hanyun, I have feelings for you. Would you consider being with me?" Pei Hanyun remained silent, caught off guard by the declaration. Noticing his lack of response, Tian Cheng's heart began to race, his hands instinctively tightening. The pressure on his shoulders snapped Pei Hanyun back to reality. I have nothing. You are different. You possess a vast company and a bright future. Without you, I see no future for myself. Yet, Pei Hanyun frantically searched for excuses, hoping to convey to Tian Cheng that he was not an ideal partner. Pei Hanyun, look in my eyes. As long as you tell me you don't harbor feelings for me, I will not pursue you further and will regard you as a brother from now on. I don't. Pei Hanyun struggled to articulate his thoughts. Internally, he questioned whether he truly felt nothing for Tian Cheng. Before meeting Tian Cheng, he had indeed viewed him merely as a younger brother. When had his feelings changed? Memories flashed in his mind, ultimately freezing on the day they reunited. The smile he glimpsed through the door was a revelation. His heart had shifted from the very beginning. The moment he saw the grown Tian Cheng standing before him, he felt a stirring within. All notions of inferiority and fears of burdening Tian Cheng were mere excuses. He was simply afraid that Tian Cheng would uncover his impure thoughts. But now, what had Tian Cheng just said? He confessed his affection and desire to be together. In that instant, Pei Hanyun thought he was dreaming, conjuring a fantasy born from his longing to be with Tian Cheng. However, Tian Cheng's next action shattered all his doubts. Soft lips pressed forcefully against his, pulling him from his reverie. The assertive kiss claimed his breath, leaving no space for further contemplation. When the kiss ended, Pei Hanyun melted into Tian Cheng's embrace. Gasping for air, "Xiao Yun Gij, promise me, will you?" The tender tone with which Pei Hanyun playfully pouted was worlds apart from the assertiveness he had just displayed. The moment Tian Cheng called him that, Pei Hanyun felt his heart soften entirely, wishing to give him everything. Concerns for anything else vanished. "All right, I promise you." Pei Hanyun wriggled free from Tian Cheng's embrace, hurried back to his room, and soon emerged with a card in hand. This card represented his entire fortune. Originally intended for purchasing a home, car, and marriage for Tian Cheng. Now that they were together, this money rightfully belonged to him. He thrust the card into Tian Cheng's hands, then nestled back into his embrace. "What is this?" Tian Cheng asked, puzzled as he held the card. "A dowry." Tian Cheng smirked. "Why not a bride price?" Pei Hanyun chose silence. How could he confess that he felt overpowered by Tian Cheng in bed? Tian Cheng received no answer and ceased his inquiries, quietly holding Pei Hanyun close. After a moment in his arms, Pei Hanyun felt something pressing against his leg, causing discomfort. He shifted slightly. Tightening his embrace, Tian Cheng's voice emerged, husky and low. "Stay still for a moment. Let me catch my breath." Pei Hanyun's body stiffened. As a man, he was acutely aware of the implications. It was precisely this awareness that rendered him embarrassed. He raised his hand to caress Tian Cheng's face and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "I am willing." No sooner had the words left his lips than he felt the world spin, his entire being pinned against the desk. He had not anticipated such haste. It was all his brother's indulgence that had nearly spoiled him. Wait, not here. The items on the desk lay scattered across the floor, yet no one seemed to pay them any heed. The following day, Pei Hanyun was awakened by a kiss. "Get up, you'll be late for class." He buried his head under the covers, his voice muffled. "I detest early mornings." Tian Cheng smiled with gentle resignation and stepped out to prepare breakfast. Lying in bed, Pei Hanyun's mind was filled with the chaos of the previous night. From the study to the living room, then to the bathroom, and finally to the bedroom. He felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. No, he had already felt that way several times last night. He hobbled back to his room, supporting himself by his waist, contemplating moving his belongings to Tian Cheng's room soon. After freshening up, he found that Tian Cheng had already set the table. Pei Hanyun walked over slowly and noticed 2 chairs, one adorned with a cushion. "Brother, come have breakfast." The moment he uttered that term of endearment, his legs felt weak. Tian Cheng had called him brother throughout the night, and he felt he could never look at that title the same way again. Today, Pei Hanyun had a full schedule, spending the entire day at school. Lao Si discreetly poked Lao Da aside. "Look at Sangu. What's his deal? He's been staring at his phone for 2 hours, occasionally grinning like a fool." Lao Da, startled by the poke, shot Lao Si a glare. "Why do you keep staring at Sangu?" And why do you have to poke me every time? Oh, I'm just worried about him. Ever since he reconnected with his brother, he's been acting strangely, either grinning at his phone or staring at his wristband, lost in thought. At this rate, one might think he is in love. Lauda was unconvinced. When do we ever see San go outside of class? He used to be busy with part-time jobs, and now he's preoccupied with meeting his brother. Has anyone heard of him interacting with any girls? Who knows? Sango is quite handsome. Surely, he attracts female attention. That could be someone we don't know about. Lauda waved his hand dismissively. What good does it do to speculate? You should just ask him. Sango shook his head vigorously. I won't. You go. Oh, come on, you go. The two leaned closer together, whispering back and forth, playfully pushing each other to make the inquiry. Unbeknownst to them, Lauer was watching from behind with an amused smile, occasionally glancing down at his phonotype. The screen displayed lines of freshly composed text. Chapter 25. The Internet Celebrity Scolded for Retreating. 12. In a quiet classroom, the teacher diligently lectured from the podium, unaware of the subtle movements beneath the desks. Lauda leaned down to whisper in Lao Ci's ear. Darling, come over tonight. I have a treasure to show you. Little Four's face flushed slightly as he whispered. You're so annoying. Tone it down a bit. What if we get caught? Big Brother lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings before burying his head against Little Four's neck, reassuringly murmuring, It's fine. No one is paying us any mind. The warmth of his breath against Little Four's ear intensified the redness of the young boy's earlobe. Unable to resist the allure of Little Four's fair visage any longer, Big Brother's hand slipped beneath the hem of his garment. At that moment, as Little Two was engrossed in his own artistic pursuits, he was abruptly jolted by a forceful tap on his shoulder, causing him to hastily turn off his phone. When he looked up, he found the two previously huddled figures staring intently at him. The one who had startled him, Big Brother, disregarded Little Two's bewildered expression and said, Little Two, why don't you ask Little Three what is going on? He has been distracted all day, fixated on his phone, and both Little Four and I are quite concerned. Little Four nodded in agreement, his unruly lock of hair bobbing with each movement. Taking a deep breath, Little Two felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that his secret indulgence had been discovered. All right, after class, let us go eat together, and I'll inquire about it. Once the class ended, Big Brother and Little Four each took an arm, escorting Pei Hanyan to the cafeteria. During their meal, the trio exchanged glances, each looking at the other before their attention converged on Pei Hanyan, who remained oblivious to their presence, silently focusing on his food. Tian Cheng had not sent him a message all morning, and Pei Hanyan hesitated to reach out, fearing he might disrupt Tian Cheng's work. Yet, he missed him dearly. It wasn't that Tian Cheng didn't wish to message Pei Hanyan. Rather, he was simply overwhelmed with tasks. Though he had managed to eliminate those vying for power within the company due to the previous owner's fragments, he was left with a considerable mess to clean up. Since taking over the body, he had been addressing the issues, albeit without much diligence. However, after spending the night with his wife, he could no longer allow these potential threats to linger, as they might intrude upon their intimate world. He needed to resolve everything swiftly. He spent the entire morning grappling with work, his frustration mounting as he pinched the bridge of his nose, cursing the troublesome individuals that occupied his thoughts. Little Orange, you must temper your temper. Killing in this world is against the law. The system's little sphere chimed in, bouncing on Tian Cheng's shoulder as it offered a gentle massage. I know. I still want to grow old with my wife in this world, he replied. Once he had everything sorted, he could devote his attention entirely to his spouse, aspiring to be the domineering CEO who only indulges in romance as depicted in novels. With a firm pat to his face, he re-engaged with his work, entirely unaware that his wife was at school, lost in thoughts of him, surrounded by caring roommates. Big Brother shot Little Two a knowing glance, urging him to inquire. Little Two carefully organized his thoughts before cautiously speaking. Little Three, you and your brother are my boyfriend. What? Am I hearing things? This proclamation stunned the three present into silence. We are not blood-related. He confessed to me last night, and we are together now. The weight of this revelation left Big Brother and Little Four utterly petrified, realizing that their roommate of 3 years was actually the brother they had just discovered, who had confessed to him the previous day. The eldest cautiously spoke. Well, third brother, I mean no offense. But considering you haven't seen each other for over a decade, and now you're suddenly together, what if he turns out to be a fraud? The fourth sibling began to chime in. Indeed, third brother, although you grew up together, such a long separation raises doubts about whether he has truly remained unchanged. The two wore expressions of concern, fearing that the innocent third brother might be deceived, left with nothing but scraps. The second brother also felt uneasy, yet his mind was cluttered with a series of forbidden thoughts. Observing Pei Han Yun's blissful demeanor, he mused, it must be a case of younger love. The more he pondered, the more exhilarating the notion became, igniting a strong desire to write. Second brother, stop daydreaming and persuade third brother not to be taken advantage of. The eldest brother smacked the second brother on the head, scattering the chaotic thoughts from his mind. Upon lifting his gaze, he saw the eldest brother frowning at him, while the fourth brother was earnestly advising Pei Han Yun, who stubbornly remained silent. Based on his years of reading, the second brother concluded that Pei Han Yun was in the late stages of infatuation. There was no saving him. Clearing his throat, he drew the attention of the three to himself. Third brother, let me ask you this. Are you certain he likes you? I am certain. Pei Han Yun replied without hesitation. Very well. I shall refrain from further admonition. However, remember, if you ever feel wronged, do come to me. Though I may lack great power, I will certainly do my utmost to assist you within my capabilities. Pei Han Yun looked touched. Thank you, second brother. Count me in too. I, along with the eldest, will be your strongest support, the fourth brother declared, embracing the eldest brother's shoulders with determination. Yes, from now on, we shall be your family. Pei Han Yun, an orphan without parents, faced numerous hardships, and they could not allow a scoundrel to mistreat him. The second brother nodded in agreement. Should that man dare to bully third brother, he would pin him into a tale of disgrace. Half a month later, Pei Han Yun concluded his end-of-semester examinations in his third year. While packing his belongings in the dormitory, the other three, all from out of town, planned to leave in a few days. The eldest sat in a chair, watching as Tian Cheng packed up all his things. What do you plan to intern in your fourth year? The fourth brother interjected. Third brother is definitely going to his younger boyfriend's place. Pei Han Yun's earlobes flushed slightly as he softly retorted, What younger boyfriend? He is only 2 months my junior. The second brother, ears perked, quickly typed on his phone. Just then, Pei Han Yun's phone on the table rang, and he answered it, hearing Tian Cheng's voice. How is the packing going? Already finished. Great. I'm downstairs at your dorm. Since he didn't usually stay in the dorm, he had only a few changes of clothes and some textbooks. He didn't let Tian Cheng come up, opting to carry his things down instead. The three heads leaned together at the window, watching the two standing together below. The fourth brother remarked, So that's third brother's boyfriend. He seems rather well off, and they do look quite compatible together. The eldest brother snorted coldly. What use is money? Those with wealth are often the most sentimental. The second brother turned his head. Big brother, why do you have such a strong opinion about the third brother's boyfriend? Have you perhaps misjudged your own pairing? Did the eldest actually harbor feelings for the third brother? For 3 years, the roommate remained oblivious to his own affections, only to feel regret when it was too late, realizing that the eldest still embodied the archetype of the lovesick second male lead. The eldest delivered a sharp flick to the second brother's head. Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. If you dare to write fanfiction about me and someone else, I will make you experience every plot twist you concoct. Without waiting for the second brother's response, he turned on his heel and departed. The second brother clutched his head, baring his teeth at the retreating figure of the eldest. Go ahead and write. I'll portray you as a rag. The fourth brother, puzzled, tilted his head. Second brother, what are you mumbling about? What did big brother mean by that? Shoo, shoo. Shoo. This is adult business. Children should refrain from prying. Chapter 26. The little internet celebrity scolded into retreat. 13. Pei Han Yun settled into the passenger seat, and Tian Cheng leaned over to fasten his seatbelt. After securing it, he did not return to his own seat, but instead fixated his gaze on Pei Han Yun's eyes. Pei Han Yun felt his face heat under the scrutiny, reaching out to push him away, only to have Tian Cheng grasp his wrist firmly, planting a forceful kiss that left him no option for retreat. Of course, he did not intend to evade it. Internally, he lamented that after Xiao Chengzi confessed, he seemed to have transformed into a dominant and assertive figure. Nevertheless, he relished the sensation of being entirely under Tian Cheng's control, igniting a warmth within him and clouding his mind. Only after rendering Pei Hanyun limp in his embrace did Tian Cheng release him. Pei Hanyun, eyes sparkling, gazed at Tian Cheng, his voice laced with a hint of softness. Tian Cheng, do you need a life assistant? Why? Do you wish to join me at work? Pei Hanyun nodded. When he was apart from Tian Cheng, he felt as though he had lost his soul. Only coming alive in the moment, he laid eyes on Tian Cheng. His arms tightened around Tian Cheng's waist. He desired to see him at every moment. Let us discuss this tomorrow. For now, let us head home. All right. The following day, they arrived at the company. Secretary number 2 brought forth a contract, which Tian Cheng handed to Pei Hanyun. I've just established a new live stream guild. You will be its head from now on. Pei Hanyun's voice trembled. I can't do it. I know nothing about it. You can learn. I'll arrange for someone to teach you. Tian Cheng moved beside Pei Hanyun, wrapping his arms around his waist, resting his chin gently on his shoulder. I remember you were the brightest child in the orphanage. I have faith that Brother Yun will surely learn. Yet, Pei Hanyun hesitated, worried about the possibility of failure. Tian Cheng turned his shoulder, compelling him to face him. If it goes awry, I will be here. Brother Yun, you protected me in the past. Now that I am capable, I can be your support. Pei Hanyun, bolstered by Tian Cheng's words, cast aside his doubts. All right. He lifted his gaze to meet Tian Cheng's, his voice resolute. I will give it a try. He vowed to diligently learn how to manage the guild, striving to avoid causing Tian Cheng any losses. Without even reading the contents, he signed his name, unbothered by the thought that Tian Cheng might deceive him within the contract. He was wholly Tian Cheng's, and everything he possessed belonged to Tian Cheng as well. After signing, Tian Cheng produced 2 cards, first handing one to Pei Hanyun. This is your salary card. He then presented the other. This one is mine. From now on, the household will be managed by your brother. Pei Hanyun accepted both cards with a sense of rightful ease, feeling no discord. As Tian Cheng's partner, it was only natural for his wife to oversee the finances. Pei Hanyun chose not to request an independent office, instead adding a desk in Tian Cheng's office. They arrived at work together each morning and returned home to sleep together each night, relishing their constant companionship. Gradually, he began to learn the intricacies of managing the guild. Upon seeing the guild's name, Pei Hanyun's eyes widened. Could it be as he imagined? During this period, he had refrained from online activity. Thus, he was unaware of the public sentiment surrounding him. His previous live streaming account had been deactivated, prompting him to create a new account under the name Sweet Orange. Upon searching for himself, he was astonished to discover that the marketing accounts that had once defamed him had entirely deleted their videos and issued apologies. The most vicious critics had vanished without a trace. The disparaging remarks that once plagued him were now untraceable. Pei Hanyun realized that all of this had been orchestrated by Tian Cheng, who had discreetly resolved the matter without his awareness. Approaching Tian Cheng, who was engrossed in work, Pei Hanyun leaned down to peck his cheek. Thank you. Tian Cheng set down his pen, gesturing to his lips. Kiss here. With the launch of the new guild, numerous responsibilities awaited them. Initially, Pei Hanyun knew little, requiring much learning, at times becoming so engrossed that he would forget about Tian Cheng. As he absorbed more knowledge, he began to notice subtle distinctions. The guild had over 1,000 signed streamers, yet a select few had been specially designated, while the underlings might overlook the differences. As the guild's chief, he could discern their uniqueness. That evening, as Pei Hanyun lay in bed, he waited for his breathing to stabilize before hoarsely inquiring of Tian Cheng. Did you specifically sign those streamers just to indulge in extravagance? While massaging Pei Hanyun's cramping thigh, Tian Cheng replied, Indeed, isn't he wealthy? If we don't profit from the rich, who will? We shall solely benefit from his fortune. Pei Hanyun gazed at Tian Cheng, who wore a shrewd merchant's expression, and felt a swell of admiration for his clever husband. He nudged the small sweet orange with his foot. I'm still hungry. Tian Cheng cast a teasing glance at Pei Hanyun. Who was it just now? Begging and pleading, even calling for their husband? Pei Hanyun turned his face aside. I simply haven't eaten enough. What? Are you incapable? If so, let me take over. Smack! Ouch! Pei Hanyun glared at the culprit who had just struck him. What was that for? Tian Cheng loomed over him, his gaze sending a shiver down Pei Hanyun's spine. You won't get to sleep tonight. No, I've erred. I have to work tomorrow. Pei Hanyun supported himself against Tian Cheng's chest, hastily apologizing. I'm the boss. I grant you leave. Oh, Tian Cheng, you can't do this. You'll earn less. He could articulate no further. Meanwhile, Tian Cheng, deeply asleep, was unceremoniously kicked off the bed by a foot. He groggily awoke to find Pei Hanyun gazing at him with a look of indignation. Realizing his excessive behavior the previous night, he patiently coaxed Pei Hanyun back to bed to catch up on sleep before heading off to work alone after freshening up. Mischievously, he deliberately left the top button of his shirt undone, revealing the marks on his collarbone. The small group at the company erupted with messages. Did you see? Did you see? Yes, my heavens. I can't even express the excitement I'm feeling. What did you see? The boss has a scratch on his collarbone. With my keen eyes, what's peeking out from under the collar is definitely a hickey. With a neck like that, I can only imagine what the rest of the body looks like. How thrilling. Rumors began to circulate in the office that the boss had been entangled with a spicy little pepper, leaving marks on his neck. Everyone speculated about the kind of girl who could win over their typically stoic boss, while only a few secretaries exchanged knowing glances before returning to their work, wary of discussing the boss's private affairs. When asked why Mr. Pei was absent today, the responses were vague. I don't know, unclear, no idea. Having indulged in a brief nap, Pei Hanyun awoke to find Tian Cheng had already left for work. He picked up his phone to check the time and noticed the usually quiet group chat. This group was a private chat for employees, consisting of all the staff in the headquarters except for Tian Cheng. He had joined the group, initially just to observe, finding amusement in their complaints about Tian Cheng's sternness and lack of warmth as a boss. He understood that these individuals harbored no malice. It was simply the nature of employees to express grievances, and he had never mentioned this to Tian Cheng. Yet, as he read through the messages, his face flushed crimson. Tian Cheng had surely done this on purpose. He typically fastened his shirt all the way to the top, so why had he left two buttons undone today? Incensed, he promptly blocked Tian Cheng. Wang Quan was packing his belongings in preparation for moving. He had spent a considerable amount of money lately, but the cashback was sufficient for him to find a new place. He had his eye on a spacious flat, although he couldn't afford to buy it yet. He could certainly rent it. He left with a bag in hand, discarding the old clutter, reassured by the system that he wouldn't have to worry about finances. However, the system was not as accommodating as he had hoped. It had expended significant energy in its attempts to procure funds from elsewhere, but replenishment had been slow. Though it had reserve energy, that was reserved for life-threatening situations and could not be used lightly. Watching Wang Quan move with a foolish grin, the system felt a strong urge to chastise him, deeming him a fool. It seemed that more drastic measures would be necessary. Ding! New task. The host must elevate the favorability of one binding partner to 70 within 3 days. A successful completion will reward 1 million. Failure will result in a deduction of 1 million from the host's personal assets. Upon receiving this message, Wang Quan froze in shock. System, what is the meaning of this task? Where did I acquire assets amounting to 1 million? The host need not worry. This is a benefit bestowed by the system. With this system in place, enhancing one's favorability is merely a matter of moments, and soon the host may find themselves with a windfall of 1 million. The punishment is merely a formality, so the host need not concern themselves with it. Wang Quan nodded in vague understanding, enchanted by the prospect of 1 million, eager to quickly increase his favorability. However, whom should he choose? He thought of the only individual who had reached a favorability score of 60. Has Aki ended the stream? The person referred to as Aki was tidying up their belongings and turned upon hearing the question. Yes, I have finished streaming, Linjia. How much did we earn today? Aki grinned widely, extending a finger. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Hee, it's all thanks to our guild. I could never have earned this much before. A few days prior, the Tingyun Guild had approached him for a contract discussion. Initially, he had no intention of joining a guild, as he streamed solely to raise funds for his mother's surgery. Just Love to Spend had generously gifted him over 3 million. And after deductions for platform fees and personal income tax, he was left with around $120,000. This amount was sufficient to cover his mother's surgery expenses. He felt gratitude towards Just Love to Spend and had long wished to express in person, but alas, Just Love to Spend had consistently declined, and he had to abandon that thought. However, the terms offered by the Tian Guild were too favorable to refuse. Considering the subsequent expenses for his mother's recovery, he accepted their offer. Initially, he had some reservations about the Guild's suggestion to deliberately encourage older fans to gift. The director had spoken with him privately, listing the streamers who had received gifts from Just Love to Spend, all of whom had amassed no less than $1 million. He was not the exception. If you truly feel resistant, the Guild would not force you, and the contract you signed would remain unchanged. After saying this, the director dismissed him. He pondered for several days and conversed with several veteran streamers, gaining new insights into the streaming industry. Ultimately, he declined the Guild's proposal. He would adhere to their arrangements, but would not intentionally guide fans to give gifts. The Guild agreed, stipulating that if he wished to meet older fans privately, he would need to report it to the Guild, which he accepted. His decision proved wise. After signing with the Guild, his income surged. He also became increasingly adept at interacting with his fans. An alert on his phone signaled a message from Just Love to Spend. Just Love to Spend. Do you have time lately? Let's meet. Aki hesitated for a moment, thinking of his mother in recovery, and replied with an affirmative. They had previously discussed that they were in the same city, and fortuitously, he had the next day off. After arranging the time and place, Aki informed the director before heading home to rest. The director promptly relayed this message to Secretary 2. Secretary 2, tomorrow, send someone to follow them and document their activities, ensuring not to be detected. Streaming director understood. The following day, Aki awaited at the designated cafe, unconsciously tracing the rim of his porcelain cup with his fingertips. He felt a twinge of nervousness, uncertain of what kind of person Just Love to Spend was in reality. As he pondered, he sensed someone taking a seat across from him. He lifted his head, captivated by the newcomer, whose enchanting peach blossom eyes gazed at him, causing his cheeks to flush. Ding! Favorability increased by 5. Upon hearing the system announcement, a smile crept onto his lips, though he felt a twinge of disdain within. Indeed, such shallowness was evident. Despite having sent numerous gifts before, his favorability had barely reached 60, yet now, merely by witnessing a face, it surged by 5 points. He concealed his thoughts well, not allowing them to surface. Hello, I'm Just Love Spending Money. He responded, regaining his composure. I know, you appear even more handsome than during the live stream. Thank you. My name is Wang Quan. You may call me Brother Quan. After exchanging a few words, He's nervousness began to dissipate. It's getting late. Shall we take a stroll around? That day felt like a dream to He as Wang Quan led him through luxury boutiques, and with each store they entered, he never left empty-handed. From his initial trepidation to a numbed acceptance, merely 3 hours had passed. Eventually, Wang Quan guided him to a real estate office. He followed, dazed, and only regained his senses when the purchase agreement was presented for his signature. I can't accept this. It's far too extravagant, he hurriedly protested. Wang Quan, with a stern expression, insisted, just take it. Honestly, stop dawdling. You're delaying my favorability. Despite having spent such a substantial sum that day, his favorability had only risen to 68. He suppressed his growing agitation and handed the contract to He. Watching him sign, he awaited the system announcement in silence. Ding! Favorability increased by 10, current favorability at 78. Congratulations, host. Task completed. 1 million cash has been credited. He eagerly opened his phone, and upon seeing the balance, he finally exhaled in relief. Only then did he take a moment to truly regard the man before him. In person, he seemed even more handsome than during the live stream. Having spent so much on gifts, he thought it couldn't have been in vain. As evening descended, he suggested, why don't you come to my place for a while? Wang Quan stepped closer, gently placing a hand on He's shoulder, his torso nearly pressing against his back. While he had anticipated some intimate requests when agreeing to meet, he still felt a momentary stiffness at this proximity. Glancing at the freshly signed housing contract, he closed his eyes, about to acquiesce, when the person behind him suddenly stepped back. Just kidding, don't take it to heart. It's getting late. You should head home. Without waiting for He's response, Wang Quan turned and left. It wasn't T that he lacked desire. Rather, the system had just notified him that He's favorability had dipped slightly. After all the effort to raise it, he couldn't afford to take any chances. Upon returning home to the emptiness of his house, his frustration intensified. Damn it, why should he receive a house for free while I must endure renting? With nothing in the house to unleash his anger upon, he could only stew in silence. He pulled out his phone and began to engage in vindictive spending with a freshly credited million. Beneath his building, two men clad in black hoodies, sporting flat caps and masks, exchanged a furtive glance before quietly departing. As his secretary approached to report this occurrence, Tian Cheng was engrossed in his phone, discreetly observing the group chat and nodding in satisfaction at the various comments. He then picked up his device to message Pei Hanyun, inquiring, "Has my dear wife awakened?" The response was a solitary red exclamation mark. Raising an eyebrow, he discerned that she was indeed upset. Alas, it was he who had mentioned his hunger, a sweet yet troubling predicament. Upon accessing the home surveillance, he found Pei Hanyun already risen, which brought him a measure of comfort. However, as he set his phone aside, the smile faded, replaced by a subtle worry. Lately, he had perceived some issues with Pei Hanyun's mental state, although she masked it well in his presence. His background as a former psychologist enabled him to detect her distress. He instructed 745 to closely monitor Pei Hanyun's movements, particularly when she was away from him. After several observations, he noted that once they were apart for more than 10 minutes, anxiety would grip her. Concerned for his safety, she would only find rest at night after ensuring he was home. She had even skipped class due to a single message from him. These were all indicative of separation anxiety disorder. Fortunately, Tian Cheng recognized the signs early and intervened preemptively, assuring her during necessary separations, "I will keep my phone available today. Feel free to message me anytime." Will that help ease your mind? On days like today, when he had to go to work while Pei Hanyun could not accompany him due to health reasons, he would reassure her, "I will return promptly by 5 p.m., and we shall dine together." Thus, when he saw that red exclamation mark, his heart lightened. It signified that Pei Hanyun no longer feared losing contact with him, no longer spiraled into unfounded worries, a clear indication of her improving condition. Perplexed, 745 inquired, "Isn't it concerning that he relies on you so much?" Tian Cheng shook his head, replying, "What I desire is a healthy, joyful partner who possesses their own autonomy, not a puppet under mental control. I cherish his affection, but must be rooted in his own volition." He once again picked up his phone, sending several messages to Pei Hanyun. One contact now blocked, yet another remained accessible. "Oh, dear wife, I apologize. Please bring me back. Darling, remember to eat once you awaken. I've left porridge for you in the kitchen. I've also simmered chicken soup for a full 8 hours, kept warm in a thermos. Be sure to drink it." Pei Hanyun, witnessing the incessant stream of messages on her phone, felt a swell of happiness, as if she were the luckiest person in the world. Just as she contemplated unblocking him, a discomfort surged within her. Her expression fell instantly. The scoundrel could remain in her blacklist a while longer. Once Tian Cheng had finished his messages, 745 spoke again. "Little Orange, the system can no longer maintain its composure. It seems its energy is nearly depleted." Tian Cheng smiled mysteriously. "Let's stoke the flames further." The following morning, Wang Quan was jolted awake by the insistent ringing of the doorbell. Groggily, he stumbled to the door, muttering about the disturbance to his peaceful slumber. As he opened the door, before he could discern the identity of the visitor, he was forcefully pushed to the ground. Before he could utter a curse, he heard the intruder declare, "Police investigation, please cooperate." In an instant, Wang Quan's drowsiness vanished, his mind abruptly alert. What was happening? Why were the police here to apprehend him? Seated in the police car, Wang Quan frantically called out to the system in his mind, "System, where are you? What is going on?" Yet, no matter how desperately he shouted, the system remained unresponsive, as if it had vanished entirely. Anxiety surged within him, and cold sweat trickled down his temples. He longed to inquire of the officer beside him what crime he had supposedly committed, but the officer disregarded him. leaving him in silence until they arrived at the police station, where he was handcuffed in the interrogation room. The door swung open, and two officers entered. The older of the two initiated the questioning. Name? Wang Quan. Age? 32. Occupation? Wang Quan hesitated before responding, unemployed. The younger officer slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You're unemployed, yet you have over $1 million in your bank account?" Startled by the outburst, Wang Quan struggled to articulate a coherent response. The older officer raised his hand to calm the younger one, and then turned to Wang Quan, advising, "I suggest you think carefully before you speak. We would not have brought you in without thorough investigation. 2 months ago, your bank account began receiving small remittances that went unnoticed due to their modest amounts. However, just days ago, the remittances surged, including a transaction of $1 million yesterday. Our investigation indicates that many of these transfers originated from overseas accounts, including some recently linked to fraudulent activities. Explain your connection to these accounts." Wang Quan's face drained of color at the officer's words. What connection could he have to those accounts? The money was provided by the system. Yet, he dared not reveal the existence of the system. Doing so might lead them to dismiss him as delusional or, worse, subject him to experimentation. Cursed be the moment he lost contact with the system. With no viable options left, he chose silence, frantically devising a strategy in his mind. Meanwhile, in a vehicle not far from the police station, Tian Cheng observed the screen provided by 745. "Xiao Qingzi, what's the status? I cannot shield the defector system for much longer." "All right, release it," came the response. Upon hearing this, 745 removed the barrier. At last, the voice of the system echoed in Wang Quan's mind. "What is happening? Are you all right?" The extravagant system surveyed Wang Quan's plight with confusion. Hearing the system's voice brought a sense of relief to Wang Quan. However, this relaxation quickly transformed into frustration as he internally chastised the system for its earlier silence and questioned why the funds it provided had all originated from fraudulent accounts. The system, inexplicably provoked, felt a surge of irritation, yet it restrained itself, recognizing that it and this imbecile were now one entity. It was imperative to first ascertain the current situation. Moments ago, it had been assailed by an enigmatic force and had lost contact with Wang Quan, which instilled a sense of vigilance. It suspected that the celestial order had discerned its presence. In its quest to break free from constraints, it had expended considerable energy, nearly resorting to activating reserve power. At that instant, the system suddenly perceived a significant decline in the favorability ratings of all individuals bound to Wang Quan, particularly that of Qi. A favorability score exceeding 70 plummeted into the negatives in an instant. This, of course, was the handiwork of Tian Cheng, who had leaked news of Wang Quan's capture to those individuals. Upon learning that Wang Quan was a fraudster, they lamented the possibility of recovering the funds they had bestowed upon him, resulting in a chorus of grievances. Consequently, their favorability ratings dwindled sharply. Qi, in particular, was directly approached by the police, urging him to cooperate with the investigation. Initially, the system was still able to absorb a modicum of fortune to replenish its energy, but now it could not draw even a trace. Wang Quan continued his incessant chatter, irking the system. It had resolved to sever ties with this fool, opting for a direct disconnection. Continuing on this path would only deplete more energy. Ding! Disconnecting the system. Wang Quan was startled by the voice echoing in his mind. He exclaimed in a panic, "System, where are you going? You cannot abandon me like this." His sudden movement startled the officers, who swiftly moved to restrain him. Veins bulged on Wang Quan's neck. His eyes reddened as he struggled to free himself from the handcuffs. No matter how loudly he shouted, the system remained silent. 745 detected the disengaging system and immediately intervened to halt its escape. The godly wealth system sensed danger and promptly activated its reserve energy. In a moment of inattention, 745 allowed it to find an opening and flee. "Wow, little orange, it has escaped." 745 blinked its small, bead-like eyes, casting a look of grievance towards Tian Cheng. Unfazed, Tian Cheng shrugged. "It's of no consequence. It lacks sufficient energy to go far." Seeing no further purpose in remaining, Tian Cheng drove away from the scene. intent on returning to appease his wife. Meanwhile, Wang Quan sat despondently on a bench. The police officers released their grip, gazing at the man who had transitioned from mania to a state of utter despair, perplexed by the unfolding events. He stubbornly insisted he was unaware of the origins of the money, claiming that one day, his account inexplicably began to receive deposits. Overcome by greed, he had simply taken the money. The officers were skeptical of his account. They traced his video account and, following the leads, discovered the limitless card provided by the system. However, this card had already been frozen, and the police had never encountered such a type, rendering them unable to identify which bank issued it. Consequently, they could not retrieve transaction records to ascertain if there were any irregular transfers. Just as the case appeared to stall, the police station received an anonymous email containing the transaction history of the card. The records clearly indicated that every single transaction was illicit. Wang Quan realized that everything was lost. He could not allow himself to be associated with a fraudster. He maintained that the card was one he had found, claiming that since it had no password, he had merely used it indiscriminately. Due to the freezing of the card, the identity of the account holder could not be ascertained. And indeed, there was no record of this card under Wang Quan's name, leaving the police powerless. Wang breathed a sigh of relief, believing he had escaped unscathed. Although the system had vanished and the card was frozen, he still possessed a fortune of 1 million in his account, and with his current visage, he could continue to thrive. Furthermore, he had generously gifted numerous sums to various streamers, and now that the system was gone, the goodwill he had garnered was rendered meaningless. He planned to reclaim that money once he was free. Yes, he had also purchased a house for Chi, and he intended to retrieve that as well. Just as he envisioned the scenes that would unfold upon his release, the court's verdict arrived. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for the egregious act of credit card fraud, involving a substantial sum of money, and the more than 1 million in his account was confiscated as ill-gotten gains. Within the confines of prison, Wang Quan found himself perpetually yearning for the return of his former appearance. The streamers remained oblivious to the origins of Wang Quan's wealth. Thus, his acts of gifting within the streaming realm were deemed mere compensated consumption, and the funds were not reclaimed, save for the gifts and house he had bestowed upon Chi. The principle of reciprocity was at play, while Chi harbored no hatred towards Wang Quan. He certainly had no desire to see him again. After cooperating with the police and providing his statement, Chi promptly blacklisted and deleted Wang Quan from his contacts. Tian Cheng listened attentively as the system reported the situation, acknowledging its updates. The system fell silent, relishing the spectacle of Tian Cheng attempting to appease his wife. How foolish! This dog had truly overstepped. Pei Hanyun lay on the bed in her pajamas, while Tian Cheng knelt beside her, offering a massage to her back. "Dear, is this pressure acceptable?" Pei Hanyun closed her eyes, relishing Tian Cheng's ministrations. A bit lower, apply more strength." Tian Cheng's face was one of obsequiousness. "Of course, my dear." Pei Hanyun, not wishing to prolong the massage, soon felt her back ease and instructed him to rise. She turned over onto her back, and Tian Cheng, beaming, leaned in with her phone. "My love, I truly recognize my errors. I should have exercised restraint. Please just pull me back." Pei Hanyun refrained from responding. Her discontent stemmed not from anger, but from the fact that Tian Cheng had revealed traces of their intimacy, which had sparked discussions among others that made her uncomfortable. Particularly, when they speculated about Tian Cheng's girlfriend, it stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Tian Cheng crawled over, took Pei Hanyun's phone, and unlocked it with his face. He then removed his number from her blacklist and subsequently added himself to the group where discussions about the day's events were still ongoing. Upon witnessing his entry, the group fell silent. Tian Cheng retrieved his phone and sent a personalized red envelope to Pei Hanyun within the chat. Pei Hanyun, perplexed by Tian Cheng's actions, wondered what he was up to. "Tian Cheng, allow me to introduce my boyfriend." Then he turned to Pei Hanyun. The sound of her heartbeat filled her ears, thumping fiercely as if her ribs might shatter from the intensity. Tian Cheng continued to send messages in the group, releasing 10 lucky red envelopes in one breath. Instantly, the group was abuzz, with blessings pouring in one after another. Pei Hanyun looked at Tian Cheng with reddened eyes, and the latter putting down his phone, cheerfully leaned in to give him a kiss. At that moment, everyone was aware that he had already found his match. Pei Hanyun tightly embraced Tian Cheng. His voice hoarse, "Hold me." He found himself unable to articulate his emotions, his breath quickening, and his arms trembling slightly as he held Tian Cheng. In Chapter 30, the little internet celebrity who was scolded into quitting, 17. The male protagonist was sentenced, and the wealthy system had vanished without a trace. Tian Cheng had already tidied up the mess within the company. Due to Tian Cheng's earlier actions in the group, everyone in the company now knew about the relationship between him and Pei Hanyun. The two began to unabashedly flaunt their affection in the workplace, indifferent to any gossip that might circulate behind their backs. All they heard were words of blessing. Pei Hanyun had now become a competent steward. Whether it was company affairs or Tian Cheng's personal life, he managed everything with meticulous care. Tian Cheng felt as though he had returned to those days of being pampered by his partner. On the day of Pei Hanyun's graduation, Tian Cheng attended the ceremony with a bouquet of flowers in hand. The warm light from the auditorium's dome illuminated Pei Hanyun, casting a golden glow upon him. For a brief moment, Tian Cheng was lost in thought, as if he caught a glimpse of that red fox again. What had transpired? Why had he appeared in this small world with no memory? In his first life, he could not ascertain, but in this lifetime, he distinctly sensed the essence belonging to him deep within Pei Hanyun's soul. As Pei Hanyun bowed and stepped down from the stage, Tian Cheng approached him with a beaming smile, presenting the flowers. "Regardless of whether you remember, Hanyun, you own me. We shall be entwined for eternity." Pei Hanyun received the flowers with one hand while linking his arm with Tian Cheng as they walked out together. "Our dormitory is having a farewell dinner. You should join us." Tian Cheng allowed himself to be led to the restaurant they had prearranged. The fourth roommate glanced at Tian Cheng and Pei Hanyun on his left, then at the second and first roommates on his right, feeling like an extraordinarily bright light bulb. Pei Hanyun also sensed something amiss with the two across from him, casting a puzzled glance at the fourth roommate before looking back at the other two. The fourth roommate met Pei Hanyun's gaze, glanced at the pair who were feeding each other, then nodded slightly. Pei Hanyun was astonished. He had not expected the two could end up together. Considering they had always been at odds, their exchanges often laced with sarcasm or sharp retorts. The second roommate stood up, claiming he needed to use the restroom, followed by the first roommate. As the two walked away, Pei Hanyun quickly turned to the fourth roommate, asking what is going on with them. The fourth roommate looked at Pei Hanyun with a blank expression. "As you can see, they are now a couple." "How did they get together?" "I don't know." "When did they become a couple?" "I don't know." Frustrated by the fourth roommate's ignorance, Pei Hanyun sighed. "Then what do you know? One day, after returning from the library, I heard my elder brother's bed creaking. Moments later, my second brother emerged from behind the bed curtain." Pei Hanyun wore a bemused expression as the two individuals who had gone to the restroom returned, their faces devoid of any particular emotion. However, their lips bore a slight redness, likely due to the spiciness of the food. Indeed, it was rather spicy. Once the meal concluded, everyone dispersed. Pei Hanyun was directly whisked away by Tian Cheng onto a private jet. He followed without inquiring about their destination, harboring a profound trust in Tian Cheng. Upon disembarking, the first sight that greeted them was an expanse of azure sea. He was brought to a small island where the sun hung low on the horizon, and a gentle breeze stirred as they strolled along the shore. Side by side, their footprints imprinted on the sand were soon caressed away by the encroaching waves. Engaging in casual conversation, Pei Hanyun reveled in the ambience of the moment. As the sun sank further, darkness enveloped the land, leading them to their destination. Pei Hanyun, observing the scene before him, began to suspect the purpose of their arrival, yet he remained silent as he walked into the rose garden alongside Tian Cheng. Surrounding beams of light converged upon them. Tian Cheng turned to face Pei Hanyun, kneeling on one knee, and produced a red velvet box. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he spoke, "Pei Hanyun, I love you. Will you spend your life with me?" Pei Hanyun shook his head, extending his hand. "I do not wish for merely a lifetime. I desire an eternity." Tian Cheng slid the ring onto Pei Hanyun's ring finger before rising and offering him another ring. "Put this on for me." Pei Hanyun carefully took the ring, and placed it upon Tian Cheng's finger. Their hands intertwined. The rings on their respective fingers nestled closely together, silently narrating their shared affection. In the distance, fireworks erupted, drawing Pei Hanyun's gaze upwards to the enchanting spectacle in the sky. Tian Cheng turned his head, appreciating the most beautiful sight through Pei Hanyun's eyes. They lingered on the island for a month, a period Tian Cheng affectionately termed their honeymoon. Pei Hanyun indulged him, hardly leaving the bed throughout the month. By the end, a mere touch from Tian Cheng would send shivers through him, awakening every sensitive nerve within. Upon their return to the company, the two executives, adorned with matching rings on their ring fingers, reignited the gossip spirit among their colleagues. This time, it was in another group chat, as the previous one had fallen silent after Tian Cheng's entry. Nestled on the office sofa with Tian Cheng's phone, Pei Hanyun's cheeks flushed as he read the messages from his staff. Indeed, Tian Cheng's alternate account had infiltrated this group. The rings are on. Does this mean President Pei has officially ascended to the role of the boss's wife? Certainly, they disappeared together for a month. Isn't that akin to embarking on a honeymoon? Henceforth, I shall formally refer to her as the Madam Boss. Poor Madam Boss, toiling under the labor of the boss for an entire month with a mischievous smile. I suspect you are driving with a playful tone. There's no need for suspicion. She indeed is. Pei Hanyun abruptly shut his phone, paused for a moment, and then resumed his surreptitious observation. He relished the discussions surrounding this matter, as it made him feel as though the entire world was aware of his relationship with Tian Cheng. Tian Cheng placed a thick stack of documents on the coffee table. Pei Hanyun turned off his phone and sat up. Darling, please sign these. Upon glancing at the documents, Pei Hanyun realized they were share, transfer contracts, and property gift deeds. Tian Cheng settled beside Pei Hanyun, wrapping his arm around his waist. These are all my assets. They are now yours. Without hesitation, Pei Hanyun took the pen and began signing his name on each document. Once finished, he leaned back, nestling closer to Tian Cheng, and with a playful yet serious tone, he declared, "If you ever dare to betray me, I shall ensure you possess nothing." Tian Cheng leaned down and pecked Pei Hanyun's lips softly, teasing, "Then you would cast me onto the streets to beg." Pei Hanyun turned his head away, muttering, "I would never cast you onto the streets. I would confine you so that only I could see you." His expression was playful, yet his gaze revealed sincerity. Though his murmurs were faint, they were just audible enough for Tian Cheng to hear clearly. Tian Cheng smiled indulgently. "Very well. Only brother can see. Just let brother see." Pei Hanyun blushed. Although he was indeed the older one, why did it always feel as if it was Tian Cheng who was indulging him? Chapter 31. The Internet Celebrity Scorned. And, ever since Tian Cheng transferred his shares to Pei Hanyun, he began to liberate himself. Work? He delegated it to Pei Hanyun. Signing documents? He sought out Pei Hanyun meetings. If he didn't wish to attend, he declared he would play games instead. He even created an account to live stream his gaming sessions. Surprisingly, he successfully built up the account, amassing over 1 million followers in just half a month. However, he could only maintain that for a fortnight, as the incessant requests from fans for him to live stream made him feel as though he was back at work. When he ceased to broadcast, fans inundated his video comments with inquiries about how much he earned to feel entitled to such leisure. With unabashed pride, he proclaimed, "My wife supports me. If I can live off her, why would I work?" Ultimately, it was Pei Hanyun who could no longer tolerate this situation. He tugged on Tian Cheng's ear and pulled him back to the office desk, pushing half the documents towards him. "You shall not enter the bedroom until these documents are processed." Tian Cheng widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom such cruel words coming from Pei Hanyun. He clung to Pei Hanyun's waist, tearfully pleading, "Please, my dear wife, you cannot be so heartless." Pei Hanyun maintained a stern expression as he pushed Tian Cheng away and swiftly exited the office. If he stayed any longer, his resolve would surely soften. Tian Cheng watched his wife's unyielding silhouette and resignedly picked up the documents to begin processing them. Detection indicates that the host meets the binding conditions. The most powerful business system is now initializing. Tian Cheng's hand, poised to sign, momentarily halted, feigning a look of shock. Who is speaking? Do not panic. Dear host, this system is here to assist you. You must be feeling quite despondent at the moment, but fret not. For I have arrived to help you reclaim all that you have lost. After severing ties with the previous host, it was beset by an unknown force that depleted its reserve energy, forcing it into hiding for an extended period before daring to emerge. The host it has chosen this time has been meticulously selected, possessing beauty, intellect, and capability, albeit somewhat naive in matters of love, having been deceived by her boyfriend who absconded with her fortune. However, fear not, for I am here to enlighten her. I trust that upon realizing her deception, she will gain clarity, see through the veil of emotions, and thus better facilitate the completion of her tasks. Oblivious to the unfolding drama, the system remained engrossed in its fantasies, unaware that Tian Cheng was signaling to the cloaked 745. Within 745 chuckled mischievously, recalling the last encounter where it had let its prey escape. This time, however, the host had unwittingly walked into a trap, having made an astute choice. 745 stealthily sealed off the entire space, ensuring that the system had no chance of escape. Then, it approached slowly, mouth agape, prepared to devour its target. The rogue system sensed danger and instantly evaded, causing 745 to snap at nothing but air. Recognizing the energy signature, it exclaimed, "It's you," before it could finish. A large net ensnared it, rendering it immobile. 745 advanced once more, this time successfully swallowing it whole. Burp 745 let out a prolonged belch, then vanished back into the system's domain. Xiao Chengzi, I shall enter a temporary dormancy. Do not call for me unless necessary. Understood, Tian Cheng replied, never pausing in his work, diligently processing documents. He hurried to finish, lest he face his wife's displeasure and be denied entry to their bed. Years rolled by, and the couple felt that work was impeding their romance, so they engaged a professional manager. They packed their bags and set off to explore the world. Hand in hand, they traversed magnificent landscapes, ultimately deciding to settle in a quaint alley in Jiangnan. The restless Pei Hanyun opened a flower shop, spending her days either tending to blooms with Tian Cheng or being coaxed into fishing trips by him. Time passed swiftly in their tranquil existence. As Pei Hanyun's hair turned silver and her health declined, she found herself waking less frequently, often succumbing to slumber. Tian Cheng remained by her side, ensuring she would not awaken to find him absent. One day, Pei Hanyun exhibited rare vitality, enjoying breakfast with a bowl of soy milk and 2 large meat buns. After their meal, they took a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. Having lived their lives devoid of children, Pei Hanyun had always refrained from allowing anything to distract Tian Cheng's attention, never even broaching the subject of adoption, though he occasionally felt guilt. He had once harbored disdain for his possessive nature. Yet, Tian Cheng provided him with ample security. They had never been apart for more than a day, aside from the forced separation of their youth. As he gazed upon the silver-haired yet resilient figure beside him, his heart ached. For the inevitability of aging and mortality was beyond his control. He could only wish that after his departure, Tian Cheng would continue to live a life of health, peace, and happiness. He could wait a few more years on the Naiha Bridge without concern. Feeling the fatigue enveloping his body, he extended his hand to grasp Tian Cheng's. I'm a bit tired. Would you accompany me for a short rest? Of course. Tian Cheng gently supported him as they made their way to the bedroom. He understood that this life was nearing its conclusion. Lying in bed, Pei Hanyun nestled into his embrace, reminiscent of their youthful days. As Pei Hanyun felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred, a multitude of unfamiliar memories surfaced in his mind. It dawned upon him that they had known each other for quite some time. He nuzzled closer to Tian Cheng as he had done countless times before. Tian Cheng, I'm sorry. I accept your apology, but I cannot forgive. What must I do for your forgiveness? You have consumed me. Thus, you must offer yourself in return. A soft chuckle escaped Pei Hanyun's throat. This heart of mine has long belonged to you. Not enough. I require your soul as well. The soul, you must procure yourself. Upon finishing this sentence, Tian Cheng felt the weight of the person in his arms shift. He reached out to check the other's pulse, finding it devoid of any rhythm. He retrieved his phone and sent a message. Their assets had long been bequeathed in a will, destined to be donated to the state upon their demise. Once everything was settled, he cradled Pei Hanyun in his arms once more, whispering in his mind, "Little Blackie, let us depart." 745 had been observing from the periphery, unable to comprehend their exchange, yet her intuition urged her not to intrude. When she heard Tian Cheng speak, she finally dared a voice. "The passage has been opened." Tian Cheng pressed a final kiss upon Pei Hanyun's cold lips. "Little fox, until we meet again in the next world." As his soul detached, just before leaving this realm, he felt a surge of powerful fortune flowing into him. The consciousness of this small world awakened. There existed a hierarchy among the small worlds, classified into 4 grades: A, B, C, and D, with it being the highest. It was in a critical phase of advancing to a C-grade world, having succumbed to slumber. Unexpectedly, it had been exploited by the system. Had it not been for Tian Cheng and 745's intervention, it might have failed in its ascension. A failed ascension could lead to chaos in the realm, or, worse, the obliteration of consciousness. Thus, it came to express its gratitude to Tian Cheng. Tian Cheng directly transferred this fortune to 745, who was taken aback by the sudden joy and spun around in delight. In the dimly lit room, 2 slender figures tumbled upon the pristine bed, ultimately resulting in the delicate figure pinning the robust one down. "Ugh, you bastard, get off me!" Mu Hanyun found himself restrained on the bed, his hands bound above his head with a tie, his fingertips turning pale from exertion. The person behind him, rather than ceasing their actions upon hearing his protest, intensified their efforts. "Be good. Say a few more words. I relish them." Mu Hanyun clenched his teeth, suppressing any vexatious sounds, cursing inwardly. This person, with an appearance so refined, turned out to be a pervert. A gentle breeze swept through the air, rustling the leaves, followed by the descent of raindrops, which rendered the atmosphere damp and chilly. The hotel window was not tightly shut, allowing the wind, mingled with the rain, to infiltrate the room, causing a slight drop in temperature. Yet, this did not diminish the fervent ambience shared by the 2 individuals on the bed. Mu Hanyun felt an overwhelming urge to berate himself for having indulged too much in drink. He had even assisted the Omega just moments before. Who could fathom why an Omega possessed such formidable strength, rendering his resistance utterly futile? His head spun, and a wave of regret washed over him as he pondered how he had found himself in this predicament. A top-tier alpha being subdued by an Omega. What would people say if word of this got out? 3 hours prior, Mu Hanyun, infuriated by the theft of a collaborative project he had meticulously prepared for 3 months, sought solace in a bar. There, he spotted a frail Omega ensnared by a group of ruffians. The young Omega, with a fair complexion and clad in a pink casual jacket, appeared innocent and compliant. His noble demeanor starkly contrasting with the raucous bar atmosphere, much like a lamb lost among wolves. Wasn't this the young master of the Tian family? Tian Cheng, if memory served him right, had been raised on another planet and had only recently returned to the main star. He had seen that face in a photograph displayed on a woman's table. There was no mistaking it. That insufferable woman guarded her brother as if he were a precious gem. How could she allow him to roam a bar, seemingly being bullied? Observing Tian Cheng sitting silently, Mu Hanyun wondered if the young man was too frightened to speak. His eyes narrowed, a plan forming in his mind. That woman had robbed him of his business. Surely, it was not unreasonable for him to claim her brother in return. Downing his drink in one swift motion, he hastened towards a man who was about to strike. Seizing his arm, the assailant froze, glancing back at the towering figure of Mu Hanyun. "Who are you?" he demanded. Mu Hanyun dismissed the grip on his arm with disdain, wiping his sleeve as if to rid himself of the contact. "What does it matter who I am? Just get lost." His voice, though not loud, silenced the surrounding clamor momentarily. "You think you can play the hero, huh? Fine." The man took a step back, gesturing to his companions. "All of you, come at me." In an instant, several individuals encircled Mu Hanyun. He stood firm, his robust physique filling out his suit, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. "Is that all you're going to do?" The system, cloaked in invisibility, hovered above Tian Cheng's head. What else can I do? I'm a frail Omega. It's only natural to be protected by my partner, Tian Cheng replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Natural, my foot. What Omega addresses an Alpha as their partner? Veins throbbing on his forehead, Tian Cheng gritted his teeth. I too wonder why I, a fragment of reincarnation, am an Omega. Heaven knows the turmoil he experienced upon realizing his identity upon arriving in this world. It felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a room adorned in pastel pink, with an overly soft bed beneath him, surrounded by an array of charming dolls. While the decor elicited no strong feelings from him, he thought it no great offense for a boy to have an affinity for pink. He felt that, in this lifetime, he was still born into a prosperous family, with a heart at ease. Rising from bed, he walked to the mirror to appraise his reflection. Standing at an estimated height of 6 feet, his physique was well-proportioned, and his features were delicately refined, leaning towards a gentle demeanor. The aura he exuded unmistakably marked him as the scion of a wealthy family. Tian Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Yet, this fleeting good mood lingered only for a moment. What do you mean I am an Omega? Tian Cheng now felt as if death were a preferable option. He, a formidable Alpha, had inexplicably transformed into a being capable of reproduction, complete with a heat cycle. Even if he were not an Alpha, being a mundane Beta would suffice. But why was he cursed to be a childbearing Omega? The crux of the matter was that his wife was a top-tier Alpha. One couldn't shake the feeling that his safety in this life was at stake. Perhaps a restart was in order. The system observed Tian Cheng slumped on the ground and interjected. If you delay any longer, your wife will be taken away. The tone betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Tian Cheng sprang to his feet, hastily donned his clothes, and rushed out the door. Tian Cheng watched her brother dash off in a flurry. Ordinarily, she would have stopped him to inquire about his destination. However, preoccupied with a newly secured job, she merely cast a glance and thought little of it. Trusting her obedient brother wouldn't land himself in trouble. Little did she imagine that he would venture alone to a bar. Upon entering, the striking little Omega immediately attracted the attention of many, yet none dared to approach him due to his commanding presence. After a brief exploration, Tian Cheng spotted Mu Hanyan sulking at the bar. In this world, the protagonist was Tian Cheng's sister, Tian Cheng, a female Alpha. Despite her gentle name, she was anything but soft. Having lost her parents in childhood and her family fortune seized by relatives, she and her brother were all that remained of one another. In the original storyline, the female lead possessed exceptional business acumen, single-handedly establishing a vast commercial empire, causing her adversaries to fade into obscurity as her influence grew. Her only vulnerability was her brother. Mu Hanyun, on the other hand, was a relentless rival in business. This evening, the project he had meticulously prepared for 3 months was usurped by Tian Cheng, prompting him to seek solace in the bar. An unfortunate turn of events led to an early onset of his heat, resulting in him being picked up by a passing Omega. The following day, upon awakening, he had no recollection of the previous night. Out of a sense of responsibility, he expressed his willingness to take charge of the situation, as he had no one special in his life, and his father had been incessantly urging him to marry. This Omega could conveniently silence his father's persistent nagging. He was a workaholic. To him, the identity of a wife was merely a facade, regardless of who she was. However, now that Tian Cheng had arrived, he would not allow his wife to entertain other suitors. Determined to secure his wife before she could be approached by others, he positioned himself at a distance, discreetly observing Mu Hanyun to thwart any potential competitors. As he scrutinized Mu Hanyun, others were also watching him. An Omega who entered alone without an Alpha in tow appeared to be a prime target for these onlookers, many of whom were ready to pounce. Finally, a few individuals could no longer restrain themselves and approached, encircling Tian Cheng. Little beauty, drinking alone is rather dull. Come and play with us. A tall, lanky figure attempted to thrust a bottle of liquor into Tian Cheng's hands. Tian Cheng's cold gaze swept over the group, and just as he contemplated taking action to drive them away, he caught sight of Mu Hanyun striding towards him. He pressed his outstretched fingers down, quietly standing by, awaiting his partner's heroic intervention. His wife remained the same, She could only whimper in front of Tian Cheng, lacking the courage to stand firm. Chapter 33. Alpha Wife Always Yearns to Counterattack. 2. Tian Cheng devoted himself to admiring his wife's current incarnation. Clad in a black suit, Mu Hanyun appeared as if he had just emerged from a high-class soiree, his expression stern as he glared at the group before him. Standing at an estimated height of nearly 6 feet 3, with broad shoulders and a slender waist, his tightly clenched fists revealed prominent veins, exuding an undeniable allure. A glance at his chest revealed that he was indeed a formidable presence. Before Tian Cheng could fully appreciate the sight, Mu Hanyun had already dispersed the group without laying a finger on them. His pheromones emanated outward, causing the intruders to quail in submission. Such was the natural dominance of a high-ranking alpha over those of lower status. Mu Hanyun flashed a smile he deemed charming and strode over confidently. Tian Cheng caught a faint whiff of strong liquor. It was likely the scent of Mu Hanyun's pheromones. The sharp and stimulating fragrance caused a slight dizziness to wash over Tian Cheng, prompting him to close his eyes for a moment to regain his composure. "Do not fear, my dear. The villains have all been chased away," Mu Hanyun reassured him. Tian Cheng's eye twitched. How could his wife in this world be so ostentatious? Taking a deep breath, he internally consoled himself. "Steady now. This is your beloved wife." Noticing Tian Cheng's lowered gaze and silence, Mu Hanyun mistakenly assumed that he was frightened by the earlier incident. He reached out to offer comfort, but abruptly halted, recalling the distinction between AOs. He desired to entice the Omega without overwhelming him. Maintaining a certain distance seemed more prudent. When Tian Cheng lifted his head, he found a hand suspended before him. After a moment of contemplation, he leaned against it. Just as Mu Hanyun was about to retract his hand, he felt a soft sensation in his palm, causing his eyes to widen slightly. How delightfully soft. Just a gentle squeeze, just one. Mu Hanyun felt his heart racing. It turned out Omega's hair was this soft? It resembled petting a kitten. Ah, how delightful. Tian Cheng allowed Mu Hanyun to indulge in this charming gesture, watching him bask in pure enjoyment. His eyes sparkling with pink bubbles. Indeed, his wife remained as innocent as ever. As Mu Hanyun continued to caress him, Tian Cheng looked up, a shy smile gracing his lips. "Thank you." Mu Hanyun's face flushed crimson. "And no need to thank me," he muttered quietly to himself. "No wonder that woman cherishes her brother so dearly. This face is simply too captivating. I nearly succumbed to temptation myself." Suddenly, Tian Cheng closed his eyes and stumbled forward. Mu Hanyun swiftly opened his arms, catching him in an embrace. A sweet scent of oranges wafted into Mu Hanyun's nostrils. Tian Cheng grasped his sleeve, biting his lip gently. "Help me. It seems my heat has arrived." He controlled the release of his pheromones, ensuring that Mu Hanyun could catch a whiff without it dispersing into the air. Mu Hanyun's eyes flickered momentarily, swiftly shedding his coat to envelop the young man within it. He lifted Tian Cheng in a horizontal embrace, shrouding him with his own pheromones to prevent even a trace of the other's scent from escaping. The crowd around them was too dense. An aroused Omega could easily incite chaos, and they needed to leave promptly. He hurriedly made his way to the exit, cradling Tian Cheng, and exited the bar. Once in the hotel, Mu Hanyun placed Tian Cheng on the bed, simultaneously running to the bathroom to prepare cool water while messaging his secretary to bring an Omega suppressor. With the cool water set, he contemplated placing the young Omega into the bathtub, but feared the delicate creature might not withstand the chill. What if he fell ill? Just as he hesitated, the doorbell rang. It was the secretary delivering the suppressor. He cracked the door open just enough to receive the package and quickly shut it again. The secretary, nearly caught by the door, rubbed his nose, internally grumbling, "The boss is in quite a situation, sending me for an Omega-specific suppressor." Who knew he was not only pure-hearted but possessed such self-control? Any other alpha would have likely pounced to claim their mark by now. Unaware of his secretary's muttering, Mu Hanyun stood frozen, shocked by the scene before him. The young man had regained consciousness, his cheeks flushed as though ablaze, damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead. His shirt was torn open, exposing his fair chest to the air. Mu Hanyun pressed one hand against his nose to staunch the bleeding while the other held the syringe. ready to administer the suppressor to Tian Cheng. Suddenly, Tian Cheng sat up and knocked the syringe from his hand, pulling Mu Hanyun down with him. The room was thick with Tian Cheng's pheromones, more potent than before. Mu Hanyun gazed at the individual atop him, sensing an aggressive glint in his eyes, no longer the soft demeanor of an omega, but reminiscent of a predator assessing its prey. Get a grip. The sweet, cloying pheromones overwhelmed Mu Hanyun, causing his glands to swell, and he could not contain the scent of liquor that seeped from him uncontrollably. This was not good. His heat seemed to have arrived prematurely. The young man pressed against him, his heated breath tickling his neck. Mu Hanyun's throat constricted. He wished to help him up, but his wrist was firmly held down. Could you please get up? I want to give you the suppressor. The young man propped himself up, his gaze fixated on Mu Hanyun, the corners of his eyes tinged with crimson as he slowly spoke. Give it to me. I want it. Those words shattered Mu Hanyun's rationality. It was merely his intention to draw closer to Tian Cheng, to exact a form of vengeance on that woman. This development aligned perfectly with his expectations. Why then should he push him away? Tian Cheng was the one initiating this. He simply hadn't refused. Had he? Convincing himself in silence, he felt a twinge of guilt creeping in as he allowed the young man to act recklessly with him. He thought to himself, I will take responsibility for this. Once we return, I shall arrange my assets and propose to the Tian family. Tian Cheng tentatively escalated his actions, and Mu Hanyun gradually sensed something was amiss. By the time he wished to resist, it was already too late. He was pinned down, his wrists bound together by his own tie, rendering him utterly immobile. Mu Hanyun's eyes lost their luster, and eventually, he even abandoned the thought of resistance. Tian Cheng untied the tie and patted his waist. Following Tian Cheng's movements, Mu Hanyun turned on his side, one hand hugging his bent leg, internally lamenting. The disobedient Omega, given the chance, must learn the strength of a top alpha and be taught the proper place by this audacious Omega. Within the room, the scent of sweet orange pheromones intertwined with the spicy aroma of white wine, creating a rich, fruity bouquet. Outside, the rain began to lessen, and the tumult within the room also ceased. Mu Hanyun lay on the bed, breathing heavily, while Tian Cheng sat with his back to him on the edge of the bed. Tian Cheng was busy responding to his sister's messages. Xiao Cheng, where have you been? Why aren't you back so late? Sister, I have something on tonight and we'll be staying out. The reply came swiftly. All right, be safe and contact me if you need anything. Though his sister doted on him, she did not overly restrict Tian Cheng's actions. On the contrary, feeling indebted to him, she had always indulged him. Instances of staying out overnight had occurred before. A notification popped up on Tian Cheng's device. It was a transfer of funds from Tian Cheng. Xiao Cheng, I've transferred 1 million star coins to your account. Let me know if you need more. In Chapter 34, Alpha Wife, he always wants to counterattack. 3. Mu Hanyun lay on the bed, gazing at the nape of Tian Cheng's neck, where the Omega's gland resided. He instinctively yearned to mark his partner, but had been suppressed and unsuccessful. Now, he felt an itch in his teeth, straining to prop himself up and lean closer. Tian Cheng, believing Mu Hanyun sought comfort post-encounter, remained unguarded, allowing Mu Hanyun to embrace him from behind. The result was a bite to his nape. Hiss! Mu Hanyun held on tightly, making it difficult for Tian Cheng to escape. His teeth sank into the flesh, preventing any significant movements from Tian Cheng. The bite had landed. A warm sensation coursed from Tian Cheng's nape down to his abdomen. He quickly messaged Tian Cheng. I might not return for the next few days. Mu Hanyun had marked Tian Cheng temporarily, releasing his grip and collapsing back onto the bed, feeling his last bit of strength dissipate. Tian Cheng turned around, his eyes reddening. Feeling his body ignite with heat, it seemed the heat cycle had truly arrived. A chill ran down Mu Hanyun's spine as he looked at Tian Cheng, realizing the impending trouble. Before he could roll away in an attempt to escape, he was pinned down once again. The two engaged in passionate entanglements in the hotel for 3 days. On the third day, Tian Cheng awoke first, sensing something furry resting against his chest. Looking down, he found his spouse, who had curled up tightly in his embrace. After admiring his spouse's serene, sleeping face for a while, seeing no signs of awakening, He gently repositioned his head onto the pillow. He then rose to stretch out his now-numb arms, glancing at the clothes strewn on the floor, which were no longer wearable. He discovered that his intelligent brain had run out of power and shut down. Upon charging it and turning it on, a multitude of messages promptly appeared, most of which were from Tian Cheng, along with some from his friends. He first ordered 2 sets of clothing for himself and Mu Hanyun from the Star Network, inadvertently using his family card. As soon as he placed the order, Tian Cheng received the notification of expenditure. Tian Cheng altered his sister's video call request into a voice message. Tian Cheng, you finally answered. Where are you now? Are you safe? I'll come and get you. The person on the other end sounded quite anxious, almost wishing to leap through the network. Sister, I'm fine. I'll be back tonight, don't worry. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they concluded the call. Frowning, Tian Cheng pondered her brother's behavior. Though he occasionally spent nights away, it was unusual for him to be out of contact for 3 days. Had she not received an earlier notification from Tian Cheng, she might have resorted to filing a report. Even her inquiries to several Omegas who frequently associated with Tian Cheng yielded no information about his whereabouts. If he didn't respond soon, she would genuinely consider alerting the authorities. Sitting back in her office chair, she sighed deeply. Had it not been for their parents' early departure and her own preoccupation with her career, she would not have overlooked Tian Cheng. She vividly recalled the early days of her entrepreneurial journey, when she had been so engrossed in a project that she had not returned home for 2 months. When she finally completed her work and returned home with gifts to spend quality time with Tian Cheng, she found him dirty and mistreated on the floor by a nanny. She had ensured the nanny was imprisoned, yet the scars on Tian Cheng's psyche remained unhealed. He developed severe psychological issues, resisting the proximity of others. It took over a decade of treatment at a manor before he showed any improvement, and he had only returned to the main star a year ago. Uncertain of how to make amends, she could only strive to provide him with a better material life, trying her utmost to fulfill his every request. The outside world characterized the young master of the Tian family as capricious and arrogant, hardly resembling an Omega. However, Tian Cheng disagreed, believing that such a demeanor would prevent him from being bullied. She was unsure if her approach was correct and felt the need to learn more. She casually picked up a book from her desk, its cover titled The Art of Parent-Child Communication Without Arguments, alongside other titles such as Understanding the Subtext of Children's Drawings and 100 Psychological Issues that Omegas May Encounter. Tian Cheng ended the communication and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Throughout these past 3 days, Mu Hanyun had not relinquished his desire to exert control, and by the end, both had exhibited a degree of anger, resulting in somewhat reckless interactions. Gazing into the mirror, Mu Hanyun noted that apart from his face, his body bore no unblemished skin, particularly on the nape of his neck, where several bite marks had overlapped and begun to swell. Certainly, Mu Hanyun was not in a much better state. Awakening groggily from his bed, he found himself alone in the room, feeling a mix of anger and grievance. This deranged Omega had taken everything from him and left him here, abandoned. His clothes were torn beyond wear, and his intelligent brain was nowhere to be found. Bastard, scoundrel, wretch. Particularly when he thought that he had been deceived into consuming navel oranges, his ire intensified. He had resolved to maintain his position above. Yet it seemed he remained on the outside. The 2 siblings of the Tian family were equally contemptible. One usurped his business, while the other encroached upon his affections. He reached out to hurl the pillow away, but inadvertently tugged it, letting out a hiss as he clutched his waist and reclined back onto the bed. When Tian Cheng emerged from the bathroom, he found Mu Hanyun cocooned in the bedspread, murmuring to himself. Upon hearing the noise, he turned his head and was met with Tian Cheng's wide-eyed gaze. You haven't left? This audacious Omega had stepped out wrapped in nothing but a towel. Although their privacy had long been obliterated, one would expect at least a robe. Seeing that the other had awakened, Tian Cheng approached, intending to bestow a good morning kiss. However, Mu Hanyun startled and turned his head away, the kiss landing on his cheek instead. Frantically clutching the bedspread, he protested, Don't, I'm not ready. Tian Cheng grasped Mu Hanyun's chin, turning his face back to him, and pressed a fervent kiss upon his lips. Rest assured, my heat has passed. Go take a shower. I've ordered some clothes that will be delivered shortly. Once Mu Hanyin had wrapped himself securely in the bedspread, he limped toward the bathroom, leaving a trail of suspicious watermarks on the floor. Finally reaching the bathroom door, he hurriedly locked it behind him. After a quick rinse, he gripped the nearby handrail and took a few deep breaths, steeling himself as he placed his hands behind him. Once he had managed to clean himself, he donned a bathrobe snugly before stepping out. The hotel doorbell rang just then. As Tian Cheng moved to answer it, Mu Hanyin seized his arm. "Are you really going to answer the door like that?" Tian Cheng glanced down at himself, seeing no apparent issue. 745's voice echoed in his mind. "Little orange, have you forgotten you are an Omega?" It was only then that Tian Cheng realized what had astonished Mu Hanyin. He turned to retrieve a bathrobe, while Mu Hanyin went to open the door. It was the clothes and food that Tian Cheng had ordered. The two sat across from each other at the hotel table, sharing a meal. As the first bite of food entered his mouth, Mu Hanyin nearly shed tears. It had been 3 days since he had properly finished a meal, those chaotic days spent eating while in motion. After the meal, Tian Cheng produced 2 tubes of ointment. Once again, Mu Hanyin found himself pressed down onto the bed as Tian Cheng assertively applied the medicine. He then handed Mu Hanyin another tube. "Apply this for me." Mu Hanyin, clutching the ointment, attempted to throw it away. "What are you talking about? You don't need it." Before he could finish, he saw Tian Cheng sitting with his back to him, exposing the nape of his neck. Chapter 35. His alpha wife. He always wanted a counterattack, for his face flushed, followed by a sense of regret as he gazed at the marks covering the other S glands, realizing he may have bitten too hard. Tenderly, he applied the ointment, inhaling the scent of his own pheromones lingering on the other S body, feeling conflicted. This Omega, despite being a bit of a pervert and quite open in behavior, had already been marked by him, thus belonging to him. How could a dignified alpha hold grudges against an Omega? Amidst the tattered remnants of his clothing, he sought out his intelligent device, recharged it, and powered it on. He awkwardly extended it towards Tian Cheng and uttered, "Please add your contact information." Tian Cheng reached out, tapping the device lightly. "Please provide a note." Mu Hanyin's body stiffened. He was aware of Tian Cheng's identity, yet Tian Cheng remained oblivious to his. The thought of Tian Cheng discovering that he approached him for the sake of avenging his sister sent a shiver down his spine. Absolutely not. He must not allow Tian Cheng to uncover his true intentions. Moreover, if Tian Tang were to learn that he had shared a night with her brother, she would undoubtedly object. Although it was Tian Cheng who had initiated their encounter, how could he let this information slip to others? Did he not possess any dignity as an alpha? In any case, he must ensure that Tian Cheng remains unaware of his identity until their relationship stabilizes. "Yin Han, yes. I am called Yin Han," he declared, diverting his gaze in a guilty manner, choosing instead to focus on the heavens or the ground, anything but Tian Cheng. Upon hearing this name, Tian Cheng furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, noting it down as Little Trickster. "I am Tian Cheng." "Ah, oh, all right." Mu Hanyin hastily inscribed a note, but instead of Tian Cheng, he labeled it Little Pervert. With their contact details exchanged, silence enveloped them. Both, having just shared a fleeting romantic encounter, found themselves at a loss for conversation. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere did not linger for long, as Mu Hanyin prepared to depart. He had just contacted his secretary. Having vanished for 3 days, he needed to return to address the accumulating matters at his company. Before leaving, he issued a stern warning to Tian Cheng. "You, as an Omega, must behave yourself. You are already mine. If I discover any ambiguity between you and other alphas, I shall inform your sister that you are a fickle heart." As he turned to leave, a thought struck him, and he pivoted back, adding, "Betas are off limits too, and so are Omegas. I, as your Omega, am a little pervert, and I cannot guarantee I want to be interested in other genders." He felt an overwhelming weight upon his head, as if he had donned several green hats. Tian Cheng, having tidied up, also exited the hotel, making his way to retrieve his car parked at the bar. Upon returning home, he found Tian Tang engrossed in a book on the sofa. "Sister, didn't you have to work late today? Why are you home so early?" Tian Tang set her book aside, intending to express that she had been waiting for him. However, before she could utter a word, the unmistakable scent of alpha pheromones wafted into her nostrils. Her pupils dilated in shock, nearly releasing her own pheromones. The territorial instinct of alphas is profound. Typically, if one alpha releases pheromones towards another and their ranks are comparable, a confrontation is inevitable. Tian Cheng sensed that the origin of this pheromone belonged to an alpha of significant standing, nearly equal to her own. Her younger brother, who had been absent for 3 days, returned reeking of another alpha's scent. Even a fool could deduce what had transpired. Fearing she might alarm Tian Cheng, she suppressed her fury, gritting her teeth to inquire. Who was it? Having changed his shoes and removed his outerwear, Tian Cheng approached her and, puzzled by her question, asked, "Who do you mean?" As Tian Cheng drew nearer, the scent of liquor intensified. After enduring a few moments of discomfort, I could no longer restrain myself. Holding my breath, I retrieved a freshener and sprayed it in a circle around Tian Cheng, feeling a slight relief. I then produced a suppressive patch, indicating to Tian Cheng to apply it. Observing my sister's actions, Tian Cheng understood her unspoken inquiry. He truly felt out of place in this world, often forgetting the established norms here. It was not his intention to return with an unpleasant odor. The concentration in the hotel room over the past 3 days made him feel as if he were submerged in a vat of alcohol, and he had grown accustomed to it. The faint scent lingering on him was something he genuinely could not detect. "Xiao Cheng, tell me, have you been bullied?" "I will confront them," I said. Tian Cheng took the suppressive patch and applied it to himself, lowering his head in contemplation. The plot was currently at its midpoint, with Tian Cheng's company just beginning to find its footing. The narrative unfolded as Tian Cheng seized a collaboration project from Mu Hanyun, propelling the company further. It was not quite an act of theft. In the realm of business, it is only natural for those with the capability to reap the rewards. Nonetheless, this incident sowed discord between the two, leading to a rivalry as their companies vied for business and connections. They became recognized adversaries within the industry, each striving to become the leading titan of commerce. Their relationship was one of both enmity and camaraderie. Had it not been for Mu Hanyun's fiancé leaking confidential information from the company, the outcome would have been uncertain. When Mu Hanyun's company faced unforeseen difficulties, Tian Cheng had offered assistance, but too many sought to undermine the Mu family, ultimately preventing any salvation. At present, however, they remained business rivals, yet to reach a state of mutual admiration. If I were to confess to my sister that the person in question was Mu Hanyun, she would likely rush to confront him with fervor. She was unaware of the complexities of their relationship. Moreover, Mu Hanyun had not disclosed his true name to me. It was not my intention to keep it a secret. My thoughts spiraled, but in reality, only mere seconds had passed. When I looked up, Tian Cheng was fixated on the nape of my neck, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Tian Cheng was on the verge of tears, lamenting the reckless alpha who had bitten my brother with such ferocity. Surely, he must be an ancient, inexperienced alpha. Meanwhile, Mu Hanyun, engrossed in paperwork, abruptly sneezed. Achoo! He rubbed his nose, concluding, it must be that little Omega missing me. I poured a glass of water for Tian Cheng, urging sister drink some water to calm down. She took the glass and gulped it down, then placed it forcefully on the coffee table. "All right, tell me, who is that person?" she demanded, settling herself down leisurely. "He's my boyfriend," I replied. "Boyfriend? Where did you meet? What's his name? What does his family do? What is his character like?" A barrage of questions nearly left me dazed. "His name is Yun Han Yun. We met at a bar. He saved me," I began to explain, but before I could finish, Tian Cheng waved her hand dismissively. "See? I told you he is not a good alpha. He actually goes to bars." Thus, I sat there as Tian Cheng dissected my relationship for 3 hours, concluding that Mu Hanyun was not a good person, seeing no signs of her stopping. I looked at her with pleading eyes. "Sister, I'm so tired. I want to go to sleep." Tian Cheng swallowed her unfinished words, conceding, all right, you should rest. It's quite late." He cast a glance at the still bright sky outside, puzzled by how Tian Cheng could discern that it was late. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and hurried upstairs. If he continued to listen, he would be unable to suppress a rebuttal. After all, his wife was undeniably like a fragrant and firm chocolate cake filled with liquor. Observing Tian Cheng's figure ascending the stairs, Tian Cheng slapped her thigh and muttered, "Yin Han, you better hope I don't find you." Chapter 36. His alpha wife always yearns to strike back. 5. Upon returning to his room, Tian Cheng filled the bathtub with warm water and luxuriated in a soothing soak. In his mind, he summoned 745, saying, "Shao Haizi, delete the surveillance footage of my wife and me at the bar. I can't let my sister discover it." Got it. In this technologically advanced world, as an energy entity, thrived effortlessly. Deleting a mere surveillance video was a trivial task. The smart device on Tian Cheng's wrist chimed, signaling a call from Mu Hanyan, accompanied by a special ringtone he had set. Without a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. A virtual screen unfolded, revealing Mu Hanyan's handsome visage. Before Tian Cheng could utter a word, the person on the screen suddenly covered his eyes and ended the call. Tian Cheng stared at the now blank screen, momentarily stunned. Was there an issue? Just as he contemplated redialing, he recalled his current state. Could it be that his wife was feeling shy? An uncontrollable smile blossomed on his face. Realizing this, Tian Cheng decided against redialing, believing his wife would eventually call back when she had composed herself. After terminating the call, Mu Hanyan's cheeks flushed crimson as he pressed his hand to his chest, taking deep breaths. He forced himself to regain composure. Yet his mind was inundated with the image of the Omega. The damp-haired Omega had smiled at him, illuminated by the warm yellow light in the bathroom, contrasting starkly with his dominant demeanor in bed, exuding a tender aura that perfectly matched his fantasies of a future partner. Recalling the Omega's strength, a bittersweet ache surged within Mu Hanyan. Why did such an alluring Omega have to be a bit of pervert? Once Tian Cheng finished his bath and changed his clothes, Mu Hanyan sent another message. "Little trickster, what are you up to now? Little pervert, just lying in bed." As soon as this message was dispatched, a video call came through from Mu Hanyan. On the screen, he appeared dressed in the outfit Tian Cheng had purchased from earlier that day, and judging by the background, he seemed to be in his study. Was he still working? With his eyes tightly shut, Mu Hanyan slowly cracked them open upon hearing Tian Cheng's voice. Relaxing when he saw Tian Cheng snugly propped against the headboard, fully dressed. Indeed, he had fallen behind on a considerable amount of work. After stating this, both remained silent, acutely aware of how those tasks had accumulated. Mu Hanyan glanced around, avoiding eye contact with Tian Cheng. He stiffly redirected the conversation. "I'll get back to work." "All right, I'll watch you." Tian Cheng lay down, genuinely observing Mu Hanyan as he worked. Occasionally, Mu Hanyan would steal glances at Tian Cheng, and each time, their eyes would meet. Forcing himself to concentrate on the documents before him, he gradually immersed himself in his work. Once he finished processing a document, he looked up at the screen, only to find the person on the other side had succumbed to slumber. Tian Cheng appeared to be sleeping soundly, occasionally emitting soft snores. In a room adorned with pink pajamas and a pink bed, memories of Tian Cheng, dressed in pink at the bar, lingered in his mind, sparking curiosity about the appearance of his entire room. After admiring the serene visage of the little Omega for a while, he concluded the communication to wash up and prepare for sleep. As he stood and took a few steps, he instinctively grasped his waist, cursing under his breath at the realization that he had found that little pervert somewhat endearing. In the days that followed, the two did not meet. Mu Hanyan was preoccupied with work, while Tian Cheng busied himself with classes, etiquette, floral arrangement, culinary arts, and painting, subjects that captivated the interest of Omegas in this world. Tian Cheng was particularly concerned about Tian Cheng's temporary marking by an alpha, suspecting that Tian Cheng, yearning for excitement in his mundane life, had been easily deceived by the alpha. In her zeal, she enrolled him in 4 extracurricular classes. Upon his refusal, she provocatively questioned whether he intended to seek out that wild alpha and frequently forwarded various videos and articles to him. Poor Omega deceived in heart and wealth. The scoundrel alpha vanishes before the wedding. 10 traits of an unloving alpha. How Omegas can identify a scoundrel alpha. All these messages were relayed by Tian Cheng to Mu Hanyan, who spent a restless night fretting over whether Tian Cheng had uncovered something. Ultimately, to appease Tian Cheng, Tian Cheng acquiesced to attend those classes he found tedious. Though they did not meet, they often communicated through their smart devices. Mu Hanyun would lament about his rival company's unscrupulous tactics, pouring scalding water on the financial tree of his own company, while his newly hired secretary clumsily spilled coffee on his attire. The mindless client seemed incapable of comprehending human language. Conversely, Tian Cheng shared amusing anecdotes from his life. A cloud in the sky resembling a butterfly, his creations from the floral arrangement class, and the delightful little cakes he crafted in cooking class. Each time he prepared a cake, he made an extra one for Mu Hanyun. Naturally, he did not deliver it personally. Instead, a specialized delivery robot, both steady and swift, handled the task. One day, the assistant, carrying a finely packaged box, entered the company and encountered the director en route. "Assistant Lin, are you fetching cake for the boss again?" "Indeed. I must say, the boss's boyfriend is quite skilled. The aroma of these treats rivals that of the famed Chenyu Patisserie. Chenyu is among the most renowned confectionery establishments in the galaxy, beloved by Omegas. It is curious why the boss doesn't allow his boyfriend to deliver the cakes directly to the company, but insists on sending them from a kilometer away. It always requires a trip on your part. Who knows? Perhaps it's just a quaint little romance between them. As a lifestyle assistant, my tasks are mostly menial. Fetching items is considerably easier than other duties." Their conversation continued until they reached Mu Hanyun's office door. The secretary knocked and entered, saying, "Boss, here is today's cake. I have brought it back." Without lifting his gaze, Mu Hanyun replied, "Just set it down." The secretary placed the cake on the nearby coffee table and exited. Upon finishing the contract, Mu Hanyun pinched his brow and sat down on the sofa beside the coffee table. He opened the packaging to reveal a palm-sized white cake, devoid of any superfluous decorations. Grasping a fork, he took a small bite, the creamy texture melting in his mouth, followed by a rich burst of orange flavor. This taste evoked memories of Tian Cheng. The sweet aroma compelled him to squint his eyes. Tian Cheng, sweet orange, indeed delightful. The reminiscence ignited a faint warmth within him, causing his hands to feel somewhat unsteady. It was only when he inadvertently touched his own backside that he jolted back to reality, pushing the cake away slightly. No wonder today's cake was so simplistic. Previously, every cake would feature a piece of the corresponding fruit atop it. He contemplated discarding the cake, but felt a pang of reluctance. He carried it around the office for a couple of laps before ultimately placing it in the refrigerator. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to ignore the sensations coursing through his body. He had no desire to be filled with peculiar feelings. Not at all. The smart device chimed twice, indicating a new message. "Little pervert, is today's cake delicious?" "Little liar, you did that on purpose," grinning. "Little pervert, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "Little pervert, do you not like it? Then I won't bring it anymore." "Little pervert, sad, orange JPG. Mu Hanyun grit his teeth and typed 2 words. "Little liar, no. Little pervert, that's good. Little pervert, mischievous orange JPG. Upon seeing that emoji, Mu Hanyun was certain of the intent behind it. Chapter 37, Alpha Wife. Always seeking revenge. 6. After work, Mu Hanyun locked the office door behind him, but moments later, the door swung open from the outside. A figure swiftly approached the refrigerator, opened its door, and devoured the piece of cake in one bite. Then, tossing aside the packaging, they exited in a flurry, completing the entire sequence of actions in under 30 seconds. As Mu Hanyun settled into his hover car, he exhaled, his face flushed crimson. Those who knew would understand he merely consumed a piece of cake. Those unaware might assume he had been flirted with by some Omega. That night, Mu Hanyun dreamed of Tian Cheng asking him if the cake was delicious, mentioning he had plenty more and inviting him to come and take some. In the dream, he didn't manage to eat any cake, but instead ended up covered in cream, the scent of orange enveloping him entirely. Upon waking, Mu Hanyun, with flushed ears, changed his bed linens, his heart heavy with melancholy. Alas, I am no longer a formidable alpha. I am not the person I once was. Wait a moment. It seems I Haven T said, "Good morning" today. He retrieved his smart device to send a good morning message to Tian Cheng, accompanied by an adorable orange emoji. After sending it, he continued to reminisce about his once formidable self. Tian Cheng's company was undergoing a crucial transformation, yet despite the busyness, He consistently made time to drop Tian Cheng off at his extracurricular classes. It was not until 2 weeks later, when the temporary mark Mu Hanyun had left on Tian Cheng completely faded, that Tian Cheng finally felt at ease, allowing for a more relaxed oversight of Tian Cheng. On this day, Tian Cheng declared that she would be working overtime, instructing Tian Cheng to remain at home and refrain from wandering about. After diligently attending classes for half a month, Tian Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him as his sister finally shifted her focus to her work. For several nights, Tian Cheng had knocked on his door multiple times, either delivering milk or bringing fruit, exhausting every conceivable excuse. This left Tian Cheng cautious in his messaging, fearful of his sister's sudden appearance, let alone engaging in video calls. He understood her concerns, primarily her fear of him being deceived, and thus allowed her to fuss. Much to the dismay of Mu Hanyun, on several occasions, he spotted Mu Hanyun watching from a distance, deterred from approaching due to Tian Cheng's presence. Yet, the thought that he had even been deceived about his name held him back from acting on his impulse to meet. Alas, if his beloved wished to indulge, he would naturally accompany her. Tonight, with Tian Cheng absent from home, he found himself unable to venture outside, for the moment he did. The house's security system would notify her. Although he could not step out, they could still meet online. Tian Cheng donned his Link helmet, a device that allowed one's consciousness to manifest as a virtual avatar in the Starnet. Starnet is a digital realm where every interstellar citizen can apply for an account using their personal information and log in after real name verification. It serves as a playground, akin to another world. Lying on his bed, he secured the helmet and opted for a random login. A wave of dizziness engulfed him, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a place brimming with technological marvels. He sent Mu Hanyun his location. I am on Starnet. Just as Mu Hanyun finished work, he received Tian Cheng's message. Little trickster, hold on. I'm in the car, almost home. Little pervert. Will I be safe? I'll wait for you. Mu Hanyun's heart raced with excitement. It had been half a month since he last saw Tian Cheng. On multiple occasions, he had been unable to resist the urge to find him, only to spot Tian Cheng nearby, leaving him to watch his Omega from a distance. Longing for a fleeting glance, he accelerated the hover car to its maximum speed, feeling it was still too slow, wishing he could teleport home instantly. Instead of waiting idly, Tian Cheng decided to explore. He found himself in what appeared to be a commercial street, teeming with various shops. Many people were out shopping in pairs, and once they selected their items, they could have them delivered directly to their homes. Tian Cheng internally scoffed, wondering if this was akin to offline-online shopping. He casually entered a store and discovered it specialized in pheromone perfumes, igniting a mischievous thought within him. The shop was devoid of sales staff, save for a few robotic assistants. Upon detecting a customer, a short, rotund robot approached to greet him. Welcome. How may I assist you today? Tian Cheng glanced around and inquired. Do you have any orange wine, scented perfumes? Indeed, please follow me. The robot turned and guided Tian Cheng to a shelf, pointing to several small bottles in the center. These are all orange wine, scented perfumes. Tian Cheng picked up each bottle to smell, ultimately selecting the one he felt resembled the scent best. Holding it up for the little robot to see, he declared, I want this one. The robot took the perfume bottle, scanned it, and then returned it to its place. Following the instructions, Tian Cheng filled in the address for Mu Hanyun's home, ensuring it would be delivered that very evening. Though the address provided by Mu Hanyun was fictitious, the familial address was indeed genuine. As Tian Cheng stepped out of the store, he heard a voice calling his name. Turning around, he noticed a figure waving at him. The youth dashed over, nearly losing his balance. Tian Cheng instinctively reached out his hand to prevent the unfortunate incident of the boy tumbling into his arms. Before he could steady himself, the boy began to speak. Tian Cheng, you've finally come out. I went to your house a few days ago, but you weren't home. The youth chattered away beside Tian Cheng, seemingly oblivious to whether he was being listened to. Searching his mind, Tian Cheng recalled that this boy was Lin Wan, a friend of his. Since his return to the main star not long ago and his reluctance to engage with outsiders, Tian Cheng had few friends, and Lin Wan was one of them. Initially, Lin Wan had approached Tian Cheng merely to connect with Tian Cheng, but over time, they discovered an unexpected rapport and genuinely became friends. Watching the incessant chatter of the animated boy, Tian Cheng could only sigh in exasperation. Despite Tian Cheng appearing motherly before him, she maintained a cold demeanor towards others, exuding an air of aloofness. In the original narrative, she had devoted her life to her work, never marrying. It puzzled Tian Cheng what this lively and spirited Lin Wan saw in his sister. A message from Mu Hanyan arrived, indicating his arrival, and Tian Cheng scanned the surroundings, spotting him standing not far away. He signaled with his eyes for Lin Wan to stay put. "What are you looking at?" Lin Wan asked, attempting to glance in the direction Tian Cheng was observing, only to be swiftly redirected by Tian Cheng's quick hands. "Are you looking at the monks in the sky?" Lin Wan's words became somewhat garbled as Tian Cheng pinched his cheek. "Haven't you always wanted my sister's contact information? Shall I give it to you?" Tian Cheng grinned mischievously, thinking to himself, "Forgive me, dear sister, but for the happiness of your brother, you must make a small sacrifice." Upon hearing this, Lin Wan's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. He waved goodbye to Tian Cheng with a cheerful grin, turning to his smart brain. Once Lin Wan finally departed, Tian Cheng exhaled in relief and turned his gaze back towards Mu Hanyan, only to find the spot empty. Puzzled, he approached and searched around, but found no one. Just as he was about to message Mu Hanyan, a hand covered his mouth, dragging him into a nearby corner. In Chapter 38, The Alpha Wife Always Seeks a Counterattack, 7, Tian Cheng found himself pinned against the wall by Mu Hanyan. One hand held both of Tian Cheng's wrists above his head, while the other lifted his chin, forcing him to look up. Before Tian Cheng could utter a word, a chaotic kiss landed upon his lips, silencing him. As they kissed, Mu Hanyan nuzzled against him like an affectionate puppy. His kissing technique was rather inexperienced, starting with gentle pecks before their lips fully met. Tian Cheng, emboldened, extended his tongue to lightly taste the corner of Mu Hanyan's lips. This prompted Mu Hanyan to explore tentatively in return. The flavor was reminiscent of oranges. Why was it that Tian Cheng, not only with his pheromones exuding a sweet orange scent, also tasted of sweet oranges? Noticing Mu Hanyan's momentary distraction, Tian Cheng deepened the kiss. In a secluded corner, the soft sounds of water and the increasingly heavy breaths of the two entwined souls filled the air. Tian Cheng found himself repeatedly bumping against the edge of his teeth, attempting to evade the fervent embrace, only to be gently coaxed back by a firm grip on his chin. This gesture seemed oddly familiar, as if he had learned it himself. Despite his efforts to dodge, he was unable to escape, his chin painfully held, leaving Tian Cheng with no choice but to surrender to the kiss. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted. Mu Hanyan flushed, wiping the silver strand from his lips, his gaze averted in shyness. Tian Cheng chuckled, cradling Mu Hanyan's face to meet his eyes. "Feeling bashful now? You were quite enthusiastic just a moment ago." Mu Hanyan stiffened, gently swatting Tian Cheng's hand away, then wrapped his arms around his waist, pulling him close and pressing his head against his shoulder. "I'm not shy, you restless Omega. You invited me and still dared to meet other little lovers." Confused, Tian Cheng replied, "What little lovers? Just that Omega from earlier? You even pinched his face. Which is better to pinch, his face or mine?" Tian Cheng, amused, pinched Mu Hanyan's cheek, laughing as he said, "Of course, yours is the better one to pinch." "Ah, so he truly is your little lover," Mu Hanyan pouted, looking at Tian Cheng with a face full of grievance. "You must tell him that I am the primary partner." With a resigned sigh, Tian Cheng squeezed Mu Hanyan's cheeks firmly. "What are you thinking about all day? You're my only lover." With those words, Mu Hanyan's mood brightened, and he leaned in again, seeking a kiss. Observing the gleeful expression on Mu Hanyan's face, Tian Cheng nearly rolled his eyes. Wasn't he supposed to be the mighty alpha? Where was the might? Where was the alpha? As he touched the soft expanse of Mu Hanyan's chest, he had to admit it was indeed quite ample. The two remained entangled in their affectionate bubble for some time. Thankfully, this body was virtual. Otherwise, their lips would surely be swollen by now. Suddenly, the smart device emitted two beeps, signaling the alarm Tian Cheng had set. Glancing at the time, he gently pushed Mu Hanyan away, intending to log off. If he lingered any longer, Tian Cheng would return. Unwilling to let go, Mu Hanyan wrapped his arms around Tian Cheng's waist from behind, his lips brushing against the nape of Tian Cheng's neck, where the scent glands would typically reside, kissing and nibbling. The virtual form created by the Star Network mirrored their real bodies perfectly, complete with taste and sensation, but lacking scent glands and pheromones. Mu Hanyan dared not bite too hard, but the inability to mark Tian Cheng or sense his pheromones left him feeling insecure. Now that Tian Cheng was preparing to depart, he was reluctant to release him. Tian Cheng, I feel so uneasy. Tian Cheng, equally affected by his plea, knew that the Star Network fiercely protected personal privacy. Not even the individual could remove their own clothing, let alone engage in other activities. Be good, I bought you a gift. You'll receive it when you log off shortly. See if you like it. Softly coaxing him, Tian Cheng finally managed to elicit a reluctant nod from Mu Hanyan. He planted a gentle kiss on Mu Hanyan's forehead before logging off. Mu Hanyan stared at the spot where Tian Cheng had vanished for a long while before finally clicking off himself. As soon as he logged off, the doorbell rang, announcing the arrival of the gift Tian Cheng had mentioned. A beautifully crafted box awaited him, and judging by the packaging, it appeared to contain a bottle of perfume. Mu Hanyan was filled with confusion. He was not an Omega, so why would someone gift him perfume? Having been a straight Alpha for over 20 years, he believed that fragrance was something only Omegas cherished. However, since it was a gift from Tian Cheng, he didn't mind using it. Spraying a few puffs into the air, a delightful aroma quickly enveloped the bedroom. Mu Hanyan stiffened. This scent, it was the essence of pheromones mingled during their union. The suppressed desire that had been building since the moment he met Tian Cheng suddenly erupted, and he felt a wave of heat coursing through his body, reminiscent of their encounter at the hotel 2 weeks ago. As he recalled the things Tian Cheng had done to him, he tried to soothe himself. Ugh, the audacity! Half an hour later, with a dark expression, Mu Hanyan headed to the bathroom for a shower. The warm water cascading down helped clear his mind somewhat. Grabbing the body wash, he scrubbed his 3 fingers repeatedly until they turned red. He tried to disregard the embarrassment flooding over him. Meanwhile, Tian Cheng, who had logged off, took off his helmet and prepared to step out for a glass of water. As he opened the door, he was startled to find Tian Cheng standing expressionlessly outside. Tian Cheng jumped, feeling a bit guilty. Sister, when did you return? An hour ago, Tian Cheng replied, rubbing her nose, choosing not to say more. Did you go to see him? Tian Cheng understood that him referred to Mu Hanyan. His silence was an implicit acknowledgement, seeing the guilt written all over Tian Cheng's face. Tian Cheng sighed, fine, if you want to see him, go ahead. Tian Cheng's eyes instantly brightened as he clutched Tian Cheng's sleeve. Thank you, sister. Tian Cheng's heart softened at her brother's plea, but she felt a pang at the thought of him eventually marrying and behaving similarly with someone else. Not wanting to reveal her feelings, she excused herself to return her room. Taking out how to communicate effectively with rebellious children, she resumed her reading. The book suggested that being overly strict could foster rebelliousness in children. It was better to guide them correctly, allowing them to discern right from wrong. Yet, she still hadn't figured out who Yin Hanyan truly was. It was no wonder she scrutinized Tian Cheng so closely. That scoundrel Alpha had marked her brother and hadn't even come to discuss their engagement, clearly lacking a sense of responsibility. How could she possibly trust him with Tian Cheng? She had noticed, on several occasions when she was out with her brother, a tall figure watching from a distance. Tian Cheng seemed to be secretly exchanging glances with that person, thinking she hadn't noticed. Unfortunately, she had been unable to see the man's face. An Alpha with such little courage, unable to even face her, should not expect to be with Tian Cheng. What a dreamer. She planned to subtly hint at a few things, believing that with time, her brother would discern that this Alpha was not worth entrusting his heart to and would naturally move on. In due course, she would find a worthy Alpha with a good family background, someone responsible and dependable to marry into their family. With that thought, Tian Cheng chuckled to herself, nearly dropping the book she was holding. Chapter 39. Alpha Wifey always wants to counterattack. 8. Since that incident, the two began frequently dating online. On that day, the two arranged to meet at a virtual cinema. a couple's private room chosen by Mu Hanyin. Tian Cheng had never visited a couple's cinema in the interstellar realm before. Inside the room, the floor was adorned with a soft, plush carpet, and upon surveying the surroundings, he found no screens resembling those of traditional cinemas. Instead of seats, a luxurious bed was placed in the center. Mu Hanyin knelt down, took Tian Cheng's hand, and placed it upon his shoulder, then gently grasped Tian Cheng's slender ankle. Lifting his foot, Tian Cheng remained still, allowing him to remove his shoes. Barefoot, he stepped onto the carpet, led by Mu Hanyin to the edge of the bed. They both lay down together, with Tian Cheng embracing Mu Hanyin's waist. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and when they brightened again, the scenery around them had transformed. Mu Hanyin had turned to sit against the headboard, pulling Tian Cheng closer to rest in his embrace. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Tian Cheng's face. As he had anticipated a kiss, before he could lean in, he was astonished by the scene before him. Where were they? Surrounding them was a lush green meadow, and a group of people seemed to be camping. They lay amidst this gathering. Mu Hanyin gestured for Tian Cheng to remain silent, for the film had commenced. While Mu Hanyin watched intently, Tian Cheng felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. They were viewing a holographic film about a campus romance, and the setting around them shifted intermittently. The place where they lay transformed along with the scenes. The male and female leads displayed their affection right before their eyes, prompting Tian Cheng to bury his face in a cup of chocolate milk in sheer embarrassment. Mu Hanyin mistook Tian Cheng's reaction for shyness, pulling him closer with satisfaction, convinced he had made the right choice. Truly, it was the top recommendation for dating spots among Omegas. Even the most peculiar ones returned to their normal selves. He began to envision a blissful married life for the two of them. In the grand finale, the couple wed, and Mu Hanyin extracted Tian Cheng's head from his embrace as they lay in the church aisle, watching the couple on stage vow their eternal commitment. Mu Hanyin solemnly promised, "Tian Cheng, I will certainly give you a magnificent wedding." Tian Cheng, unwilling to respond, merely wished to close his eyes. As the film concluded, Tian Cheng sighed in relief. Eager to leave, just as he attempted to rise, a pair of hands pressed him back down. Mu Hanyin rolled over, again positioning himself above Tian Cheng. "Baby," he whispered, showering him with hurried kisses. Tian Cheng reciprocated eagerly, having no intention of pushing him away. After all, their bodies were virtual, and he could indulge in the moment. Allowing Mu Hanyin to take the lead sent him into a slight frenzy. Mu Hanyin's hands slipped from Tian Cheng's shoulders to his waist, nuzzling against his neck like a playful pup. Without any pheromones, his hands sought to slip beneath the hem of Tian Cheng's garment, but were thwarted by an unseen barrier. The person was right before him, visible yet unattainable. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, gazing at Tian Cheng. "Baby, I can't smell you." Tian Cheng reached out to touch Mu Hanyin's soft hair, suggesting, "Come visit my home sometime. I will introduce you to my sister." The words nearly escaped his lips, but Mu Hanyin suddenly snapped back to reality, his body rigid with apprehension. If he went, his disguise would be revealed. He regretted ever fabricating a false name to deceive Tian Cheng. This has led him to conceal his true identity entirely. Just moments ago, when he mentioned marrying Tian Cheng, he did not even respond to himself, and now he is even more reluctant to be honest with Tian Cheng. The temporary mark has faded, and he is unable to restore it. Moreover, he senses that it is improbable for them to ever achieve a lifelong marking in this lifetime. An alpha and omega, upon completing a lifelong marking, signify an eternal bond, one that cannot be severed. What should he do? He desires Tian Cheng to belong solely to him. Yet he feels utterly powerless, too afraid to shatter his own deception, and even more afraid to voice any demands. He can only timidly probe, testing whether Tian Cheng might have developed even a slight fondness for him today. It is ironic. His intention was merely to seek vengeance against that woman who encroached upon his business. Yet he has found himself ensnared, having committed but this one wrongdoing in his life. He is now paying dearly for it. The more he contemplates, the more aggrieved he feels, and tears cascade down his cheeks. Tian Cheng, taken aback, flurriedly wipes away his tears. "Why are you crying? Are you so frightened by your sister?" "Yin Han, If you don't wish to see us, we can avoid it, all right? Upon hearing Tian Cheng's address, Mu Han shakes his head vigorously, crying even harder. Tian Cheng feels both pity and amusement, wondering why he is weeping so fervently. Why is it that every wife across different worlds weeps so easily? As his chest became damp with tears, Mu Han gradually ceased his sobbing, beginning to speak in choked breaths. Tian Cheng, I need to tell you something. Please don't be angry. I. After a lengthy pause, Mu Han failed to articulate a complete thought, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Tian Cheng gently caresses Mu Han chest to soothe him. I am not angry. Take your time. After taking several deep breaths to compose himself, Mu Han finally continued. Tian Cheng, I am sorry, I deceived you. My name is not Yun Han, it is Mu Han. The reason I approached you is actually to take revenge on my sister. Upon realizing that Mu Han was unable to convey the entire context, Tian Cheng seamlessly interjected. Initially, Mu Han, who had been too ashamed to look Tian Cheng in the eye, suddenly lifted his gaze, astonished. What did you find out? Tian Cheng sighed, embracing him. I knew from the very beginning, you silly fool. Did you truly believe I would randomly choose someone during my heat? Understanding the implications behind Tian Cheng's words, Mu Han pouted, on the verge of tears again, but was promptly silenced. All right, I actually prefer it when you cry at other times. A blush spread across Mu Han face as he buried his head in Tian Cheng's embrace, shifting his hands from Tian Cheng's back to his own rear. If he likes it, he should touch a bit more. Tian Cheng, noticing his playful intent, placed both hands there, kneading as if working dough. Mu Han body flushed with heat, internally grumbling about his little perversion. Indeed, he relished this. Observing his wife's joyful countenance, Tian Cheng nodded in quiet satisfaction, realizing that his wife indeed enjoyed this kind of attention. So, will you come home with me? Tian Cheng inquired as he continued to knead. Mu Han pondered for a moment before sitting up straight. Perhaps not just yet. My relationship with your sister is currently strained, and we previously had a conflict at the bidding conference. I'm afraid I might be thrown out if I go. With me around, that won't happen. Mu Han shook his head gently, expressing, I wish to become a family with you, not to take you away. I do not desire to witness any discord between you and your family because of me. Before Tian Cheng could respond, 745 chimed in. As expected. Our sweet and kind Yunbao is so heart-wrenching. Get lost. Who are you to call him baby? He promptly muted the system, embracing Mu Han. He planted a fervent kiss on his forehead, exclaiming, Yunbao, you are truly wonderful. I love you. Mu Han felt as if he had transformed into a cloud, on the verge of floating away, stammering, I love you too, Tian Cheng. Chapter 40. The alpha wife always wants a counterattack. 9. Tian Cheng gazed in disbelief at her younger brother, who was directing the housekeeper robot to move items into the house. What on earth is all this? It's a link pod for my boyfriend. I mentioned I felt uncomfortable lying in bed with the helmet on, and he sent this over. Tian Cheng squinted at the familiar corporate logo on the packaging. What connection does your boyfriend have with Mu Corporation? Tian Cheng paused, then nonchalantly brushed his hair back. What connection could there be? He just picked it randomly. Oh. She nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on Tian Cheng, stretching the last syllable. Just picked it randomly, huh? Tian Cheng sensed that his sister was behaving oddly and discreetly distanced himself. Tian Cheng silently observed the housekeeper robot installing the link pod for her brother, rolling her eyes internally. The product was set to be released for sale the day after tomorrow, yet it had been installed in their home today, claiming it was unremarkable. Who would believe that? It was no wonder he had been hesitant to reveal the identity of that person. It must be someone high up in Mu Corporation. Well, it was merely a thwarted collaboration, yet they had dispatched someone to entice her brother. Noticing her displeased expression, Tian Cheng approached and playfully clung to her arm, coaxing, Sister, he truly is quite wonderful. Please don't be angry. Tian Cheng was taken aback. Although their bond had remained intact over the years despite not living together, this was the first time he had shown such intimate affection. She had envied other siblings when they displayed such endearment, never imagining she would experience it herself. It seemed that since Tian Cheng had become involved with that wild alpha, he had grown livelier and more cheerful, shedding his previous melancholic demeanor. Perhaps she could attempt to ease her grip. Her anxiety stemmed from a desire to protect him from harm. But upon reflection, the first time Tian Cheng had ever acted affectionately was for that wild alpha, which incensed her. It's just a link pod. I could purchase 10 of them. She pulled out a black card and thrust it into Tian Cheng's hands, declaring, "Take this, sister has money. Buy whatever you wish." With that, she turned away with flair. The books advise that omegas should be well supported, fostering a sense of high self-worth to cultivate confidence. Tian Cheng stood bewildered, holding the black card, then retrieved another one from his pocket. 745 observed the 2 black cards in Tian Cheng's hands and teased. These 2 are indeed arch-nemeses. Their actions are remarkably alike. If one of them were my wife, I would be rooting for them. Tian Cheng sensed a softening in Tian Cheng's demeanor and contemplated the necessity of a candid conversation soon. For the longer the truth was delayed, the greater the risk of misunderstandings brewing in the future. He knocked on Tian Cheng's door. The 2 sat facing each other, both with serious expressions. "Are you saying your boyfriend is actually Mu Hanyan?" "Yes. You previously deceived me, claiming his name was Yun Han. I apologize. I feared you would oppose it upon discovering the truth. It was not my intention to mislead you. Are you too serious about this?" "Of course. Do you realize that I have business conflicts with him?" "I'm aware." "Then aren't you afraid he might approach you for revenge against me?" Tian Cheng mused that this had indeed been his initial intention, but that was no longer the case. However, he could not directly disclose this to Tian Cheng. No, he made his identity clear from the beginning. The 2 engaged in a back-and-forth conversation for over 2 hours. "Can't you choose someone else?" "Sister, I like him." Ultimately, Tian Cheng relented. "I thought he was a senior executive of the Mu Group. I never imagined he was the boss. Since you have made your decision, go ahead. I do not oppose it, but if you suffer any grievances, return to me. I can support you for a lifetime. I have only one condition. You must never mark you for life before marriage." "I understand. Thank you, sister." With that, the conversation concluded. Tian Cheng returned to change her clothes, bid farewell to Tian Cheng, and stepped out. She watched Tian Cheng's cheerful figure, momentarily wanting to call her back, but hesitated. By the time she made up her mind, Tian Cheng had already gone far. Slowly lowering her outstretched hand, she thought, "Let it be. The child is grown up." And that day would come eventually. Even if she suffers the pains of love, she will always be there to support her. Mu Group's office building. Tian Cheng stepped through the entrance, scanning the surroundings and noticing the absence of any employees. A small robot flew over and scanned her face. Ding! S-level access, no position. The little robot was about to jet away when Tian Cheng swiftly caught it. "Take me to Mu Hanyan." Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, as Mu Hanyan assumed it was his secretary reporting on work matters. He remained engrossed in his documents, not lifting his gaze. "Come in." The door opened and closed, yet the visitor remained silent. Frowning, Mu Hanyan looked up to see Tian Cheng beaming at him. "Hello, my boyfriend." Mu Hanyan hurriedly stood and walked over, nearly tripping over his chair in his haste. "What brings you here? What, am I not welcome?" "Of course you're welcome." He took Tian Cheng's hand and sat her on his chair. Then he squatted by her feet, holding her hand, his smile stretching from ear to ear, his eyes narrowing into slits. Observing his adorably foolish-looking wife, Tian Cheng felt a sudden urge to ruffle his hair. Instinctively placing her hand atop his head and giving it a few playful pats. When the secretary entered, he was taken aback to find an Omega seated in the office chair. He stared at Tian Cheng for a moment, then suddenly realized that she was the very person from the photograph the boss had sent him earlier that day, instructing him to grant her highest access. He never expected to see her in person here. However, where had his boss gone? "Do you need something?" Tian Cheng, noticing the secretary's silence, took the initiative to speak. The secretary snapped back to reality and handed over the documents in his hand. "This document requires the boss's signature." Tian Cheng gestured for him to place the documents on the table. "Your boss is currently unavailable. Just leave them here for now. I will inform him upon his return." The secretary hurriedly set down the papers and exited. Goodness, no wonder the boss has chosen this Omega, He is simply exquisite. Even a beta like him feels utterly captivated. However, he thought he heard some peculiar sounds just moments ago. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Confirming that the door was securely shut and that no one else would be entering, Tian Cheng leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, gazing at the individual beneath the table. Come out now. The coast is clear. Mu Hanyun awkwardly crawled out, his shirt disheveled, lips swollen. Once free, he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Tian Cheng toyed with the belt he had extracted from the other person, rhythmically tapping it against his palm. Fortunately, your secretary is a beta. Otherwise, this room's pheromones would have betrayed us. Tian Cheng slowly approached, bending down to scrutinize Mu Hanyun, lifting his chin with the belt. So, do you still wish to counterattack? Mu Hanyun turned his head away, discreetly wiping the corner of his mouth. Oomph, I will never give up. No sooner had the words left his lips than he found himself hoisted into the air, bewildered as he was tossed onto the couch in the lounge. What just happened? He knew this little pervert was strong, but he hadn't anticipated such force. Are you truly an Omega? You're not an alpha masquerading as one to deceive me, are you? Your wife seems to be a bit on edge. Haven't you been muted? How are you back? You were just interrupted, and I was released. You'll be muted again shortly. Chapter 41. Alpha Wife Always Seeking to Counterattack. 10. Tian Cheng shed his outerwear and reclined, exposing the nape of his neck. All right, stop questioning your existence. Now, how about a temporary mark? Outside, dusk settled in, the lights of towering buildings flickering to life, while hover cars navigated the bustling scene. Most office workers had left for the day, leaving only the top-floor office illuminated. Mu Hanyun felt utterly limp, with only enough strength left to breathe. Tian Cheng brushed his fingers over his neck, winced, and glanced at Mu Hanyun before sheepishly lowering his hand. Are you hungry? Mu Hanyun's eyes widened as he uncontrollably glanced downward. Tian Cheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and raised his hand to shield Mu Hanyun's line of sight. I meant, are you hungry? Oh, I am. Tian Cheng simply tidied up Mu Hanyun a bit and assisted him downstairs. Initially, he had intended to carry him, but Mu Hanyun vehemently opposed, so he settled for offering support instead. Tian Cheng drove Mu Hanyun home, helping him to sit on the couch before rising to fetch a glass of water, only to have his wrist grasped firmly. Don't leave. I want tea. I'll stay with you tonight. Reluctantly, Mu Hanyun released his grip, watching as Tian Cheng poured him a glass of water. Later that evening, as Mu Hanyun prepared to shower, Tian Cheng unexpectedly slipped in before he could close the door. I'm here to help you wash. Mu Hanyun could barely stand, leaning against the wall, yet found himself unable to voice any objections upon seeing Tian Cheng's face. The softening of his heart resulted in him being swept away from the bathroom in a princess carry by Tian Cheng. Two individuals lay upon the bed, with Mu Hanyun instinctively seeking refuge in Tian Cheng's embrace. Suddenly recalling something, she wrapped her arms around him, drawing him closer. As they drifted into slumber, Tian Cheng found himself pressed against Mu Hanyun's chest. Though he did not comprehend her incessant need to assert her alpha status, he respected it nonetheless. His mind wandered back to the peculiar little robot he encountered while visiting Mu Hanyun that day. What is the security situation at your company? He inquired. Today, a small robot led me directly to your office. I even enrolled your facial recognition in the system and granted it the highest privileges. From now on, you can come and go as you please, and no one will hinder you. Tian Cheng's fingers idly moved as he looked up at Mu Hanyun, questioning. Do you trust me that much? My sister is your company's competitor. Are you not concerned I might steal confidential information? Mu Hanyun grasped his hand firmly, responding, Not at all. If there is anything you desire, simply let me know. Once we are married, everything I possess will belong to you. Tian Cheng cupped her face and kissed her tenderly, exclaiming, Darling, I adore you. They nestled under the covers, surrendering to sleep, in a state of drowsiness. Mu Hanyun felt as though she were ensnared by something. Just as she contemplated breaking free, she suddenly remembered that she had fallen asleep beside Tian Cheng the previous night. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that she had unknowingly burrowed into his embrace. Cautiously, she attempted to extricate herself, but this action roused Tian Cheng. Good morning, my wife. He greeted, Mu Hanyun's cheeks flushed. "Good morning, but I am your husband." Tian Cheng offered no rebuttal, leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek. "All right, husband." A true man never takes advantage of another verbally. As Tian Cheng rose to wash up, he sent a message to Tian Tang, assuring her of his well-being. Mu Hanyun, reluctant to leave the warmth of the bed, felt unwell throughout her body. Thus, she indulgently granted herself a day of rest, sinking back into slumber until Tian Cheng awakened her. "I've made porridge. Rise and eat," he said. After their meal, Mu Hanyun began working from home. Due to the awkwardness of his own status, Tian Cheng refrained from assisting Mu Hanyun with her tasks and instead entertained himself with his gaming console. In this world, there existed two types of gaming modes. One could either play manually on the console or engage in a holographic game by logging into the Star Network. Most games facilitated cross-platform play. As Tian Cheng browsed the console, he stumbled upon a game titled Zero, Interstellar Expedition. Without logging into his original account, he opted to register anew using his personal information. Following the beginner's instructions, he initiated the account creation process. First, he scanned his facial features for character customization. After confirming, a prompt appeared on the screen. "Please enter a nickname." Pondering for a moment and glancing at Mu Hanyun, he typed Tian Yun into the input field. In no time, his gaming account was established, and the opening animation began to play. The cosmos erupted in a cataclysm of explosions, giving birth to countless celestial bodies. Gradually, life emerged on various planets, fostering civilizations and advancing technology. They transcended the confines of a single planet, embarking upon the interstellar era. However, this era was marred by ceaseless warfare, leading to the downfall of civilizations and plunging the galaxy back into silence. As the cutscene concluded, a virtual character materialized in a desolate, barren landscape, surrounded by plains devoid of trees, overrun by wild grasses. A white, fluffy orb resembling a winged elder suddenly emerged. "Greetings, esteemed master. I am your system assistant, Xiao Bai. Allow me to guide you through your initial tasks." Tian Cheng promptly dismissed the suggestion, opting instead to explore on his own. Observing Tian Cheng's actions from within the system space, 745 breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up with hands on hips. "Hee, little orange, I knew you still favored me. That pretty boy only has an extra pair of wings. I can soar without them." Unfazed by 745's sudden outburst, Tian Cheng silenced him and began to navigate the screen's character, exploring his surroundings. It appeared that he was the sole inhabitant of this planet. He discovered a discarded part, which he collected, and picked up a scrap of metal as well. When Mu Hanyun arrived, he found Tian Cheng utterly engrossed in the game. Upon noticing his presence, Tian Cheng shifted aside to invite him to sit. Mu Hanyun embraced Tian Cheng, watching him play. He soon realized that Tian Cheng was constructing a rudimentary house from the salvaged materials, piling the collected items beside it. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Gathering materials. Isn't this a survival game set in a wasteland?" Mu Hanyun's expression darkened. "Have you not completed the beginner's tutorial?" Tian Cheng shook his head, his demeanor serious. "This game is utterly lacking. There is no system backpack. I must make multiple trips to retrieve the items I collect. This is a strategy game. Without a system backpack, after completing the tutorial, you will be granted an army and sent to conquer other planets. Thereafter, there will be no main quests. You must acquire resources through conquest or crafting." Tian Cheng continued to shake his head. "No, I simply enjoy collecting things." Noticing Tian Cheng's earnest expression, Mu Hanyun refrained from further argument and retrieved another gaming console to log into his account. Glancing at Tian Cheng's ID, he smirked and altered his own ID to Yun Tian, subsequently sending a friend request to Tian Cheng. In this game, players are afforded a development period of 15 days, during which all the planets available for conquest are inhabited by NPCs. After 15 days, players will interface with real individuals, without the means of self-defense. One may swiftly be overwhelmed. Since you do not favor this gameplay style, I shall protect you, allowing you to quietly collect items here. All right. Mu Hanyun designated Tian Cheng's initial planet as part of his territory and accompanied him in gathering materials. For the entire afternoon, the two scoured the land. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Tian Cheng's stomach grumbled, prompting both to realize that night had fallen. Mu Hanyun nestled his head against Tian Cheng's neck. "Will you stay with me tonight?" Tian Cheng set down his gaming console, turned, and embraced Mu Hanyun without uttering a word, contentedly sipping chocolate milk. For the past few days, Tian Cheng had resided at Mu Hanyun's home. During the day, Mu Hanyun worked while Tian Cheng played games, and in the evenings, he entertained Mu Hanyun. The days passed blissfully. He had stayed for 5 days, during which Mu Hanyun devised various means to keep him there, ultimately exhausting every effort to coax him out of bed, all in a mere 5 days. He now begins to suspect that Tian Cheng has been sent by his sister with the intent to deplete his energy and hinder his work, thereby seizing the opportunity to surpass him. Tian Cheng is equally distressed. She allowed Tian Cheng to leave, but never suggested he should not return. Over the past 5 days, apart from a daily message assuring her of his safety, he has communicated nothing further. That vixen, Mu Hanyun, has bewitched him to the point where he no longer returns home. Under the pressure of their respective nudges, Tian Cheng finally returned home. Mu Hanyun let out a sigh of relief and promptly ordered an array of fitness equipment, as he intended to set up a gym at home. Otherwise, given his current stamina, they would find it difficult to rise from bed after their marriage. He felt a profound sense of despair, believing he had brought shame upon himself as an alpha. Upon returning home, Tian Cheng found himself at a loss for what to do and decided to indulge in gaming. However, once he downloaded the game onto his console, he discovered it was a new release from the Mu Corporation, just entering public testing. Mu Hanyun assisted him in completing the novice tasks, granting him a warship and 500 soldiers. Instead of employing his soldiers for battle, he instructed them to gather resources for him. His initial planet had undergone a remarkable transformation, no longer a barren wasteland. Various scraps had been organized and planned. Houses were being built quite decently, and a vast expanse of land had been cultivated with seeds. The seeds, of course, had been procured from Mu Hanyun, who had shared his account details with Tian Cheng, allowing him to directly access resources as needed. What was intended to be a strategic game had been turned into a farming simulation by Tian Cheng. The game offered considerable freedom, and he utilized the collected scraps to manufacture several farming machines, significantly enhancing productivity. When Mu Hanyun laid eyes on those machines, he was simultaneously amazed by Tian Cheng's creativity and dismissive of their design. Consequently, they engaged in a profound discussion regarding the immense contributions of agriculture to the advancement of human civilization. Whether he was persuaded by words or by other means, however, is a matter for another time. On that day, Tian Cheng returned and handed Tian Cheng an invitation. The day after tomorrow marks the birthday celebration of the patriarch of the Mu family. Would he accompany her? Tian Cheng glanced at the invitation and replied, "Of course. I shall go." Tian Cheng anticipated his response and continued, "Then do you have time to help me select a gift? Mu Hanyun must know what his grandfather likes." "No problem," he assured her. Satisfied with his reply, Tian Cheng turned to leave. Tian Cheng sent a message to Mu Hanyun. "Little pervert, what does grandpa like?" "Little Yun Yun, what, do you wish to win over my family?" "Little pervert, yes, I can hardly wait to marry you." "Little Yun Yun, it is I who will marry you." "Little Yun Yun, Orange's angry JPG, little pervert. All right, you marry me, dear husband." "Little pervert, Orange is being cute JPG." Mu Hanyun felt his cheeks flush at the messages from Tian Cheng, letting out a soft snort as he continued preparations for the evening's banquet. He had deliberately sent 2 invitations to the Tian family, knowing that Tian Cheng's inquiry meant he would be attending. With this thought, his mood brightened further. When old Master Mu arrived, he was greeted by the sight of his usually solemn grandson, smiling like a fool, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, convinced he must be experiencing the onset of old age. "What is little Yun so elated? Speak up. Let your Uncle Air hear it." Upon hearing the voice, Mu Hanyun instantly suppressed his smile, turning to see his grandfather and a middle-aged man in his 40s approaching. This man is his uncle Mu Quan, a product of his grandfather's youthful indiscretions. Mu Quan's mother had aspired to elevate her status through this child, but misfortune befell her, and she perished during childbirth. Initially, Mu Grandpa was unwilling to acknowledge this child. Yet, out of compassion, Mu Grandma believed that the infant bore no fault for his circumstances. Ultimately, she declared him to be her own and raised Mu Quan under her name. Mu Grandpa, however, favored his son, Mu Dad, aiming for him to inherit the family business. Yet Mu Dad harbored no interest in the treacheries of commerce. He yearned to be an artist and fell out with Mu Grandpa over his desire to pursue a fine arts degree. In a fit of anger, Mu Grandpa severed Mu Dad's financial support to coerce him into returning home. Their stubborn natures led to an 8-year estrangement. It was only when Mu Grandma fell ill that Mu Dad, accompanied by Mu Mom and their 3-year-old son Mu Han Yun, returned home. By then, Mu Grandpa had aged and softened, and under the combined persuasion of Mu Grandma and Mu Mom, the father and son reconciled. Consequently, Mu Han Yun joined his parents in the Mu residence. Recognizing Mu Han Yun's exceptional aptitude for business, Mu Grandpa, seeing his son's shortcomings, decided to cultivate his grandson's talents. Mu Han Yun did not disappoint. By the age of 15, he was involved in company affairs, and by 18, he could manage independently. Delighted, Mu Grandpa retreated into the background. This infuriated Mu Quan, who had anticipated that with his brother gone, Mu Grandpa would turn his attention to him. Instead, a young Mu Han Yun emerged, assuming control of the entire Mu enterprise, while Mu Quan remained merely a department supervisor. Resentful, he sought every opportunity to undermine Mu Han Yun. Mu Han Yun dismissed him entirely, regarding his uncle with indifference. Uncle, Yuyist. I have no cause for joy. It is merely the approach of Grandpa's birthday, and I am happy for him. Little Yun, it is not my intention to meddle, but you are no longer a child. You ought to contemplate your future. I happen to know an omega of good family and appearance. Shall I introduce you? Mu Han Yun cast a cold glance at Mu Quan. My affairs are of no concern to you. My grandfather and parents will take care of them, so there is no need for your assistance. Turning back to his grandfather, his expression softened slightly. Grandpa, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Mu Grandpa nodded. Very well, go on and be busy. As Mu Quan watched Mu Han Yun depart, his eyes darkened with malice and resentment. Humph! A cold snort from the old master snapped Mu Quan back to reality. I advise you to suppress your ambitions. I informed you of your lineage upon your coming of age. Your presence in the Mu family is due to your mother's mercy. Should you dare to harbor other intentions, I will cast you out of the Mu family. Mu Quan lowered his gaze, feigning obedience. Yes, I understand. Old Master Mu, leaning on his cane, departed, leaving Mu Quan standing in place, gritting his teeth in silence. You old fool. I am your son, too. My veins run with your blood. Why do you look down upon me so? Just wait. The Mu family will inevitably belong to me. Chapter 43. The alpha wife always wants to strike back. 12. Soon, the day of the banquet arrived. Tian Cheng and Tian Cheng attended together. Upon entering, Tian Cheng encountered several business acquaintances and turned back to Tian Cheng, saying, You enjoy yourself. I will have a word with my friends. Tian Cheng nodded, taking a few snacks to a secluded corner to eat quietly. Little Yun Yun, have you arrived? Tian Cheng sent a photo of the banquet. Little pervert, I'm here. Little Yun Yun, I'm busy greeting guests and can't get away. I'll come find you once I finish. Little pervert, all right. Little Yun Yun, love yo. Little pervert, love you too. Just as he set down his device, he heard someone calling for him. Lin Wan bounced over and plopped down beside Tian Cheng, unceremoniously grabbing a snack from the table and taking a bite. Why are you here alone? Where's your sister? He asked, glancing around in search of her. She went to find her friends. Oh. Upon hearing that Tian Cheng was not present, the excitement on Lin Wan's face faded instantly, replaced by a hint of disappointment. Feeling bored, Tian Cheng's curiosity piqued. What is going on between you and my sister? How far are you two gone? Lin Wan's disappointment became more apparent. Your sister is such a blockhead. He then began to lament how oblivious Tian Cheng was to romantic advances. After I confessed my feelings for her, she simply replied, Thank you. I also love myself. When I brought her lunch to her office, she said the company had a cafeteria, and I didn't need to. I finally managed to get her out, trying to act all weak, and said I was cold. And she said, good thing I wore an extra layer. I thought she finally got the hint and would offer me her coat, but instead, she buttoned it up. Tian Cheng listened intently, struggling to suppress his laughter, astonished that Tian Cheng was such a strong-willed individual. However, it seemed the original narrative did not mention Tian Cheng having a partner. Perhaps this sister of his would indeed remain solitary for life. Lin Wan continued to speak animatedly, completely oblivious to the fact that the subject of his discourse stood right beside him, absorbing every word. Noticing this, Tian Cheng poked Lin Wan's arm, signaling him to stop. Lin Wan looked up in confusion, meeting Tian Cheng's gaze. When did you arrive? Just as you were saying, I buttoned up. Lin Wan's face turned pale. Let me explain. I didn't mean anything bad. Enough. You need not explain. Lin Wan fell silent, lowering his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Come with me. I need to speak with you, Tian Cheng said, taking his hand. Lin Wan paused momentarily, then allowed her to lead him away. Tian Cheng took a large bite of cake, contemplating that he might soon have a sister-in-law. Though he did not follow them, 745 was spinning wildly in the system space. Tian Cheng, hurry up and follow them. Why should I follow? Aren't you curious? Please, just follow them and see what they say, 745 urged. Ultimately, Tian Cheng, unable to resist, agreed to sneak a glance. After searching for a while, he found the two by the pool. They were evidently deep in conversation, facing one another. So, you mean to say you like me just a little, right? Tian Cheng nodded. Then why have you been pushing me away? I believe you deserve someone better. I'm not the right choice for you. I don't want you to think that way. I like you, only you. Lin Wan suddenly exclaimed, her eyes wide, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. Seeing Lin Wan cry left Tian Cheng at a loss for words. Please don't cry. Oh dear. The more she tried to comfort Lin Wan, the more he wept, and she fumbled to wipe away his tears. Stop crying. I promise. Is that enough? Really? As Lin Wan's sobs began to subside, Tian Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Really? Lin Wan broke into a smile, reaching out to embrace her. So, we are a couple now. Tian Cheng hesitated for a moment, but eventually returned the embrace. But you can't keep making excuses to push me away. Tian Cheng nodded. All right, but about that cold incident, I truly didn't mean it. I've never been in a relationship before, so I didn't consider that aspect. Lin Wan lifted his head from her arms, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at her. No worries, I'll teach you. How sweet. 745 watched the heartfelt exchange, contentedly munching on chips. Are you satisfied now? Quite satisfied indeed. Tian Cheng felt joy at this scene. With their own little world, Tian Cheng would likely have less energy to tend to him. He discreetly departed, granting the young couple some privacy. Halfway through his exit, a familiar scent of strong alcohol wafted through the air. Tian Cheng assumed Mu Hanyan had come looking for him and followed the scent, discovering a figure collapsed on the grass. He hurried over to help Mu Hanyan up. Wake up, what happened? Mu Hanyan, roused from his stupor, groggily attempted to struggle but relaxed upon recognizing Tian Cheng. I've fallen victim. Take me away from here. Tian Cheng lifted Mu Hanyan into his hover vehicle, taking him home. During the ride, Mu Hanyan began to lose consciousness, wildly tearing at his clothes. It's so hot, unbearably hot. He began to nuzzle against Tian Cheng. With one hand soothing Mu Hanyan, Tian Cheng engaged the autopilot with the other. Just hang in there. We'll be there soon. Despite the circumstances, he remembered to send a message to Tian Cheng. Sister, I'm heading home now. I've taken the car, so you'll have to find your own way back. The vehicle swiftly reached the Tian family villa, and he half-dragged, half-carried Mu Hanyan into the room. By the time they reached the bed, Mu Hanyan had completely lost consciousness, collapsing onto Tian Cheng. The following afternoon, as Tian Cheng emerged from his room, he found Tian Cheng sitting in the living room with a scowl. Wow, up so early? Tian Cheng, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose. Sister, aren't you working today? Tian Cheng let out a cold laugh. My brother brought a wild day home. How can I possibly focus on work? After speaking, he frowned and looked at Tian Cheng. What about him? Still sleeping. Tian Cheng, puzzled, fell into deep thought, then suddenly realized. He can't do it. Puffed. The water Tian Cheng had just swallowed was sprayed out. Wiping his mouth, he looked at Tian Cheng in shock. How did you come to that conclusion? Tian Cheng crossed her arms. An alpha and an omega spent the night together. With the alpha drugged, surely he wouldn't lie there peacefully all night. Yet today it is you and omega who got up first, looking perfectly fine, and with only a temporary mark. Isn't that evidence enough that the alpha cannot perform? Tian Cheng was torn between admitting Mu Hanyun's inadequacy or acknowledging that he was the one on top. After much contemplation, he found he could say neither. Of course, my boyfriend is resolute and responsible. Even at a time like this, he considers my feelings, not wanting me to bear the stigma of mingling with an alpha before marriage and being marked for life. Tian Cheng coldly huffed. All right then. At least he is a decent alpha. Wait, how do you know about Mu Hanyun's medication? Chapter 44. Alpha wife always wants to counterattack. 13. Of course. The Mu family knows. Last night at the Mu family residence, Tian Cheng received a message from Tian Cheng and felt somewhat puzzled. Was there a conflict with Mu Hanyun? The banquet hadn't officially begun yet, and the Mu family's young master's boyfriend had left early. It seemed quite off. She decided that when the opportunity arose, she would ask Mu Hanyun if he had been bullying his brother. Originally, she had intended to introduce Tian Cheng to his future brother-in-law, but that could wait for another time. Upon returning to the banquet with Lin Wan, they temporarily parted ways. Lin Wan went to find his family, while Tian Cheng had her own matters to attend to. Many prominent figures from the business world were present at this banquet. She intended to seize this opportunity. Even if she couldn't secure a collaboration, at least becoming familiar with them would be beneficial. As the banquet commenced, everyone gathered to await the host's speech. However, the young master of the Mu family, the organizer of the event, was noticeably absent. Guests in the audience held their glasses and glanced around. The elder Mu looked at the butler beside him and inquired, "What is going on? Where is Xiaoyun?" The butler, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, quickly suppressed his rising panic with years of experience, responding in as calm a tone as possible. The young master confirmed the start time with me half an hour ago. He may have been delayed by an urgent matter. I have already sent someone to find him. He should be located shortly. The elder Mu nodded. Make the search discreet. We don't want anyone to notice something amiss. He had always found his grandson dependable. He assumed this time he was simply caught up with something urgent, and a few minutes' wait would be inconsequential. However, 5 minutes passed, and still there was no sign of him, nor could they reach him by communication. The elder Mu's expression grew increasingly grave. Mu Quan approached and bowed slightly. "Father, should I deliver the opening speech? This is your birthday banquet, and it wouldn't be good to miss the auspicious timing." The elder Mu shot her a sidelong glance and coldly snorted. "Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. I tell you, the Mu family will have only one ruler." With that, he leaned on his cane and took to the stage. The guests, who had been murmuring in anticipation of the banquet's commencement, fell into an abrupt silence. The head of the Mu family, who had long retreated from the limelight, unexpectedly took to the stage. Traditionally, it was the young Master Mu who presided over such events at this hour. Many began to speculate on the reasons behind this unusual occurrence. This was not merely a routine address. The position he occupied signified the current authority of the Mu clan. Mu Quan's gaze was sharp and piercing, fixated intently on the individual upon the stage. With the banquet officially underway, the guests conveyed their well wishes to the elder Mu before dispersing to engage with acquaintances and share their conjectures. A bold thought flickered through Tian Cheng's mind. Could Mu Hanyun have eloped with Tian Cheng? The notion sent chills down her spine, and before she could reach out to Tian Cheng, her home's security system alerted her that someone had returned. A wave of relief washed over her. At least it wasn't an elopement. Yet, where could Mu Hanyun have gone? Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the banquet hall. "Something's amiss. My sister is missing." Everyone turned in the direction of the voice, and Tian Cheng recognized the speaker as the youngest son of the Li family, a beta. The sister he referred to must be Li Xiang, an omega who had accompanied him that very day. The disappearance of an omega was no trivial matter. If she were to unexpectedly enter her heat, it could incite chaos among the alphas present at the gathering. Butler Mu arrived promptly upon hearing the commotion, swiftly grasping the situation and mobilizing a search party. One guest murmured, "First, the young Master Mu vanishes, and now the Li family's omega is unaccounted for." How coincidental! Though his words were softly spoken, they reached the ears of those nearby, igniting a flurry of speculation regarding the relationship between the two. The pairing of an alpha and an omega could hardly be deemed innocent. Amidst the conjectures, another voice emerged. I believe I saw a Mistley heading somewhere. All eyes turned to a figure clad in a waiter's attire. Startled by the sudden attention, he instinctively recoiled, but found the courage to continue. Half an hour ago, I saw Mistley assisting someone upstairs. Young Masterly approached him quickly, his expression fraught with urgency. Are you certain? The waiter timidly nodded, and the crowd erupted in astonishment. Elder Mu, who had been resting in his chamber, found his peace shattered by the ruckus outside. Since the passing of Matriarch Mu, his health had further declined. Though he wished to prevent Mu Quan from intervening, his own frailty compelled him to delegate the task of entertaining the guests to him. Before he could find a moment of respite, the commotion outside stirred him from his slumber. Displeased, he opened the door to find a throng of people ascending the stairs. The butler hurried over, relaying the urgent news. Mistley was missing, and someone had seen her accompany an individual upstairs. Young Masterly insisted on ascending to search for her, and other guests followed suit, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Among those present were not only the Mu family's business associates, but also individuals maintaining a facade of friendship while secretly plotting to undermine the Mu family. With an opportunity to witness a scandal involving the Mu clan, they would not let it slip away. Thus, they concealed themselves amidst the crowd, clamoring to search for individuals. Mu Quan remained indifferent to the commotion, while Butler Mu, merely a steward, was powerless to obstruct these affluent guests and could only seek the elder Mu. Observing the throng before him, his expression was devoid of superfluous emotion, yet his gaze was piercing. The previously boisterous assembly fell silent upon meeting his eyes, and a profound stillness enveloped the surroundings. Tian Cheng could not help but marvel. Truly, he was the patriarch of the Mu family, and even in his advanced years, his commanding presence was undiminished. With a wave of his hand, the elder Mu gestured to the butler. Take them to investigate. I wish to see who dares to cause a disturbance in the Mu household. He had faith in his grandson, certain he would never act in a manner that would tarnish the family's reputation, especially on the occasion of his birthday celebration. Even if emotions ran high, today was not the day for such indiscretions. Upon receiving the order, the butler led a group to search the rooms on the second floor. The crowd hastened to follow. Observing as doors were opened, the rooms had already been searched for Mu Hanyun. Thus this search proceeded swiftly. Before long, they reached the final room. The butler approached and attempted to push the door open, only to find it locked. Young Masterly stepped forward and knocked on the door. Sister, are you inside? Do not be afraid. Your brother is here to rescue you. The butler interjected. Young Masterly, please remain calm. I've already sent for the key. Lee forcefully pushed him aside. Stand back. Who are you to obstruct me? The butler, though not young, nearly stumbled to the ground from the shove. Young Masterly continued to pound on the door. Mu Hanyun, you scoundrel. If you dare to lay a finger on my sister, I will ensure you pay dearly. The butler, steadied by those beside him, grew stern. Young Masterly, choose your words wisely. It is still uncertain whether anyone is in this room. If you continue to speak recklessly, tarnishing the reputation of the Mu family's young master, it could jeopardize our relations. Having served in the Mu family estate for nearly 40 years, the butler regarded himself as half a member of the Mu household. Young Master Lee's defamatory remarks against Mu Hanyun provoked his ire, compelling him to retort. Young Master Lee, taken aback by the butler's words, instinctively glanced toward Mu Quan, who met his gaze with a subtle nod of encouragement. Seemingly emboldened by this unspoken command, the raw defiance that had been suppressed surged forth anew. With a forceful kick, he struck the closed door, which burst open with a resounding crash. Young Master Lee charged inside, only to be momentarily frozen in shock upon perceiving the scene within. The onlookers craned their necks to see. There lay the young lady from the Lee family, unconscious on the floor, and Mu Hanyun was nowhere to be found. Young Master Lee swiftly approached, lifting the young lady and shaking her gently. Sister, awaken. What has happened? Do not frighten your brother. Miss Lee was surprisingly awakened, her eyes fluttering open in a haze. Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, her brother abruptly pulled her up and shouted furiously at Mu Quan. The Mu family must provide an explanation to the Lee family. My sister has fainted inexplicably in her room. How can she ever marry now? Her purity has been tarnished by Mu Hanyun. Mu Quan feigned a look of deep sorrow, asserting, "This incident is indeed a fault of my family. Rest assured, once I find my nephew, I will ensure he comes to the Li family to apologize. Given the situation, as her uncle, I will take charge and arrange the marriage between the two." This unexpected turn left everyone present in stunned silence. Where was the young master of the Mu family? How did the conversation veer toward an engagement? What had they missed? Before young Master Li could respond, Butler Mu arrived, supporting the elder Mu. Without hesitation, he struck Mu Quan across the face, declaring, "The marriages of my family's descendants are not for you to decide." Not only was Mu Quan taken aback, but young Master Li was also frightened. This was the elder Mu, a self-made man who had established himself on the main star through sheer determination. After reprimanding Mu Quan, the elder Mu turned to the crowd and said, "I apologize for the spectacle. Miss Li's sudden fainting is indeed a lapse on our part." He then glanced at young Master Li, who was still supporting his sister, and continued, "However, young Master Li, I assure you that I will provide the Li family with an explanation and ensure that Miss Li's purity remains untarnished." With a wave of his hand, Butler Mu stepped forward. "Investigate immediately. Gather all individuals related to this matter tonight and review the surveillance footage. We must uncover the reason for Miss Li's fainting." Young Master Li's legs trembled in fear, nearly causing him to falter. Feeling guilty, he stammered, "Elder, there's no need for that. Today is your birthday, and I do not wish to cause you any trouble. Perhaps we should let this matter go. My sister may have simply been drunk and wandered into the wrong room." He discreetly pinched Miss Li's arm to prompt her to speak, regaining her composure from the pinch. She stuttered, Yes, I was drunk and must have entered the wrong room." "Drunk? Then why did your brother so adamantly claim that my grandson has sullied your purity?" The elder Mu's imposing demeanor sent chills down their spines, rendering them speechless and drenched in cold sweat. Mu Quan, clutching his bruised face, attempted to speak, but a mere glance from the elder Mu froze him in place. He sensed that if he dared to utter a word, he would receive another slap on the other cheek. The banquet had now descended into chaos, with guests congregating in the hall, not because the Mu family forbade their departure, but rather due to their insatiable curiosity. What began as an ordinary gathering had unexpectedly turned into a scandal of monumental proportions. The attendees were not foolish. The glaring inconsistencies were evident even to the dim-witted. It was clear that Mu Heir and young Master Li had orchestrated a scheme to bind the two together. The audacity of the Li family was remarkable, a nouveau riche daring to entangle themselves with the Mu family. If young Master Mu were truly found in a compromising position with Miss Li, witnessed by all, the matter would be settled, and the Mu family would have no choice but to acknowledge the situation, even against their will. Regrettably, the young Master Mu disappeared at a critical moment, and Master Li proved to be rather foolish as well. At such a juncture, he ought to have realized that the plan had gone awry. Yet, he audaciously attempted to cast blame upon Mu Hanyun. Young Master Mu was equally naive, daring to engage in conversation. It is no wonder that the elder Mu chose to pass the family fortune to his eldest grandson, bypassing this son entirely. Ultimately, only 3 individuals remained in the hall, fidgeting with unease. Miss Li tugged at her brother's sleeve, asking, "Brother, what shall we do?" Young Master Li withdrew his sleeve, retorting, "How dare you speak? You are more a hindrance than a help." Upon hearing this, Mu Quan's anger flared. "How can you criticize him? You two are of equal folly, both equally foolish." He continued, "And as for you, I deem you the greatest fool of all." The elder Mu, supported by the butler, approached in a fury and delivered a slap to Mu Quan, leaving his face symmetrical in its indignation. With a subtle gesture to the butler, who nodded in understanding, the elder Mu turned to leave. The butler then addressed the Li siblings. "Young Master Li, the surveillance in the living room clearly shows that it was Miss Li who drugged my young master's drink, taking advantage of his impaired state to lead him into that room. While the surveillance did not capture the events that transpired within, there were no pheromones for my young master found in the room, and when Miss Li was discovered, her attire was intact, showing no signs of distress. Given my young master's self-control, it is reasonable to conclude that nothing untoward occurred between them. Am I correct, Miss Li?" The butler's countenance was stern. his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Miss Li, who trembled involuntarily, struggling to articulate a response. My master has decreed that, considering your status as an Omega and the absence of any substantial harm to my young master, the Mu family shall not pursue this matter further. You may both leave. Upon hearing this, both siblings exhaled in relief, their top bodies relaxing as they scurried away. Once they were out of earshot, the butler raised his voice to address the remaining guests. Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasantness you have experienced this evening. The Mu family must attend to some private affairs, and we kindly ask you to leave. You may also take any gifts you have brought. The guests departed with reluctance, none truly retrieving their gifts, although it appeared that the elder Mu had spared the Li family. He had publicly declared that Miss Li had deliberately drugged and schemed against Mu Hanyun. This alone was sufficient to tarnish the Li family's reputation and compel others to sever ties with them, leaving the Li family with a singular path toward ruin. In the hall, only the butler and Mu Quan remained. Young master, the elder has instructed that you need not return to the company tomorrow. Assuming this did not concern him, Mu Quan reacted with alarm. What do you mean? I demand to see my father. Step aside. The butler took a step back as several burly men approached to restrain his arms. Mu Quan struggled fiercely, but his pampered physique was no match for the strength of these men, and he was swiftly subdued to the ground. The butler regarded the now disheveled Mu Quan. The elder also stated that if you cause any further disturbances, you are to be expelled from the Mu family. These words anchored Mu Quan in disbelief as he gazed incredulously at the butler. I refuse to believe it. I am his own son. I cannot believe he could be so heartless. The only response was the sound of the door closing firmly behind him. Tian Cheng pieced together the entire story from what Tian Cheng recounted to him in the video sent by 745. Unexpectedly, the plot he had altered in the bar was reenacted last night. It seems that the original narrative, where Mu Hanyun's Omega was taken away from the bar, was not a mere coincidence, but rather a meticulous design by Mu Quan. Yet, if Mu Quan orchestrated this scheme to seize the Mu family, why did it ultimately lead to their complete downfall? Could it be that his foolishness drove him to concoct a strategy to oust Mu Hanyun for his own ascendance, only to misjudge the situation and inadvertently ruin the Mu family? As 745 munched on cucumber-flavored chips, he offered an analysis to Tian Cheng. After a moment of contemplation, Tian Cheng nodded in agreement. I believe your reasoning holds merit. Chapter 46. The Alpha's wife always seeks to retaliate. 15. Tian Cheng disregarded Tian Cheng's thoughts and stood up, stating, once your responsible boyfriend awakens, have him come to the study to see me. With that remark, she departed without waiting for Tian Cheng's response. In good spirits, Tian Cheng hummed a tune while preparing kanji for Mu Hanyun, adding silver fungus, goji berries, and even a small seahorse. 745 imitated Tian Cheng, tossing a tiny seahorse into the pot. Little Orange, Mu Hanyun has been missing for a day and a night. Doesn't his grandfather worry? Why haven't we heard that the Mu family is searching for him? Do you think the Mu family is naive? When Mu Hanyun jumped out the window and I took him away, old Master Mu surely learned of it while reviewing the surveillance footage. Their silence now indicates a satisfaction with me as his grandson-in-law. Is that so? I thought his grandfather feigned affection. What do you mean by that? Just like in those melodramatic novels, his grandfather deliberately groomed Mu Hanyun as a stepping stone for his uncle. Once his son matures, he will completely overshadow Mu Hanyun and allow his uncle to ascend, making all his efforts serve as a mere launchpad for his uncle. As 745 spoke, he playfully grasped the tail of a small seahorse, nearly tripping over himself. Tian Cheng chuckled. Have you ever seen a whetstone used to sharpen a knife's back? In a swift motion, 745 tossed the small seahorse back into the pot, pondering, I think your argument is valid. Quick-witted, Tian Cheng retrieved the recently discarded seahorse from the pot, stating, don't throw that in again. Otherwise, my wife might end up needing a transfusion. Though 745 did not grasp the meaning, Tian Cheng, uninterested in further explanation, carried the prepared kanji back to the room. Inside, Mu Hanyun had awakened and was lying on the bed, massaging his waist. Upon seeing Tian Cheng enter, he attempted to rise but was firmly pressed back down. You're awake. Are you hungry? I made you kanji. When Mu Hanyun heard that the kanji was personally prepared by Tian Cheng, he eagerly reached for it, but was stopped by Tian Cheng. Wait, it's hot. Drink slowly. Tian Cheng scooped a small spoonful, cooled it, and offered it to Mu Hanyun. The latter, flustered by Tian Cheng's actions, unwittingly consumed the entire bowl without discerning its flavor. Tian Cheng set down the now empty bowl, hesitating momentarily before saying, "Darling, my sister wishes to have a word with you." Mu Hanyun replied, "Sure," but then, startled, he nearly leapt from the bed, hastily beginning to dress. "Does your sister know about me?" Tian Cheng chuckled at his flustered demeanor. "You slept in my room last night. She is not blind, and her sense of smell is intact. It's rather normal for her to be aware." As he fastened his buttons, Mu Hanyun worried, "But won't your sister have a negative impression of me? You two seem to have never gotten along." Feeling even more apprehensive, he donned his attire and buried his head in Tian Cheng's embrace. Tian Cheng gently stroked his hair, soothing him. "It's all right. My sister is actually quite nice. She won't make things difficult for you. What she just throws me out. Rest assured, if she does, I shall elope with you." After providing Mu Hanyun with encouragement for quite some time, the two slowly made their way to the study. Tian Cheng knocked on the door, and, after a few seconds, a voice responded, "Come in." As the door swung open, Tian Cheng sat with a serious expression, her posture impeccably straight. "Ahem, Tian Cheng, please step outside. I need to speak with him alone." Before Tian Cheng could utter a word, Mu Hanyun interjected, "Darling, you should step out first." Upon hearing his endearment, Tian Cheng's veins throbbed in irritation. "Darling?" She had never referred to him as such. Seeing Mu Hanyun's resolute demeanor, Tian Cheng did not insist on remaining and stepped out, leaving the two alone. Mu Hanyun stood rigidly, allowing Tian Cheng to scrutinize him. He had already changed into attire that fit him well, unlike Tian Cheng's clothes. Given that no outsiders had visited since last night, it seemed evident that these garments had been in his home all along. Had he visited on more than one occasion without her knowledge? This thought darkened Tian Cheng's expression further, and she slammed her hand on the table. "Young Master Mu, do you not wish to explain yourself?" Startled by the sudden outburst, he appeared calm, yet his hands, concealed behind him, had formed fists, and his back was already damp with perspiration. Hearing that her first words were not to expel him brought him some relief. If she allowed him to speak, it indicated there was room for negotiation. "Sister, I apologize." Sister? Whom was he addressing as sister? "Young man, do not overstep your boundaries. I deceived Tian Cheng, and you as well. I admit my initial intentions in approaching him were not honorable, but I have genuinely developed deep feelings for him. I hope you can grant me an opportunity." "Wait." Tian Cheng raised her hand to interrupt him. "What do you mean by deceiving Tian Cheng?" Mu Hanyun paused, recounting the entire situation to her succinctly. Upon hearing his explanation, Tian Cheng laughed in anger. "You mean to say you deceived Tian Cheng into believing your name was Yanhan?" Mu Hanyun nodded, perplexed as to why she emphasized this point. "Do you realize that Tian Cheng told me he was afraid I would be upset if I found out, which is why he deliberately misled me?" Mu Hanyun was taken aback, and Tian Cheng gestured for him to sit down as they began to reconcile their accounts. The more they conversed, the broader the smile on Mu Hanyun's face became, while Tian Cheng's expression grew increasingly grim. "It turns out that Tian Cheng loves me so deeply. It turns out that Tian Cheng protects him so fiercely." Mu Hanyun relaxed, his demeanor shifting accordingly, and Tian Cheng, seated opposite him, detected this change and let out a cold laugh. "What? President Mu has ceased his pretense. What happened to your earlier caution? President Tian has misunderstood. My previous nervousness was genuine. I truly love Tian Cheng and yearn for my sister's blessing." He continued, "But now I am certain that Tian Cheng loves me more than I had anticipated, so I no longer fear that he will leave me due to your interference. I can now engage with you more rationally, which is surely a positive development, isn't it?" Tian Cheng sensed that the shrewd and decisive President Mu had returned, nodding inwardly. This was the Mu Hanyun she recognized. The earlier timidity, which had led him to reveal his cards without her prompting, was honestly a bit disconcerting for her. "I do not oppose your relationship, but to consider marriage at this juncture feels rather hasty. What does sister desire?" "Your sincerity. I shall willingly bestow half of my assets, including shares, planetary ownership, and liquid assets upon Tian Cheng, and I will sign a prenuptial agreement. Should Tian Cheng ever wish to part ways, these possessions shall not be reclaimed. Furthermore, Mu Corporation currently has several projects that I believe Sister would find intriguing. In Chapter 47, Alpha Wife always seeks a counterattack. 16. The two engaged in a transactional discussion akin to that in an office, yet neither stood to gain from it directly. Ultimately, they reached a mutually satisfactory conclusion and rose to depart. So, can you now elucidate the matter of this garment? Mu Hanyin paused mid-stride. So, what you initially wanted me to explain was this. Tian Cheng nodded. Mu Hanyin rubbed his forehead, secretly vexed. I truly panicked earlier. My mind went blank, handing over the leverage so readily. Yet, he felt no regret. The outcome was favorable, and what was there to lose or gain concerning Tian Cheng? This garment was originally a gift he selected for me. Unexpectedly, before I could present it, the events of last night occurred, leading to me wearing it now. Oh, so that is the case. She had not intended to delve deeply into this matter, merely wishing to tease her prospective brother-in-law. Seeing no hint of regret on his face, her interest waned. Tian Cheng waited outside for over 2 hours without a sight of them. 745 anxiously scratched its head, peering through the door crack to discern the situation inside, but the interstellar door was too well crafted, allowing no sound to escape. Tian Cheng remained silent, and 745 dared not venture inside. Little Orange, are you not curious about what they are discussing in there? The two most important people to me are discussing matters that are surely not detrimental to me. Are you not concerned they might come to blows? They are both respectable individuals. Even if they were to fight, they would not do so in my presence. With a click, the door swung open, and Tian Cheng turned to see both individuals emerging with smiles upon their faces. He approached and linked his arm with Mu Hanyin's. Have you finished your discussion? Tian Cheng shot Tian Cheng an exasperated glance, shook hands with Mu Hanyin, wished him a pleasant collaboration, and turned to leave without sparing Tian Cheng a single glance. What does this mean? Was the discussion favorable or unfavorable? Mu Hanyin lifted Tian Cheng by the thigh, spinning him around several times in place. Tian Cheng, hearing the commotion behind her, couldn't help but smile. It wasn't her intention to forge a union with Tian Cheng for the benefit of the Tian family. Rather, she believed that where a person's wealth lies, there too lies their affection. She hoped that Tian Cheng, should he lose in his gambles, would not be left with nothing. The collaboration she had just negotiated with Mu Hanyin would ultimately serve as Tian Cheng's dowry, fortifying his position. She contemplated that it was time to organize the assets of the Tian family. Since Mu Hanyin had contributed half, she, as his elder sister, ought not to fall behind and should also pledge an equal share for Tian Cheng, lest she be outshone. No, she was the one who held the most significance in Tian Cheng's heart. Mu Hanyin grasped Tian Cheng's hands and said, Tian Cheng, let us return home to meet grandfather. I wish for him to see you. His gaze upon Tian Cheng was as if it bore the weight of the stars, with each blink brimming with anticipation. Moved, Tian Cheng nodded in agreement, reluctant to witness the disappointment that would mar Mu Hanyin's face if he refused. Tian Cheng followed Mu Hanyin back to the Mu family's ancestral home. During their earlier conversation, Tian Cheng had already relayed the events of the previous night to him. Upon reaching the old residence, it was already evening, and only Butler Mu and a few servants were present. The butler hurried over to greet them upon seeing Mu Hanyin's return. Young master, you have finally returned. The old master has been waiting for you for quite some time. Where is grandfather? Is he in good health? Butler Mu, standing beside them, first bowed to Tian Cheng before responding to Mu Hanyin's inquiry. The old master is in the study awaiting you. He is in fair health, though he seems a bit mentally drained after last night's events and has little appetite today. Mu Hanyin took Tian Cheng's hand and approached the study door, inhaling deeply before knocking. The door was ajar, and he pushed it open without hesitation. We are back. We are back, grandfather. He stepped aside to allow Tian Cheng to advance. Grandfather, this is Tian Cheng, whom I mentioned to you. Tian Cheng, this is my grandfather. Tian Cheng took a couple of steps forward, leaning slightly as he greeted the elder with a smile. Hello, grandfather. The elder looked kindly at the two of them and remarked, good children. Please have a seat. Mu Hanyun pulled Tian Cheng down beside him. The elder began by asking Tian Cheng several questions regarding his family. After hearing the responses, he neither praised nor criticized, leaving Mu Hanyun in a state of uncertainty. The conversation then shifted to matters concerning Mu Hanyun's uncle. The elder had expelled him from the Mu family residence, but had refrained from removing him from the company, hoping that Mu Hanyun would grant his uncle some dignity out of respect for their relationship. Since your grandmother passed, this house has become much lonelier. Your parents have been away for years, and since you took over the company, you've seldom returned. It turns out your uncle has been the one keeping me company the longest. Grandfather, I understand. As long as he behaves and no longer schemes against me, I will not take action against him. The two continued their discussion for quite some time, with Tian Cheng listening attentively throughout. As they were about to leave, the esteemed elder Mu remarked to Tian Cheng, I can discern that Xiao Yun holds a deep affection for you. I trust you shall not disappoint him. Before Tian Cheng could respond, Mu Hanyun interjected, Grandfather. The two exchanged glances at the flustered Mu Hanyun and smiled knowingly. Rest assured, Grandfather, my love for him is unwavering. I shall ensure he remains unharmed. Mu Hanyun's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Upon exiting the study, Mu Hanyun and Tian Cheng made their way to their respective chambers. As they were now engaged, no one dared to question their shared overnight stay. Just before closing the door, Tian Cheng discreetly cast a glance outside. One door stood ajar, obscuring the view within. Seated upon the bed, Mu Hanyun cradled Tian Cheng's hands in his lap, seemingly lost in thought. Noticing his distraction, Tian Cheng gently drew his head to rest upon his chest. My grandfather has grown older, and his heart has softened in kind. What are your thoughts? Do you truly wish to expel Mu Quan entirely? Mu Hanyun shook his head. As long as he remains docile in the ancestral home, the Mu family does not mind supporting a freeloader. However, should he dare to cause trouble again, even if my grandfather pleads on his behalf, I shall not spare him. This matter seemed to have settled. The Tian and Mu families announced their union, leading to a plethora of collaborative ventures, marking a mutually beneficial relationship. The Li family, having caused a ruckus at the banquet, found themselves severed from all partnerships with the Mu family, rendering any further intervention unnecessary, as other companies would swiftly consume the Li family. With the alliance between the Tian and Mu families, they shared technologies previously lacking in each other's domains, fostering resource sharing and propelling both companies to new heights, surpassing the original narrative's trajectory. Following the public revelation of their relationship, Tian Cheng moved in with Mu Hanyun on a day of respite. Having stayed up late the previous night, Mu Hanyun felt somewhat fatigued, prompting the couple to opt for a date in the Star Network. They nestled into the link pod, and in an instant, they found themselves in the login hall of Zero, Interstellar Odyssey. Tian Cheng turned to Mu Hanyun and suggested, Shall we explore my planet? Mu Hanyun nodded, selecting to follow as the scene shifted before them. He was awestruck by the vista. Was this the starting point? He was aware that Tian Cheng cultivated crops on his planet, but he never anticipated it would evolve into such a spectacle. Before them lay an artificially constructed river, with harvesters rumbling in the distance, diligently reaping the wheat fields. To the left, a mountainside seemed to bear fruit trees, now ripe for picking with NPCs, originally intended for combat, being deftly directed by Tian Cheng to gather the bounty. Farther away, something else appeared to be cultivated, though it was unclear to him. Tian Cheng, equally astonished by the scenery, had only played on a gaming console before. This was his first experience with a holographic version. Gazing upon his creation, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his accomplishments. Chapter 48. Alpha's Wife Always Seeks Revenge. 17. Tian Cheng guided Mu Hanyun on a tour of his planet. Observing the multitude of supplies amassed in numerous warehouses, Mu Hanyun felt his understanding of the game completely upended. Was it truly possible to engage with the game in such a manner? The primary business of the Mu family did not lie within gaming. This particular game was merely a foray into the industry. However, due to its lukewarm reception, the company had postponed its plans for expansion into the gaming sector. As Mu Hanyun gazed upon Tian Cheng's planet, he discovered that gaming need not be confined to a singular mode of play. Listening to Mu Hanyun's astonished exclamations, Tian Cheng could only shrug in resignation. Although the pace of technological advancement in this world was swift, it seemed that the realm of entertainment had hit a plateau, with a limited variety in music, film, and games. His innovative approach sparked a significant inspiration within Mu Hanyun, who felt an overwhelming urge to rush to his company and bring his ideas to fruition. However, he restrained himself. After all, they were on a date, and abandoning his partner for work would be quite impolite, as he learned from Sister Tian Cheng's book. The main gameplay of this game revolved around conquering planets, yet a lack of supplies was a common headache for every player. Most chose to sustain their wars by plundering the resources of others. But now, things had changed. The resources stored on Tian Cheng's planet could adequately support Mu Hanyun. Together, they collaborated. Mu Hanyun would engage in battles, while Tian Cheng managed the supply lines. Throughout the day, Tian Cheng assembled many advanced weapons from the parts they acquired, and both of them became engrossed in the game. Mu Hanyun's rank skyrocketed to the top of the server. Though the player base was modest, there were a handful of dedicated players who recorded Tian Cheng and Mu Hanyun's exploits, creating game clips that were shared on the StarNet, garnering a bit of attention and attracting new players. Subsequently, Mu Hanyun formally invited Tian Cheng to become a game consultant for his company. 3 months later, the improved version of Zero, Interstellar Odyssey 2, was officially launched, featuring diverse gameplay that drew in a throng of players. On the day of the game's release, Mu Hanyun proposed to Tian Cheng in front of both their families, and naturally, he accepted. The wedding was soon on the agenda. Tian Cheng and Mu Hanyun went to select wedding rings, with Tian Cheng also being pulled along by Lin Wan. The design of the rings was conceived by Tian Cheng himself, while the materials were chosen and purchased by Mu Hanyun, crafted by royal artisans. After handing over the blueprints and materials, Lin Wan took Tian Cheng's hand, insisting on a shopping spree, with the two alphas becoming like little followers carrying bags. Entering a boutique that sold formal wear, Lin Wan excitedly urged Tian Cheng to help him choose an outfit. "You must pick a dress suitable for your wedding. I am now considered part of your family and cannot let you down." Tian Cheng sighed. "I can have someone come to our home for a fitting. There's no need to shop in person." Lin Wan pouted, playfully protesting, "But I want to go shopping. You have never accompanied me before." The sweet tone made Tian Cheng's heart soften. "Bye. Get as much as you desire," Tian Cheng observed, amused, as if he were watching a bewitched emperor enchanted by a captivating consort, when a soft cough interrupted him. He turned to find Mu Hanyun standing beside him, gazing at him intently. Understanding his unspoken desire, Tian Cheng mimicked Lin Wan's playful demeanor, tugging at Mu Hanyun's sleeve and whispering in his ear, "Darling, I too wish to buy many outfits." A blush swiftly spread from the tips of Mu Hanyun's ears to his entire face. "Buy whatever my dear wishes." He exclaimed this loudly, drawing the attention of everyone in the shop towards them. Tian Cheng did not anticipate such a profound reaction from himself. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the teasing gazes surrounding him, he discreetly distanced himself from Mu Hanyun. Lin Wan and Tian Cheng exchanged glances and could not help but chuckle. They had long discerned the dynamic between this young couple, noting that unlike typical AO relationships, Tian Cheng seemed to assume the more dominant role. Tian Cheng expressed her satisfaction with this development, proud of her brother for his adeptness in handling the situation. Casting a glance at Lin Wan, she sighed, realizing that she too was somewhat under someone else's influence. Lin Wan, clutching a pile of clothes, stuffed them into Tian Cheng's arms and urged him to accompany her to try them on. Outside, the two alphas waited patiently. However, as time passed without any sign of their return, Mu Hanyun felt an ominous premonition and summoned an Omega sales assistant to check on them. To their dismay, a sudden scream erupted from the changing room. Mu Hanyun and Tian Cheng exchanged alarmed looks and rushed inside, only to discover clothes strewn about, Lin Wan unconscious on the floor, and Tian Cheng missing. Regaining consciousness, Tian Cheng found himself bound, with a blindfold over his eyes and his mouth gagged. Sensing the presence of another person nearby, he had previously noticed someone shadowing them and had dispatched 745 to investigate, discovering that the individual was none other than Mu Quan. Mu Quan was the architect of the plot that led to Mu Hanyun's downfall and demise, yet due to his familial ties to the elder Mu, he had been spared. However, Tian Cheng had no such reservations. Unfortunately, ever since his dismissal, this man had remained docile at the old residence, leading Tian Cheng to believe he had genuinely reformed. Realizing that Mu Quan could no longer contain his malice, Tian Cheng devised a plan to eliminate this threat once and for all. He allowed Lin Wan to lead him on their shopping excursion, deliberately creating vulnerabilities to provoke Mu Quan into action. Without resistance, he permitted Mu Quan to take him away, making a sound to alert the nearby person of his awakening. The blindfold was torn away, and the blinding light caused him to squint instinctively. Once his eyes adjusted, he beheld Mu Quan's contorted face, filled with rage. "You are finally awake. Do you have any idea how frantically Mu Hanyan has been searching for you?" His expression was deranged, eyes ablaze with hatred. Why? Why is it that no matter how hard I strive, the old man never acknowledges me? What makes that boy so superior to me? I dedicated 20 years to the company, and though I may not have achieved greatness, I have certainly endured hardship. Yet, I ended up being ousted. As Mu Quan raged, a slender branch became discernible from within Tian Cheng's sleeve, silently poised for action. With only the two of them present, it was not yet the time to strike. Should Mu Quan perish, the suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. Once Mu Quan had vented his fury, he noticed that Tian Cheng did not exhibit the fear he had anticipated. "Why aren't you afraid? Let me assure you, I will kill you. I will make Mu Hanyan lose everything." With that, he seized Tian Cheng and dragged him toward the window. Surveying their surroundings, Tian Cheng realized they were situated in a villa complex on the third floor. Their commotion attracted the attention of passers-by, some of whom recognized the bound figure as the young master of the Tian family, currently being sought throughout the city by both the Mu and Tian families. The news swiftly reached Mu Hanyan's ears, and by the time he arrived, a considerable crowd had already gathered. He lifted his gaze to see Mu Quan on the third floor, brandishing a dagger pressed against Tian Cheng's throat, a mixture of anger and fear surging within him. He attempted to intervene, but was restrained by the staff. "Sir, please remain calm. Ascending may provoke the kidnapper." "Get away." Mu Hanyan intended to unleash his pheromones to disperse those obstructing him, but was struck on the shoulder by Tian Cheng. "Calm down. Do you wish to endanger Tian Cheng?" Mu Quan had already spotted Mu Hanyan below, a greedy smile spreading across his face as he tightened his grip on the dagger, leaving a thin line of blood on Tian Cheng's neck. He shouted, "Mu Hanyan, your little lover is in my grasp. If you wish for him to live, exchange all shares of the Mu Corporation for his life." Reminded by Tian Cheng's words, Mu Hanyan forced himself to regain composure. Addressing the staff still blocking his way, he asserted, "His target is me. Allow me to ascend and negotiate with him." Upon receiving the order to proceed, several individuals parted to create a path. Tian Cheng followed closely behind Mu Hanyan as they ascended. The door to the room where the two men were situated stood wide open, and someone was negotiating with Mu Quan. "Sir, please remain calm. State your demands, but do not harm this gentleman. Let Mu Hanyan in. I wish to speak with him." Mu Hanyan stood at the threshold, his expression composed while his palms clenched tightly behind his back, suppressing the fury within. "I have arrived. Release him. Come in and close the door." As Mu Hanyan attempted to advance, Tian Cheng grasped his arm. He glanced at Tian Cheng, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry. Tian Cheng will be fine." Inside the room, only 3 individuals remained, the atmosphere tense and fraught with peril. Tian Cheng's mouth was gagged, rendering him silent. He exchanged a glance with Mu Hanyan before shifting his gaze to Mu Quan, who held him captive. Mu Hanyan understood his unspoken message, despite the anxiety churning within him. He maintained an outward facade of calm, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Mu Quan. "Transferring all shares is no trivial matter. I require some time to prepare the contract." Noticing Mu Quan's attention diverted, Tian Cheng discreetly began to loosen his bindings. Mu Hanyan caught sight of Tian Cheng's actions from the corner of his eye, a flicker of hope igniting within him as he raised his voice to capture Mu Quan's attention. "I must inform my grandfather. Without his approval, the contract will not be valid." Mu Quan hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Fine, you may call him, but do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, this man will pay the price immediately." Seizing the moment, Tian Cheng grasped Mu Quan's wrist, twisting it forcefully. In pain, Mu Quan released the dagger, which clattered to the floor. Tian Cheng broke free from his restraints and sprinted toward Mu Hanyun. As Mu Hanyun prepared to subdue Mu Quan, he was halted by Tian Cheng, who pulled him to open the door. Fueled by rage, Mu Quan disregarded his dislocated wrist and pursued them. As the door swung open, he slipped, losing his balance and crashing backward through the open window. The crowd below gasped, initially believing he intended to leap to freedom. With the physique of a top-tier alpha, he had merely fallen from the third floor, likely only sustaining minor injuries. However, Mu Quan lay there motionless, prompting the staff to swiftly approach and restrain him. Upon turning over, it became apparent that Mu Quan had breathed his last. It was a cruel twist of fate that, as he fell, his temple struck a sharp stone. In full view of the spectators, he met his demise through his own misfortune. Tian Cheng looked at the unscathed Tian Cheng, a wave of relief washing over her. It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Tian Cheng allowed her to embrace him, offering comfort. It is all right, sister. He had indeed taken a risk this time, alarming them all. Observing Mu Hanyun, whose eyes were red yet held back tears, he resolved to console him thoroughly upon their return home. Once the chaos subsided and the crowd dispersed, Lin Wan was finally permitted to approach. He rushed over, wrapping his arms around Tian Cheng's waist, and burst into tears. Tian Cheng, I'm so sorry. I should not have dragged you out shopping. It's all my fault. Tian Cheng was momentarily taken aback that this foolish boy would place the blame upon himself. Enough, do not cry. The villains are to blame, not you. Together with Tian Cheng, they managed to soothe his sobs. That evening, Tian Cheng accompanied Tian Cheng back home, while Mu Hanyun returned to the ancestral residence. In the living room, old Master Mu sat alone, appearing a decade older. Upon seeing Mu Hanyun return, he sighed and produced 2 documents. These are all the shares under my name. Please sign them. Mu Hanyun received the documents without glancing at them. Placing them back on the table, grandfather, regarding Mu Quan's matter. The old man waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from speaking. It is my fault. Had I not been so soft-hearted, his ambitions would not have been nurtured. His death is his own doing. I do not blame anyone. I have already arranged for his ashes to be scattered into the sea. Henceforth, the Mu family will pretend he never existed. How was that child Tian Cheng? Is he unhurt? No, he is very brave, remarkably so. As he spoke, a look of pride illuminated his face. That is good. Transfer all my assets to Tian Cheng as compensation from the Mu family. Mu Hanyun did not hesitate. While he might have declined for himself, he would certainly accept on behalf of Tian Cheng. The two conversed for quite some time, marking the first intimate discussion between grandfather and grandson since Mu Hanyun took over the company. This incident did not affect their wedding date. The ceremony proceeded as planned. The wedding was held on a small asteroid that Mu Hanyun had purchased for Tian Cheng, both clad in matching white attire as they exchanged vows. This event was broadcast live across the galactic network, symbolizing not only the union of 2 families, but also the collaboration of 2 powerful corporations. Mu Hanyun took Tian Cheng's hand, kneeling to place a ring upon his finger, the tenderness in his eyes radiating through the lens to the viewers across the stars. Oh my! Young Master Tian is absolutely stunning. I wish to compete for CEO Mu's affections. How bold! CEO Mu is incredibly handsome as well. One can only imagine how beautiful their future children will be. Oh, CEO Mu just kissed young Master Tian's hand. Screenshot, screenshot. Is that all you care about? The alliance of the Mu and Tian families will dominate the entire galaxy henceforth. Not only do they match in appearance, but their family backgrounds are equally impressive. It's as if a novel has come to life. Huh, what do you envy? Merely a marriage of affluence, devoid of genuine emotion. It seems to me that the young master of the Tian family is nothing more than a tool for union, pushed forward by his sister. What are you whining about upstairs? You truly know nothing. The couple fell in love first before informing their families. So spare us your malicious speculations regarding the feelings between our esteemed CEO and his wife. Let's seize a knowledgeable insider and surround him. I am an employee of the Mu Corporation, and I can assure everyone that their love is entirely genuine and free. I can confirm this as well. Previously, the CEO and Mr. Tian were rivals. However, they secretly fell in love, with the CEO even concealing his identity, too afraid to reveal the company address. It seems we have stumbled upon a delightful revelation. This is indeed a formidable alliance. The Mu and Tian families were merely upper middle class in their respective domains. But following their announced union, the two families have collaborated and progressed, ascending to the pinnacle of high society. Moreover, the wealthiest individuals in these families are not the two heads of the households, but rather young Master Tian. Upon his marriage, Mr. Tian granted young Master Tian half of the Tian family shares, not to mention the countless assets. The CEO also bestowed half of his own assets and shares. Young Master Tian is indeed the ultimate winner in life. I too wish for such a sister and partner. Chapter 50. The alpha wife always seeks revenge, and, as the exchange of rings concluded, the two embraced in a kiss. Petals cascaded around them, and the live stream was flooded with breathtaking admiration. Guests below applauded, offering their blessings to the newlyweds. As the wedding came to a close, everyone tactfully afforded the couple some privacy. Mu Hanyun, overwhelmed with excitement, had indulged in copious amounts of wine, and at this moment could barely keep his eyes open. Mumbling the name Tian Cheng, Tian Cheng gently assisted him to bed, and just as he prepared to fetch a hangover remedy, Mu Hanyun grasped his hand tightly. His fingers lightly brushed the ring on Tian Cheng's fourth finger, his gaze fixated. How wonderful, I have finally married you. He resembled a satisfied child, a radiant smile on his face, yet suddenly his expression shifted to a frown. Ah, a bath. We must consummate our marriage. Struggling to rise, Tian Cheng guided him to the bathroom, filled the tub with water, and stepped out to retrieve a hangover remedy. 745 appeared, watching Tian Cheng rummage through the medicine cabinet. Xiao Qingzi, you have changed. What do you mean? Aside from using your powers once against Mu Quan, you've been quite obedient ever since. Isn't that a good thing? It isn't bad, but you used to be someone who would act rather than speak, and your sudden shift has left me somewhat disoriented. Tian Cheng found a remedy, a smirk gracing his lips. Because Hanyun told me in his previous life that he felt content living a simple life with me, like an ordinary person. By the time he returned to the bathroom with the remedy, Mu Hanyun had already fallen asleep, clutching a bottle of shower gel in the bathtub. He gently roused him, coaxing him to take the medicine. Be good, drink this, or you'll have a headache tomorrow. After Mu Hanyun obediently opened his mouth and swallowed the remedy, his head tilted, and he drifted back to sleep. After ensuring the sleeping Mu Hanyun was clean and returned to bed, Tian Cheng hastily washed himself as well. Lying down, he softly pulled Mu Hanyun close. It is not his impatience that troubles him, but rather his fear that Mu Hanyun may awaken tomorrow to find he has missed the wedding night and feel despondent. When Tian Cheng rouses from slumber, he finds Mu Hanyun staring at him with an impassive expression, his gaze unsettling. As he sits up, the blanket slips from his body. Why are you looking at me like that? What did you do last night? The wedding night? Mu Hanyun's expression darkens further. I was asleep. That doesn't count. 6 months later, Tian Tang and Lin Wan also wed. They opted against a grand ceremony, instead proceeding directly to their honeymoon after obtaining their marriage license. A month later, they returned home. Tian Cheng, bearing gifts, accompanied Mu Hanyun to pay a visit. Upon arrival, Mu Hanyun immediately retreated with Tian Tang to the study to discuss work matters. Lin Wan, radiating happiness, conversed with Tian Cheng. I can't believe I'm already expecting so soon after the wedding. We had intended to enjoy our time away a bit longer. Tian Cheng smiled and replied, My sister worries something might happen to you during this unstable period. Lin Wan nodded in agreement, yet concern shadowed his expression as he looked towards Tian Cheng. Are you and Mu Hanyun doing all right? Confused, Tian Cheng responded, We're perfectly fine. Why do you ask? Hesitation lingered in Lin Wan's demeanor before he finally spoke. It's just that you've been married for over half a year, yet you haven't shared a bed? There's talk that you and Mu Hanyun lack genuine affection. My sister and I worry you might be suffering in silence. Realization dawned on Tian Cheng, and he chuckled as he reassured Lin Wan. Rest assured, our choice to forego the lifelong marking is mutual. Our relationship is sound. And our physical connection is even more so. That's a relief, Lin Wan replied, though the worry in his eyes remained unchanged. After returning from his sister's home, Mu Hanyun had been perpetually distracted, often gazing blankly at Tian Cheng's abdomen, and was unusually eager to engage in physicality, leading both of them to exhaustion. During yet another attempt at intimacy, Tian Cheng chose not to resist, but merely observed Mu Hanyun silently. However, Mu Hanyun appeared anything but pleased, his head drooping in dejection. "Let us talk," he suggested. Mu Hanyun nodded, donning a garment and sitting across from Tian Cheng on the bed. Tian Cheng initiated the conversation. "What do you want?" Mu Hanyun shook his head. "I don't know. Let me rephrase. Do you wish to part ways with me?" Mu Hanyun's grip on the blanket tightened, and when he lifted his gaze, the panic in his eyes was unmistakable. "Of course not, Tian Cheng. I would never want to leave you. I'm simply afraid you might abandon me." Tian Cheng understood. In the world of ABO, once an alpha and omega marry, it is a lifelong commitment. Once the lifelong marking occurs, the omega can only accept their husband, a bond more steadfast than any certificate. Yet they had not marked each other. Mu Hanyun could only offer temporary markings, which instilled fear in him. He felt he could not hold onto Tian Cheng. Without uttering a word, Tian Cheng enveloped Mu Hanyun in his embrace. The following day, Tian Cheng requested Mu Hanyun take leave from work, and they ventured to the hospital together. Mu Hanyun, puzzled, asked, "What are we doing at the hospital? Are you unwell?" His immediate concern was for Tian Cheng's health. "No, you will find out shortly." Mu Hanyun fell silent, obediently following Tian Cheng's lead in whatever he instructed. However, he gradually sensed something amiss. A doctor was set to extract his pheromones. He grabbed Tian Cheng and exited the hospital swiftly. On their way home, Tian Cheng attempted several times to persuade Mu Hanyun, only to be interrupted by his cold demeanor. "Do not speak further. I shall not consent." In this world, love is liberated, not solely confined to the union of alphas and omegas, but also encompassing AA relationships, AB relationships, and BO relationships, though AO and BB pairings remain predominant. Yet, due to the absence of glands and betas and their minimal pheromone levels, they cannot mark omegas nor be marked by alphas. Consequently, doctors devised a method enabling lifelong marking through surgical assistance. Naturally, a spontaneous lifelong marking is a delightful experience for couples. However, the procedure carries significant risks and entails immense suffering. This elucidates why, despite legal allowances, there are seldom unions of differing genders. Upon returning home, Mu Hanyun unceremoniously swept Tian Cheng into the bedroom. Tian Cheng, momentarily stunned upon being thrown onto the bed, quickly regained his senses. Mu Hanyun held him tightly, as though wishing to merge with him entirely. "I do not desire a lifelong mark. I only wish for your well-being. If a temporary mark suffices, then let it be so. As long as you do not leave me, this mark shall remain unbroken." Tian Cheng's self-destructive tendencies truly provoked Mu Hanyun. Ultimately, exhaustion overcame him, rendering him unable to lift even a finger. Tian Cheng felt elated. After traversing 3 worlds, Hanyun had finally grown resolute. No longer plagued by insecurity or submissiveness, he was no longer overly accommodating. This was the Mu Hanyun he recognized. He mimicked Mu Hanyun's actions, playfully nipping at the soft flesh of his nape. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate occurred. Mu Hanyun perceived what seemed like fireworks blooming before his eyes. The duration of this phenomenon was fleeting. It felt to Mu Hanyun as though a century had passed. Tian Cheng was equally astonished by this turn of events. This lifelong marking. By the time Mu Hanyun regained consciousness and comprehended what had transpired, a week had elapsed. He could only exclaim, "Truly a little pervert." As an alpha marked in reverse by an omega, Mu Hanyun felt little resistance. Rather, he proudly paraded about, imbued with Tian Cheng's scent. Whenever someone glanced his way, he would smile and declare, "Indeed, this is the aroma left by my partner. What can I say? He loves me dearly and fears losing me to others." Tian Cheng finally grasped the nature of their relationship, remarking, "No doubt my brother." Yet Lin Wan expressed concern. "Alphas cannot bear children, can they?" Tian Cheng shrugged nonchalantly. We never intended to have children. If he wishes for them one day, we shall simply try harder. Mu Hanyun interjected. Who will be trying? Please, spare me. I have already deleted over 500 words. Chapter 51. The Concubine of the Imperial Merchant. 1. The sky dimmed, and a black-sailed boat lay still in the lake's center, while the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments faintly reached the shore. Tian Cheng was roused from slumber by a cacophony of noise and squinted to survey his surroundings. He observed the attire of those around him, and it appeared to be reminiscent of an ancient world. It seemed they were aboard a vessel, where 6 or 7 men had indulged to the point of swaying, each accompanied by a woman who poured them wine and engaged in conversation. At that moment, he held a cup of wine, droplets spilling onto his ample white robe as the ship rocked. A man to his left, with a hand resting on his shoulder and inebriated, exclaimed, "Brother Tian, hiccup, I truly admire you. At such a young age, you have built such a grand enterprise. Your future is boundless." The others around echoed in agreement. "Indeed, indeed. Brother Tian, when you prosper in the future, do not forget us." Tian Cheng raised his cup, saying, "Well said, well said." The group promptly lifted their cups and drank heartily. Tian Cheng then blocked the woman beside him who was about to refill his glass, closed his eyes, and pretended to succumb to the effects of the wine, eliciting a wave of playful jests from those nearby. "Our brother Tian cannot hold his liquor. He has already succumbed. Ha ha ha." With his eyes shut, Tian Cheng connected to the information of the world through the number 745, bypassing the protagonist to seek out a wife. In this world, his destined spouse was named Meng Hanyun, born into a merchant family. Meng's mother was renowned for her exceptional winemaking skills, producing exquisite wines that fetched a price of 3 gold coins a cup, earning the playful moniker 3 golds of wine. Meng's father had painstakingly married her, driven by the desire to learn her secret brewing techniques. With Meng's mother's talents, he established the largest tavern in the capital. From a young age, Meng Hanyun adored following her mother, fascinated by the art of winemaking, and perhaps through osmosis, displayed remarkable talent in brewing by a tender age. Tragically, Meng's mother passed away when Meng Hanyun was merely 13, and her father quickly remarried, producing a younger brother. Fortunately, due to her innate brewing skills, Meng Hanyun was entrusted with managing the winery, escaping the harshness of her stepmother. However, on the day of her coming of age, her stepmother, fearing that Meng Hanyun would inherit the family fortune, poisoned her. Although she narrowly survived, she lost her sense of taste and smell, rendering her incapable of developing new recipes. Deemed useless, her father ceased to care for her, and her stepmother, emboldened by this, conspired to accuse her of harboring resentment against the Meng family and poisoning the food. Thus, she was cast out, ultimately perishing in the snow. Tian Cheng sighed, lamenting that his wife seemed to be trapped in a tragic narrative in every lifetime. Regardless of the circumstances of her early life, her ultimate fate was always a lamentable conclusion. The revelers aboard the boat were nearly all intoxicated, sprawled in disarray, prompting Tian Cheng to command the ship to dock. In this world, his outward identity was that of the head of the Tian family in the capital, having acquired a royal merchant status through bribes to the crown prince, while clandestinely serving as the prince's aide, amassing wealth and gathering intelligence. However, the true protagonist of this realm was the 5th prince. The crown prince was later deposed, leading to the downfall of Tian Cheng's faction, with all their wealth confiscated by the state. Upon disembarking, Tian Cheng hurriedly made his way to a dilapidated temple outside the city. His wife had been cast out today, and he needed to swiftly bring her back. The cold wind rattled against the window frames of the crumbling temple, producing a soft, rustling sound as Meng Hanyun curled up, burying herself deeper in straw. With his hand pressed against his chest, he clutched a broken jade hairpin, the only remnant he had taken from the Meng family after being cast out, and the sole memento left to him by his mother. The snow fell heavier, while the wind whistled through the gaping holes, stirring the withered grass beneath him. Meng Hanyun could not help but shudder, curling himself further into the meager shelter. In a daze, he felt as though he could once again see his mother, her gentle smile directed at him. "Mother, I am so cold. I miss you so much. Please take me away." When Tian Cheng arrived, he found his wife pitifully buried in a heap of dry grass, her small face pale from the cold, softly calling out, "Mother, I am cold." His heart clenched painfully. He immediately removed his cloak and wrapped her in his embrace. "Hanyun, wake up! I am here." As if sensing the warmth, Meng Hanyun, though still unconscious, instinctively nestled closer to Tian Cheng. He lifted her up and carried her back to his residence. Upon awakening, Meng Hanyun realized he had left the dilapidated temple behind. The biting chill had been entirely dispelled, and now he felt the warmth of a soft quilt enveloping him. Slowly, he sat up, surveying the room. Beneath him was a gilded bed, with a water-blue canopy draping down, adorned with pearl tassels. The white quilt felt exquisitely soft and smooth in his hands, a sensation he had never experienced before. The furnishings around him were unfamiliar, yet they exuded a sense of immense value. In the center of the room, a fireplace crackled with burning charcoal, casting a cozy warmth throughout the space. Had he been rescued? He pondered who this kind-hearted soul might be, vowing to express his gratitude upon meeting them. Yet now he was cast out, devoid of any means to repay such kindness. Just then, the door creaked open, and a man dressed in resplendent purple attire entered, holding a tray. The man was tall and well-built, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, wearing a jade crown atop his head, his dark hair swaying gently with his movements. His handsome face was characterized by sharp eyebrows and elongated fox-like eyes, the corners of which lifted slightly, complemented by a high nose and a naturally upturned mouth that bore a hint of a smile. Upon noticing that Meng Hanyun had awakened, the man quickened his pace, approaching the bedside and placing the tray down. It was only then that Meng Hanyun discerned that he had brought a bowl of medicinal soup. The gratitude he had felt moments before now vanished, replaced by a frown as he thought to himself, how unfortunate that it is this scoundrel. This was not their first encounter. At the age of 15, in pursuit of crafting superior wine, Meng Hanyun had ventured to the peach blossom grove on the outskirts of the capital to gather fresh blossoms. Unfortunately, he stumbled upon a group of men drinking and chatting in a pavilion. He intended to slip away unnoticed, but was instead spotted and surrounded. The man in purple disregarded his protests and seized him, declaring, "I have taken a liking to this one. My friends, do not contest with Tian." He was forcibly shoved into a carriage, and had he not managed to leap from it mid-journey and hide on a hillside, his innocence would have surely been compromised. Upon returning home, he began to investigate this individual, determined not to suffer in vain. To his dismay, he discovered that this person was a royal merchant, closely allied with the crown prince, far beyond the reach of a mere tavern owner's son. He could only evade recognition, fearing exposure. Rumors in the capital spoke of this man's lascivious nature, indulging in countless pleasures and establishing over 20 establishments of ill repute. Such notoriety caused the noble ladies of the capital to shy away, despite his handsome visage and immense wealth, which left him unmarried at the age of 25. Unexpectedly, he found himself ensnared by this man's grasp, seemingly intent on coercing him. Glancing at Tian Cheng, he lamented the fate of such a handsome face, now associated with a lecherous old man. Chapter 52. The royal merchant's young concubine, too. Tian Cheng noticed Meng Hanyun's pallor and assumed he was unwell. "You've been out in the cold for quite some time. You must have caught a chill. Take your medicine," he said, lifting the bowl as if to feed him. However, Meng Hanyun blocked the gesture, taking the bowl himself. This scoundrel was likely attempting to exploit the pretext of administering medicine for his own gain. He would not allow such an opportunity to slip by. Tentatively tasting the concoction, he found it at the right temperature, and unable to discern its flavor, he downed it in one gulp. After handing the empty bowl forward, Tian Cheng took it and playfully ruffled Meng Hanyun's hair, smiling, very obedient. This old man was shamelessly attempting to seduce him. A surge of anger welled up within Meng Hanyun. Did this man take to enticing any moderately attractive individual? Moreover, he sensed that Tian Cheng appeared even more handsome than he had 3 years prior. Suppressing the strange flutter in his heart, he replied, "Thank you, Lord Tian, for your assistance. My status is humble. It would be best not to impose upon your household." With that, he attempted to rise from the bed. Tian Cheng quickly stopped him, It's all right. This is not my home, but a private residence I maintain outside. Please rest here and recuperate. Due to his business dealings, his residence often attracted a diverse array of individuals, and he wished to shield Han Yun from such encounters. Meng Han Yun scoffed, "Are you suggesting I stay here, Lord Tian?" Enchanted by the laughter of his wife, Tian Cheng instinctively replied, "Yes, you may remain here for now." This old man intended to keep him as a concubine. "I refuse to stay here." Tian Cheng hesitated. "You may stay at my estate, but please avoid the main hall during the day when it is crowded." This old man, unwilling to treat him as a mere concubine, sought to confine him to the backyard instead. Meng Hanyan glared at Tian Cheng, reassuring himself that being a concubine had its freedoms. He glanced at Tian Cheng's face once more and thought, well, if it came down to appearances, the scales might not tip unfavorably for him. He decided to feign compliance, planning to gather some silver once he regained his strength and then escape, leaving the old man with empty pockets. With this thought in mind, he placed his hands on his hips and declared, "I'm hungry. I want to eat at Jufu Zhai." Jufu Zhai was the largest tavern in the capital, where a single meal would cost no less than 300 taels of silver. He was determined to see this old man financially drained. Upon hearing Meng Hanyan's request for a meal, Tian Cheng could hardly refuse. He promptly agreed and arranged for a selection of dishes from Jufu Zhai to be delivered. Gazing at the table laden with his favorite dishes, a sense of regret washed over him. He had miscalculated, forgetting that this restaurant was indeed a property of the Tian family. However, the food had already been served, and it would be a shame not to indulge. He adopted a posture of determination to consume every morsel, but the moment the food touched his lips, his shoulders slumped in dismay. He had forgotten that he could no longer taste anything. As he looked at the array of dishes before him, the feeling of injustice grew stronger, and tears unwittingly streamed down his cheeks. Tian Cheng, noticing Meng Hanyan in tears, was taken aback. "What is wrong? Is the food not to your liking?" The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them, recalling how adorable his wife looked when she was being stubborn about eating, completely forgetting that he himself could not savor the flavors. He embraced the still-crying Meng Hanyan and softly reassured her, "Do not cry, Hanyan. Rest assured, I will restore your sense of taste, and you shall eat whatever you desire in the future." Meng Hanyan, sniffling, ceased her tears, contemplating that the older man was surprisingly gentle. If he could indeed cure her condition, perhaps she could find it in herself to harbor some affection for him. Yet, her sense of smell was gone as well. "Fine, let us restore that too." As Tian Cheng comforted the person in his arms, he pondered how to deal with the Meng family. After finishing a meal devoid of flavor, he summoned a man who appeared to be a steward. This man, in his 40s, possessed sharp eyes that conveyed a shrewdness. "This is Steward Wu. Should you have any needs, feel free to communicate with him. I will send a few maidservants to attend to your daily affairs." "Attend to me? More like keep an eye on me," he thought. Tian Cheng then produced a jade token, saying, "If you find yourself in need of funds, take this token to any Tian family establishment, and you may withdraw silver." He added, "I want to be around often, but if you miss me, just let Steward Wu know, and I will visit when time allows." The Tian family was now inextricably linked to the crown prince. Unless the prince ascended the throne, he would face the prospect of confiscation and exile. While he could take Meng Hanyan away, he was reluctant to let her endure a life of exile with him. Thus, he resolved to do everything in his power to assist the crown prince in his ascension. Fortunately, this prince was a wise ruler. Had he been incompetent, Tian Cheng would not have minded letting Meng Hanyan experience the life of a queen. After conveying his instructions, he prepared to depart. Despite his desire to remain by his wife's side, he had an audience with the crown prince to attend. Once his affairs were settled, he could dedicate himself entirely to her. Seeing Tian Cheng about to leave, Meng Hanyan hurriedly rose and grasped his arm. "Wait." Tian Cheng halted, awaiting her words. Uncertain of what to say, she instinctively reached out to him. I do not wish to remain idle here." She could not truly become a kept woman. Otherwise, when his interest waned, she would be left with nothing. Tian Cheng took her hand and said, "You may pursue whatever endeavors you wish. Once you recover, I will establish a restaurant for you right next to the Meng family establishment, and we shall seize their business. You would like to retaliate against your stepmother with your own prowess, Wu Tiyu? Meng Hanyun felt a surge of excitement at his words, insisting that they begin learning how to manage a restaurant immediately. Tian Cheng comforted the somewhat agitated Meng Hanyun, saying, "What you need to do now is to rest well. I hope that when I see you next time, your illness will have subsided." Meng Hanyun obediently nodded, watching Tian Cheng depart. Once the figure had disappeared from sight, he forcefully closed the door, controlling the force just before it shut to prevent it from making too loud a noise. He felt a surge of relief, having feared that the older man would stay the night. Reflecting on Tian Cheng's words about hoping he would be well by their next meeting, he pondered what being cured would entail. A singular possibility came to mind, causing him to bury his face in the quilt in embarrassment. What a rogue, casting out bait, yet forbidding the fish from biting. It seemed he was waiting for him to prepare the fish before serving it to him. After leaving Meng Hanyun, Tian Cheng disguised himself to meet the crown prince. With the war at the borders intensifying, the winter had left the Xiongnu lacking clothing and food, leading them to periodically launch attacks on the border towns to seize supplies. This had resulted in heavy casualties among our soldiers, with the common folk deprived of even the means to survive the winter. I advised His Majesty to dispatch additional troops for support, at the very least to transport grain. The Crown Prince sighed, yet my father has refused, citing the empty state treasury. He handed a confidential report to Tian Cheng, saying, "Take a look, without further supplies. Our soldiers will starve to death." After perusing the report, Tian Cheng returned the paper, stating, "I can currently provide 30,000 taels of silver and 5,000 jin of grain. Your Highness, take this to address the immediate crisis, and I shall find a way to procure more later." The Crown Prince's eyes brimmed with tears as he patted Tian Cheng on the shoulder. "Brother Tian, thank you. Without you, I truly would not know what to do." Tian Cheng brushed aside the Crown Prince's hand, retorting, "Spare me the flattery. When have you ever hesitated to ask me for money? You've worn this patch garment for 3 years now. It's time to replace it, lest His Majesty find fault with you over such trivial matters." The Crown Prince chuckled, agreeing, yet Tian Cheng discerned that he was merely being dismissive. This was precisely why Tian Cheng chose to support the Crown Prince. This heir was genuinely devoted to the nation and its people, never holding him accountable for any perceived disrespect, as long as it was in the interest of the realm. However, he was not a naive do-gooder, but rather decisive and unyielding towards enemies. Regrettably, in the original narrative, he met a tragic demise. Chapter 53. The Concubine of the Imperial Merchant. 3. The Crown Prince was indeed a pitiable figure. As the legitimate eldest son born of the Empress Yuan, he was the unquestionable first heir to the throne. Alas, the Empress passed away prematurely, and the Emperor never appointed another consort. The world speculated that he was deeply devoted to his late wife, a truth only he could ascertain. The Emperor favored the fifth prince, the child of his most beloved woman. To pave the way for the fifth prince, the Emperor used the Crown Prince as a stepping stone, subjecting him to a cycle of elevation and demotion, ultimately driving him to madness and rebellion. Prepared in advance, the fifth prince captured the Crown Prince and seized the opportunity to portray himself as the savior. Thus, the fifth prince was named the Crown Prince and ascended the throne after the Emperor's passing. Reflecting on the Crown Prince's fate, Tian Cheng felt a pang of sorrow. However, the most pressing matter at hand remained the pursuit of wealth. Meng Hanyun resided in a secluded courtyard, unattended, yet he still awoke before dawn. Upon surveying the furnishings within, he was reminded of his recent expulsion. No longer would he need to rise early to toil at the winery. He lazily returned to bed, rising only when the sun had ascended high in the sky. Awkwardly, he completed his ablutions under the service of 2 maids. Gazing at the lavish spread before him, he felt no appetite. As he ate, he conversed with Steward Wu, suggesting that such an abundance of food need not be prepared in the future, as it would only go to waste. Steward Wu bowed respectfully, saying, "Young Master Meng, you jest. The Master has decreed that all provisions for you must be of the finest quality, so please do not feel burdened." Hearing this, Meng Hanyun felt a warmth in his heart. This old man still had some conscience. Return and inform your master that I shall remain dutiful and will not disappoint him." He replied. Steward Wu was left bewildered, pondering what duty he spoke of. Nonetheless, he decided that matters of the masters were not for him to meddle in. Whether it was due to Meng Hanyun's robust constitution or the efficacy of Tian Cheng's medicine, by afternoon, he had regained considerable strength. Restless by nature, he began to renovate the courtyard as soon as he felt better. It was a modest sewen featuring a tall tree, now bare in the winter chill, its species indiscernible to Meng Hanyun. Standing at the center of the courtyard, he directed everyone, replace the window paper in the main room with the finest silk gauze. Steward Wu oversaw 2 young servants as they moved the intricately carved bed Meng Hanyun desired into the room, along with various tables, chairs, and ornaments, all sourced from the storeroom at the Tian residence. Initially, when Meng Hanyun expressed his wish for some decorations, Steward Wu thought little of it and merely reported back to Tian Cheng, intending to bring a few items. However, Tian Cheng personally selected the most valuable pieces from the storeroom, including a prized Nanhai red coral ornament, which had been bestowed upon the Tian family by the crown prince the previous year. Tian Cheng ensured it was placed in Meng Hanyun's room. Though Steward Wu had never neglected Meng Hanyun, this incident elevated his standing in the steward's eyes. At the Tian residence, Tian Cheng was engrossed in the accounts within his study, the silence punctuated only by the occasional rustle of turning pages. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the fluttering of wings as a white-feathered sparrow flew through the open window, landing beside the inkstone on his desk. Tian Cheng extended his hand, and the little bird tilted its head to glance at him before hopping onto his palm. Carefully, he untied the message bound to its foot and unfolded it. It contained but a single line: "Investigate the Lu residence." It was news from the crown prince. The sparrow flapped its wings and returned to the inkstone, while 745, stealthily approaching, inquired, "Would you like some?" "Cucumber flavor." The little bird tilted its head, seemingly puzzled by this talking black creature. Tentatively, it pecked at the proffered chip. Tasting a small morsel, it appeared momentarily frozen, its pupils dilating, and remained utterly still, fearful that the bird might be poisoned and unable to consume the chip. 745 was about to take flight to seek help from Tian Cheng when the bird, as if wound up like a toy, suddenly began to ravenously peck at the chips. Tian Cheng was startled by a series of rhythmic knocks and turned to find Xiao Ke transformed into a woodpecker, while 745 stood nearby, utterly bewildered. Shaking his head, he disregarded the 2 little ones, destroyed the note, and summoned someone preparing to visit the shop. The head of the Lu family was a 3rd-rank official in the court, overseeing the Ministry of Rights and managing the annual imperial examinations. To investigate him likely meant delving into matters of examination fraud. In the original narrative, the crown prince was deposed 3 times, the first being due to unfounded accusations of involvement in examination malfeasance. With less than 6 months remaining until the prince's first deposition, it was imperative for him to swiftly uncover the mastermind behind this fraudulent examination scheme. However, relying solely on brothels and taverns for information would prove to be rather sluggish. He needed to contemplate cultivating his own influence. This would not only serve to gather intel, but also to protect Meng Hanyun in the future. As evening fell, Tian Cheng arrived at Meng Hanyun's small courtyard. Once somewhat desolate, the yard had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was not that Tian Cheng had neglected to provide Meng Hanyun with a comfortable living space. His arrival had been unexpected and unprepared. Yet, witnessing the revitalized courtyard, Tian Cheng felt a surge of joy. The effort put into these improvements indicated that Meng Hanyun remained hopeful about life and regarded this place as home. Before he could reach the main house, Meng Hanyun joyfully dashed over and leaped into Tian Cheng's embrace, her large eyes twinkling as she asked, "Did I perform well?" Tian Cheng wrapped his arms around her waist, raising an eyebrow, of course, splendidly. They had been together for 3 lifetimes, and in Tian Cheng's heart, they were already akin to an old married couple. Not pondering why this version of Meng Hanyun was so warmly affectionate towards him from the outset, Meng Hanyun gleefully tugged at his sleeve. "Then about the tavern you promised me." "Not so fast. Let me first examine your health and ensure you are completely well," Tian Cheng replied. He lifted Meng Hanyun effortlessly and carried her back into the house. Startled by the sudden elevation, she clung tightly to his neck, her cheeks puffing in indignation. "You rogue, just as I mention it, you intend to carry me to bed," she thought, feeling somewhat victorious. Tian Cheng laid Meng Hanyun on the bed and took her hand to check her pulse, but she clung to him obstinately, pulling him onto the bed with her. In a moment of boldness, Meng Hanyun pressed her lips against Tian Cheng's. Although she was inexperienced, her innocent gesture ignited something within him. Realizing the nature of her intentions, he reciprocated with fervor. Initially, he had merely wished to check on her health, but given her eagerness, it would be discourteous not to engage. Meng Hanyun, feeling weak and dazed from the kiss, thought to herself, "No wonder those who run brothels possess such skill. Even one who does not fancy men could be stirred." Tian Cheng, familiar with Meng Hanyun's body better than she was herself, quickly led her into a state of bliss. As Meng Hanyun savored the experience, she became more assertive, playfully entangling herself with him until the wee hours of the night. They indulged in 6 bouts of passion before finally resting. Meanwhile, Steward Wu, who had kept vigil outside all night, elevated Meng Hanyun's status to that of the future lady of the house. He glanced at the servants in the courtyard and coldly warned, "Know your place and mind your words. If I find out who has been gossiping, I shall remove their tongue. Is that understood?" "Understood," the crowd responded, wary of attracting the steward's attention. "Very well, you have all worked hard tonight. Tomorrow, each of you come to me for 2 taels of silver as reward. Now, return home and rest." Chapter 54. The concubine of the imperial merchant. 4. Early in the morning, Meng Hanyun was awakened by the commotion beside him. Groggily, he reached out only to find the warm silk quilt. Forcing his eyes open, he discovered Tian Cheng dressing, inadvertently pushing him to the edge of the bed. Startled by the noise, Tian Cheng turned, quickly blocking him to prevent a fall. With his body obstructed, Meng Hanyun naturally rested his head in Tian Cheng's palm. "Why are you up so early?" he asked, his voice still hoarse, laced with the languor of sleep. Tian Cheng leaned down and kissed his forehead. "I have some matters to attend to, so you should sleep a little longer." Meng Hanyun struggled to rise. As the concubine, he needed to serve the master well, lest he be dismissed and lose the tavern promised to him. Otherwise, his efforts last night would be in vain. Seeing that he truly did not wish to sleep, Tian Cheng assisted him in dressing and washing up, staying to share breakfast before taking his leave. As he departed, Meng Hanyun wrapped his arms around Tian Cheng's waist, mimicking the concubines in his father's courtyard who sought favor, tilting his head and asking, "Master, did I serve you well?" Mistakenly thinking he referred to last night, Tian Cheng playfully pinched his nose and replied, "How bold of you this time." "Splendid. I hope it remains so." Satisfied, Meng Hanyun remarked, "Then do not forget my tavern." "Rest assured, I will not forget. Soon, I shall have Steward Wu take you to select a shop." "Very well, then you must hurry." Having gotten what he desired, Meng Hanyun began to usher him away. Tian Cheng tightened his grip around his waist, refusing to let him go. "You ungrateful little one. Using me and then discarding me?" "Not at all. I merely fear delaying your important matters. You should leave quickly," he urged. Tian Cheng claimed a farewell kiss, leaving Meng Hanyun feeling weak and unsteady before finally releasing him. Standing in the corridor, Meng Hanyun watched Tian Cheng depart, wiping his lips. "This old man behaves as if he has just tasted pleasure for the first time. Oh, my waist." Noticing Steward Wu approaching, Meng Hanyun raised his chin. "Did you hear what your master just said?" Steward Wu replied, "I did." "Good. I am unwell at the moment, so we shall visit the shops near the Meng family tavern this afternoon." "Understood." Meng Hanyun summoned a waiting maidservant to assist him back inside to rest. Steward Wu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had witnessed the affectionate interaction between the master and his concubine and dared not neglect his duties. He personally retrieved the land deeds for several shops near the Meng family tavern, ready for Meng Hanyun to choose after his rest. After a nap until afternoon, Meng Hanyun stretched lazily, exclaiming, "There's a reason this bed is expensive. It is far more comfortable than the rickety wooden bed in the Meng household." Upon reflecting on the Meng family, Meng Hanyun clenched his teeth. He had long intended to establish his own independence after reaching adulthood, Yet unexpectedly, his stepmother preempted him. Being cast out from his home was within his expectations. If it were not for his exceptional winemaking skills inherited from his mother, he might not have even survived to adulthood. Just wait. If I do not bring the Meng family to ruin, I shall no longer be Meng Hanyan. He tidied up and followed Steward Wu to inspect the shops. The first establishment was located at the street corner, boasting significant foot traffic. But Meng Hanyan found its size somewhat lacking, similar to the Meng family's restaurant. If he were to open a venue, it should be grand enough to completely surpass the Meng family's establishment. The second shop was considerably larger, twice the size of the Meng family's restaurant. However, its remote location and poor lighting rendered it unappealing. Although the fragrance of wine may not fear the depths of alleyways, who would choose the inferior option when better choices abound? Thus, this option was dismissed by Meng Hanyan. The third shop faced the heart of the street, with a moderate area, spacious and well-lit interiors, and decor that delighted Meng Hanyan, making him nod in approval. Excellent, and not far from the Meng family's restaurant. Give him some time, and he would undoubtedly bring the Meng family to its knees. He turned to Steward Wu, who was following closely behind, and declared, "This one will do." Steward Wu promptly agreed and went to prepare the lease and property deeds. Standing at the entrance of the private room on the second floor, Meng Hanyan surveyed the layout of the hall, contemplating how he would arrange it once he took over. Suddenly, a shrill voice interrupted his thoughts. "I assent this the young Master Meng, who was just cast out of his family. What brings you here? Planning to work as a servant at Fushan residence?" Meng Hanyan turned to see it was Qi Ming, the second young master of the Qi family. The Qi family also owned a restaurant, rivaling the Meng family, yet they were consistently overshadowed due to Meng Hanyan's unique wine recipes. Now that news of his expulsion had spread, it seemed this individual had come to provoke him. Meng Hanyan straightened his posture, ready for confrontation. With Tian Cheng, the esteemed merchant of the capital, backing him, who would dare to bully him? Yet, before he could retort, the once arrogant youth seized his hand. A sycophantic smile plastered on his face. "To serve as a mere worker is beneath you. Why not come to my house? You need only enjoy some wine." Meng Hanyan was taken aback. Was this truly the same Qi Ming who had once argued with him for 2 hours in the street? Emerging from behind Qi Ming was a gentleman clad in a pale blue silk robe, holding a folding fan. Upon seeing Qi Ming's demeanor, he expressed his disappointment, swiftly tapping his brother on the forehead with the fan. Wincing in pain, Qi Ming protested, "Brother, I'm already 17 and about to come of age. Can you stop treating me like a child?" Qi Nianand suppressed a smile, ignoring his brother's antics, and bowed slightly to Meng Hanyan. "I apologize for my brother's mischief. I hope it has not caused you any amusement." Regaining his composure, Meng Hanyan returned the gesture. "No offense taken. It is a rare pleasure to encounter you here. Might I have the honor of accepting an invitation from you for a drink?" He believed in responding kindly to those who approached him with a friendly demeanor, and he had a favorable impression of this Qi family heir. With little else to occupy his time, he gladly accepted. The three settled in the private room, where Qi Nianand personally poured a glass of wine for Meng Hanyan. "Do sample this peach blossom brew. While it may not compare to the Meng family's renowned peach fairy drunk, it possesses its own unique charm." Meng Hanyan gazed at the wine cup pushed before him, his eyes dimmed. The news of his poisoning had not spread, or else he might have suspected Qi Nianand of malice. He raised the cup and drained it in one gulp, a flicker of darkness crossing his gaze. His brow slightly arched. Setting the cup down, he lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. "What is the intention behind young Master Qi pouring me a glass of water?" Although he had lost his sense of taste and smell, he could still perceive the sharp, stimulating sensation of the liquor going down his throat. Moreover, having dealt with various wines for years, he was already familiar with the flavor of this peach blossom brew. He had merely intended to take a sip and feign indifference. But to his surprise, the cup contained no wine at all. It seemed that this young scion of the Qi family was not as gentle and harmless as he portrayed. The two locked eyes, an unspoken tension hanging between them. Qi Ming glanced around, sensing the awkward atmosphere, and dared not speak. Qi Nianand, the first to relent, chuckled lightly. "My apologies, I merely heard some rumors and was momentarily curious. I hope young Master Meng will not take offense." Meng Hanyun let out a cold laugh. Offend? I, a homeless wretch cast out from my family, would not dare to blame the esteemed heir of the Qi family. I have matters to attend to today and cannot linger. He attempted to leave, but was obstructed by Qin Yinan. What? Young Master Qi intends to keep me here against my will. Qin Yinan stood before him, his expression shifting as his gaze caught sight of a figure outside the door. His demeanor changed to one of deference as he bowed deeply with clasped hands. I sincerely apologize. It was my rudeness. I hope young Master Meng can forgive me. I shall certainly pay a visit to apologize in the future. Meng Hanyun also noticed the butler, Wu, outside the door. Originally eager to depart, he straightened his posture, returning the bow without a hint of timidity. Young Master Qi would do well to temper his excessive curiosity, should it lead to trouble. The Qi family may find it difficult to protect you as their adopted son. His words were blunt, but Qin Yinan showed no outward reaction. Instead, it was Qi Ming, who had been listening intently, who could no longer contain himself, rising abruptly. However, he was silenced by a mere glance from Qin Yinan and stood there, glaring at Meng Hanyun. Qin Yinan spoke again. In truth, I wish to discuss a collaboration with young Master Meng today, one I believe you would find intriguing. Meng Hanyun glanced at the still bowing figure, his anger somewhat dissipating. He resumed his seat. Speak, then. Qin Yinan straightened and refilled Meng Hanyun's cup, this time with genuine wine, though Meng Hanyun refrained from drinking. May I inquire if young Master Meng still harbors hopes for the Meng family? Speak plainly. There is no need for such circumlocution. Very well, then. I wish to purchase the brewing formula from you. Meng Hanyun listened quietly, his eyes shifting as his fingers traced the rim of the cup. The Qi family has been engaged in commerce in the capital for 3 generations. Yet since the opening of the Meng family's tavern, our business has declined day by day. I do not believe the issue lies with the Qi family's management. Without your presence, young Master Meng, the Meng family would likely have been swallowed by the Qi family long ago. In truth, I have never regarded the others in Meng family as competitors, in my eyes. The only rival worthy of consideration is you. Ah, Master Qi jokes, but I am utterly ignorant of the intricacies of commerce. However, the wine you brew is the very foundation that allows the Meng family to stand firm in the capital. The Meng family, unable to recognize a gem, has cast it aside as if it were worthless. Yet, my Qi family is more than willing to honor you as our esteemed guest. Meng Hanyun flicked away the wine that had inadvertently splattered onto his fingers, his expression one of disdain as he retorted. You wish for me to produce wine for your family? Qin Yinan shook his head. Young Master Meng need only sell the wine recipe in your possession to the Qi family. Should you develop new recipes in the future, the Qi family will continue to offer a handsome price for them. Qi Ming, listening nearby, stifled a yawn. He found the matters of business utterly tiresome. Yet his father insisted he learn them. He often heard that his brother was an adopted son, merely an outsider, and that the vast family estate would eventually rest in his hands. He had no desire for such a fate. He merely wished for his brother to support him. Just as he was on the verge of drifting into sleep, the two finally reached an agreement. 1,000 taels of silver for the recipe, and he would personally deliver the funds to young Master Meng's residence the following day. No need. Meng Hanyun waved his hand dismissively. You need only come here. We shall meet again tomorrow. He could not allow Qin Yinan to visit his small courtyard. He was currently the concubine of Tian Cheng. And should that old man discover his clandestine meetings with a man, it would spell disaster. He would never grant the old man the opportunity to point out his mistakes. Did he not notice that the door to the private room remained ajar? Steward Wu had been waiting outside for quite some time, and if the door were closed, Wu would surely report back to Tian Cheng, leading to dire consequences for him. The thought was too dreadful to contemplate, causing Meng Hanyun to shiver slightly, and he quickly distanced himself from Qin Yinan. The Qi brothers took their leave, nodding at Steward Wu, standing at the entrance as a form of greeting. Brother, with those wine recipes, will our family business expand? Qi Ming asked cheerfully, trailing behind his brother. Indeed, came the reply. Wonderful. Once you achieve results that impress father, he shall feel secure in passing the business to you, and will no longer insist that I learn the trade. Qin Yinan lightly tapped Qi Ming's forehead with a fan, exclaiming with resignation, I am not our father's biological child. When you marry and have children, this estate shall be yours. At that time, I can rest easy moving out. Qi Ming covered his ears. I cannot hear you. I do not wish to marry, nor do I want you to leave. Qin Yin attempted to say more, but Qi Ming dashed out, fearing something might happen, and hurried after him. Meng Hanyun observed the entire exchange from above. These two brothers are quite interesting. The hour was late, and after enjoying the performance, Meng Hanyun decided to return home for rest. Matters concerning the transfer of the shop could be handled by others without his direct involvement. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he indulged in a fragrant wash and stealthily retrieved a set of delicate light pink gauzy robes, changing into them before reclining on his bed. When Tian Cheng arrived at the small courtyard, Steward Wu stood waiting under the porch. Upon seeing him, he hurried forward. "Where's Hanyun?" Young Master Meng returned from the shop, had dinner, and went to bed. "So early? Has he found a shop to his liking?" Young Master Meng has chosen a shop in the heart of West Market Street. "Good. You shall transfer Manager Lin there. If he incurs any losses, he will surely lament." "Yes." Noticing that Steward Wu seemed to have more to say, Tian Cheng paused and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Upon returning to the master, he recounted in detail the events that transpired between Bai Meng Hanyun and the Qi brothers. After a moment of contemplation, Tian Cheng absorbed the information. The Qi brothers had indeed made an appearance in the narrative, albeit later on, when the Meng family, having lost Meng Hanyun and his innovative wine recipes, gradually fell into decline and was ultimately absorbed by the Qi family. Subsequently, the fifth prince ascended to the throne, leading to the downfall of the Tian family, while the Qi family emerged as the new imperial merchants. However, it was later reported that the elder Qi had expelled his eldest son from the family, declaring him disowned from the family lineage. The youngest son of the Qi family, lacking acumen for business, squandered the family fortune within a few years, prompting the entire family to relocate back to their hometown. On the day of their departure, this youngest son mysteriously vanished. Although Tian Cheng held little interest in the affairs of the Qi family, he would not hesitate to see them fall if they dared to cast their eyes upon Meng Hanyun. As Tian Cheng entered the room, a serene silence enveloped the space, illuminated solely by a single candlestick. He removed his outer garments and, allowing his body to warm, approached the bedside with soft footsteps. The gauzy curtains hung down, revealing a figure seated within. He reached out to lift the curtain, only to find Meng Hanyun still awake. The words he intended to speak halted abruptly. The candlelight cast a glow upon Meng Hanyun's form, revealing curves that the delicate pink fabric could not conceal, which Tian Cheng now held in his grasp. With a gentle tug on Tian Cheng's belt, Meng Hanyun drew him closer. Outside, the cold wind howled, yet could not disperse the warmth within the room. Snowflakes danced and settled upon the ground, momentarily transforming the earth into a silvery expanse. As the candlelight extinguished in the early hours of the morning, an encompassing silence descended. Chapter 56. The Concubine of the Imperial Merchant. 6. Tian Cheng cradled the unconscious Meng Hanyun, tenderly caressing his smooth back. His hand lightly pressed against Meng Hanyun's pulse, his divine energy flowing through the meridians. The toxins within Meng Hanyun had seeped deep into his bones, and the medical practices of this world were incapable of remedying his condition. Only Tian Cheng could assist in gradually purging them. This was no simple task. At present, Meng Hanyun was merely a mortal, and Tian Cheng had to exercise restraint in his divine power, lest he risk causing Meng Hanyun to perish. Furthermore, the toxins had become one with him, and the process of extraction would inevitably lead to suffering. Despite Tian Cheng's utmost caution, Meng Hanyun furrowed his brow in his slumber. Both men were drenched in a fine sheen of sweat, and throughout the night, only a small fraction of the toxins had been eradicated. It was evident that complete detoxification would require considerable time. Tian Cheng gently kissed Meng Hanyun's cheek, reassuring himself that they had a lifetime ahead of them. Meng Hanyun began to learn the intricacies of managing a tavern, studying how to read financial ledgers. These were realms he had never encountered during his time with the Meng family. Ironically, as the eldest son of the Meng family, he had spent his days confined to the wine cellar, with the family business meticulously guarded to prevent him from any undue influence. He had never even had a tutor. The few characters he recognized were taught to him by his mother during her lifetime. Thus, his learning process was particularly arduous. He felt a pang of sadness, not for himself, but out of concern that he might mismanage the tavern. Although it was nominally his, all the expenses related to its operation were still borne by the Tian family. He had not earned a single copper coin. The thought of Tian Cheng's gentleness only heightened his agitation. He leaned on the table, arms encircling his head, burying his face in the incomprehensible ledger before him. Internally, he admonished himself, Meng Han, you must not succumb to your feelings. At present, he was merely a concubine, not even worthy of that title. Should Tian Cheng grow weary of him and cast him aside, he would have nowhere to go. He placed his hands on his abdomen, contemplating that if he were a woman, he could still find a way to bear a child. Realizing the direction of his thoughts, he was startled back to reality and hastily took a sip of the cold tea on the table. Meng Han, how could you think such things? It is far too self-destructive. You are a man. You must cultivate your own career. Yes, with a successful career and wealth, it would not be he who discards you, but rather you who would decide whether to keep him or not. Forcing himself to sit upright, he attempted to decipher the ledgers that appeared as inscrutable as celestial texts. That evening, Meng Han found himself sighing in Tian Cheng's presence. Amused, Tian Cheng noted that the glimmer in Meng Han's eyes seemed to scream for inquiry into his troubled thoughts. Pretending not to notice, he continued to toy with a strand of his hair. Ultimately, when Meng Han sighed for the third time, he could no longer contain himself and pinched Tian Cheng's waist with considerable force. Tian Cheng bit his lip to stifle a cry of pain. Recognizing that he had gone too far, he quickly adopted an understanding demeanor and asked, "What troubles you, Han? Why the sighing? Is there something on your mind?" Seeing that someone finally paid him heed, Meng Han feigned a sorrowful expression, burying his head in Tian Cheng's embrace and inquiring, "My lord, am I truly foolish? Not only can I not comprehend the ledgers, but I also know fewer characters than a 3-year-old child." Tian Cheng gently patted Meng Han's back, reassuring him. "How could that be? Han is the most intelligent person I have ever met. It is merely that you have not had the opportunity to learn. I shall have Butler Wu arrange for a tutor for you tomorrow. I believe you will master it swiftly." At last hearing what he longed for, a smile graced Meng Han's lips, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Tian Cheng. "Thank you, my lord. You are the best." Unable to resist the radiant smile of Meng Han, Tian Cheng pressed a gentle kiss to his lips. Meng Han stiffened momentarily, internally scoffing at the old man who expected repayment for his generosity. Though his waist ached slightly, he understood that as a concubine, it was his duty to serve his lord well to ensure a comfortable life. Indeed, it was for the sake of his own well-being, not because he desired it. Tian Cheng wrapped his arms around the approaching Meng Han, feeling a vague discomfort in his lower back. The appetite of wives in this world seemed insatiable. He would need to consult a physician for some nourishing soup the next day. A man must not admit to his inadequacies. Failing to satisfy one's wife is hardly the mark of manhood. Why did wives in this world always refer to their husbands as my lord? He much preferred to be called Xiang Gong by his wife. Thus, Meng Han found himself compelled to address him as such throughout the night. On the third day, Butler Wu arrived with a visitor, a familiar face, Qin Yinan, the eldest son of the Qi family. This was the tutor the lord had arranged for Meng Han. Though he felt perplexed, he refrained from voicing his questions in Butler Wu's presence, rising instead to offer an awkward bow. "Greetings, sir." Qin Yinan responded courteously, "Young Master Meng. There is no need for excessive formality. Simply address me by my name." Meng Han disregarded the latter part of his statement and signaled for Steward Wu to take his leave. Once they were alone in the room, he inquired, "What prompted you to take on the role of a tutor, young Master Qin?" The esteemed Master Tian sought an individual who possesses both business acumen and scholarly knowledge. "I, lacking in talent, have managed the affairs of the Qi family for many years and have a modest understanding of literature. Thus, I recommended myself for this position." Qin Yin explained. Meng Han queried, "So, it was Tian Cheng who sent you?" "Indeed," Qin Yin confirmed. "Very well. Let us establish one thing. Should you fail to teach me effectively, I shall take my leave without hesitation. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Meng Hanyun allowed him to instruct for a day, discovering that despite Qin Yinen's questionable character, his teaching abilities were commendable. Meng Hanyun exhibited a remarkable aptitude for arithmetic. He could grasp concepts with a single explanation and integrate them proficiently. However, he struggled significantly with literacy, his handwriting appearing crooked and erratic, as though the brush had a mind of its own, eluding his control. Immersed in the material, Meng Hanyun would have forgotten to dine had it not been for Qin Yinen's gentle reminders. Satisfied with his instruction, they agreed to hold lessons in the afternoon, specifically from 1 to 5 o'clock. Later that evening, when Tian Cheng arrived, he noticed Meng Hanyun was absent from their quarters. Perplexed, he thought it unusual for his wife not to be awaiting him at this hour. After searching, he discovered the study's light still aglow. Quietly pushing the door open, he found Meng Hanyun bent over the desk, seemingly engrossed in his activities. Laid out before him was a primer for young children, the 1,000-character classic, and both his hands and face bore traces of ink. Approaching quietly, Tian Cheng observed him meticulously inscribing characters while softly murmuring, horizontal fold, vertical lift, curved bend, hook. Intent on startling the focused scribe, Tian Cheng deliberately cleared his throat. Startled, Meng Hanyun's hand trembled, causing the brush to leave a thick, dark streak across the paper. He shot a glare at Tian Cheng, setting the brush down with a thud, his face turning away in displeasure. Tian Cheng stepped forward, embracing him and using his sleeve to wipe the ink from his face. "Are you upset?" Meng Hanyun remained silent, but did not resist Tian Cheng's tender gestures. "My dear, I was mistaken. Please forgive me," Tian Cheng implored. Feeling his ears flush with embarrassment, Meng Hanyun still chose to ignore him. Tian Cheng then shifted his gaze to the desk, where numerous discarded sheets of rice paper lay scattered, remnants of Meng Hanyun's practice. He picked one up, but Meng Hanyun immediately snatched it back. His face reddening further, he muttered, "Do not look at it. It's only my first attempt at writing today, so it is naturally unsightly." Tian Cheng chuckled lightly. "I have yet to express any opinion on its appearance." Meng Hanyun hurriedly gathered the papers and tucked them away in a drawer. After a moment's thought, he retrieved an unused sheet of rice paper, laying it flat on the writing desk. "My lord, would you be so kind as to write a character for me?" he asked, extending the brush toward Tian Cheng. Raising an eyebrow, Tian Cheng accepted the brush. "Certainly, what would you like me to write?" Meng Hanyun pondered for a moment. "Please write your name. I am yet to learn how it is inscribed." Tian Cheng dipped his brush into the ink, and with a gentle turn of his wrist, the 2 characters of his name elegantly graced the paper. The strokes were steady and powerful, standing in stark contrast to the earlier calligraphy of Meng Hanyun. Upon completing his name, Tian Cheng did not cease his motion. Instead, he inscribed 3 additional characters beside it. Meng Hanyun recognized them as his own name. At that moment, their names lay side by side on the paper, mirroring their current closeness. Realizing this, Meng Hanyun felt a wave of shyness and turned to embrace Tian Cheng's waist. Perceiving the unspoken invitation, Tian Cheng lifted him effortlessly and returned to the bedroom. When Qin Yinen arrived home, the sun had already set, and Qi Ming awaited him in the corridor. Upon seeing his brother return, Qi Ming instinctively reached out for a hug, only to be halted by Qin Yinen's gaze. After surveying the surroundings and confirming their solitude, he relaxed. Shielded by the folds of his sleeve, Qin Yinen took Qi Ming's hand and led him into his room. As soon as they entered, Qi Ming could not contain himself. "Brother, why have you returned so late?" Qi Yinen refrained from disclosing that he had been tutoring Meng Hanyun, merely stating that he had encountered a friend and engaged in conversation along the way. The day prior, Qin Yinen had visited the Tian residence with a letter of introduction. Tian Cheng received him in the study. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, young Master Qi?" he asked. Qin Yinen bowed respectfully. "I have come to discuss a business matter with Lord Tian." In the background, 745 bounced around in stealth mode beside Qin Yinen. This individual's soul appears to be troubled. Tian Cheng's interest was piqued, and he inquired mentally, "What seems to be the issue?" There are remnants of temporal laws within his soul, and the age of his spirit does not align with his physical form. Tian Cheng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the person before him. Is it rebirth? Or perhaps transmigration? It is likely rebirth. The compatibility between his body and soul is a perfect match. Their mental dialogue appeared to Qin Yinan as Tian Cheng intently gazing at him, as if trying to penetrate his very essence. He reassured himself that it was improbable anyone else would fathom his extraordinary circumstance of rebirth. Even if he were to speak of it, others would hardly believe him. Reflecting on the conclusion of his past life with Qi Ming, he resolved to prepare diligently. Even if the truth were to emerge and he were cast out once more, he would not allow his brother to suffer alongside him. In his previous life, upon the ascension of the crown prince, Tian Cheng was greatly honored by the emperor for his contributions, elevating the status of merchants alongside him. He later established a guild, uniting the notable merchants of the capital, and he was the first to respond, securing a respectable position within the association. Yet, it was still insufficient. That status could not protect their bond once their parents were aware of it. He had contemplated viewing Qi Ming merely as a brother. Yet after their heartfelt conversation the previous night, he found himself yielding. Unable to refuse any of Qi Ming's desires, he envisioned the painful scenario of his brother marrying another, which pierced his heart. Thus, he resolved to be selfish for one lifetime. Now, he sought to curry favor with Tian Cheng, hoping for a chance to achieve similar acclaim. In his past life, Tian Cheng had secured a royal decree to marry Meng Hanyan. As it was a marriage bestowed by the emperor, none dared to speak ill of it. He yearned for a similar fate. A thin sheen of sweat appeared on his back under Tian Cheng's watchful gaze. Finally, when Qin Yinan was on the verge of losing his resolve, Tian Cheng spoke. What business does young Master Qi wish to discuss with me? Qin Yinan laid his cards on the table. I am aware that Lord Tian is affiliated with the Crown Prince. Tian Cheng chuckled softly. The entire capital knows that my backing is none other than His Highness the Crown Prince. Moreover, I'm also aware that you are covertly working for him, as well as for young Master Meng, whom you have sheltered in your small courtyard. I presume Lord Tian would prefer that our connection remain undisclosed. Tian Cheng's expression darkened instantly. What is it that you desire? Please do not be angered, Lord Tian. I merely wish to assist the Crown Prince with some minor affairs, Qin Yinan replied. Is your family aware of your actions? This is solely my decision, unrelated to the Qi family. Tian Cheng sneered. Well, I could simply eliminate you. After all, only the dead can keep secrets. This remark did not intimidate Qin Yinan. Instead, it elicited a laugh from him. I trust that Lord Tian would not resort to such measures. What makes you say that? If you intended to trouble me, you would have acted after my previous conversation with young Master Meng. Yet, here I stand, unharmed, which indicates that there is still room for negotiation. You are indeed a clever man. Tian Cheng had been troubled, unsure of how to find a suitable tutor for Meng Hanyan. Qin Yinan had managed the Qi family's business for many years and possessed knowledge that rivaled his peers, yet he hailed from a merchant background. While this dynasty was not excessively harsh on merchants, their status still barred them from the imperial examination. Otherwise, this young master of the Qi family would certainly not be content to remain in a modest household. Though it was unclear why Qin Yinan, upon his rebirth, did not seek the favor of the now ascended fifth prince, opting instead for the deposed crown prince, Tian Cheng was not concerned about any cunning ploys he might devise. A ready candidate was at hand, so why not utilize him? I was just contemplating finding a tutor for Han Yun, and I believe young Master Qi would be quite capable of fulfilling that role. Certainly. With their agreement established, Qin Yinan rose to take his leave. Just as he was about to step out, Tian Cheng called after him. When one encounters an extraordinary opportunity, one must cherish it. I trust that young Master Qi will not disappoint me. Qin Yinan turned abruptly, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of untraceable trepidation. Tian Cheng offered a slight smile. After all, not everyone is granted a second chance to choose. At that moment, Qin Yinan was certain that Tian Cheng had uncovered the truth of his rebirth. He quickly composed himself and assured Tian Cheng, Rest assured, Lord Tian, I am fully aware of my actions. He bowed respectfully once more, this time with heightened decorum. 745, perched upon the paperweight, remarked, Goodness, your words have surely frightened him. I bet he won T's sleep well tonight. Tian Cheng picked up 745 and gave it a gentle squeeze. He seeks to use my connections. I shall keep him in check to prevent future complications. As for you, ever since our previous encounter, you have been unusually silent, which is quite out of character. You forget the fortune you bestowed upon me from that world. I've been diligently working to assimilate it. Once I fully absorb it, I will be able to manifest a temporary form, allowing me to move freely within the small world. Observing the excitement radiating from 745, a trace of a smile crept into Tian Cheng's eyes. Afterward, Meng Hanyun immersed himself daily in managing the tavern and learning to read, becoming a veritable whirlwind of activity. Tian Cheng, observing him with a pang of compassion, refrained from undermining his confidence. Each night, he would cradle him in warm baths to alleviate his fatigue. Yet, during these soothing moments, Meng Hanyun proved to be quite unruly, insisting on fulfilling his duties, which infuriated Tian Cheng to the point of firmly subduing him. 3 months passed in the prince's residence. Tian Cheng presented the evidence he had uncovered before the prince. After perusing it, the prince remained silent for an extended period. To his surprise, he discovered that the hand of his esteemed fifth brother was involved. It was no wonder the prince was taken aback. The emperor, fearing that the fifth prince might become embroiled in conflicts too early, had publicly disregarded him, bestowing upon him only the title of an idle prince and granting him the most barren lands among his brothers. The idle prince himself exhibited an air of ineffectiveness, seemingly uninterested in power, while displaying a profound passion for poetry and the arts. Consequently, he was often excluded from the struggles among the princes. With a resounding thud, the prince slammed the documents onto the table, his eyes igniting with fury, his voice restrained. What an idle prince! What a fifth prince! This truly opens my eyes. Standing nearby, Tian Cheng listened to the prince's rapid breaths, fueled by anger, and calmly inquired, "Your Highness, how shall we handle this matter?" "Of course, we shall present it to Father Emperor for his judgment. An idle prince committing such grave errors. There is no way Father Emperor will let him off lightly." In the original narrative, the scandal regarding the imperial examination had also been uncovered, albeit reported secretly to the emperor. The emperor, seeking an excuse to depose the prince, meticulously orchestrated to place this blame squarely upon him. Tian Cheng chose to remain silent. He did not intend to disclose everything to the prince. Firstly, because both the emperor and the fifth prince had concealed matters so deftly that no one believed the fifth prince was the emperor's favored heir. Secondly, he feared that revealing too much might lead the prince to act recklessly. It was widely known that the emperor favored the prince, and if he lost his composure, it could provide outsiders with incriminating evidence against him. Thus, he resolved to allow the prince to witness the emperor's favoritism firsthand, to make him aware of how the revered Father Emperor was manipulating them, using them as stepping stones for the fifth prince's practice. On the following day, during the morning court, the emperor sat at the head of the assembly, with civil and military officials standing below, the prince positioned at the forefront. The eunuch's piercing voice resonated. "If there are matters to address, step forward. If not, depart." The prince stepped forward, all eyes fixated upon him. "Your servant has a memorial to present." He raised the document high, his expression composed, yet his tone gravely serious. "Recently, I have heard rumors among the populace regarding the imperial examination. Recognizing its significance to the state, I took the liberty to investigate, only to uncover collusion between officials and candidates, with some even exchanging examination papers, leading to the exclusion of deserving candidates from humble backgrounds while allowing the privileged to succeed. In the rear, the fifth prince clenched his fists instinctively upon hearing the prince's words, cold sweat trickling down his brow, his heart racing in his chest. Cursed prince, meddling in affairs that do not concern him. Why must he investigate the examinations? He pinched the flesh between his thumb and forefinger, forcing himself to regain his composure. The emperor signaled for the eunuch to bring forward the memorial, and glancing at the implicated officials, he abruptly closed the document. His voice resonated furiously throughout the grand hall. Preposterous! The officials present fell to their knees, pleading for the emperor's mercy. He rose suddenly, casting a fierce glare at the officials below, Where is Minister of Rights, Lu Hui? The minister crawled forth, still kneeling. I am here. You have quite the audacity. This single phrase rendered the Minister of Rights weak and trembling in place. Minister of Justice. A stout, middle-aged man immediately knelt and advanced. I am here. I command you to investigate this matter thoroughly. Imprison Lu Hui and all implicated officials at once, confiscate their assets, and once the truth is ascertained, they shall all face execution. I will not tolerate anyone undermining the foundation of the dynasty. The Minister of Justice promptly kowtowed in acceptance of the decree. I obey your command. The emperor's gaze shifted from the crown prince to the fifth prince. Idle prince, if I am not mistaken, you serve in the Ministry of Rights as well. The fifth prince shuddered, desperately concocting a strategy in his mind. Before he could formulate a response, the emperor spoke again. I assigned you this task because I noticed your perpetual idleness. Is this how you handle it? Return to your residence and be confined for 6 months. Upon hearing the emperor's decree, the fifth prince felt his heart plummet. It seemed the crown prince had not discovered his involvement. The emperor, observing the fifth prince who appeared to have narrowly escaped, felt a surge of frustration. This fool. He had allowed the fifth prince to remain in the shadows for years, suppressing all contenders to the crown prince, leaving only the second and third princes, twins who were considered ominous and therefore lacked any opportunity to contest the crown prince. Now he sought to elevate the fifth prince to prominence, yet here he was, sabotaging his own future. No longer wishing to regard those in the hall, he dismissed his sleeves and departed, prompting the eunuch to announce the dissolution of court. The crown prince stood frozen, bewildered as to why his father spared the fifth prince. He had clearly noted the fifth prince's significant involvement in the memorial. A sense of unease began to settle within him, but he remained silent, suppressing the urge to confront his father. As he exited the court alongside the officials, he cast a glance at the still-collapsed idle prince. The crown prince discreetly withdrew, returning to order his shadow guards to closely monitor the idle prince's estate. Suspecting that his father's affection for the idle prince was not as cold as he had presumed. Following the court's dissolution, the emperor made his way directly to the consort's chambers. The consort, having only the idle prince as her child, was now nearing 40, but appeared merely in her late 20s due to her diligent self-care. Upon hearing the announcement of the emperor's arrival, she hurried out to greet him. I humbly welcome your majesty. She knelt in respect, her movements flawless. The emperor snorted coldly, sweeping into the inner chamber. The consort, head bowed, remained unperturbed by the emperor's demeanor. Calmly, she stood and followed him inside, a gentle smile gracing her face. What troubles you, your majesty? Are you facing vexations? It is none other than your fine son. The noble consort felt a sudden shock, yet her countenance remained composed. She first poured a cup of tea for the emperor before slowly kneeling down. Your majesty, please forgive me. It is I who have failed to properly guide Quaner. If he has erred, I implore you to punish me instead. Her words were imbued with genuine emotion, embodying the remorse of a mother who has not adequately nurtured her child. The emperor, gazing at the woman he had cherished for half his life, sighed deeply and lifted her from the ground. Luer, I do not blame you. My ire is directed at that ungrateful son. How dare he meddle in the affairs of the imperial examinations? Had I not confiscated the edict presented by the crown prince, the entire court would have known. I have confined him to the palace for 6 months and do not plead for him. Let him learn his lesson. The noble consort sat quietly beside him. Your majesty, rest assured, I comprehend that this is all for Quaner's own good. Had she not known the reasons behind the punishment, she might have interceded, but this time, Quaner had committed a grave transgression. This punishment might serve as a blessing, although the emperor had never explicitly stated it. His words often hinted at his intention for Quaner to ascend the throne, which had emboldened him in his actions. At the very least, this would temper his audacity. A eunuch entered to announce, Prince Tian has arrived. The emperor composed his expression. Let him come in. Chapter 59. The young concubine of the merchant prince. 9. Prince Tian entered, feigning an expression of trepidation as he bowed. I pay my respects to Father Emperor and Mother Consort. The emperor snorted coldly, not permitting him to rise. The prince dared not stand without permission, remaining on his knees. After about an hour had passed, Cold sweat beaded on his brow before the emperor finally allowed him to rise. The noble consort hastily instructed someone to assist him to a chair. The emperor spoke languidly. "Do you understand why I must penalize you?" Prince Tian recognized that his father was genuinely enraged and refrained from his usual flippancy. "Father Emperor, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I should not have interfered in the imperial examination." "Oomph." The emperor slammed the table. "Do you realize that the imperial examinations pertain to the stability of the realm? They're meant to select officials beneficial to the country. Yet you, in your folly, have attempted to place parasites in positions of power for your own selfish gain. If you were to inherit the throne, would you also jeopardize the entire nation for your personal desires?" This admonition not only terrified Prince Tian, but also deeply unsettled the noble consort. They both knelt, and the prince stammered, "Father Emperor, I truly understand my mistake. I will never act so foolishly again. It was but a moment of confusion." The noble consort, kneeling beside him, remained silent, her tears gently falling as she looked at the emperor. Ultimately, the emperor's heart softened. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I realize the years of restraint have been burdensome for you. You wish to establish your standing in the court, and I shall assist you. But remember, do not engage in such foolishness again." Hearing the emperor relent, Prince Tian quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Father Emperor. I shall certainly heed your counsel." The noble consort, smiling through her tears, added, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. However, your secret is already known to the crown prince. You must find a way to resolve this matter." The three fell into a contemplative silence, and it was the noble consort who broke it. Leaning closer to the emperor, she whispered, "Your Majesty, the spring festival is approaching. Perhaps we could." In the study, Meng Hanyin was listening to Qin Yinen's instruction. In the span of 3 months, he had already learned a great deal. Meng Hanyin cherished this opportunity for learning, approaching each day with utmost seriousness. Much to the astonishment of Qin Yinen, who had always aspired to enter officialdom through the imperial examination and had devoted considerable effort to his studies. Alas, the law forbade merchants from participating in the examinations. Although he could not hold an official position, experiencing the role of a teacher was a delightful alternative. With such a diligent disciple at hand, Qin Yinen found himself increasingly devoted to teaching. However, today he noticed that Meng Hanyin seemed somewhat distracted. After 3 months of acquaintance, their interactions had grown more familiar, lacking the previous formality. He directly inquired, "What troubles you?" Meng Hanyin snapped back to reality, realizing that his paper was filled with the name Tian Cheng, which only added to his vexation. He reached for the Xian paper with the intention of tearing it up, hesitated, and ultimately folded it neatly instead. Observing this series of actions, Qin Yinen thought Meng Hanyin resembled a sulking child and had to stifle a laugh by pinching his thigh. "It appears you lack the inclination for study today. Let us conclude here." Meng Hanyin nodded, acknowledging his own fatigue. After bidding farewell to Qin Yinen, he waited at the entrance until the sun dipped beyond the horizon, and the moon ascended the treetops, finally catching sight of the Tian residence's carriage approaching from distance. His heart leapt with joy, but upon seeing Steward Wu disembark from the carriage, his smile faded. "Young Master Meng, the master said he would not be coming tonight and advises you to rest early." Meng Hanyin's face fell with disappointment. Did he mention when he would be free? Although Tian Cheng had not visited daily before, this absence felt particularly prolonged, as it had been 5 days since he last graced the small courtyard. "Forgive me, young master. With the year's end approaching, the master is busy organizing the accounts. Hence he will be occupied for the next few days." Dejected, Meng Hanyin returned to his chamber, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find sleep. Overwhelmed by tumultuous thoughts, he could not help but wonder if Tian Cheng had grown weary of him. The mere thought tightened his heart painfully. He fought back tears, struggling to breathe deeply. "Meng Hanyin, why are you so sorrowful? You are merely a concubine. Is it not natural to fall out of favor?" He had long admonished himself not to develop feelings for him. Could he blame anyone else for his inability to control his heart? Cursed be that old man. How could he tire of me after just 3 months? "I do not care for you." He muttered curses at Tian Cheng, repeating a few phrases until exhaustion overtook him, and he drifted into slumber. When Tian Cheng arrived, he found Meng Hanyun already asleep. He had missed him dearly over the past few days, and after staying up all night to finalize the accounts, he could not wait until morning and had come through the night. Quietly, he shed his clothing and climbed into bed, careful not to disturb him. As the sleeping figure sensed the familiar scent, he instinctively snuggled closer into Tian Cheng's embrace. Tian Cheng held him close, inhaling deeply, savoring the fragrant softness of his beloved, longing for him dearly. After tirelessly organizing the accounts, he was finally able to set aside a month to devote to his cherished partner. Tian Cheng discovered that the behavior of his wife in this world was rather peculiar. Initially, he believed that Meng Hanyun had simply lost her memory. However, her soul seemed to recognize him, leading her to display a sense of familiarity upon their first encounter. Yet, as time progressed, Tian Cheng observed that, whether in their daily lives or in moments of intimacy, Meng Hanyun would unconsciously seek to please him. Although he often found himself attending to her needs more, this peculiar dynamic made him suspect that she harbored some misunderstanding about their relationship. With a sigh, he tightened his embrace and murmured softly, "I truly wonder what thoughts occupy your little mind." One morning, as Meng Hanyun awoke, she sensed that she was being held. Upon opening her eyes, she found the very person she had scolded the night before lying beside her. Tian Cheng appeared weary, with faint shadows beneath his eyes. Observing his peaceful visage so close, she felt reluctant to rouse him and instead nestled deeper into his embrace, savoring the warmth of another's presence. She felt strangely conflicted. The very person she had berated the night prior now evoked an inexplicable joy within her. Tian Cheng was stirred awake by the movement in his arms, and, upon opening his eyes, locked gazes with Meng Hanyun's bright, sparkling eyes. He gently pecked the corner of her eye and drew her closer, saying, "Let us sleep a while longer." The two continued their slumber until the sun was high in the sky, with Meng Hanyun being the first to awaken once more. Watching Tian Cheng still lost in sleep, she playfully ground her teeth, inadvertently causing him to awaken with a start. Upon opening his eyes, he found Meng Hanyun with her eyes shut, playfully biting his arm. Feigning surprise, Meng Hanyun released the morsel she had been nibbling and sheepishly apologized. "Forgive me, my lord. I dreamt of eating pig trotters and did not mean to bite you." Tian Cheng wiped the drool from his arm with a resigned smile and remarked, "You must be hungry. It is time to rise for breakfast." Due to Meng Hanyun's frail constitution, Tian Cheng had arranged for the kitchen to prepare medicinal dishes for her over the past 3 months. Though the flavors were not particularly delightful, he did not mind, knowing that she could not discern them. However, today, upon tasting a bite, Meng Hanyun grimaced and promptly spat it out. "This flavor is so strange." Before she could finish her thought, realization struck her. She could taste. Astounded, she picked up another piece of food, inhaled deeply to ensure she could detect the aroma, and then placed it in her mouth. Struggling, she managed to swallow, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tian Cheng had completely purged the lingering toxins from her body the night before and, recognizing her excitement, gently wiped away her tears. I am cured. I can taste." He embraced her tenderly, reassuringly stating, "That is wonderful. You will be able to enjoy many delicious meals from now on." Meng Hanyun's heart swelled with joy, not only because her affliction had been lifted, but also because she sensed that Tian Cheng harbored feelings for her as well. The alleviation of her poison was surely a result of the medicinal dishes he had ensured she consumed over the last 3 months. Furthermore, each time they dined together, he had shared the same meals. Though the medicinal dishes were not repulsive, they were certainly not delectable. Yet Tian Cheng had willingly accompanied her in consuming them for 3 long months. A warm sensation enveloped her heart. "Tian Cheng, would you mind spending some time with me these days?" Meng Hanyun, nervously clutching the hem of Tian Cheng's garment, called his name for the first time. Such a display was deemed inappropriate for a concubine. Tian Cheng gently grasped Meng Hanyun's hand and pressed a kiss to it. "Of course I can. I've been busy for 5 days, all to free up time to celebrate the new year with you." Suddenly, Meng Hanyun rose to straddle Tian Cheng's lap and kissed him passionately. After 5 days of distance, A mere touch ignited a fervent desire within Tian Cheng. Ignoring the meal, he lifted Meng Hanyun, cradling his legs, and carried him toward the room. Meng Hanyun buried his face in Tian Cheng's neck, his exposed ears flushed with crimson. The following day, Tian Cheng distinctly noticed a change in Meng Hanyun's demeanor. He was no longer cautious, speaking with newfound audacity. Most significantly, he dared to voice his desires in bed. Previously, it was always Meng Hanyun who seduced, with Tian Cheng willingly ensnared, leading the encounter. Yet now, Tian Cheng touched the fading marks on his face, remnants of last night when Meng Hanyun, feeling unwell, struck him. Afterward, he had looked at Tian Cheng with an air of pride, completely unashamed. Tian Cheng delightedly indulged him, who was now playfully demanding. How wonderful it was to have his proud little spouse back. As the festive season approached, a touch of joy graced Meng Hanyun's courtyard. A little to the left, he instructed the servants hanging lanterns at the entrance. Tian Cheng approached, cradling a bundle of plum branches adorned with blossoms, the chilly air carrying their fragrance. I gathered these from a plum grove in the Western Mountains, thinking you would appreciate them. With a bright smile, Meng Hanyun accepted them, planting a kiss on Tian Cheng's cheek before eagerly searching for a vase. Tian Cheng surveyed the courtyard's decorations and summoned Butler Wu. The old lanterns in the east corridor need replacing. Have new Fusho lanterns hung instead and wrap the corridor posts with golden red thread. Place 2 pots of pine branches on the stone table in the northeast corner, and send someone to gather more plum branches for the large vase in the hall. Shortly after, Meng Hanyun returned to find several servants holding lanterns and thread, eagerly ready to assist. Upon understanding the task at hand, he joyfully took charge. 3 loops of thread will suffice. Too many would look cluttered. That 4th lantern should be hung slightly to the right. Yes, just like that. Under the warm winter sun, the golden red lanterns adorned the courtyard, the mingling scents of pine and plum blossoms filling the air, transforming the once drab winter landscape into a vibrant celebration. Their eyes met, both brimming with affection and sweetness. Amid the surrounding clamor, all Meng Hanyun could hear was the rhythm of his own heartbeat. He could no longer deny his feelings. He had fallen for this man, and the desire to possess him entirely surged within him. In a life where he had little, he cared not. But Tian Cheng was one he could not relinquish. With resolute determination, Meng Hanyun decided he would have Tian Cheng, ensuring this man belonged to him wholly. Though he was merely a concubine now, who could say that a concubine could not ascend to a higher station? The first step was to transform from a concubine to a secondary wife, then to meticulously plot his way toward becoming the principal wife. At that moment, he would be able to rightfully oversee Tian Cheng, forbidding him from indulging in frivolous pursuits. Tian Cheng gazed in bewilderment at Meng Hanyun, who wore a silly grin. A gentle pat on the shoulder snapped him back to reality. Darling, what has you so elated that you're drooling? Meng Hanyun instinctively wiped his mouth. Nothing at all. My lord, let's go procure some New Year goods. With a firm grip on Tian Cheng's hand, he began to stride outdoors. The first rule of pursuing a partner is to increase the time spent together. Tian Cheng halted Meng Hanyun, signaling Butler Wu to bring the newly made mink coat. Personally draping it over Meng Hanyun's shoulders and securing the collar, he led him out into the bustling street, filled with shoppers in search of festive supplies. This was, in essence, Meng Hanyun's inaugural shopping experience. His previous 18 years were largely spent in a wine cellar, devoid of any leisurely strolls. After being expelled from the Meng family and following Tian Cheng, he had been preoccupied with studies, managing the tavern, and devising ways to win Tian Cheng's favor. Meng Hanyun was captivated by the wares displayed along the street, rushing to a stall selling roasted snacks, pointing at the candied chestnuts. Boss, please pack me a pound of these. He then glanced at the neighboring stall with roasted sunflower seeds, and a bit of those as well. The vendor swiftly weighed and packaged his order. Would you like some pine nuts too, young master? These are salted and exceptionally fragrant. Yes. Meng Hanyun nodded vigorously. Tian Cheng accepted the packaged pine nuts, taking a handful for himself. Butler Wu and several attendants followed closely, assisting in payment and carrying the goods. Meng Hanyun had already dashed off to another stall, while Tian Cheng leisurely trailed behind, observing his purchases. In no time, Butler Wu and the others were laden with various items. The two approached a stall where a vendor was skillfully creating sugar paintings, using a small copper spoon to depict a butterfly. Meng Hanyun watched intently, and as soon as the vendor finished, he eagerly inquired, "Can you draw people?" "Indeed, young master." Meng Hanyun tugged at Tian Cheng's sleeve. "Then please draw one for us." The vendor assessed the pair before beginning his work. Tian Cheng offered a handful of peeled pine nuts to Meng Hanyun, who joyfully accepted, first feeding one to Tian Cheng's mouth. Tian Cheng lowered his head to eat it, deliberately brushing his lips against Meng Hanyun's fingers. Embarrassed, Meng Hanyun turned his head away, silently enjoying the pine nuts in his hand. As the last pine nut was consumed, the vendor completed the sugar painting. Meng Hanyun received the artwork. Marveling at the vendor's exquisite skill, the figures depicted so lively and expressive. Holding the twin sugar paintings, his spirits lifted. As dusk approached, Meng Hanyun suggested that the others return, wishing to take a stroll by the river with Tian Cheng. "If you keep gazing at the sugar paintings, they will melt," Tian Cheng teased, noticing Meng Hanyun's reluctance to eat them. "They are too beautiful to consume. I shall savor them later." Chapter 61. The Merchant's Charming Concubine, 11. They reached a bridge, standing at its edge to admire the gently flowing water below. Tian Cheng sensed a gaze upon him and discreetly glanced over, discovering it belonged to someone from the Crown Prince's entourage. The individual, noticing that Tian Cheng had spotted him, gestured for him to approach, indicating that the Crown Prince wished to speak with him. Tian Cheng turned to Meng Hanyun. "Please wait here for a moment. I must meet a friend." "All right." Meng Hanyun watched as Tian Cheng approached a man, and after exchanging a few words, the man led Tian Cheng away into the distance. He continued to gaze until Tian Cheng's figure vanished from sight, then withdrew his gaze. Holding the sugar painting in his hand, he felt a sudden loss of joy. It seemed he was utterly oblivious to Tian Cheng's affairs, having never encountered his family or friends. Tian Cheng followed the man to a pavilion where the Crown Prince was seated, using a pair of tongs to place a fruit onto a small stove. Tian Cheng stepped forward and performed a respectful bow, acknowledging the Crown Prince's refined taste. The Crown Prince waved his hand dismissively. "Spare me the formalities. Please take a seat." Tian Cheng, feeling no need for pretense, settled into a chair beside him. The Crown Prince wasted no time and spoke candidly. "I suspect that my father does not regard the idle prince with the indifference he outwardly displays." Faced with such royal intrigue, Tian Cheng chose to remain silent. The Crown Prince, unfazed by his reticence, continued, "My father treats all princes with equal measure, save for the fifth prince, to whom he shows a distinct lack of affection. Everyone believes the fifth prince to be lacking in ambition, hence my father's disregard. Do you think this is truly the case?" Tian Cheng poured himself a cup of tea, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. Both reverence and disdain are, in essence, forms of special treatment. After finishing the tea in one gulp, the Crown Prince pointed at him, exclaiming, "To waste such fine tea on you is a crime against nature." Tian Cheng smiled, setting down his cup, and broached another topic. "I received news yesterday that the left minister of the court has approached the minister of imperial granaries with a proposal for his daughter to marry the latter's second son." The Crown Prince furrowed his brow. A third-rank minister wishes to marry his daughter to the son of a lower third-rank official? Tian Cheng refrained from elaborating further. He could not disclose that the left minister, though outwardly neutral, was actually an agent of the emperor positioned to assist the fifth prince in garnering support among officials. Currently, half the court had been covertly aligned with the fifth prince. Once the Crown Prince dealt with the other princes, and only the fifth remained, these officials would rise to denounce the Crown Prince as ruthless, accusing him of trampling upon familial bonds for the sake of the throne, and petitioning to dethrone him in favor of the idle prince. The emperor would feign disappointment in the Crown Prince, leading to a third deposition, reducing him to commoner status. Even the notion of the Crown Prince's rebellion was part of their calculations, for the military leaders surrounding him were consistently loyal to the emperor. Although the emperor appeared to hold the legitimate Crown Prince in high regard, he had merely been a pawn upon the chessboard from the very beginning. The emperor's considerable efforts to elevate the idle prince were not solely motivated by his affection for the idle princess mother, His ultimate aim was to dismantle the aristocracy, establishing an absolute monarchy. Empress Yuan, hailing from a prominent family, represented the pinnacle of that aristocracy, and thus they predominantly supported the crown prince. Should the crown prince ascend, the influence of the aristocracy would only grow, potentially undermining the imperial power over time. To avert such a scenario, the emperor opted to forsake this capable crown prince in favor of cultivating the idol prince. On the bridge, Meng Hanyun still held the sugar painting, awaiting Tian Cheng's return. As he gazed at the half-melted candy, he steeled himself, closing his eyes in preparation to take a bite. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, halting his actions. Meng Hanyun turned to see an irate figure approaching. Before he could discern who it was, a hand swung toward him. He leaned back just in time to evade the slap, but inadvertently brushed against the candy artwork in his hand, causing it to shatter upon hitting the ground. Staring blankly at the broken confectionery, a surge of fury ignited within him, and his breath quickened. His candy! He had cherished it until now, not having tasted a single bite, and now it lay in ruins. He whirled around, glaring at the assailant. Seeing that Meng Hanyun had dodged his slap, the head of the Meng family, who had been about to berate him, was momentarily taken aback by his fierce gaze, forgetting his intended words. Mrs. Meng sauntered over from behind, feigning concern as she intervened. Oh dear, don't be angry. Speak kindly to Yuner. Meng Hanyun shot her a disdainful glance. Wishing to avoid entanglement with the pair, he turned to seek out Tian Cheng, but was seized by the arm by the head of the Meng family. Having been startled by Meng Hanyun's glare, he recovered and, feeling humiliated, shouted in fury, Unfilial son, where do you think you're going? Meng Hanyun wrenched his arm free, his tone sharp. If I recall correctly, you expelled me from the family 3 months ago. Would you like me to refresh your memory? The head of the Meng family was left speechless, merely blocking his path. Mrs. Meng stepped forward again. We are your parents after all. Even if you refuse to acknowledge me as your stepmother, can you truly deny your biological father? She pretended to wipe away a tear, secretly signaling to the head of the Meng family, typically arrogant in the face of his son. It was more painful for him to speak kindly than to face death itself. Yet, considering the current state of their family's tavern, he forced himself to adopt a more humble posture. A stiff smile crept onto his face. Your mother speaks truth. Regardless, you bear the surname Meng, a child of our family. All prior misunderstandings can be put aside. It's not fitting for you to remain outside. Come back home. Your room has been kept for you, and it is cleaned daily. Mrs. Meng chimed in. Indeed, I heard you've opened a tavern of your own, not far from ours. You're still inexperienced in these matters. Once you return, your father will manage it, ensuring its success. The head of the Meng family seized the opportunity, not allowing Meng Hanyun to speak. Your mother is correct. Although your tongue seems to have faltered, we are still family, and we do not consider you a burden. Stay at home. It would be much easier for you without having to expose yourself to the world. Meng Hanyun smirked sarcastically. Are you suggesting, head of the Meng family, that your wife administering poison to me was merely a misunderstanding? And now you want me to return to that stifling, leaky room in the summer and the cold, drafty one in winter? The expressions of both adults stiffened at his words, with Mrs. Meng deliberately ignoring the accusation of poisoning, responding instead. Oh dear, if you dislike that room, why didn't you say so? As your mother, how could I possibly know if you didn't express it? As she feigned helplessness again, she lamented. Ever since I married into the Meng family these past 8 years, I have been burdened with responsibilities both within and outside the household. How can I attend to every detail? Here, mother apologizes to you, and I will have my brother vacate his room for you to stay in. The head of the Meng family chimed in. You have always been a reticent person, never willing to converse with me. How could I possibly know what you desire? Chapter 62. The concubine of the imperial merchant. 12. Meng Hanyun leaned against the railing, arms crossed, listening to their mutual reproaches directed at him. Their words were laced with repeated requests for him to return. He cleared his ears and interjected, Master Meng, Madam Meng, since I have already departed from the Meng family, I wish to sever all ties with you. I hope you will refrain from disturbing me in the future. Rising and maneuvering past them, the head of the Meng family attempted to stop him, but Meng Hanyun deftly evaded him, delivering a kick that sent him tumbling into the river, which brought him a sense of relief. This startled Madame Meng, who hurriedly called for help to retrieve him. Meng Hanyun coldly regarded the flustered Madame Meng and spoke. If it were not for my youth and my mother's dying wish, I would have left long ago. You would have had no opportunity to intervene. I am indifferent to whatever schemes you concoct to lure me back, but should you dare to provoke me again, I will not hesitate to bring ruin upon the Meng family. With that, Meng Hanyun turned away, not casting another glance at the head of the Meng family, now being pulled from the water. As he descended the bridge, he spotted Tian Cheng, who had returned at some point and was observing him from a distance. A flicker of unease crossed his mind. Surely, he and T witnessed his earlier outburst. He approached Tian Cheng, grasping his arm. It is getting late. Let's return home. Tian Cheng, being led away, glanced back towards the riverbank and inquired, what transpired? Meng Hanyun did not conceal the truth from him. The Meng family insists on my return for reasons unknown. Tian Cheng replied, it is because the Meng family's tavern is on the verge of collapse. As they walked back, their conversation flowed. Meng Hanyun asked, what is the reason behind this? Tian Cheng explained, it is due to your sale of the unique brewing formula to the Qi family. Noticing Meng Hanyun's attentive demeanor, Tian Cheng continued, the Qi family is affluent, not only running a tavern, but also possessing various other enterprises. Their wealth far surpasses that of the Meng family. Their tavern is grand, offering affordable and delectable dishes. Previously, the Meng tavern could compete with the Qi tavern solely based on those brewing formulas. Now that the recipe is no longer exclusive, customers naturally gravitate towards the larger establishment with superior cuisine. Moreover, your tavern's offerings directly siphon the remaining clientele from the Meng tavern, resulting in its inevitable decline. Meng Hanyun nodded thoughtfully. You make a compelling argument. It seems the Meng tavern truly lacks anything of substance beyond its liquor. He spat disdainfully. So that's why they suddenly sought me out. They covet my tavern. If they were aware of my improved palate, they would likely implore me to resume brewing for them. With a dramatic flair, he adopted a mock-woeful expression. Oh dear. If they failed to coerce me into returning this time, will they trouble me again in the future? I am so frightened. As they spoke, Meng Hanyun leaned into Tian Cheng's embrace. Tian Cheng wrapped his arms around his waist and continued forward, suggesting, then you may as well kick them into the river as you did before. Meng Hanyun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his face and chuckled. Hey, you saw that. Tian Cheng playfully pinched his cheek, remarking, not bad, at least you won't suffer in silence. Initially, Meng Hanyun had intended to express his fear of their return, hoping to find an excuse to move into the Tian residence. However, with Tian Cheng's compliment, all his thoughts vanished, and he proudly lifted his chin, declaring, of course. That night, after Meng Hanyun retired to bed, Tian Cheng stepped outside. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared, kneeling at his feet. Inform Qin Yinan that if he cannot handle even the Meng family, he need not remain in the capital. Understood. The shadowy figure swiftly departed. On New Year's Eve, Meng Hanyun granted all the servants a holiday, allowing them to return home to their families. The two found solace in a small kitchen, where Meng Hanyun kneaded dough while Tian Cheng diligently minced meat. The charcoal fire in the stove blazed brightly, casting a warm glow on Meng Hanyun's flour-dusted face. Tian Cheng couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Meng Hanyun turned to him, asking, what are you laughing at? He instinctively touched his face, prompting Tian Cheng's laughter to intensify. Frowning, Meng Hanyun approached the water tank to take a look, only to find his face covered in flour. Oh, so you dare to mock me? He exclaimed, lunging at Tian Cheng and smearing his flour-laden hands across Tian Cheng's face. Tian Cheng did not evade. Instead, he embraced Meng Hanyun's waist. Without hesitation, Meng Hanyun applied flour to Tian Cheng's face, and soon they both resembled clowns. Why don't you dodge? This isn't fun at all. I shall never shy away from your touch. Meng Hanyun felt a flush rise to his cheeks, promptly descending from Tian Cheng's embrace to fetch a basin of water for him to wash his face. Tian Cheng first cleaned Meng Hanyun before using the remaining water for himself. Once the dough was ready, Meng Hanyun squatted beside Tian Cheng, who was preparing the dumpling filling. Since Meng Hanyun did not consume scallions, ginger, or garlic, but could tolerate their flavors, Tian Cheng soaked these ingredients in water and then added the infused liquid to the meat mixture. As 745 perched atop Tian Cheng's head, observing and directing, he advised, "Little Orange, be cautious with the pickled vegetables. Too much acidity spoils the taste." All right, they prepared 3 types of fillings: pure meat, pickled vegetable, and meat, and a 3-flavor blend. With the fillings ready, they began to wrap the dumplings. Meng Hanyun clumsily picked up a dumpling skin. Watching Tian Cheng expertly craft one, he eagerly attempted his own, but the first filling was too generous, causing some to ooze out at the edges. Amused by the odd shapes of his dumplings, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Across the table, Tian Cheng, with deft fingers, completed a small, plump dumpling. Noticing Meng Hanyun's creations, a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes as he intentionally placed his dumpling beside Meng Hanyun's. "Hanyun, be careful when boiling these dumplings, otherwise we'll be left with only noodle soup for the new year." Meng Hanyun, feeling defiant, huffed, "You'll have to eat the noodle soup too." He picked up another piece of dough and continued to wrap, imitating Tian Cheng's technique. Tian Cheng grasped his wrist, guiding him gently to pinch the edges of the dumplings. Use less filling and press lightly along the edges. The warmth emanating from his palm seeped through the fabric of the sleeve, prompting Meng Hanyun to steal a glance. Tian Cheng's eyelashes cast soft shadows beneath his eyes, his expression imbued with earnest tenderness. With 3 different fillings, Tian Cheng crafted a trio of dumpling styles, each containing a copper coin. As Tian Cheng turned to boil water, Meng Hanyun discreetly marked the 3 dumplings. Having prepared a generous number, Tian Cheng boiled only enough for the 2 of them, placing the remainder outside to freeze for tomorrow's meal. When the 2 bowls of dumplings were ready, they settled at the small kitchen table to feast. With each dumpling he consumed, Meng Hanyun scrutinized carefully until he finally spotted the one he had marked. He lifted it and placed it into Tian Cheng's bowl. Tian Cheng glanced at it and silently consumed it, his expression transforming into one of surprise upon biting into the hard object. Extracting the copper coin from his mouth, Meng Hanyun exclaimed with delight, "Wow, you found a copper coin. This year will surely bring you abundant fortune." Tian Cheng wiped the coin clean and tucked it in his pouch. "Then let us borrow Boss Meng's good fortune." Meng Hanyun smiled with squinted eyes and picked up another dumpling, only to be met with a similar hard surprise. Ouch! Tears welled as he revealed the copper coin he had bitten into, prompting Tian Cheng to chuckle. It seems Boss Meng will also enjoy a prosperous year. However, despite finishing their meal, they did not uncover a 3rd coin. Curious if it had fallen into the pot, Meng Hanyun attempted to check, but was hoisted up by Tian Cheng. "All right, it's time to welcome the new year." In the room, 745 clutched a glistening copper coin, beaming with joy. Initially, Tian Cheng intended for them to bathe together as usual. Yet, just as he began to undress Meng Hanyun, he was firmly pushed out. Assuming a surprise awaited him, Tian Cheng complied and patiently waited outside. Shortly after, Meng Hanyun emerged. "I'm done. You should wash up now." Tian Cheng first dried Meng Hanyun's hair with a cloth before heading to the bath himself. Once he was inside, Meng Hanyun quickly changed into the inner garments he had prepared earlier and stealthily swapped them with the ones Tian Cheng intended to wear. When Tian Cheng stepped out, he was greeted by the sight of Meng Hanyun draped in vibrant red attire, seated on the crimson bed awaiting his return. Meng Hanyun, noticing Tian Cheng clad in the red garments he had chosen, felt a flutter of nervousness, wondering if Tian Cheng would discern his little scheme. Indeed, Tian Cheng recognized Meng Hanyun's subtle intentions, but chose not to confront him directly, feeling a pang of affection instead. The world is rather harsh towards the bond between men, and he wishes to shield Meng Hanyun from any scrutiny. Thus, aside from his servants in the small courtyard, no one is privy to their relationship. His arrogance leads him to believe that after spending so much time together, they need not concern themselves with societal conventions. Their union alone suffices. Yet, he forgets that Hanyun possesses no memories of their past lives, and for him, each encounter is a fresh beginning. He is, in truth, doing her a disservice. Tian Cheng lowered the crimson curtain and sat beside Meng Hanyun on the bed. With a serious tone, He inquired, Han Yun, would you marry me? The word struck her like a thunderbolt, and with a trembling voice, she looked at Tian Cheng in disbelief. Can I? You can. No one but you, he replied. She flung herself into his embrace, repeatedly whispering, I am willing, I am willing. Suddenly recalling something, Meng Han Yun withdrew from his arms, got off the bed, and rummaged through the cabinet to retrieve a piece of red cloth, which she placed atop her head. Will you marry me tonight? Tian Cheng gently lifted the cloth, revealing her beautiful face. My dear, you look exquisite this evening. Han Yun smiled, tears glimmering in her eyes. Husband, will you love only me? I will. In this era, there is no precedent for marriage between men, and Meng Han Yun assumed that Tian Cheng was merely speaking sweet nothings, yet he remained undeterred. Regardless of the truth, she chose to believe him. Should there come a day when Tian Cheng has a change of heart and desires a conventional marriage with children, that would be the day her dream shatters, and she would choose to take him away with her. On New Year's Eve, which also marked their wedding night, fireworks erupted in the sky, illuminating the room where the two resided. Tian Cheng held the sleeping figure close, murmuring, I shall not keep you waiting for long. The following day, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the palace held a banquet inviting all nobles and ministers to attend. As a royal merchant backed by the crown prince, Tian Cheng had the opportunity to participate. The crown prince, adorned in splendid brocade robes and a jade pendant symbolizing his status, entered the banquet with a smile, prompting the early arriving ministers to rise and pay their respects. Tian Cheng followed closely behind, returning the bows of the dignitaries. After exchanging a few words with familiar officials, the crown prince took his seat, with Tian Cheng assigned beside him. This arrangement captured the attention of many. Some ministers frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing their faces. To them, he was merely the crown prince's purse, a merchant seated in a position more prominent than theirs. A few others gazed at him with greedy eyes, wishing to seize his wealth for themselves. As the auspicious moment arrived, the emperor entered with the court ladies, and all rose to pay their respects. Once the emperor was seated, the banquet officially commenced. The palace maids filed in, presenting dish after dish, while laughter and merriment echoed throughout the hall. However, Tian Cheng keenly sensed a lingering gaze directed toward them. He discreetly observed those around him, contemplating silently. His glance inadvertently met that of a person across the way. Tian Cheng nodded slightly, and the other returned a smile. They averted their eyes, and Tian Cheng leaned closer, whispering, Isn't the idol prince under house arrest? How has he been released? The crown prince Yu Guang cast a glance across the table before responding to Tian Cheng. It was His Majesty who mentioned that the essence of the new year lies in reunion. For these few days, the house arrest has been temporarily lifted, and it shall resume after the festivities. Understanding dawned upon Tian Cheng, who discreetly observed the emperor engaged in conversation with a favored concubine beside him. As the wine flowed generously, an official beside the prime minister suddenly rose, exclaiming loudly, Your Highness, it has come to my attention that there are numerous rumors circulating among the populace, claiming that you have shown favoritism towards certain merchants. This has led to some of them disregarding the law. What is your Highness's stance on this matter? At this utterance, some among the assembly displayed surprise, while others reveled in schadenfreude, all eyes turning towards the crown prince. Even the emperor in the elevated seat glanced over. The crown prince's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. With a smile, he addressed the official. Pray tell, esteemed sir, from whence have you gleaned these rumors? I have always upheld fairness and have never shown bias towards anyone. The official persisted, pointing a finger at Tian Cheng. And what of him? Your Highness, it is my knowledge that he has been using your name to suppress other merchants, his actions akin to those of a bandit. A cold smirk crept across Tian Cheng's mind, recognizing this as a deliberate attempt to entrap the crown prince under the guise of his name, igniting discord. Leaning slightly, he whispered to the crown prince, Your Highness, this man is evidently acting under orders. The crown prince nodded slightly. Tian Cheng then stood and addressed the speaking official. You accuse me of suppressing merchants. Are you aware that 60% of the shops in this capital are under the Tian family name? I diligently manage my own enterprises. If the populace finds the goods in my store satisfactory, they will naturally choose to purchase from me. I have never claimed that those who do not buy from me ought to be punished. It is merely a matter of personal choice. How can this be construed as suppression? The official was rendered speechless, his hand trembling as he pointed at Tian Cheng. Observing this, another official rose in indignation. You, a merchant of lowly birth, dare to speak thus to a high-ranking official. Upon hearing this, Tian Cheng and the crown prince exchanged glances and burst into laughter. The bewildered official inquired, "Why does your highness laugh?" The crown prince stepped forward. "I laugh at your foolishness." Chapter 64. The merchant's extravagant concubine 14. He approached the center of the banquet and knelt before the emperor. "Father, I have a matter to report." The emperor gestured for the musicians to cease. "What is it, my son?" The crown prince produced a letter from his sleeve, a report from the border. The missive was presented to the emperor by a young eunuch. This year, the Xiongnu at the border, suffering from a lack of clothing and provisions, have frequently launched attacks to seize grain, inflicting heavy casualties on our border troops, while the common folk have been left without food to survive the winter. Fortunately, with Tian Cheng's assistance, he has diligently gathered silver and several million pounds of grain, along with sufficient winter clothing, thus averting a catastrophe of freezing and starving for both soldiers and civilians. Upon concluding his report, the emperor had also read through the letter and set it down. The crown prince continued, "Father, Tian Cheng's actions are commendable. He has saved countless lives among the border populace and soldiers. Not only have the troops been well fed and warmly clothed, their morale has soared. They have successfully repelled the Xiongnu, captured their leader, and inflicted significant losses, seizing thousands of horses and numerous cattle and sheep." "Excellent, excellent, excellent," the emperor exclaimed thrice. "Bestow, bestow. Where is Tian Cheng?" Tian Cheng gracefully approached the crown prince, pausing a step behind to kneel and pay his respects. "Commoner Tian Cheng, long live your majesty. Indeed, what reward do you seek?" "Your majesty," he replied, "it is a duty of a subject to serve, and I dare not covet a reward." The emperor, delighted, proclaimed, "You have rendered service, and of course, you must be rewarded. Yet, I suspect you are not one to desire mere gold and silver trinkets. Let someone draft a decree." Immediately, a young eunuch presented ink and brush. The officials knelt in reverence. The Tian family engages in commerce with a heart for the realm, donating 10,000 pounds of grain and 5,000 taels of silver this year to alleviate border disasters. Therefore, I bestow upon them a plaque of righteousness, to honor their virtue. The young eunuch presented the drafted edict to Tian Cheng, who accepted it with gratitude. The emperor's praise of Tian Cheng as a righteous merchant left no official daring to speak against him. As this interlude passed, the assembly regained their seats. Tian Cheng glanced at the two officials who had spoken earlier, raised his wine cup in a subtle gesture towards them, and then drank. His triumphant and taunting gaze clearly conveyed his message, causing the two men to tremble, their cups slipping from their hands, spilling wine upon themselves. The banquet continued, and a troupe of dancers clad in flowing sleeves twirled into the hall. Tian Cheng remained vigilant, observing the demeanor of everyone present. Just as the guests became enraptured in the music, the lead dancer suddenly spun around, brandishing a dagger. "Dog Emperor, meet your end." In an instant, a group of cloaked figures emerged, swords drawn, rushing into the chaos. The banquet erupted into turmoil. "Where are the guards? Where have they gone?" One of the assailants charged towards the crown prince, who, in a panic, seized a plate and hurled it, momentarily halting the attack. Quick-witted, Tian Cheng grasped the crown prince and dashed toward the emperor. The assailants appeared fierce, yet they primarily targeted the ministers, not intending to kill. However, the ones heading for the crown prince aimed directly for his vital points. Were it not for Tian Cheng's protection, the prince would have surely met his demise. Finally nearing the emperor, Tian Cheng surveyed the scene and noted the idle king shielding the emperor, while an assailant raised his sword to strike. Another cloaked figure approached from behind, and just as the blade was about to pierce, Tian Cheng swiftly pushed the still-breathing crown prince forward and rolled aside. The prince, realizing the danger, shouted, "Father, beware," and collided with the idle king. The blade intended for the idol king pierced the crown prince's shoulder, while the one aimed at the prince was deftly redirected by Tian Cheng, ultimately slicing into the king's arm instead of his chest. The guards arrived late. After a fierce struggle, all assailants were slain, leaving no survivors. The imperial concubine turned pale, supporting the idol king. "Quick, summon the physician." The emperor's face shifted dramatically, momentarily forgetting his facade. When the physician arrived, he was immediately pulled before the idol king. "Quickly examine him. Check if any meridians have been harmed." The sword they had meticulously planned to wield was intended to pierce the shoulder, avoiding any vital points. It was meant to appear grave, yet ultimately would not cause severe harm. However, at a critical moment, the crown prince unexpectedly intervened. The arm of the idol king was directly pierced by the sharp blade. Everyone gathered around the injured idol king, while the crown prince, clutching his still bleeding shoulder, quietly observed from the side. It was then that the emperor realized he had lost his composure. Adopting a paternal demeanor, he looked at the crown prince with a face full of concern and gestured to the nearest court physician, saying, "Hasten to staunch the bleeding," as the heir apparent. The crown prince cannot be left with a disability. The crown prince composed himself, ensuring that whatever thoughts he harbored could not be revealed. "Thank you, Father Emperor." The emperor's assassination necessitated the hasty conclusion of the banquet. The idol king was escorted back to his palace by the favored concubine, while the crown prince returned to the crown prince's residence, cradling his freshly bandaged arm. Within the carriage, Tian Cheng observed the contemplative crown prince and offered him a pill. "Here, for pain relief." The crown prince accepted it without hesitation and swallowed it. "Did you know all along, which is why you deliberately led me to the emperor?" Tian Cheng shrugged. "If I told you directly, you might not have believed me." The crown prince chuckled, though the smile appeared somewhat bitter on his pale visage. "Fortunately, you pushed me forward. Otherwise, they would have continued with their farcical rescue act. But why did Father Emperor choose to act in such a manner? I do not comprehend." Upon arriving at the crown prince's residence, Tian Cheng handed him an envelope. "Everything you wish to know is contained within." With that, he exited the carriage. The crown prince gazed at the letter for an extended period before ultimately deciding to open it. A thin sheet of paper detailed the emperor's machinations over the years. He sat in his study throughout the night and only rose as dawn broke. Placing the letter beneath the candle's flame, he watched as the paper burned to ashes, leading him to a resolution. He summoned a servant. "Go request an audience with Lord Tian at Jufuzhai." "Yes," the servant replied before departing. In the elegant chamber of Jufuzhai, the crown prince arrived first. Before long, the door swung open, and Tian Cheng entered with Meng Hanyun. He introduced Meng Hanyun, saying, "This is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Meng Hanyun was taken aback. He had thought Tian Cheng intended to introduce him to an ordinary acquaintance, not the crown prince himself. He instinctively began to kneel in respect, but was halted by Tian Cheng. The crown prince interjected at an opportune moment. "Since Tian Cheng considers us friends, and you're brought here by him, you need not bow in such a private setting." Meng Hanyun remained somewhat apprehensive, cautiously wary of saying anything that might trouble Tian Cheng. "I pay my respects to His Royal Highness. I am but a commoner." Meng Hanyun. The three took their seats, and Tian Cheng ordered a selection of Meng Hanyun's favorite pastries. Observing their interaction, the crown prince teased, "You two seem to share a close bond." As Tian Cheng poured water for Meng Hanyun, he replied, "He is my beloved." Cough, cough, cough. The crown prince nearly spewed his drink, while Meng Hanyun choked on his own saliva. Tian Cheng promptly patted Meng Hanyun's back. Chapter 65. The young concubine of the merchant, 15. The crown prince stared at the two in astonishment. "Who? You two? What is the matter? Is there an issue?" The prince gazed at Tian Cheng, who appeared nonchalant, leaving him momentarily speechless. The dim sum arrived promptly, and the prince engaged Tian Cheng in serious discussion. "I have read the contents of that paper. What are your thoughts?" The prince remarked with a cold smile. "If they wish to act on the first, they must not blame me for retaliating on the 15th. Meng Hanyun, overhearing their conspiratorial conversation, felt a surge of anxiety. Could he truly bear witness to such treachery? The consequences could be dire. Should they fail, Tian Cheng's fate would be sealed. Alas, How might he choose to meet his own end? A wrist-cutting seemed rather painful. Perhaps hanging, but those who hang often appear rather unsightly. Jumping into a river? That seemed even less dignified, as one's body would bloat. Such difficult choices. Lost in his own thoughts, he remained oblivious as their discussion concluded. It was only when Tian Cheng nudged him that he snapped back to reality. Huh, are we done? Tian Cheng replied gently. Yes, we are finished. I assumed you might be bored. Meng Hanyan shook his head, not bored at all. The prince felt an unease linger within him, as though he did not belong in that moment. Setting aside his discomfort, he smiled and said, Brother Tian, you and your beloved share a remarkable bond. Indeed, we are a natural pair, Tian Cheng replied. Meng Hanyun's cheeks flushed crimson at their words, and he bowed his head, devouring the pastries voraciously. Tian Cheng filled his teacup and placed it beside him, cautioning, Eat slowly, lest you choke. The prince took another sip of wine, casually complimenting, This wine is exquisite. Naturally, Tian Cheng replied proudly, This wine is the result of Hanyun's research. My tavern thrives because of him. The prince pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering how this usually formidable and composed strategist now resembled a proud husband. Unable to bear Tian Cheng's display any longer, he rose to take his leave. I must be going. I will send word regarding the subsequent plans. Without waiting for Tian Cheng to see him off, he turned and departed. Tian Cheng made no move to follow, continuing to observe Meng Hanyun as he munched on pastries, his cheeks stuffed to the brim. Whose adorable partner is this? Oh, it's mine. 745 was diligently absorbing fortune when Tian Cheng's words abruptly interrupted him. Little Orange, if you're unwell, seek your partner. You set my space ablaze. A small, cream-colored bird chirped beside 745, as if echoing the system's sentiment. Under Tian Cheng's fervent gaze, Meng Hanyun's face turned crimson, and as he attempted to swallow the pastry, he ended up choking. Tian Cheng quickly patted his back, discreetly infusing him with a touch of divine energy. After drinking 3 cups of water, Meng Hanyun finally regained his composure. He no longer felt inclined to eat pastries, his gaze wandering, unwilling to meet Tian Cheng's eyes. Did you just say, I am your beloved? Tian Cheng nodded. What else would you be? My wife. Joy surged within Meng Hanyun. Such words spoken before the prince could be tantamount to treason if untrue. Tian Cheng raised a finger, declaring, I swear to the heavens. If I speak a single falsehood, may I be struck down by lightning and suffer a wretched fate. Unlike the women in storybooks, Meng Hanyun did not rush to cover Tian Cheng's mouth. He relished such oaths. If Tian Cheng were to speak falsely, there would be no need to await the fulfillment of vows. He would undoubtedly take matters into his own hands. He too raised his hand and declared, I swear. I love Tian Cheng. Should I utter even a half-truth, may I be struck down by divine retribution and meet an untimely demise. The heavens of this diminutive world shrank in upon themselves, trembling in trepidation. Were they truly bold enough to strike down these 2 formidable figures? If so, this little deity would have fulfilled its purpose. Upon the prince's return to his residence, a servant announced the arrival of Prince Duan and Prince Rue. He furrowed his brow, for the relations among the princes were rather tenuous. He was perplexed as to why these 2 would seek him out so suddenly. As he entered the main hall, he beheld 2 figures, one clad in red and the other in blue. Aside from the differing hues of their garments, these 2 were identical in visage and physique. Even the style of their clothing and the adornments they wore were indistinguishable. Upon the prince's entrance, they rose and bowed. We pay our respects to your highness. No need for formalities. The prince seated himself at the head of the table, took a sip of tea, and then turned his gaze toward the 2. What brings you both to my abode today? The one in blue, Prince Duan, spoke first. It is not without reason. We heard of the assassin at yesterday's banquet, and upon learning of my elder brother's injury, I have brought my younger brother to pay a visit. The prince set down his teacup. Thank you for your concern. Prince Duan, my injuries are not grave. However, it appears that Prince Yen has been rather severely harmed. His tone was flat, devoid of any display of concern for his brother, nor any hint of schadenfreude, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Prince Rue scoffed. No matter how grievous his injuries, It is not for us to concern ourselves. Our good father will surely tend to him. Do not take offense, your highness. My younger brother has always been thus. The prince waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. It seems you both see things more clearly than I. Prince Duan and Prince Rue exchanged glances, each gleaning understanding from the other's eyes. Prince Duan continued, "So, your highness has noticed our father's peculiar favoritism toward Prince Tian?" Leaning back in his chair, Prince Rue remarked with sardonic wit. "I had thought you would never perceive it in your lifetime. Younger brother, tread carefully," Prince Rue retorted, closing his mouth begrudgingly. The prince sighed. "If you have come merely to witness my misfortune, there is no need. I have long since ceased to care." Prince Duan's gaze sharpened momentarily. "Your highness has misunderstood. We have come today not solely to inquire about your health, but rather to propose a transaction." "What transaction?" the prince inquired. "You need only answer me. Are you willing?" The prince remained silent, quietly contemplating the implications of Duan's words. "Rest assured, your highness, our visit today is not merely for the sake of inquiry. We have come to offer our allegiance." He produced several sheets of paper and extended them toward the prince. "These are the intelligence we have gathered, serving as our declaration of loyalty." The prince lowered his gaze to inspect the documents, which listed the officials placed among the other prince's factions by the emperor, excluding Prince Tian. He recognized several trusted individuals among the names. Grasping the paper, his knuckles whitened, for it became apparent that this game had been set in motion the moment he was named heir apparent. Years of bearing the mantle of crown prince had taught him the virtue of restraint, allowing him to suppress his burgeoning fury. He raised his eyes to Prince Duan. "What is your objective?" Just as Duan opened his mouth to respond, he was halted by Prince Rue grasping his arm. Turning around, Duan saw Rue gesturing to his own lips. Understanding the meaning of younger brother, he nodded helplessly. "All right, you speak." Finally able to voice his thoughts, Prince Rue sighed deeply. "Father intends to elevate us, pitting us against each other in the court, a prospect we initially resisted. After all, as twin brothers, the throne is inherently beyond our reach. Why should we wade through such murky waters? However, Father not only schemes against us, but also against our mother." At this point, Prince Duan's expression darkened. He clearly loves the favored concubine, but feigns affection for our mother, subjecting her to constant danger, nearly costing her life on several occasions. If we do not contest, what awaits the three of us is only death. Prince Rue continued. "In any case, we are merely tools to be wielded by others. It matters not for whom we serve. I trust that once the crown prince ascends, he will spare our lives. However, if the idle prince were to seize that position, our fates will be dire." The crown prince tucked the list into his sleeve. "Have you not considered taking that position for yourselves?" Prince Rue leaned back in his chair, dismissing the notion with a wave. "I am not suited for such a role. If one of us were to become emperor, it would have to be my brother. But should he desire the throne, it would only be under the condition of my demise." The crown prince laughed heartily. "You speak quite candidly." Prince Duan, drenched in cold sweat, felt his brother's unrestrained tongue was both a blessing and a curse. He dared to say anything. Yet, seeing the crown prince's demeanor, it seemed he was not incensed. Otherwise, Duan would have been a loss for how to placate him. He quickly reassured. "Rest assured, your highness, we have no intention of coveting the throne. Should I entertain such thoughts, not only would the court disapprove, but I fear Father would be the first to act against me. Furthermore, if one of us were to pursue that position, the other could only face death. We would never harm one another." The crown prince erupted into laughter. "Ah, splendid, truly splendid. Collaborating with them indeed yields more benefits than drawbacks. In this dynasty, the ministers would never support one twin over the other. The common folk consider twins to be ill-fated, while the royal family may not be overly superstitious. They would never allow one to ascend unless the other were deceased. Otherwise, with their identical appearances, the risk of substitution would loom large. Moreover, their strong bond ensures they would not resort to fratricide. The third prince, Prince Rue, though impulsive and reckless, possessed exceptional martial skills and aspired to be a general. Unfortunately, being born into royalty, the emperor would never permit him to wield military power. The second prince, Duke Yuan, possesses a sharp intellect. However, for reasons unknown, he has suffered from frail health since birth. He frequently falls ill, enduring minor ailments every 3 days and more severe afflictions every 5. With imperial physicians once predicting he would not survive past the age of 20. Having miraculously surpassed this critical milestone, he now relies on medicine as his constant companion. The path to their ascension is fraught with challenges. Yet, why not attempt to place faith in one another? After all, being part of the royal family, such genuine fraternal bonds are rare. The Crown Prince rose. Let us proceed to the study to converse. The two brothers understood that the Crown Prince had accepted their allegiance. The trio spent the afternoon in the study, and as twilight descended, Duke Yuan and Duke Rui finally emerged. From that day forth, the Crown Prince feigned illness and withdrew from public view, while Duke Yuan began to shine on the political stage, openly courting the favor of court officials. The Emperor adopted a paternal demeanor, personally visiting the Crown Prince's residence. The Crown Prince lay pallid on his bed, surrounded by 3 braziers emitting heat. Upon entering, the Emperor felt as if he had stepped into a furnace. Yet, the Crown Prince remained cocooned in thick blankets. "Father, your son is unwell and unable to rise to pay my respects. I beg your forgiveness," he murmured. The Emperor seated himself by the bedside. "No matter. Focus on your recovery. Your injuries were sustained in my defense." He reached out to touch the Crown Prince's forehead, only to find it chillingly cold. "The room is so warm. How can your body remain so frigid?" "Thank you for your concern, Father. The physician states that I have lost too much blood. A few days of rest should suffice for my recovery." They exchanged a few pleasantries, and to an outsider, it would appear as a touching display of paternal affection. The Emperor had intended to linger a while longer, but the oppressive heat became unbearable. As he prepared to depart, he announced that the Crown Prince's valor had earned him numerous rewards. Tian Cheng emerged from the shadows as servants entered to remove 2 of the braziers. The Crown Prince rose and retrieved a specially designed ice pack from beneath the blankets. Fortuitously, the Emperor had left. Had he delayed, the ice pack would have melted into water. Tian Cheng toyed with a piece of jewelry received as a reward. The Emperor is quite generous this time. However, I hear he has also granted considerable gifts to the idle prince and lifted his house arrest. The Crown Prince scoffed, offering no response. What of Duke Yuan? A significant number of neutral officials have begun to curry favor with him, to ensure Duke Yuan has the capability to rival the Crown Prince. The Emperor has arranged for many officials to pledge loyalty to him. In a short span, the majority of the neutral faction in court expressed their support for Duke Yuan. Observing the messages from Duke Yuan, the Crown Prince remarked to Tian Cheng, "I never anticipated that most of the neutral officials were aligned with Father. Does he believe we are oblivious to this? Indeed, any sensible official would refrain from backing someone with no chance of claiming the throne." Tian Cheng paused, then added, "Yet, you failed to recognize this before, genuinely believing the Emperor regarded you as his heir." The Crown Prince was momentarily taken aback. "You dare to undermine the sovereign. Be wary of facing charges for such disrespect." "Pay me back," he retorted. The Crown Prince chose silence. Winter has passed, and spring approaches. The scandal surrounding the imperial examinations has officially concluded, with all implicated officials facing confiscation of property and exile, resulting in numerous vacancies within the court. The Emperor believed the Crown Prince would seize this opportunity to place his allies in positions of power, as he had already devised a counter-strategy. Some officials from the Crown Prince's faction are his allies, and he intended for them to take on those roles. However, the Crown Prince continued to feign illness and did not appear, resulting in all those positions being occupied by individuals appointed by the Duke of Duan. Although they were fundamentally loyal to the Emperor, the Duke's influence had risen to a level equal to that of the Crown Prince due to the Emperor's negligence. Consequently, the Crown Prince found himself overshadowed, a circumstance he wished to avoid. His original intention was to elevate the Duke of Duan to instigate a rivalry with the Crown Prince, thereby dismantling the powerful families backing the Crown Prince, allowing him to place more of his own supporters in key positions. Once he had complete control over the court, he would feel secure. However, with the Crown Prince refusing to engage, the situation had devolved into a one-man show for the Emperor, inciting his ire. Summon the Crown Prince to the palace. If the idol prince can attend court, why is the crown prince still unwell? After a while, a young eunuch returned to announce that the crown prince requested an audience. The emperor set aside the memorials, let him in. As the weather warmed, everyone changed out of their heavy winter garments. Yet the crown prince entered wrapped in a thick cloak. I pay my respects to father. The emperor furrowed his brow. Why do you still appear so unwell? The crown prince replied, in response to father. The court physician stated that the sword wound has affected my constitution, and it may take 3 to 5 years to fully recover. The emperor's frown deepened. Rest assured, father, I am much improved, though I am sensitive to the cold. It will not impede my duties. Only then did the emperor recall his purpose for summoning the crown prince. He cleared his throat. You must take care of your health. Do not overexert yourself. Yet, he continued, you are the crown prince, the heir to the throne. If you are outshone by the other princes now, how will the ministers respect you in the future? The crown prince listened in silence, inwardly scoffing. With a face full of deference, he replied, yes, I shall heed father's teachings. As he exited the study, he cast a glance back. What he once perceived as regard turned out to be mere manipulation. He had been naive to believe the emperor possessed genuine affection. No, he did harbor true feelings. But not for him. He did not return to the crown prince's residence, but instead went directly to Jufuzhai, where Tian Cheng and the twins were already waiting. Tian Cheng remarked, has the emperor finally lost his patience? He summoned me today merely to admonish me. Urging a hasty return to court, the Duke of Ru exclaimed, rolling his eyes, does he truly wish to witness the fraternal strife between us? The time is short, the crown prince interjected. Yesterday, word from the imperial hospital indicated that father has been coughing incessantly with blood in his phlegm. The Duke of Duan responded, indeed, that is concerning. The idol prince has yet to establish himself in the court. While many loyal to the emperor exist within the court, their support does not automatically extend to the idol prince. They will back whoever sits on the throne. Tian Cheng nodded. The emperor's influence differs from that of the crown prince. Though the powerful families are few, they control several key positions within the court. His primary aim is to topple the families supporting the crown prince. A glimmer of calculation crossed the crown prince's eyes. If he wishes to see us clash, then let us give him a show. The three exchanged knowing glances, their smiles cunning. Tian Cheng proceeded to the courtyard of Meng Hanyan, who was busy tallying the accounts of his tavern. As Tian Cheng arrived, Meng Hanyan promptly stood up and leapt into his embrace. Tian Cheng settled into a chair, holding him close. Hanyan, he said, there may be some developments soon, and you'll need to move. Meng Hanyan was taken aback, sensing that Tian Cheng was alluding to matters concerning the crown prince. He grasped Tian Cheng's collar, his voice hoarse, I won't leave. Did this man intend to send him away, to face danger alone? He could not permit that. If they were to perish, they would do so together, and in death. They would be bound in a ghostly marriage, ensuring that this man could never escape him in the next life. Tian Cheng stifled a laugh and sighed. Is that so? I had initially planned for you to stay at the Tian residence, but if you prefer otherwise, then so be it. Meng Hanyan's tears rendered Tian Cheng momentarily speechless. What? He exclaimed, as Meng Hanyan's frustration elicited a comical squawk from him. Unable to contain his laughter any longer, Tian Cheng chuckled heartily. Upon witnessing his mirth, Meng Hanyan playfully struck his chest. You scoundrel! You tricked me! Tian Cheng halted his laughter. All right, enough jesting. Things will indeed be tumultuous in the near future. I would feel more at ease if you resided at the Tian residence. Meng Hanyan feigned modesty. Since you've put it that way, I suppose I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Tian Cheng took his hand and gently kissed the back of it. Thank you, young Master Meng, for your graciousness. However, he quickly shifted the topic. Once you settle into the Tian residence, you can no longer frequent the taverns. I will arrange for the daily accounts to be sent to you, and once the situation stabilizes, I shall procure several larger taverns for you. Meng Hanyan shook his head. I have never been fond of such pursuits. My previous desire to open a tavern stemmed from a wish to compete with the Meng family's establishment, but now that the Meng family has fallen, I no longer wish to manage a tavern. Moreover, when we both become busy, we will have less time together. What he dared not express was that his earlier ambition to open a tavern was rooted in the fear that Tian Cheng might one day abandon him. He sought to establish his own career. But now, he felt no such fear and did not wish to force himself into endeavors he did not desire. What do you prefer? Meng Hanyun gazed into Tian Cheng's eyes and slowly replied, First, I cherish you. Second, I delight in brewing wine. Tian Cheng was captivated by the affection in Meng Hanyun's eyes. He wrapped one arm around his waist while the other cradled the nape of his neck, kissing him deeply until Meng Hanyun grew weak and melted into his embrace. I adore you as well. Most profoundly, he murmured. Since you are not inclined to run a tavern, we shall not. I will have a wine cellar built at the Tian residence, exclusively for your brews. Very well. Meng Hanyun then accompanied Tian Cheng in a carriage to the Tian residence, leaving the remaining matters to the servants. Upon their arrival at the opulent abode, Meng Hanyun surveyed the lavish decor and wondered, this does not seem like a place that is unoccupied. Tian Cheng gestured for him to sit. This is my bedroom. Of course, it is inhabited. Meng Hanyun looked at Tian Cheng in astonishment, a smile creeping onto his lips as he bashfully remarked, as an outsider. Is it appropriate for me to reside in the main quarters? What will your siblings think of me? Tian Cheng frowned, outsider. They exchanged glances for a prolonged moment before realization dawned upon them. You have always considered yourself an outsider. You never regarded me as such. Meng Hanyun covered his face in embarrassment, wishing to flee, but Tian Cheng grasped his waist and pinned him against the wall. Hold on. We need to have a serious conversation. What do you mean by outsider? You have left me outside, not in a secluded chamber. What else could it be? Tian Cheng's face was dark with frustration. I have already explained to you the reasons for not taking you back to the Tian residence. You mentioned that once you move in, you cannot go to the front hall. I assumed you intended to seize me forcibly, treating me as a concubine rather than a companion. I never claimed you could not leave the estate. Tian Cheng gritted his teeth as he uttered these words, for he had indeed sensed that Meng Hanyun harbored a misunderstanding about their relationship. He believed that since he had no memories and had not expressed his feelings, Meng Hanyun must have taken them for lovers. He thought this would be the end of it. To his surprise, Meng Hanyun actually considered him as nothing more than a concubine, even less than a lover. Wait a moment. What do you mean by siblings? Did I not mention that I am the only one in my family? Upon hearing this question, any lingering feelings of guilt Meng Hanyun had vanished, and he retorted confidently, with your flirtatious nature, how could there not be others in the inner chambers? All right. Tian Cheng exclaimed 3 times. So this is how I am perceived in your eyes, Hanyun. It is all your fault. 3 years ago, you declared your affection for me, which frightened me into jumping from a carriage. You even established numerous brothels, and everyone says they were for your own gratification. The rumors about you being a libertine abound. How could you expect me to believe you have no one else? Tian Cheng recalled a moment from 3 years prior when he had indeed encountered Meng Hanyun. On that occasion, while discussing matters with a few subordinates of the crown prince, Meng Hanyun had suddenly appeared. Had he not taken Meng Hanyun away, he might have been captured as a spy. After hearing Tian Cheng's explanation, Meng Hanyun felt a pang of guilt and quietly protested, I had no idea. Tian Cheng lifted him and tossed him onto the bed, intent on demonstrating through action just how many individuals resided in his inner chambers. Meng Hanyun lay sprawled on the bed, his face flushed and breathing heavily. Tian Cheng massaged his waist. Now do you believe that you are the only one for me? If you still doubt, I can prove it again. I believe. Do not come again. I might die. Previously, he had thought Tian Cheng to be quite formidable, only to realize now that he had been holding back. No, do it a few more times. Exhaust me completely, and I shall no longer fear you having others. Meng Hanyun clutched his waist and crawled deeper into the bed, but was pulled back by Tian Cheng, who grasped his ankle. Chapter 68. The concubine of the imperial merchant news circulated within the court that the emperor was gravely ill, and governance was temporarily overseen by the crown prince and the Duke of Duan. The crown prince began to consolidate imperial power, leading to a heated dispute with the Duke of Duan, with neither party willing to yield. Sensing the brewing storm, those who had previously maintained neutrality began to align themselves. Both sought to dismantle each other's influence, resulting in many officials being dismissed and investigated. Meanwhile, the emperor, as the orchestrator of these events, paced anxiously within his chambers. When the imperial concubine entered, she found the emperor enraged, shattering a porcelain cup on the ground. A pack of useless fools. I instructed them to trouble the noble families and bring down their members. Yet here we are, and the nobles merely watch the spectacle, while our own people are dismissed. The imperial concubine hurried over to calm the emperor. Your Majesty, please temper your anger and take care of your health. The emperor settled down with the hand of his beloved consort, and the idle king followed suit, closing the door behind him. Do not worry, father. This is merely the beginning. Those who have been dismissed are insignificant officials, their impact negligible. Tian Cheng, concealed in the corner of the room, observed the rosy complexion of the emperor, who bore no semblance of a patient. It appeared that even the crown prince had been deceived. With a subtle flick of his finger, a leaf slipped into the emperor's body. The emperor immediately began to cough, prompting the consort to hastily pour him a glass of water. However, after a prolonged struggle, the cough intensified, culminating in a violent spurt of blood, leaving him unconscious. The sky darkened ominously, thunder rumbling in the distance. Tian Cheng glanced upward, and the ominous clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky once more. The idle king, the central figure, shone dimly, relying on the emperor as an external source of power. To dismantle this power proved far more advantageous than to merely strip him of his prestige. After all, it was not his intention to rebel. In order for the crown prince to ascend the throne justly, it was imperative not to kill the emperor or the idle king directly. Achieving such a feat was sufficient. The next move rested with the crown prince. With the emperor in a state of unconsciousness, the once protected idle king lost his composure. The emperor's supporters, having lost their anchor, became disarrayed, scattered like grains of sand. The idle king lacked the capability to rally them. Those in the know were merely playing their parts, seeking only to provide the crown prince with a legitimate rationale for his ascension. Any dissenting voices against the crown prince were silenced, leaving only the truly neutral factions and those loyal to the crown prince in the court. The crown prince entered the emperor's chamber, gazing at his father, who lay weakly in slumber. The man he had revered for over 20 years, now so frail. He lingered by the emperor's bedside until dusk fell. Outside, the sounds of clashing weapons and chaotic cries echoed. Father, the successor you sought is a fool. Tian Cheng had already conveyed a message to him. That night, the idle king would encircle the emperor's chamber with the imperial guard, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Thus, the crown prince arrived first, awaiting the idle king's approach. As the commotion outside subsided, he stepped forth. The courtyard was strewn with corpses. The third prince, the Rui Wang, clad in armor, led a throng of soldiers to encircle the idle king. Upon seeing the crown prince, the idle king attempted to break free from the encirclement, only to be struck in the thigh by a blade, collapsing to the ground. He glared at the crown prince with resentment, shouting in anger, "You betrayed me. The information I received clearly stated that you were to enter the palace alone." Rui Wang approached, kicking him down. "Fool, you are even more foolish than I. Did you truly believe a mere dozen guards could seize control of the entire palace?" As the idle king fell, he muttered in despair, I have not lost. I have not lost. Father said the throne must be mine. Is that so?" The Dun Wang emerged from the crowd, "For I have seen the imperial edict, which clearly states that the throne is to be passed to His Highness, the crown prince." The idle king froze, shaking his head vigorously. "Impossible. You lie." The Grand Chancellor, standing beside the emperor, respectfully presented the imperial edict. "By the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims." The crowd knelt in reverence. "I have ruled the realm for 55 years, waking early and retiring late, ever mindful of the welfare of the people and the peace of the state." The crown prince, from a young age, exhibited qualities of gentleness, respectfulness, and a keen intellect, diligently absorbing the teachings imparted by the emperor and possessing a profound understanding of governance. Thus, it has been decreed that from the date of this proclamation, the emperor shall abdicate in favor of the crown prince. So be it. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. He repeated frantically, in a state of utter disarray. He seized the imperial edict, which bore the unmistakable handwriting of the emperor, the royal seal appearing genuine. The crown prince rose, approaching him with a drawn sword. The idle prince, in a state of terror, crawled backward, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am your own brother. If you kill me, the historians will record your deeds, and you will be remembered with infamy for eternity." In a swift motion, the crown prince silenced him forever with a single strike. He handed the sword to an attendant, wiping the blood that had splattered onto his face with a handkerchief. An order was dispatched. The idle prince, having plotted rebellion, was executed on the spot. The emperor, enraged, succumbed to a fit of anger, spitting blood and dying. The manner of the emperor's demise is of little consequence. What truly matters is the convergence of time, place, and support. His death, which could have been averted, was hastened by the folly of his own son, who furnished an excellent pretext. With the idle prince deceased, the favored concubine was sent to join the late emperor with a cup of poisoned wine, and it was publicly declared that she had taken her own life out of fear of retribution for her son's treason. With the dust settled, the crown prince had firmly established control over the court, awaiting the coronation ceremony in 3 months, at which point he would ascend the throne with rightful legitimacy. In the imperial study, the Rui prince, clad in a red robe, lounged carelessly in a chair, remarking, "I knew the idle prince was foolish, but I never anticipated he would be so reckless as to act in the palace with a mere handful of guards." The Duan prince chuckled, responding, "He was so well protected by our father that he had come to view the throne as his own." The emperor's sudden downfall left him disoriented, leading to his rash actions. The crown prince shook his head, stating, even if the late emperor favored the concubine, he would not have chosen someone devoid of intelligence. His reckless advance this time must have been spurred on by unseen forces. Tian Cheng, am I correct in my conjecture? Tian Cheng shrugged, indicating that Qin Yinan should elaborate. Qin Yinan rose respectfully, replying, "Your Majesty, I, a mere commoner, drafted a letter to the idle prince in the style of the concubine's notes, merely informing him of the emperor's passing and urging him to contain the news. I did not foresee that upon learning of your presence in the palace, he would opt for direct action." Tian Cheng expressed disdain, saying, "I initially intended to frame him with the charge of treason. I never anticipated he would confirm the accusation himself." The crown prince coughed lightly, thanking them. "I am grateful to all of you, had it relied solely on me. It may not have unfolded so smoothly." The 4 of them clasped their hands in respect, replying, "Your Majesty is too humble. We have merely rendered a small service." 3 months later, following the coronation ceremony, the crown prince attended court for the first time as emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, receiving the homage of the officials. The Rui prince sought clemency to guard the borders, and the Duan prince, concerned for him, requested to accompany the troops. Initially, the Rui prince disagreed, believing his brother's health was inadequate for the rigors of border life. A quarrel ensued, until Tian Cheng produced a pill, which the Duan prince consumed, restoring his health, leading the Rui prince to relent and agree to the arrangement. The emperor bestowed upon him a half of the tiger tally, a relic of which only 2 exist, the other half firmly in the emperor's grasp. Possession of the tally signifies the authority to command troops at will. The Prince of Rui was taken aback, astonished that the emperor would grant him such a privilege. He bowed deeply in gratitude, exhibiting an unprecedented level of respect. The prince, a general, was complimented by the Duke Wang, who served as a strategist. Over the course of 5 years, the two expanded their territory by a third. Qin Yinan did not seek an imperial decree for marriage. As the emperor remarked, "You are unlike Tian Cheng, constrained by family control. Even with my personal sanction, true acceptance is unattainable. In areas beyond my reach, they possess myriad ways to separate you, such as orchestrating the disappearance of you, my adopted son." Ultimately, Qin Yinan requested an opportunity to participate in the imperial examinations. When the decree arrived at the Qi household, the family rejoiced, expressing their heartfelt thanks for the emperor's grace. Qi Ming, upon realizing his brother's aspirations for an official career, discarded his former frivolous demeanor and began to study commerce, eventually taking over the business association founded by Tian Cheng. Their romance, while known to their families, became a matter of indifference. As one was a high-ranking official and the other managed the capital's business association, figures beyond their control. They could only turn a blind eye and, when necessary, provide cover for them. Tian Cheng returned to the Tian residence, holding the marriage decree. Meng Hanyan joyfully leaped into his embrace, clinging to him like a koala. Tian Cheng, embracing this gesture, guided her to a reclining chair, allowing her to rest against him. Meng Hanyan felt an uncomfortable pressure against her chest. Her hand slipped into Tian Cheng's garment and encountered a long, rectangular object. Upon retrieving it, a brilliant yellow caught her eye. "What is this?" Tian Cheng replied, his eyes twinkling. The marriage decree. Meng Hanyan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes soon brimming with tears. Tian Cheng was to marry? The emperor himself had sanctioned this union, and it was likely a princess he would wed. Were it a commoner, she might have dared to contest it, but this was an imperial command. Even if she managed to abduct Tian Cheng, what then? She would be condemned for defying the emperor. Tian Cheng was not only her benefactor, but also her beloved. She did not wish to ruin him. Meng Hanyan felt utterly powerless, having previously resolved that if Tian Cheng could not be with her, she would take her own life. Yet now, she found herself incapable of such actions. Tian Cheng observed her expression, pouting as if on the verge of tears, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. He surmised that she had misunderstood, her mind likely racing with wild thoughts. "Oh, my little ancestor, could we at least open it first? Is it rather excessive to condemn me to death outright?" His tone was laden with exasperation. Meng Hanyan regained her composure and, heeding Tian Cheng's words, cautiously opened the decree. Their names appeared prominently upon it. Upon reading its contents, tears streamed down her face, a mixture of laughter and sorrow. As Tian Cheng wiped her tears, he teased, "So reluctant to marry me?" Meng Hanyan vigorously shook her head, choked with emotion. "Not at all. I am overjoyed." However, she pointed to the decree. "It states that you are to marry me, because I wish to marry you. My husband, would you take me?" Meng Hanyan cradled Tian Cheng's face and, with fervor, pressed her lips to his, responding amidst kisses, I would be delighted." Tian Cheng embraced the excited individual, responding to him with warmth. Occasionally, passing servants, caught off guard by the commotion in the courtyard, felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment and hurriedly departed. Inside the imperial study, the emperor gazed at Tian Cheng in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that I decree your marriage?" The emperor glanced at the tall figure of Tian Cheng, then recalled the delicate young man he had only seen once. Surely, it could not be as he imagined. Tian Cheng nodded, observing the emperor's shocked and puzzled expression, and explained with a hint of exasperation. "He always doubted that I would be devoted to him alone. If I were to be his wife, with the imperial edict blessing our union, he need not worry about my taking another husband or concubines." Upon hearing Tian Cheng's explanation, the emperor let out a sigh of relief. "Ah, I thought it might be something else. I shall draft the decree for you now." Following Meng Hanyan's strong recommendation, the wedding date was set for the nearest auspicious day, which was merely 2 weeks away. As the groom, Meng Hanyan had much to prepare, including a pair of wild geese, which proved to be a challenge for him, as he had never used a bow and arrow before. However, the significance of personally hunting the geese for the wedding was paramount. He practiced until his hands were sore and blistered, finally succeeding in capturing a pair of splendid geese the day before the engagement. Tian Cheng tenderly applied ointment to Meng Hanyan's wounds, but Meng Hanyan paid little heed, joyfully conversing with Tian Cheng. "I managed to catch several geese, but this pair is the largest and has the finest plumage. Do you like them?" "I do, thank you, my husband." Meng Hanyan shyly lowered his head, still unaccustomed to Tian Cheng addressing him in such an endearing manner. 3 days before the wedding, according to custom, the couple was not permitted to meet. Reluctantly, Meng Hanyan departed from Tian Cheng, comforting himself with the thought that it was merely 3 days apart, and enduring this brief separation would lead to a lifetime together. Upon returning to the Meng residence, where the family restaurant had closed, Tian Cheng had purchased the place and gifted it to Meng Hanyan. In the dead of night, Meng Hanyan tossed and turned in bed, the absence of the familiar scent beside him rendering sleep impossible. Knock, knock, knock. The window was rapped upon. and Meng Hanyun jolted upright, swiftly moving to open it. The two locked eyes, one standing outside and the other leaning against the window ledge. Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating them both and revealing the profound love reflected in each other's gaze. On the day of the wedding, Meng Hanyun rode to Tian's residence to fetch his bride. The two rode together to the Meng residence, but, after a brief circuit, returned once more to Tian's estate. The onlookers in the street buzzed with chatter. I never imagined that Lord Tian, the wealthiest man in the capital, would marry another man. What sight these two make! What of it? This is an imperial decree. Are you questioning our wise and mighty emperor? I said nothing of the sort. Do not misrepresent me. Let us set aside the matter of two men marrying. Look at that 108 dowries. It seems they've emptied the entire Tian estate. What does it matter? Although Lord Tian is nominally the one marrying, I've heard the other is coming into the family. He won't even be able to take a concubine, effectively cutting off the line. What a tragedy. Nearby, a woman listening to their gossip scoffed, thinking to herself how little these people understood. A wife for one, a son-in-law for another, unless they part ways. They shall remain each other's sole companion for a lifetime. What a magnificent love story this is, truly moving. Chapter 70. The concubine of the imperial merchant, and, both donned in wedding attire, they together leaped over the fire pit. After exchanging bows as husband and wife, they did not proceed to the bridal chamber. Instead, they raised their glasses to toast the guests. The wedding banquet was modest, attended only by friends from both sides. Laughter and merriment filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Qi Ming discreetly clasped Qin Yinen's hand beneath the table, and she reciprocated, their fingers entwined. We shall have our moment too. Just then, a servant announced the arrival of Prince Duan and Prince Rui. Before Prince Rui entered, his hearty laughter resonated. Congratulations, Master Tian, on your joyous nuptials. My brother and I have come to partake in your celebratory wine. The guests rose to greet them, and Prince Duan waved dismissively. There is no need for formality. We are merely here to congratulate Master Tian and Master Meng on their marriage. Prince Duan presented a box to Tian Cheng, saying, "This is a wedding gift from His Majesty." Tian Cheng accepted it, but instructed the servant to set it aside, replying, "Thank you for His Majesty's generosity." Leaning closer, Prince Duan whispered in Tian Cheng's ear, "Do you truly not comprehend His Majesty's intentions?" Tian Cheng responded, "His Majesty bears the weight of the realm. How could a humble citizen like myself fathom his thoughts?" Prince Duan laughed heartily, eliciting curious glances from Prince Rui. Ever since his health improved, he seemed transformed, losing the gravitas he once possessed. The banquet continued until midnight, with guests being escorted away by their servants in a drunken stupor. Finally, Tian Cheng and Meng Hanyun returned to their chamber. The wedding room was adorned with their own handiwork. Tian Cheng sat on the bed, placing the red veil over his face, and said to Meng Hanyun, "Beloved, it is time to lift the veil." As Meng Hanyun approached, he felt as though the weight of the world rested upon his hands. As the veil was slowly lifted, Meng Hanyun gazed at Tian Cheng's face and smiled, saying, "My dear wife, you are exceedingly beautiful tonight." Tian Cheng smiled back, replying, "Husband, promise me you will only love me." Indeed, though they had been wed for 3 years, their bond remained as strong as ever. However, Tian Cheng sensed a peculiar change in his wife lately. She seemed to deliberately avoid him. For instance, during meals, she no longer served him food, and whenever their eyes met, she would quickly avert her gaze. Just last night, when Tian Cheng sought her affection, she rebuffed him, claiming fatigue and a desire for early rest. Could Tian Cheng endure this? He decided to tolerate it. Biting into his pillow, he lamented to 745. "This is the first time she has refused me." At that moment, 745 was in the space, sharing a bag of chips with a little bird. Startled by Tian Cheng's melancholy voice, causing him to fumble and crush the chips in his hand. "Little orange, do you wish to frighten me to death? He no longer loves me. He has rejected me," Tian Cheng lamented. 745, unable to bear Tian Cheng's sudden emotional outburst, promptly muted himself and the little bird. "Let us ignore him, birdie, and enjoy these chips." This red braised flavor is quite delightful. In the stillness of the night, Tian Cheng opened his eyes, gazing at the sleeping figure of Meng Hanyun, a complex expression crossing his face. Embracing his waist, she sighed and succumbed to slumber. Meng Hanyun kept her eyes shut, merely resting her hand upon Tian Cheng's. The following day, as Tian Cheng observed the individual engaged in winemaking, he suddenly exclaimed, "Little fox, what is it?" Meng Hanyun instinctively replied. As the words escaped her lips, she realized her folly and attempted to flee, only to be ensnared by a vine that wrapped tightly around her waist, pulling her back. Tian Cheng drew her into his embrace, the vine constricting around their waists, rendering Meng Hanyun immobile. "Tian Cheng, please calm down. Allow me to explain." She covered her face with her hands, unable to meet his gaze. "Very well. Then enlighten me. When did you regain your memories?" Meng Hanyun lowered her head, avoiding his piercing eyes, and replied softly, "Just a few days ago." "What do you remember?" "Everything." "Does that include the memories of the little world?" "Yes." "Why didn't you tell me?" His tone remained calm, yet the vine binding them grew tighter. "Tian Cheng, my waist hurts. I can hardly breathe." As she uttered those words, she felt the grip loosen slightly, though it did not fully relent. "The restrictions on my soul fragments were also your doing," Tian Cheng stated assertively. "I did not intend for it to happen. In order to save me, you consumed your true form. When I awoke, you had vanished. I sought your soul, but could not find it. Later, the Heavenly Emperor informed me that you had divided your soul into 30,000 parts to transcend. Hence, I too scattered my soul in search of you, intending to protect you during your tribulation. The process was smooth, yet for reasons unknown, several fragments fell beyond my control, forcibly imposing restrictions that kept you in the little world. I could not retrieve your fragments, and my soul became trapped here. Upon your entry into the little world, I followed, but an accident befell my soul fragments during the merging, sealing away my true form's memories. I do not understand how this world could restore itself. Why didn't you inform me at the first opportunity? I was afraid. I did not dare to speak." "Afraid of what?" "Afraid that I would hold you accountable once I learned the truth, or that I might strike you." Meng Hanyun shook her head. "Neither. I feared that you would not wish to see the former me and would leave." "Hanyun, you do not trust me. You did not believe I would help you before, and you do not believe I love you now." A single tear fell upon Meng Hanyun's hand, and upon lifting her gaze, she beheld Tian Cheng's tear-streaked face. "Do not cry. It is not as you think. I was wrong. I apologize." In a flurry, she attempted to wipe away his tears. She had never witnessed such vulnerability in Tian Cheng, her heart racing as she repeated her apologies. "Simply saying sorry is insufficient. I must make amends." Meng Hanyun quickly agreed, willing to do anything to bring him joy. "I wish to forge a soul contract with you," Tian Cheng declared emphatically. They would each divide a part of their souls, completing the other's, thus entwining their fates, living and dying together, never to part. "No, that is not possible," Meng Hanyun panicked, refusing. "You are the primordial being of the divine realm. Your lifespan is eternal, whereas mine has an end." "I do not wish to." After their kiss, Tian Cheng released him and remarked, "What use is a body that lives long when my heart had already perished the moment I beheld you lying there, drenched in blood? I wish to never endure that agony again. I am uncertain if I possess the strength to rescue you once more. I implore you, promise me." Without awaiting Meng Hanyun's response, he directly severed his soul. The pale, orange, translucent essence floated in the air. "If you do not acquiesce, I shall obliterate this soul entirely." "No, that would inflict great harm upon you." "Then use your own to restore me." Meng Hanyun gazed into Tian Cheng's obsessive eyes and slowly nodded. "Very well." The fiery red fragments of his soul filled the void within Tian Cheng, while Meng Hanyun absorbed the orange hue. Clutching his chest, Meng Hanyun realized that his love was no less than Tian Cheng's. The merging of their souls allowed them to feel each other's emotions. The intensity of love emanating from the other drove both into a frenzy, urgently needing to express themselves. In the void, 745 idly groomed the little bird's feathers. "It has been half a month. Why has the confinement not been lifted?" Leaning against Tian Cheng's chest, Meng Hanyun felt both fatigued and drowsy. Yet Tian Cheng's occasional movements thwarted his attempts to sleep. He pushed against Tian Cheng, hoping to extricate himself, but was embraced even tighter. "Ah, little orange, I am so tired. I wish to sleep." "Go ahead and sleep. I will keep you company. Please step out first. Your grip is too tight for me to rest." "Not a chance. Sleep like this. It is your punishment for not trusting me." Meng Hanyun sighed. For the past 10 days, every time he expressed a desire to refuse, Tian Cheng would gaze at him with pitiful eyes. He claimed to still be upset and insisted on compensation. Unable to bear Tian Cheng's distressed demeanor, Meng Hanyun found himself compromising. Yet, he truly could not deny Tian Cheng. "Then please, remain still." "All right, my dear wife." Chapter 71, Second World Epilogue 1. My name is Li Wenxuan, and I am the second in our university dormitory. The tall and sturdy individual known as Yu Jishu is our dorm leader and my partner. The third, Pei Hanyun, is universally recognized as the most handsome among us. The Samoyed beside us is the fourth, named by Yang. To recount how my partner and I came to be, we must begin with a rather dramatic incident. On the day of university registration, the heat was unbearable. As I dragged my suitcase towards the dormitory, sweat accidentally trickled into my eyes. While I bent down to rub them, I collided with someone. This person was tall and muscular, and the impact made my nose sting. Compounded by the sweat in my eyes, tears uncontrollably streamed down my face. I apologized while sobbing. However, I was perplexed by his reaction. He insisted on carrying me to the hospital. Although I lacked funds, he was adorned in designer brands, exuding an air of privilege. I certainly could not engage in a scam. After much insistence on my part that I was fine, he finally set me down. My initial impression of him was that of a muscle-bound brute devoid of intellect. Afterwards, we parted ways, and I assumed this was merely a fleeting episode. Even if we were to cross paths on campus, we would remain strangers to one another. To my astonishment, just as I arrived at the dormitory, barely able to catch my breath, I heard that voice again. "Hello, do you live here too?" Raising my gaze, I was met once more by that boorish fellow. What a twisted fate this was. Despite the turmoil within, I managed to maintain a polite smile. Indeed, what a coincidence. He scratched his head and grinned at me. "My name is Yu Jishu, but I do not yet know yours." With such a rugged appearance, his name was surprisingly poetic. "I am Li Wenxuan." "Oh, got it. I'll remember that." My second impression of him was one of endearing foolishness. Soon enough, the other two occupants of the dormitory arrived. One was quite handsome, though dressed in faded clothes with scant luggage, suggesting a modest background. The other had hair dyed white and entered with a smile, resembling a Samoyed. "Hello. I am by Yang Yanggong Yang, the son's Yang." The attractive individual introduced himself next. "Hello, I am Pei Hanyun." With Bai Yang's exuberance, our dormitory quickly became familiar. However, Pei Hanyun moved out in the second semester of his freshman year, citing the convenience of part-time work. I truly admired him. Aside from class and sleep, he was either working or on his way to work. Eventually, we learned that he was an orphan, attending Haicheng to find his adopted brother. Thus, we offered him our assistance whenever possible. To my surprise, Yu Jishu, over time, revealed a nurturing side that belied his earlier clumsiness. My third impression of him was that of a male mother. In our dormitory, there was a robust and caring figure like a male mother and a cheerful, vivacious, angelic Samoyed. This combination was undeniably delightful. Though I'm not an orphan, my situation bore similarities. My parents divorced when I was 13, each forming new families, unwilling to bear the burden of a dependent. Fortunately, they provided me with a home and a modest monthly allowance, enough to stave off hunger. At 13, I began to learn to live independently, a journey that continued until my 18th birthday, coinciding with the end of my college entrance examination. On that very day, they severed all ties with me, declaring that I had grown up and they were no longer obligated to care for me. I had long anticipated this day, so I was not particularly saddened. To cover my tuition and living expenses, I commenced writing online literature. As a fan of boys' love stories, I naturally gravitated towards this theme in my writing. I maintained a group where I occasionally share my musings. With an itch to write, I penned some snippets involving Yu Jishu and Bai Yang. To my surprise, once shared in the group, Many clamored for further installments. Subsequently, during my writing breaks, I would compose segments about them and post them in the group, never revealing their true names, referring to them only as Big Brother and Fourth Brother. However, an unfortunate turn of events soon transpired. Yuzixu remains oblivious to how he discovered my penchant for writing novels, having even perused my works. This revelation fills me with embarrassment. Surely he does not presume I am gay. Though I delve into the realm of boys' love in my writing, I am, in truth, a heterosexual man. Purely so. In order to safeguard this secret, I found myself compelled to acquiesce to numerous inequitable arrangements. For instance, I organized his final notes, provided him with massages post-exercise, and crafted keychains from an array of materials he insisted I procure, all while he insisted on wearing one of them. In my frustration, I composed a humorous piece about him and shared it within our group. That very night, he climbed into my bed, urging me to read aloud from my work. Word by word, right in my ear. To my astonishment, he had infiltrated my fan group. I was utterly oblivious to his presence. How is it that the words I penned with such fervor could render me so mortified when spoken aloud? As if that were not sufficient. He queried whether I had ever genuinely experienced the scenarios I'd written about. Being straight, how could I have? He then placed my hand upon his taut abdomen, inquiring if I wished to explore further. My heart raced. Could it be that he desired to seduce me? Nevertheless, his abs were indeed a delight to touch, not rigid, but rather impressively firm yet yielding. Clearly, my previous portrayal of hard abs in my writing was misguided. I shall need to revise my descriptions henceforth, though I remain curious about the texture of pectoral muscles. It was not until I heard a muffled groan that I realized my hand lingered on Yuzix's body. I withdrew my hand in haste, feeling a rush of heat flood my face, wishing desperately to find a crevice to hide within. Despite my embarrassment, I did not turn away. I feared that doing so would jeopardize my dignity. From that day forth, Yuzixu began to entice me whenever we were alone. He remarked that I had never experienced a romantic relationship or interacted with men, asserting that writing novels in isolation lacked authenticity. I dismissed his claims with a scoff. Yet, in my latest narrative, readers began to inquire whether I had a boyfriend, noting how vividly I depicted the sensation of abs. Admittedly, I felt a flicker of intrigue. I acquiesced to his proposal, clarifying that I am a straight man and that my intentions are solely to gather material for my writing. I studied him intently, and he was quite accommodating, though I maintained a respectful distance. After all, I am a straight man. How could I engage in anything more intimate with another male? I continued to share my musings about him and my friend, Old Four, within the group, not out of any other intention, but to convey my disinterest. Perhaps it seemed a bit callous, but to preserve my own dignity, I deemed it necessary to be a bit of a rogue. Each time I share my reflections, he would pull me aside into secluded corners, threatening that if I continued to write, he would enact the very scenes I penned upon me. Defiant, I persisted in my writing. Chapter 72, The Second World, Extra 2. A significant event transpired concerning Old Three. He had located his brother, who appeared to be quite affluent. I was genuinely pleased for him, as this little sourpuss could finally ease his burdens. One day, during class, I was fervently typing away on my phone. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder. Startled, I quickly stashed my phone away, only to look up and find the two protagonists from my story glaring at me. Yu Jishu remarked that Pei Hanyun seemed rather peculiar today, which caused both of them considerable concern, prompting them to ask me to inquire about what had transpired. Upon asking, I was met with a rather sensational revelation. Pei Hanyun's newly discovered younger brother is not of blood relation, and they have entered into a romantic relationship. Yu Jishu and Baiyang fear that he might be deceived and have been persistently advising him against this. I too harbored some worry, yet my mind was flooded with thoughts of forbidden terms like forbidden love and younger partners, fueling my excitement to embark on a new writing endeavor. Yu Jishu brought me back to reality, urging me to counsel Pei Hanyun as well. However, witnessing the sheer happiness radiating from Pei Hanyun rendered my tongue tied. I could only muster the question, "Are you certain he loves you?" Pei Hanyun offered me an unequivocal affirmation. With that, I ceased my attempts to dissuade him, wishing nothing but happiness for this little bitter melon, for I am indeed a staunch admirer of sweet narratives. Should that man dare to betray our beloved Hanyun, I may not possess many talents, but I can certainly cast him as a mere rag in my writings, assigning him an unsightly antagonist. As summer vacation approached in our third year, Pei Hanyun packed his belongings and departed, greeted by his boyfriend. Standing on the balcony, observing the two together, I felt a pang of envy. They were not only lovers, but also kin to one another. Lao Si sighed, so that is Sanji's boyfriend. He seems quite affluent, and they appear well-matched. Yu Jishu scoffed, what good is wealth? The wealthier one is, the more romantic they tend to be. Indeed, wealthy individuals are often the most sentimental. But what of you? Are you one to indulge in romance? I quickly stifled my thoughts, and, in an effort to divert attention, deliberately asked him, brother, why do you hold such strong opinions about Lao San's boyfriend? My mind, steeped in a narrative of writing, wondered if I had misjudged the pairings. Could it be that the eldest actually harbors feelings for the third? He gave me a light tap, warning me against writing about him and others. Though I feigned defiance, claiming I would write regardless, I ultimately ceased to do so thereafter. He had professed his affection for me on multiple occasions, all of which I had rebuffed. Not out of lack of feeling, for I had long recognized my affection for him. Yet I dare not accept it. Our family backgrounds were too disparate. Although Yu Jishu never spoke of his family, his attire and daily expenses clearly indicated he hailed from a wealthy household. Could such a family accept their son having a boyfriend? The norms of marriage often dictate a match in social standing, particularly when it comes to men, especially one who possesses nothing. Bai Yong also began to gather his belongings to return home, leaving me to the solitude of my own company. I contemplated extending my stay a few more days, departing only after Yu Jishu had left. He inquired if I wished to go out for a late-night snack, to which I acquiesced. After our meal, we strolled back to campus. The gentle night breeze caressed us, bringing comfort, and I wished for this moment to linger longer. As we rounded a corner, Yu Jishu abruptly pressed me against the wall. I did not resist his kiss, responding with fervor. He professed his love once more, and after much contemplation, I consented, for I could hear the rhythm of my heartbeat, growing stronger and quicker. I pondered, could this be the sensation of a heart in flutter? I remained uncertain as to why I had agreed to him. Perhaps it was the sight of Pei Hanyun's happiness that stirred within me a desire to experience the sensation of being loved. Or perhaps it was the brilliance of the moon tonight, casting a gentle glow upon Yu Jishu. Regardless of the reason, I consented and shall not retract my promise. I have no intention of disrupting the bond he shares with his parents. Should I encounter resistance from Yu Jishu's family in the future, we could part ways then. At least I would have experienced it. Our first encounter took place in a hotel. Our theoretical knowledge was unparalleled, yet our practical experience was non-existent. Consequently, that night was somewhat uncomfortable, but fortunately, no calamity ensued. Thus, we found ourselves in a relationship. I did not return to that vacant house for the entire summer. He too stayed away from home. When I inquired about his absence, he remarked that perhaps it was best not to return to that place. He confided in me about his family, revealing that they were wealthier than I had imagined. His parents had entered into a marriage of convenience, and he was born in their first year of union. After that, they pursued their separate indulgences, producing one illegitimate child after another. He had long wished to sever ties with them. As he spoke of his desire for love over wealth, I playfully tapped his head, exclaiming, "What am I, then, with neither money nor love? Am I to be regarded as pitiful?" I briefly recounted my own background, and before I knew it, he was in tears, requiring my consolation. It was exhausting. Subsequently, I cannot fathom what prompted him, but he resolved to return and inherit the family business. He expressed his intention to use his parents' wealth to support me. After some contemplation, I found the notion acceptable. It would be better for those illegitimate children to benefit me rather than him. I certainly would not shy away from indulging in my boyfriend's resources. I harbored no fear of our relationship being discovered by Yu Jishu's family, especially considering I planned to part ways with him. I was kept hidden, engaged in a clandestine romance, while observing the third brother and his partner openly together, feeling a twinge of envy. Yet, I had no grievances regarding my current situation. After all, if my relationship with Yu Jishu were to come to light, there would only be two outcomes. Either we would break up, or he would be disowned. Gazing at the person nestled in my embrace, it seemed the latter would be the case. That simply could not transpire. I intended to enjoy a life of comfort without the burden of supporting a young man with a pale complexion and a sun-kissed face. I envisioned his parents presenting me with a check for $5 million to sever ties with their son, but I remained clear-headed. $5 million versus the entirety of the Yu family's future wealth was a gamble I was willing to take. Our romance was eventually discovered by the fourth brother, whom I had intended to keep in the dark. After all, there were 4 of us in the dormitory, and 3 were gay. It felt rather exhilarating. Nevertheless, he was surprisingly accepting and showed little astonishment. He merely asked who played the dominant role, to which I replied it was him, and he countered that it was I. 3 years after graduation, Jishu had taken complete control of the company. Truly impressive. He was indeed the man I had chosen. Yu Jishu promptly proposed to me, allowing us to stand together openly. On the day of our wedding, Pei Hanyun arrived with his boyfriend. Witnessing the joy radiating from his face filled me with happiness as well. Bai Yang arrived with his girlfriend, a girl who, like him, radiated warmth and joy akin to a little sun. His girlfriend playfully remarked, expressing gratitude to the 3 brothers for not breaking apart their bond, and for leaving me with a companion. I concealed a smile behind Yu Jishu. Bai Yang would remain oblivious to the fact that I had once inscribed him into a romantic narrative. Shortly after this essay was shared in the group, Yu Jishu approached and embraced Li Wenxuan, exclaiming, "Darling, have you forgotten? I am also in the group. We need to have a proper discussion tonight about what it means to be reckless." Damn, how could I have forgotten this? Not good. My old back won't hold up. Chapter 73. Yu Jishu's diary entry 1 today marked the beginning of the new semester, and I inadvertently collided with someone. He was my height, quite slender, and looked distinctly undernourished. Nevertheless, his complexion was fair, and as beads of sweat appeared on his face, the sunlight made him glisten. Upon closer inspection, I noticed fine fuzz on his cheeks, reminiscent of a freshly washed peach, quite charming indeed. However, he appeared somewhat fragile. A mere bump caused him to tear up, startling me, as I feared I'd caused him some harm. I attempted to assist him to the hospital, but he struggled fiercely, much like when I bathed my rebellious child at home. With no choice but to release him, I ensured he was unharmed before departing. By the way, he wore a pair of glasses, presenting an air of scholarly refinement. He was truly quite handsome. I assumed we would never cross paths again, yet by sheer coincidence, we became roommates. He smiled at me, and he too must have felt a sense of destiny. His name, Li Wenxuan, is delightful. As the dormitory leader, he must refer to me as Big Brother. Haha. Having such a younger brother seems rather appealing, far superior to those illegitimate offspring of Lao Deng. Moreover, he is more visually pleasing. Entry 2 today is Saturday. Bai Yang has returned home, and Pei Hanyun moved out long ago. Li Wenxuan went to the library and has not returned even by evening. It began to rain outside. Though light, it seemed he left without an umbrella. I texted him, but he did not respond, which made me a bit anxious. After all, I consider him my younger brother, and it is only natural for an elder brother to show concern. I intended to check the library, but just as I grabbed my umbrella, he returned. He was drenched, his hair dripping with water. Upon seeing the umbrella in my hand, he inquired if I was going out. I remained silent, feeling a bit upset. Why would he choose to endure the rain rather than inform me? I pushed him into the bathroom, insisting he take a shower immediately or he would catch a cold. I went to the infirmary to procure some cold medicine, and upon my return, he had already showered. His hair was swept back, and he wore no glasses, presenting a demeanor that felt entirely different from his usual self. I cannot quite articulate the sensation, but I knew my heart raced a little faster. I handed him the medicine, advising him to take one if he felt unwell tonight. He thanked me. I noticed a tiny, red mole at the corner of his right eye, which was quite attractive. I asked him why he hadn't replied to my messages. He explained that his phone had died. Very well, I forgave him. Entry 3, I have discovered a secret about Li Wenxuan. He was secretly writing online literature, and I stumbled upon his pen name, which led me to discover the novels he authored. To my astonishment, 2 men could indeed fall in love. This revelation opened the door to a new world for me. After enduring over half a month, I devoured all of his novels in one breath. Why did Li Wenxuan write such stories? Did he have an affinity for men? I found myself inexplicably excited. Subsequently, I eagerly awaited his updates daily, leaving comments and tips to encourage him. Gradually, he began to take notice of me and invited me to join his fan group, where occasional perks would be offered. Naturally, I was eager to join. Within the group, I discovered my own fan fiction. Why do you think I would be fond of the character known as Old Four? Consequently, I read his author name aloud in his presence. He indeed became flustered, pleading with me not to disclose it. I certainly wouldn't, for fear that the novels I adored might cease updating. However, I didn't let him off the hook easily. I made him serve me tea, offer massages, and enjoy the attentions of a younger admirer. After all, he dared to write about my relationship with Old Four. If he was to write, he ought to do it well. A name flickered through my mind, leaving me momentarily stunned. Why did Li Wenxuan come to mind? I wasn't naive. I knew the truth. I liked him. In my diary, I noted how slightly panicked I felt upon realizing my affection for Li Wenxuan. How had I not recognized my attraction to men before? For several days, I hesitated to meet his gaze, yet I found myself drawn to him. Once I acknowledged my feelings, I perceived every gesture and expression of his as endearing. I didn't dwell on my confusion for long. If I liked him, I would pursue him. After all, he was writing boys' love fiction, which suggested he might share my inclinations. I devised an elaborate plan to win his heart, yet it seemed futile. He barely acknowledged my presence. Observing a recent piece he had posted in the group, amusingly titled Mop Literature, I noticed a character resembling me, a burly man depicted in various compromising situations. Perhaps I should resort to seduction? Under the cover of night, I climbed into his bed, urging him to read that article aloud to me. I even invited him to touch my abs, and to my delight, he was quite taken with it. Seizing the opportunity, I remarked that many of his descriptions of the body in his narratives were inaccurate. I suggested he could gather material from my physique, assuring him I wouldn't mind at all. Initially, he was reluctant, but after I commented on how his portrayal of abs was much more realistic, he relented. He was so timid, only daring to observe. His ears flushed a rosy hue, which was utterly charming. In my diary, I recorded another surprising revelation. Old Three was also gay and was in a relationship with a younger brother with whom he shared no blood relation. Standing above, I watched the two of them radiate happiness, and honestly, I felt a pang of envy. Noticing the glimmer in Li Wenxuan's eyes, I mistakenly thought he had finally come to terms with his feelings and was ready to officially date me. Yet to my dismay, he was likely concocting scenarios in his mind about my unrequited affection for Old Three. Unable to contain myself, I playfully tapped his forehead. What a dense fellow. The following day, Baiyang packed his bags to return home. I had no desire to return to my own house, and for reasons unknown, Li Wenxuan remained behind as well. I suggested we go out for a late-night snack. We enjoyed barbecue delicacies by the roadside, and after our meal, we took our time strolling back to school. The street lights shone brightly, illuminating Li Wenxuan's face with clarity. As I passed a corner, I could not help but push him against the wall. I kissed him, and he did not resist. I immersed myself in the kiss. When we parted, a silver thread lingered between us. I confessed my feelings. It was not my first declaration of love. I had anticipated rejection, as in previous encounters. Yet this time, the moment of waiting stretched on, unnervingly long. Then I heard him say, "All right." That night, we went to a hotel. I procured ample provisions. The experience was not entirely seamless, but fortunately, his theoretical knowledge was exceptional and no one was harmed. Even in slumber, Li Wenxuan appeared strikingly handsome. Diary of Yu Jishu 6. I felt immense sorrow. I believed my childhood, devoid of parental love, was pitiable enough. I never imagined that Li Wenxuan had endured even greater hardships. I wanted to care for him anew. Thus, I returned to that household. Those funds meant for illegitimate offspring were better spent on nurturing my beloved. I began to engage in family affairs, vying for inheritance. One by one, I trampled over those who stood in my way. Observing the news of the wedding between the third son and his partner filled me with guilt, for I could not yet reveal Li Wenxuan's existence to my family. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly seek to tear us apart, perhaps even harm him. I could not take that risk. Li Wenxuan, unfazed, was willing to engage in a clandestine romance. His love for me was profound, and I vowed to cherish him for a lifetime. Diary of Yu Jishu 7. I have grown old, my hair graying and my face lined with wrinkles. Li Wenxuan has aged too, yet he remains remarkably handsome. How wonderful it is that I wish to be with him in the next life. Chapter 74. The Substitute Bride of the Insect Prince. 1. A gentle reminder, this world features offspring. Please tread cautiously. If you dislike, feel free to skip. The father-son rivalry mentioned by readers in the comments has been removed. Now, it is merely a normal depiction of offspring relying on their two fathers. Do not echo others' comments thoughtlessly. Should anyone speak out of turn, I may have to reprimand you. Upon arriving in the new world, Tian Cheng stood at the door, gripping the doorknob, seemingly poised to enter. As soon as he arrived in this realm, he discovered that the restraints on his soul fragments had vanished, indicating that he could leave this little world at any moment. Tian Cheng nodded in satisfaction. What did this signify? It meant that his beloved trusted him. Regardless of the absence of restraints, he would still seek out his partner in this world. He did not linger on the thought and continued his motion. Pushing the door open, there in the center of the room knelt a figure. The person was bare-chested, kneeling gracefully, with short hair and well-defined muscles, adorned with golden symbols that resembled runes, exuding an indescribable allure. The figure held a whip aloft, head bowed, not looking at Tian Cheng, though the face was obscured. Tian Cheng recognized at once that this was his partner. My word, such a grand display upon arrival. Tian Cheng felt a rush of blood to his head. Upon hearing the door open, Fu Hanyun raised his arms even higher. Please punish me, my lord. Tian Cheng, seemingly hesitant yet devoid of doubt, approached and took the whip from his wife's hand. The moment the whip was in his grasp, he felt an unsettling weight. It was constructed from what appeared to be a heavy metallic chain, adorned with a multitude of sharp barbs. One strike from this whip would surely strip away a layer of skin. This was not right. Fu Hanyun, who had been waiting for the whip to descend, looked up in confusion and met Tian Cheng's gaze. Momentarily stunned, he quickly lowered his head. Forgive me, I did not intend to gaze upon you. Tian Cheng was also taken aback. Although his wife spoke with a tone of submission, he had seen the unwillingness in her eyes. Her expression marked by a reluctant acceptance of defeat. Most importantly, she no longer recognized him. Curse it, he had thought that in this new world, he could enjoy a honeymoon-like existence with her. Tian Cheng flung the whip to the ground, producing a resounding thud that created a small dent in the hardwood floor. The sudden noise startled Fu Hanyun, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Feeling a pang of concern, Tian Cheng rushed to lift her from the floor, but he faltered on his first attempt. Embarrassed, he discreetly channeled his energy into his arms and exerted himself again, successfully lifting her this time. He sighed in relief. It was indeed humiliating. This could not be solely his fault. He had discovered that the height difference between them in this life was even more exaggerated than in the ABO world. He gently placed her on the bed and pulled the quilt over her, wrapping her snugly. It wasn't that Tian Cheng wished to play the virtuous gentleman. Rather, he was still uncertain about the nature of their relationship. If, like in his previous life, she were to label him as an outsider, he would have no place to weep. You rest for now. I shall step out for a moment. With that, he quickly exited the room, unaware of the expression on Fu Hanyun's face, which no longer bore traces of unwillingness, endurance, or fear, but rather excitement at the success of her schemes and an overwhelming possessiveness gleaming in her eyes. Tian Cheng slammed the door shut, inwardly shouting for 745. Get out here, and quickly reveal the plot of this world to me. 745 was busy in her space, collecting the feathers shed by the little sparrow, preparing to fashion a feathered skirt for herself. Startled by Tian Cheng's sudden outburst, she scattered the freshly gathered feathers, sending white plumes swirling everywhere. Little Orange, you startled me. She leaped out of her space, landing atop Tian Cheng's head, bouncing as she chastised him. Tian Cheng caught a feather that floated before him, furrowing his brow. You brought that little bird back? Momentarily silenced by the shock of Tian Cheng's question, 745 stammered. Well, isn't it terribly boring having just one? It's hard to find something to play with. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Tian Cheng rubbed his forehead. What did you feed it? A bird shouldn't live this long. Just a spirit awakening pill, she replied. The Spirit Awakening Pill is a type of elixir in the realm of cultivation that grants sentience to animals that have yet to awaken their intelligence. Typically, cultivators administer it to young demon beasts to facilitate their early training and transformation. When consumed by ordinary animals, not only does it grant intelligence, but it also significantly extends their lifespan. Tian Cheng, where did you obtain this? 745. I exchanged it using the unabsorbed fortune energy along with other systems. 745 spoke with a hint of guilt, fearing that Tian Cheng would accuse her of squandering resources. However, Tian Cheng paid no heed. Once the fortune energy was bestowed upon her, it was hers to use as she pleased. She had not anticipated that 745 would willingly offer such energy to the little sparrow. Wasn't she supposed to be looking forward to shaping a temporary body for herself after fully absorbing it? It seems that this companion holds significant importance to 745. Never mind. Please transmit the storyline of this world to me. Thank you, Xiao Chengzi, for agreeing to keep the little sparrow. You are truly kind. Tian Cheng ignored the jubilant 745, focusing diligently on absorbing the narrative of this peculiar world. It is a realm devoid of humans, inhabited solely by a species reminiscent of humanity, known as the insectoid race. The genders within this species are divided into two categories, male insects and female insects, both of which possess male-like appearances. However, the female insects are notably larger, averaging nearly 2 meters in height, their bodies adorned with golden insect patterns that illuminate during combat or moments of excitement. They comprise a vast majority, accounting for almost 90% of the population and bearing most societal responsibilities. Conversely, the male insects are scarce and comparatively weaker. Yet they are fervently pursued by the female insects, enjoying a societal status that far surpasses that of their female counterparts. This disparity arises not only from the male insects' limited numbers, but also from their unique ability to heal the mental seas of the female insects. The insectoid race possesses psychic powers, with female insects utilizing their mental strength primarily to control mechas in battle. The higher their rank, the greater their capacity to manipulate these machines and the more formidable their combat prowess. Thus, among the insectoids, those with elevated psychic abilities often stand as exceptional beings. However, frequent use of their mental powers can inflict damage on their mental seas, necessitating the intervention of male insects. While male insects cannot engage in combat, they possess the ability to restore the tumultuous mental seas of their female counterparts. Despite the advanced technology of the insectoid race, which has developed suppressants to mitigate mental sea upheavals, such solutions only address the symptoms and may ultimately lead to the catastrophic collapse of the mental sea, resulting in a condition known as insectification. Due to the vast disparity in their population ratios, female insects strive to win the favor of male insects through extreme flattery, elevating the status of male insects to unprecedented heights. A mere displeasure from a male insect may invoke violence or reprimand toward the female, while any harm inflicted by a female upon a male is met with severe penalties. This distorted social dynamic has persisted for millennia, with none among the insects questioning its validity. In this instance, Tian Cheng assumes the identity of the Imperial Crown Prince, a low-ranking male insect with only D-level psychic abilities. The protagonist, however, is his sibling, Tian Cheng, who possesses a unique distinction as he has traversed from another world. Unlike other male insects, he refrains from violence against female insects and boasts an S-level psychic ability, rendering him highly sought after by many. The ensuing narrative involves him accumulating female companions, expanding his influence, and ultimately ascending to the throne. Presently, he has only recently arrived in this world, forging close ties with several female insects, though their relationships remain unconfirmed. It is a tale of romance without equality, devoid of reform. Chapter 75, The Substitute Bride of the Insect Prince, Part 2. The original body, possessing only D-level mental strength, was often derided in private as a worthless being. Tian Cheng's female father, a general of the empire, was perpetually engrossed in his duties, leaving little room for attention towards him. Listening to the accolades bestowed upon Tian Cheng by those around him exacerbated Tian Cheng's already fragile self-esteem, rendering him increasingly sensitive and prone to fits of rage. He regarded Tian Cheng as a thorn in his side, frequently seeking to create trouble for him, determined to snatch away anything that Tian Cheng desired. Upon learning of Tian Cheng's interest in the female insect from the Fu family, he dispatched individuals to investigate, only to discover that the insect was indeed quite appealing. In a brazen move, he preemptively proposed to her. Yet, the entire empire was well aware that Tian Cheng not only possessed low mental strength, but also had a temperament that left much to be desired. How could that female insect possibly acquiesce? He implored his male father to back the proposal. "Father, I am already with Tian Cheng. He has agreed to marry me as his sovereign." This revelation filled him with elation. Is this truly the case? Tian Cheng was one of the rare male insects with S-level mental strength, and unlike others of his kind, he was not prone to volatility. The female insects pursuing him were numerous across the galaxy. Rumors even circulated that the sovereign intended to elevate him to the status of crown prince. If it were not for Tian Cheng's female father being a general, it was likely that the position of crown prince would never have been within the grasp of such a lowly male insect. Should Fu Su marry him, the Fu family would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. However, despite being a prestigious noble family, the Fu clan dared not decline a proposal from the crown prince. As he grappled with uncertainty, news from the front lines arrived. Fu Hanyun had been ambushed by enemy forces, sustaining grave injuries and suffering damage to his mental sea, risking imminent collapse. Upon witnessing Fu Hanyun being carried back, he conceived a cunning plan. After all, Tian Cheng had merely stated his intention to marry a female insect without specifying names. It would be quite straightforward to marry Fu Hanyun instead. He and his female counterpart had 3 offspring, 2 females and 1 male. Fu Hanyun took after his female father, possessing a cold demeanor that he had never favored. Fortunately, Fu Su did not share these traits. Between Tian Cheng and Tian Cheng, he harbored greater faith in Tian Cheng. Even if Tian Cheng ultimately ascended to the throne, he would still hold the title of the king's father-in-law. In due time, Fu Hanyun would have to express gratitude towards him as the male father. In this world, when 2 insects wish to wed, they could simply apply through the star network without needing to be present in person. Tian Cheng was taken aback by the audacity of the Fu family to scheme against him. He hastily signed the marriage application without a thorough review. Upon awakening and discovering that he had been wed to the crown prince, Fu Hanyun realized the futility of resistance given the circumstances, and thus accepted the arrangement. The outcome was all too evident. At the wedding, Tian Cheng discovered that his female partner had been swapped, igniting his fury. However, as the crown prince, his wedding was the focus of national attention. He could not afford to appear a fool before others, and thus suppress the urge to confront them, solemnly proceeding with the ceremony. Once the ceremony concluded, before Tian Cheng could approach the Fu family, the head of the Fu clan sought him out first, revealing that it was all orchestrated by Fu Hanyun. He had secretly altered the marriage application, and by the time they realized, both applications had already been submitted. Deceived by them, Tian Cheng genuinely believed that Fu Hanyun had resorted to unscrupulous means to marry him. He failed to contemplate that if Fu Hanyun were indeed the culprit, why the Fu family did not inform him immediately. As the crown prince of the empire, was it not within his power to revoke a marriage application? In response to Tian Cheng's inquiries, Fu Hanyun offered no explanation, which incited Tian Cheng to lash him 30 times, leaving his back devoid of unscathed flesh. Although the female insect possessed superior physical resilience, Fu Hanyun's mental state was already on the brink of collapse. He could scarcely endure such punishment, ultimately succumbing to madness and transforming. The sight of the insectified Fu Hanyun horrified Tian Cheng, who was subsequently executed on the spot by the arriving guard squad. After witnessing this unfolding drama, Tian Cheng found himself at a loss for how to react. He wished to extract the already integrated fragments and deliver another beating, though that was no longer feasible. Since he had arrived, he might as well make peace with it. Fortunately, he had come at an early juncture, before the lashes had fallen. The pressing concern now was to address his wife's mental turmoil. Fu Hanyun possessed an SSS-level mental power, while Tian Cheng was merely at D level. With such a vast disparity in levels, his mental strength could not penetrate Fu Hanyun's mental realm, let alone effectuate healing. Tian Cheng decided to summon divine energy to forcibly elevate this body's mental power. This world had precedents for secondary evolution, so his actions would not be deemed monstrous. As his mental realm rapidly expanded, Tian Cheng felt an increasing heat within him, a side effect of the secondary evolution. The room's security system emitted an alarm, drawing everyone's attention. What was happening? Where did this overwhelming mental power originate? Someone discerned Tian Cheng. It is His Highness the Crown Prince. How could this be? Wasn't the Crown Prince D level? This mental power must be at least SSS level. Tian Cheng was taken aback by the commotion his mental enhancement had caused, disliking the attention. He turned and returned to the room. Fu Hanyun remained quietly seated on the bed, wrapped in blankets. Tian Cheng felt an intense heat, so overwhelming that his vision blurred. Stumbling to the bedside, he approached Fu Hanyun, who sensed the emanating mental energy from him, calming his previously tumultuous mental sea. He felt an immediate sense of comfort. No wonder female insects had an intrinsic yearning for male insects. This soothing sensation was something he had never experienced even before his injuries. Fu Hanyun felt his body weaken, yearning to submit to Tian Cheng before him, desiring him to treat him roughly, even to the point of being torn apart. The male sovereign. Tian Cheng had been striving to suppress himself, yet inexplicably, as he gazed at Fu Hanyun, a singular thought consumed him. To consume him, for that would alleviate his discomfort. 3 days later, Tian Cheng regained his senses, reflecting on the chaos of recent days with a sigh. He had not intended for things to escalate so quickly. Who could have anticipated that the aftereffects of his secondary evolution would manifest in this manner? Reaching out beside him, he found emptiness. Puzzled, he looked up to discover his wife once again kneeling on the floor. With a sense of resignation, he extended his hand to pull him closer. Just as he reached out, Fu Hanyun leaned forward. Oh, this position. After rinsing his mouth in the bathroom, Fu Hanyun returned to find Tian Cheng lying on the bed, arms covering his eyes. Noticing someone approaching, Tian Cheng moved his arm aside and gazed at Fu Hanyun. Please forgive me, my lord, he said with a wry smile. You are not at fault. What sin could you possibly commit? It is merely a matter of indulgence, and I can afford it. Thank you, my lord. Observing his wife's serious demeanor, Tian Cheng felt a mischievous urge. In this world, the male insects are accustomed to being served, relying entirely on the females. Perhaps he too could relish the care bestowed upon him by his wife. Ahem, carry me to wash up. Yes. Fu Hanyun bent down, attempting to lift Tian Cheng, but stumbled and fell into his embrace instead. Tian Cheng emitted a muffled grunt from the impact. Fu Hanyun, flustered, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, my lord. It was unintentional. Chapter 76. The Substitute Bride of the Insect Prince 3. Tian Cheng wrapped his arms around her waist. With a swift motion, their positions reversed. Fu Hanyun continued to explain. My lord, I can lift you. I am merely a bit fatigued. Initially, Tian Cheng felt indifferent, but now he wished to chastise himself. His wife had been worn out to such an extent, and he still allowed her to carry him. How unbecoming. He gently patted Fu Hanyun's bottom. It's all right. You should rest well. As he attempted to rise, he was ensnared by the embrace of the insect beneath him. My lord, please do not disdain me. I'm still of use. Fu Hanyun's expression was frantic, entirely devoid of the reluctance she had displayed upon their first meeting yesterday. He leaned down and placed a kiss on her forehead. I understand. We are married, and my affection for you is boundless. I would never look down upon you. The sudden kiss left Fu Hanyun feeling dizzy. All she could hear was Tian Cheng's declaration, I love you. Her heart swelled with joy, and she couldn't help but respond. Thank you, my lord. I love you too. Tian Cheng accepted her confession as a matter of course. In his eyes, it was only natural for Hanyun to love him. Yes, I love you too. At that moment, Fu Hanyun felt her heart brimming, filled to the brim with Tian Cheng's name. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Unwilling to let go, Tian Cheng lay atop her, equally reluctant to rise. Fu Hanyun relaxed her muscles, hoping to make his position more comfortable. The couple, entwined in their affection, had no desire to part. Ultimately, it was Tian Cheng's stomach that protested first. Reluctantly, he climbed up, preparing to wash up. Upon standing, he realized his body seemed to have undergone a transformation. He had grown taller, his physique now adorned with a layer of muscle. No longer soft and unassuming as when he first arrived. Entering the bathroom, he looked at his reflection in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. He appeared to be nearly the same height as his wife in this world. Although he didn't mind the difference in physique, the disparity here was so pronounced that it gave him the impression of still being a child. After assessing his current mental prowess, which had significantly improved, he wondered about his level. Once he had composed himself, he pushed open the bathroom door. His wife had knelt once more. Tian Cheng felt numb. Could they not speak while seated? At least this time, she had the sense to dress properly before kneeling. Should he feel grateful? Tian Cheng no longer hurried to pull him up, instead leisurely approaching the bedside to sit down. Speak. Why do you have such a penchant for kneeling? Fu Hanyun leaned forward, resting his head against Tian Cheng's instep, his demeanor both respectful and devout. My lord, I have unilaterally altered the marriage application. I am willing to bear any punishment you impose, provided you do not send me back. Tian Cheng lifted his foot, causing Fu Hanyun's head to rise in accordance. So you fear my sending you back? Indeed, Fu Hanyun admitted. What did I just tell you? Fu Hanyun was momentarily taken aback, uncertain as to why Tian Cheng posed this question. After a brief recollection, he hesitantly replied, You asked why I enjoy kneeling? Tian Cheng shook his head. Incorrect, think again. Fu Hanyun strained to recall, his eyes gradually widening. I also love you. A smile tugged at the corners of Tian Cheng's lips. I love you too. It was unclear whether he was merely echoing Fu Hanyun's words or genuinely responding. Before Fu Hanyun could react, Tian Cheng reached out and pulled him up. He followed the motion, settling into Tian Cheng's embrace. Their heights now aligned, the position felt rather natural. Tian Cheng continued, Therefore, do not utter any more words about me sending you back. We are already wed. You are my female sovereign, protected by law. In this world, due to the significant disparity in gender ratio, male insects often have more than one female partner. Beyond the female sovereign, there may be numerous female attendants. The female sovereign is akin to a legitimate wife, while the female attendants resemble concubines governed by the female sovereign. The female sovereign has the right to petition for divorce, taking away half of her assets, whereas the female attendants do not share the same privilege. Should they wish to leave, they must do so with nothing. Moreover, tell me honestly, was the marriage application truly altered by you? Fu Hanyun averted his gaze, unable to meet Tian Cheng's eyes, but was compelled by a firm grip on his chin to gaze into Tian Cheng's eyes. My lord, observing Tian Cheng's expression, Fu Hanyun realized that he was aware of everything. My lord, I cherish you. Whether you believe it or not, I have always held affection for you. I entered the battlefield to climb higher, to have the chance to stand beside you. Tian Cheng listened quietly as his spouse confessed, struggling to suppress the smile that threatened to rise. When I was injured, I feared I would never see you again, only to awaken and be informed of our impending marriage. My heart was filled with excitement. I longed to seek you out, but they restrained me. My lord, it was only on the night of our wedding that I discovered I was a substitute bride. I was terrified, afraid you would send me back, which is why I accepted this accusation, thinking that if you punished me, you would be appeased and refrain from returning me. Tian Cheng poked his forehead with a finger. How foolish. Are you not afraid I might beat you and then send you back? Fu Hanyun shook his head, remaining silent, yet his thoughts wandered. If he were to be sent back directly, it would indeed be quite troublesome. However, if he were first beaten, the outcome could be quite different. The two insects, one a prince and the other a general, had their marriage news spread throughout the entire insect realm. Should Tian Cheng choose to send him back after a beating, he could threaten him. He expressed his intention to disseminate the news of his assault, despite his current injuries preventing him from returning to the battlefield. The monarch still retained his position, and he wielded considerable influence among the populace. Tian Cheng's status as the crown prince was inherently precarious. with many seeking to exploit any weaknesses. Should word emerge that he had violently rejected his betrothed on their wedding night, it would undoubtedly stir considerable trouble. However, if he could remain, leveraging his military clout to eliminate obstacles for Tian Cheng would pose no challenge. Naturally, this was merely a threat. Even if he were truly expelled, he would not pursue such a course of action. He could always devise alternative means to secure his position. At worst, he could appeal to the monarch for a position as a prince's consort based on his military merits. Fu Hanyun had not anticipated that his original narrative would lead to such turmoil, even causing Tian Cheng distress. Tian Cheng was oblivious to Fu Hanyun's thoughts. Observing Fu Hanyun shake his head, he felt a pang of jealousy, a twinge of envy towards this fragment of a soul. Not wishing to delve further into this topic, he gently patted Fu Hanyun's waist, signaling him to rise. "Let us go. We shall eat something." Fu Hanyun obediently followed, puzzled by Tian Cheng's apparent displeasure, wondering if he had misspoken. Yet, everything he had said was true. The first time he had seen Tian Cheng was when he was still a mere larva, standing on the ground and witnessing Tian Cheng's coronation as crown prince. The small male, adorned with a grand crown, golden hair, and golden eyes, appeared to radiate light. Chapter 77. The substitute consort for the insect tribe's crown prince, for, at that moment, he thought how splendid it would be if Tian Cheng were his rightful lord. His mother had told him that to marry the crown prince, one must possess absolute strength. Thus, he chose to enlist in the military, striving to earn military accolades and ascend. His goal was to one day stand proudly beside Tian Cheng. As the two descended the stairs, they encountered a gathering below. A tall female clad in military attire approached swiftly, pausing uncertainly upon seeing Tian Cheng. "Cuddle?" she questioned, her resemblance to Tian Cheng striking. Yet her features were more robust, and she stood slightly taller. If not for the absence of insect patterns on her body, he might have mistaken her for a female insect. This impeccably uniformed figure was indeed his mother, the empress of the empire and a general commanding all imperial forces. It was due to her that Tian Cheng, an insect of D rank, could ascend to the position of crown prince. Although she had been preoccupied with military duties and had little time to spend with Tian Cheng, her affection for him was substantial. Tian Cheng nodded in recognition. "Mother, it is I." Upon receiving confirmation, she immediately began to inspect Tian Cheng closely. "Cuddle, how do you feel now? Are you experiencing any discomfort?" "I am fine, mother. I have merely undergone a second awakening." The surrounding crowd exhibited a range of expressions upon hearing Tian Cheng's words, some astonished, others elated, while a few cast envious glances his way. "Excellent, excellent. Truly my son," remarked a person with a somewhat effeminate appearance and long hair, a look of joy gracing his face. "He is the reigning monarch of the empire and the proud father of Tian Cheng." Turning to the attendant beside him, he commanded, quickly, "Summon someone to reassess the crown prince's mental strength level." The attendant promptly obeyed and departed. Tian Cheng pulled over Fu Hanyun, who was standing nearby, and addressed the monarch. "Father, my awakening this time is solely due to Hanyun's contribution." Fu Hanyun was taken aback, uncertain why Tian Cheng made such a statement. "When Hanyun was injured, I wished to heal him, yet my mental strength was insufficient, which troubled me greatly. I fervently hoped to elevate my level, and thus I experienced a second awakening. It is exceedingly rare for the insect race to undergo a second evolution, and the catalyst for such an evolution remains undiscovered." Consequently, upon hearing Tian Cheng's words, the monarch harbored no doubts. Instead, he regarded the two with a sense of contentment. "Seeing your bond brings me peace. With the emergence of the female monarch, you must abandon your previous frivolities and learn to be a worthy crown prince." After addressing Tian Cheng, he turned to Fu Hanyun, adding, "The crown prince's elevation in mental strength may very well heal your mental sea. Henceforth, take good care of the crown prince. Do not let us, as your father, worry unduly." Both responded in unison, yes. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals arrived with a machine, encircling Tian Cheng to conduct the assessment. The machine beeped incessantly, and the technicians gazed in astonishment at the displayed values. 3S rank. His Highness the Crown Prince has actually awakened to a 3S rank mental strength. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The one most delighted was Tian Cheng's father, who clasped the monarch's hand, exultantly dancing with joy, his usual solemn demeanor entirely forgotten. Had his subordinates witnessed such a display, they would surely have been left agape. The monarch, too, was elated. Excellent. I shall immediately instruct someone to disseminate this marvelous news. Our royal family now boasts 2 3S rank males. Only a few female attendants wore perfunctory smiles, particularly the father of Tian Cheng. He had initially believed his son to be 3S rank, envisioning a future rivalry for the throne with Tian Cheng. How unfortunate that this turn of events had rendered Tian Cheng extraordinarily fortunate. Once the crowd dispersed, Tian Cheng exhaled in relief, drawing Fu Hanyun to the dining table, which was lavishly adorned with an array of dishes. Tian Cheng's rapidly growing body necessitated a substantial intake of food. Moreover, after frolicking with Fu Hanyun for 3 days without a meal, he was now dizzy with hunger. Fu Hanyun, too, felt the pangs of hunger, though not to a desperate extent. Typically, military females on the battlefield have little time to eat, relying instead on nutrient solutions to sustain their energy. A single nutrient solution can often support a female insect's activities for 3 days. Yet, witnessing Tian Cheng savoring his meal stirred in him a desire to sample the delectable offerings. Thus, while Tian Cheng devoured his food with great enthusiasm, Fu Hanyun ate at a more leisurely pace, occasionally serving him additional dishes. Later that evening, in their chamber, Fu Hanyun sat anxiously on the bed, his gaze fixed intently toward the bathroom. At that moment, he truly grasped the reality of his situation. He had indeed married Tian Cheng, not merely as a female attendant, but as the sole female monarch. On the battlefield, when he was wounded, fear gripped him, not the fear of death itself, but the dread of never seeing his beloved prince again. He deceived Tian Cheng. In truth, he had known about the arranged marriage long before the wedding day. Although he fell into a coma after his injury, he could still faintly perceive the sounds of the outside world. He overheard his formidable father discussing the plan to swap him with Fu Su. However, if he remained in a state of unconsciousness, this scheme could not come to fruition. He must awaken. Now, he sat upon the bed of the sovereign, awaiting the ruler's affection. The sovereign professed his love for him. Little did the sovereign know how desperately he yearned to scream upon hearing those words. Wishing to rush to the training grounds and spar with 500 formidable warriors to quell the tumult within his heart. What to do? He craved more. He wished for the sovereign's gaze to rest solely upon him, to be the one and only consort. A voice echoed in Fu Hanyun's mind. You can seduce the sovereign, compel him to heal your troubled spirit, and then return to the battlefield. With power, you can dominate him, imprison him, and ensure the sovereign belongs only to you. Fu Hanyun's eyes darkened further. The temptation of making the sovereign see only him was overwhelming, and he found himself unable to resist. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to this persuasion, Tian Cheng emerged from the bath. With a towel wrapped around his waist, he was drying his hair with another towel. Water droplets glided down his cheeks, cascading from his chin. Perhaps the warmth of the bath had rendered him slightly flushed, for a gentle pink hue adorned his skin. Upon noticing Fu Hanyun's gaze, he beamed a radiant smile. In that fleeting moment, Fu Hanyun felt as though his heart had been struck. The dark thoughts in his mind were dispersed by a single ray of sunlight, leaving no trace behind. He scorned himself internally. How could he entertain such wicked thoughts? His noble sovereign deserved to ascend freely upon his pedestal, untouchable by anyone. Tian Cheng approached, realizing that Fu Hanyun was still staring at him, much like a small dog yearning for affection. Unable to resist, he reached out and playfully tousled Fu Hanyun's hair. Fu Hanyun allowed the gesture, displaying no reluctance whatsoever. In fact, when Tian Cheng's hand withdrew, he instinctively leaned forward, wishing for just a moment more of that touch. Chapter 78. The Substitute Consort of the Insect Prince. 5. Tian Cheng instructed Fu Hanyun to sit cross-legged on the bed, encircling him from behind, resting his chin on Fu Hanyun's shoulder. Relax, open your mind, and do not resist me. Fu Hanyun obediently leaned into Tian Cheng's embrace, surrendering to his movements. They both closed their eyes. Tian Cheng cautiously released his mental tendrils, tentatively entering Fu Hanyun's troubled spirit realm. Contrary to his expectations, there were no obstructions. His mental energy flowed in with ease. However, the state of Fu Hanyun's spirit realm was dire. A tempest howled, raising clouds of yellow dust. As far as the eye could see, the land was parched and cracked. A few desolate trees stood amidst the desolation, their trunks twisted and gnarled. The air was stifling and acrid, and Tian Cheng felt as though every breath was laden with grit. Following the instinct in his heart, he advanced, uncertain of how long he walked until a glimpse of green appeared ahead. He had found it. Tian Cheng hurried forward a few steps. Upon a verdant patch of grass lay a small fox, eyes gently closed, blissfully unaware of the approaching presence. With utmost caution, Tian Cheng extended his hand, intending to cradle the little creature. Startled, the fox suddenly opened its eyes, prepared to bare its teeth, but was swiftly lifted by warm hands. Sensing no malice from Tian Cheng, the fox gradually relaxed. Kneeling, Tian Cheng placed the fox upon his lap, his hand gliding down its back from the crown of its head. As his fingers neared the base of its tail, the fox's tail perked up. With a gentle scratch beneath its chin, the amber-eyed creature squinted slightly, emitting soft, contented sounds. A smile graced Tian Cheng's lips, just as it had always been. As Tian Cheng moved, the grass beneath them flourished, transforming the barren land into a lush green expanse. The wind stilled, delicate flowers blossomed at their feet, and trees sprouted fresh buds. The fox, now sprawled like a cozy blanket in Tian Cheng's embrace, was lifted and kissed on the nose. "I must go now. You will wait for me outside," he whispered. The fox understood, gazing at Tian Cheng with reluctance, yet offered no plea to stay. Instead, nudging his cheek with its nose, urging him to leave promptly. In that moment, both Tian Cheng and Fu Hanyun opened their eyes simultaneously, remaining in their previous positions. Fu Hanyun felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind, the long-suppressed anguish dissipating under Tian Cheng's healing touch. "What shall I do, my lord? I find myself increasingly unable to part from you," he confessed gratefully. Tian Cheng manifested his mental tendrils swirling around them. "Is it only verbal gratitude that you offer, my lady?" Fu Hanyun's cheeks flushed crimson as he panted. "I shall heed your every command, my lord." He struggled to resist the urge to grasp those ethereal tendrils. Typically, the male would rarely expend his mental energy, as each healing session was arduous and fraught with the risk of being harmed by the tumultuous mental seas of the female. Few could materialize their mental energy as Tian Cheng did. "My lord, that is forbidden." Tian Cheng whispered softly into Fu Hanyun's ear, "Be obedient and release your mental energy." A tingling sensation filled Fu Hanyun's ear, compelling him to comply. As Tian Cheng achieved his aim, he smiled and enveloped his mental tendrils around Fu Hanyun's. The moment their energies intertwined, both felt a shiver coursing through their bodies. Unlike physical contact, the merging of their mental essences sent Tian Cheng into a slight frenzy. Though the room was plunged into darkness, it was not devoid of light. The intricate patterns upon Fu Hanyun's skin glowed increasingly bright as Tian Cheng delved deeper. "My lord, please spare me, I beseech you." The instant the luminescence reached its zenith, silence enveloped the room, leaving only the sound of their heavy breaths. When they next opened their eyes, the day had dawned brightly. Tian Cheng felt a weight upon his chest. Glancing down, he found it was indeed the head of his beloved. Every wife in the world cherishes the warmth of her beloved's embrace while sleeping, a habit likely cultivated during the time he was still a little fox. Fu Hanyun was roused from his slumber by the movements of Tian Cheng. Blinking in a haze, he opened his eyes to find Tian Cheng gazing at him. "Good morning, my esteemed lord," he greeted. "Good morning, my noble prince," Tian Cheng replied. The news of Tian Cheng's mental prowess reaching an extraordinary SSS level had spread throughout the empire. The populace was abuzz, fervently discussing this remarkable achievement across the star network. Numerous female insects publicly professed their admiration, and there emerged a ranking of the most desired suitors among the male insects. Tian Cheng's name soared to the top, displacing the former frontrunner Tian Cheng to second place. However, the two insects remained blissfully unaware of this development, as they were engaged in a physical examination. The medical officer, holding the report, trembled with excitement. "Your Highness, aside from your mental power, your physical data is also exceptionally impressive, even reaching the caliber of an A-grade female insect." Meanwhile, the medical officer examining Fu Hanyun could hardly contain his enthusiasm. "Your Excellency, not only has your mental ocean fully recovered, but there is also a subtle enhancement in your mental force. Could you share how His Highness has facilitated your treatment?" "I have never encountered any method of enhancing mental power aside from secondary awakening." Recalling the previous night, Fu Hanyun felt a blush rise to his cheeks. He surmised that the fusion of their mental powers might be the cause, yet he found it difficult to articulate this. Sensing his discomfort, the medical officer refrained from pressing further, merely stating this could potentially assist many female insects in enhancing their mental capabilities. It is known that even a slight increase in mental power can significantly improve one's chances of survival on the battlefield. He hoped Fu Hanyun would consider this. Fu Hanyun replied that he needed to discuss it with the noble prince. The examination reports of both individuals were promptly delivered to the monarch. Having sustained injuries on the battlefield, Fu Hanyun had been granted a temporary reprieve from his duties. The monarch intended to assign him a civilian role. However, seeing his swift recovery, Fu Hanyun was now fit to resume his previous position. The military quickly reached out, inquiring when he would return. That battle had been a fierce confrontation with the alliance, resulting in significant losses on both sides, and for the time being, hostilities had ceased as both factions recuperated. Imperial officials were entitled to a 7-day marriage leave, and with 4 days already passed, Fu Hanyun calculated his accrued leave and decided to take 3 months off in one go. During this time, he wished to cultivate his relationship with the noble prince. He feared that if he were absent for an extended period, the prince might forget him. It would be ideal to seize this opportunity to conceive an egg. He gently placed his hand on his lower abdomen, contemplating that with such a formidable partner, his wish might soon come to fruition. The following day, Fu Hanyun received a message from his female father. "My noble prince, my female father was unable to return promptly from the battlefield, but he is back now and wishes to visit. He inquires when we might be available. How could we allow our elder to visit us? Please suggest a suitable time, and I will accompany you back," Fu Hanyun replied, touched by Tian Cheng's willingness to go to such lengths for him, despite being a prince. "Let us plan for tomorrow," he concluded. Tian Cheng presented the freshly peeled orange to Fu Hanyun's lips, which evoked a sense of sentimentality. "You truly are easily pleased." In Chapter 79, The Insect Prince's Substitute Bride 6, Fu Hanyun lowered his head to consume the fruit's flesh, noticing juice trickling down Tian Cheng's fingers. Instinctively, he extended his tongue to lick it away, only to realize what he had done moments later. Upon looking up, he found Tian Cheng gazing at him with sparkling eyes. "Darling, are you tempting me?" "I'm not," Fu Hanyun replied. After everything subsided, Fu Hanyun maintained his previous posture, his knees parted shoulder-width apart, his waist arched downward, and his hips elevated. With his hands behind him, only his shoulders made contact with the bed. This was the most widely circulated method on StarNet, purported to facilitate the process of carrying insect eggs. Tian Cheng chose not to comment, deliberately averting his gaze, fearing that if he continued to watch, neither of them would rise the following day. He did not wish to leave a negative impression on Yu Chuxin. Upon their arrival at the Fu residence, the entire family emerged to greet them. A brief glance at the gathered insects revealed them introducing themselves one by one. Fu Su was the last to speak. Tian Cheng raised an eyebrow, deliberately ignoring him. In the original narrative, Fu Su was not particularly malevolent. The matter of the substitute marriage was orchestrated solely by Fu Hanyun's father. When he learned of this, he attempted to intervene but was halted. After hearing of Fu Hanyun's transformation and subsequent demise, he, along with his mother, was the one to collect the body. Aside from Fu Hanyun's mother, Tian Cheng held little regard for the other members of the Fu family. Nevertheless, being the spouse's family, he did not exhibit any airs of superiority. Yet, his stern demeanor still rendered them hesitant to overstep. The current Tian Cheng was no longer the worthless prince of the past. He was a veritable SSS-class male insect. With this singular identity, should he take offense, a mere word could lead to their removal by the Male Protection Association. At the dining table, Tian Cheng occasionally served dishes to Fu Hanyun, and the others observed these interactions closely. After the meal, Fu Hanyun's mother wished to discuss matters with him. Tian Cheng nodded. "Go ahead. I shall await you downstairs." Accompanying his mother to the study, Fu Hanyun entered to find Fu Su kneeling before him. "Brother, I am sorry." Fu Hanyun did not allow him to rise, maintaining an expressionless gaze towards his mother. She sighed, granting the opportunity to explain. "As a favor to me, as his mother." Fu Hanyun turned to his brother, having fought alongside their mother since his teenage years. While Fu Su grew up under their father's guidance, they lacked a profound emotional connection. He bore no resentment towards the substitution. In fact, he felt gratitude towards his brother. Had Fu Su not been unwilling to marry Tian Cheng, he might never have had the chance to wed the male sovereign. However, this was not a justification for his actions. The mere sight of Fu Su reminded him that the one originally intended for marriage was not himself. Fu Hanyun found a chair and sat down. "Very well, I shall listen to your explanation. Brother, I implored our father not to acquiesce to His Highness's proposal, but I did not anticipate he would devise a plan to have you substituted in marriage. All my father conveyed to me was that I need not marry. Upon discovering that you were to take my place in marriage, the application had already been submitted. Helpless, I could only message my father. When my elder father found out, fearing I would cause trouble, he confined me. Otherwise, I had intended to seek the assistance of Lord Qixing." At that moment, Fu Zijuan spoke. "I was embroiled in battle at the time. By the time I received the news, your wedding had already taken place. Brother, strike me if you must. It is all my fault." Fu Hanyun shook his head. "I do not blame you, but I have a request." Fu Su immediately acquiesced. "Speak. Except for the condition of allowing me to leave Lord Qixing, I will agree to anything. From now on, unless absolutely necessary, do not appear before my lord." Taken aback by this decree, Fu Su glanced at his father, who nodded reassuringly, allowing him to exhale in relief. "Thank you, brother. I assure you, unless necessary, I will not appear before the crown prince." He could not make a definitive promise, as he was destined to wed Tian Qixing, and future family gatherings would inevitably lead to encounters. He had not anticipated his brother's possessiveness towards the crown prince. Their earlier interaction suggested deeper feelings. This reassured him. Otherwise, he would risk everything to reclaim his brother's happiness, for he could not jeopardize his brother's joy for his own contentment. Once their agreement was reached, Fu Zijuan instructed Fu Su, "You may leave. I wish to speak with your brother alone." "Very well, my father." Fu Su rose, limping slightly as he exited, having exerted himself too much during his earlier kneel, which now caused his knee to throb painfully. Once the study door was closed, Fu Zijuan began. "I see that the crown prince holds you in high regard." Fu Hanyun nodded. "My lord has treated me with great kindness. He has even healed my fractured mental state, leaving me in a better condition than when I first awakened. That is fortunate, though the journey was fraught with challenges. It seems your wishes have been fulfilled." They descended together to find Tian Cheng lounging on the sofa, while Fu Hanyun's elder father sat nearby, seemingly ignored by Tian Cheng, which forced him into an awkward smile. Fu Hanyun approached Tian Cheng. "My lord, shall we depart?" Tian Cheng rose and bid farewell to Fu Zijuan. Once they had left, Fu Xiongcheng inched closer to his female lord. "What did you discuss with Fu Hanyun?" Casting a dismissive glance, he replied curtly, "Nothing." Then he turned and walked away. Fu Xiongcheng fumed with indignation. "If it weren't for your looks and wealth, do you think I would have married you, the ill-tempered military female?" Fu Zijuan halted, not turning her head as she replied, "If the crown prince wishes for a divorce, I would not be opposed." Her words rendered him speechless. Although the Fu family had once been noble, it had long since fallen into decline under his stewardship, becoming a mere shell of its former self. He had married this female lord for her lack of family and substantial fortune, scheming to bind her to himself. Yet after marriage, she showed no interest in pleasing him, fixated instead on returning to the military. He had thought that having a child would suffice. But she not only returned to the battlefield herself, but also took Fu Hanyun along. Had he not discovered this early, Fu Su might have been swept away as well. After that, he no longer pressed the issue, accepting a dozen female attendants and dutifully behaving like a noble lord. However, divorce was not yet an option. If he were to divorce, he would have to take half of his fortune. Everything in this household had been acquired with the funds provided by the female lord. And if he were to lose half, how could he indulge himself thereafter? Moreover, it appeared that Fu Hanyun and the crown prince shared a cordial bond. His son, raised away from him since childhood, had little affection for him. It was entirely possible that he would depart with his female parent. No, divorce was absolutely out of the question. The crown prince was likely to become the next sovereign, and he could not allow the riches he had secured to slip away. On their way back, Fu Hanyun remained silent, lost in thought. Tian Cheng felt a pang of concern, sensing that his wife was preoccupied. He could not allow her to carry her troubles into the night. It was imperative that they communicate in order to resolve any issues. What did your father say to you? You look rather displeased. Chapter 80. The Substitute Bride of the Insect Prince. 7. Fu Hanyun was still contemplating the words exchanged with his father before leaving. You are a military female. Soon you must return to the army. Once you depart, it is uncertain when you will return. Rather than allowing the crown prince to take on unfamiliar female attendants who might vie for your affection, why not select a few acquaintances now? At least you won't have to fear their ulterior motives. Fu Hanyun understood that his father meant well. Almost all military females in his position would act similarly, often choosing loyal brothers or devoted subordinates. However, Fu Hanyun was reluctant to follow this path. He did not wish for any insect to encroach upon the affection of his male sovereign. Upon hearing Tian Cheng's inquiry, Fu Hanyun hesitated briefly before tentatively suggesting, "My lord, may I select a few female attendants before I return to the army?" Tian Cheng's expression darkened instantly. Oh no, his wife no longer loved him. She intended to push him towards other insects. Distraught, Tian Cheng did not respond to Fu Hanyun's proposition, leading Fu Hanyun to believe that he had tacitly agreed. His own countenance soured as well, a shadow passing through his amber eyes. His lips parted slightly, though no sound emerged. Yet a low, resonant voice reached Tian Cheng's ears. "My lord, you love only me. Please do not take on any female attendants. You love only me, do you not?" Tian Cheng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, quickly realizing that this must be Fu Hanyun's innate ability. Females with a mental capacity of S-level or higher awaken a talent, and Fu Hanyun's seemed akin to psychological suggestion. Tian Cheng feigned a vacant stare at Fu Hanyun, murmuring in a daze, "Very well, I shall not take on any female attendants, only you." Seeing Tian Cheng's bewildered gaze, Fu Hanyun exhaled with relief, having feared that his lord's high level would render the suggestion ineffective. How wonderful it would be if he could truly forego any female attendants. Alas, the psychological suggestion could only last for 6 months. Most of the monarch's offspring had already reached adulthood, having left the palace to live independently. Thus, he had decreed that, barring holidays, the last day of each month would be designated for a family feast, requiring everyone to return. Tian Cheng led Fu Hanyun into the palace, which was already bustling with the return of many individuals. Upon seeing Tian Cheng, they all came forward to greet him, not only because he was the crown prince, but also as the eldest son of the sovereign, indeed, the elder brother to all. The sovereign possesses over 20 female attendants, who have borne more than 30 offspring. However, only Tian Cheng and Tian Qixing are male. Tian Cheng has sent Fu Hanyun to engage in conversation with a group of female attendants, as it is only fitting for the elder sister-in-law to meet her younger brothers. Initially, Fu Hanyun wore a stoic expression as he faced a crowd of petite female companions. Yet, as they affectionately called him elder sister-in-law, a smile began to grace his lips. Eventually, Tian Cheng came face to face with the protagonist of this realm. Narrowing his eyes, he observed the blinding halo of prominence encircling Tian Qixing's head, as well as the pure, untainted essence of his soul. Satisfied, Tian Cheng nodded. The protagonist appeared to be a somewhat lecherous yet righteous character, alleviating the need for his own intervention. After all, He had no desire to assume the mantle of a king. His heart yearned solely for romance. The thought of becoming a king, with the constant worry of his queen consort fearing the addition of female attendants, was simply unbearable. As Tian Cheng scrutinized Tian Cheng, the latter was also examining him, inwardly marveling at how extraordinarily handsome this prince was. Yet, he couldn't shake the memory of how the original narrative described this prince as perishing on his wedding night. Not only was he alive now, but he had also awakened an impressive SSS-level mental prowess. Could this be the butterfly effect of his arrival? No, it seemed improbable. He had only just arrived and had hardly done anything aside from flirting with a few female attendants. Could it be? Tian Cheng leaned closer to Tian Cheng and whispered, "Imperial jade liquor?" Tian Cheng cast him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Tian Cheng paused, realizing he had perhaps been looked down upon. Undeterred, he continued to probe. What is the sum of a small hammer and a large hammer? Tian Cheng rolled his eyes and muttered, "Fool." Tian Cheng, momentarily taken aback, then erupted in joy, disregarding the insult, and fervently shook Tian Cheng's arm, exclaiming, "Ah, fellow townsman." His exuberance silenced the surrounding crowd, who turned to gaze at the two. Realizing his gaffe, Tian Cheng offered an apologetic smile before pulling Tian Cheng towards the garden. Fu Hanyun attempted to follow, but was halted by a mere glance from Tian Cheng. In the garden, Tian Cheng disdainfully extricated his arm from Tian Cheng's grasp. Unfazed, Tian Cheng circled around him, inquiring eagerly, "When did you arrive? Did you know we were in a book? Let me tell you, when I first got here, I was nearly scared to death." Tian Cheng rolled his eyes again as the male protagonist rambled on, nearly divulging tales of his childhood bedwetting. How on earth did this naive and sweet protagonist manage to unite the Empire and the Federation within the plot? It was best to refrain from interfering with the progression of this small world. Maintaining amicable relations with the protagonist seemed prudent, while the protagonist engaged in his ambitions. He could focus on his romance with his beloved, a perfect balance indeed. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they were summoned for dinner, sparing Tian Cheng from enduring any more of the protagonist's incessant chatter. A grand, elongated table was set, with the sovereign seated at the head. To his right sat his queen, followed in succession by his female attendants. Tian Cheng occupied the seat to the sovereign's left, with Fu Hanyun beside him, then Tian Cheng, followed by his female companions. Tian Cheng regarded the group before him, questioning whether the monarch could truly remember the names of so many insects. After a tranquil family feast, everyone was to remain in the royal palace for an additional day. Tian Cheng escorted Fu Hanyun to his chamber. Upon opening the door, he found himself momentarily frozen. He had forgotten that this fragment bore somewhat peculiar attributes. Was it too late to close the door now? Clearly, it was already too late. Fu Hanyun had stepped inside. He surveyed the room, then cast a meaningful glance at Tian Cheng, surprised to discover that the sovereign harbored such interests. Taking a deep breath, Tian Cheng turned and closed the door behind him. What was there to be shy about? They were already an old married couple. What had they not seen? Turning back to Fu Hanyun, he found him toying with a whip, with several restraining ropes set aside. Ahem, merely collectibles, intended for idle amusement, he chuckled. Fu Hanyun settled onto the bed, the whip in hand. The monarch indeed possesses unique tastes. Have these collectibles ever been utilized on other insects? He emphasized the word collectibles with a pronounced bite. Tian Cheng immediately refuted, "No, certainly not." Fu Hanyun seized Tian Cheng's collar, drawing him closer, his tone laced with temptation. "Then, does the monarch wish to try?" Tian Cheng's face flushed a deep crimson. Had he just been playfully seduced by his wife? It felt rather delightful. There was no shame in being enticed by one's spouse. It merely attested to her charm. The red rope wound around his muscular contours, encircling him repeatedly. A buzzing sound reverberated through the room. Fu Hanyun wished to plead for mercy, but his mouth was obstructed, leaving him to utter only meaningless syllables. He regretted his earlier actions. Who could have anticipated that the monarch would be so spirited in his fervor? Ultimately, Fu Hanyun was unsure whether he had succumbed to slumber from exhaustion or fainted. It was only then that Tian Cheng released him, carrying him into the bathroom and returning to tidy up the drenched sheets. By the time he lay quietly on the bed, the first light of dawn was beginning to break. The next day, the two insects rose late. Descending the stairs, they found the monarch already awaiting them. "Ah, you finally awakened. Your companions and your father departed early this morning." Casting a glance at Fu Hanyun trailing behind Tian Cheng, the monarch displayed an expression of understanding, refraining from further inquiries. This glance left Fu Hanyun feeling quite embarrassed, regretting his reckless behavior from the previous night. Surely, he had not left a poor impression on the monarch. Little did he know, the situation that he had initiated would not conclude on his terms. Besides the monarch, several young female insects occupied the room. "Cousin, come, allow me to introduce you to these fine individuals." Tian Cheng listened attentively to his father's introductions, incredulous that his father, having taken on the role of a sea king, would also concern himself with such matters of his own. He had only recently wed Fu Hanyun. Tian Cheng composed himself to navigate this unorthodox matchmaking affair, as he could not disregard his father's standing. Fu Hanyun felt the smile on his face beginning to wane. Such was the nature of this world. If the monarch remained at a D rank, the pool of compatible female insects would be significantly diminished. With his capabilities, it was entirely plausible that Fu Hanyun could ensure that Tian Cheng had only him as a mate. However, the male sovereign is one of the rare SSS-class beings, numbering no more than 10 throughout the entire empire. In his quest to heal the repercussions of his second awakening, Tian Cheng finds himself subjected to the king's arrangements, which entail a hope that he will acquire several female attendants. In this moment, Fu Hanyun is engulfed by a whirlwind of emotions. Noticing the discontent radiating from his partner, Tian Cheng discreetly takes his wife's hand and offers a gentle squeeze of reassurance. Fu Hanyun feels the pressure in his palm and reciprocates the hold, acknowledging that the sovereign seeks to comfort him. He reassures himself that it is all right. He has long instilled a psychological suggestion in the male sovereign, ensuring that he would not acquiesce to such demands. At least he has managed to navigate through this situation. Tian Cheng, holding Fu Hanyun's hand, swiftly departs from the scene. Upon returning to their shared abode, Fu Hanyun's expression remains somewhat peculiar. "Hanyun," Tian Cheng calls softly. Fu Hanyun turns to find the male sovereign regarding him with a serious countenance. "Let's elope." "What?" Fu Hanyun believes he must have misheard. As they board the starship, he still cannot grasp the reality of the situation. Gazing at the rapidly shifting constellations outside, he feels as though he is ensnared in a dream. How could the male sovereign possibly choose to venture to the front lines with him? When the sovereign proposed elopement, how did he respond? He said yes. Truly, he feels dazed. The harshness of the battlefield is no place for the delicate male sovereign to endure. "Sovereign, let us return." While admiring the celestial nebulae outside, Tian Cheng turns at Fu Hanyun's words. "What is it?" "I am delighted, yet I cannot allow the sovereign to take risks. Let us return. This is sufficient. I'm already deeply satisfied with what you have done." Tian Cheng wraps his arms around Fu Hanyun's waist. "Not enough. Until you believe that my love is solely for you, that I desire nothing but you, it will never suffice." Fu Hanyun's eyes brim with tears. Having endured numerous injuries on the battlefield without shedding a tear, he now finds tears accumulating in his eyes. Beyond uttering the word sovereign, he feels at a loss for anything else to say. He is acutely aware that this stems from his own psychological suggestion, not from reality. Observing the sorrow etched on Fu Hanyun's face, Tian Cheng quickly discerns the crux of the matter. Had he known earlier, he would not have teased his wife. He raises a hand to wipe away Fu Hanyun's tears. "Have you underestimated your sovereign? Did you truly believe your suggestion was successful?" Fu Hanyun lifts his gaze, meeting Tian Cheng's playful eyes. I. The starship has long been set to automatic pilot, gliding along its predetermined course. Fu Hanyun finds himself pinned against the pilot's seat, gazing at the stars beyond the cabin. He acknowledges his own unscrupulousness, having employed every means to win Tian Cheng's affection. It was he who subtly suggested to his sovereign, clandestinely altering their marriage application. It was he who, on their wedding night, deliberately feigned a reluctant demeanor to elicit a flicker of interest from the male sovereign. Moreover, upon realizing the sovereign's unusual leniency towards him, he cautiously tested the waters, enticing him step by step. Even knowing the odds were slim, he still intentionally planted suggestions in the sovereign's mind, all to witness Tian Cheng's reaction upon discovering his true feelings. He has triumphed in this gamble, securing the male sovereign's entire love. Love me, sovereign. Devour me if you must. In ancient times, it is said that the ancestors of the insect race, the male insects, would, in a fervor of desire, consume the female insects bite by bite. Following this act, the males would retreat into seclusion, abstaining from sustenance, transforming into hard, stone-like entities, adrift in the depths of the cosmos. Thus, they became inseparable. In the vastness of space, one hand cradled a small bird while the other crunched on a potato chip, the sound echoing softly. This little orange and his wife are constantly scheming against each other. When I eventually find a wife, I must not emulate their antics. The starship anchored at the border planet, where subordinates, long informed, awaited below. Instead of seeing their commander, they beheld a towering insect descending with an object in its grasp. Fu Hanyun buried his head in Tian Cheng's embrace, feeling utterly humiliated to be carried like this by the male leader, his legs weak beneath him. Upon closer inspection, the gathered insects realized that this imposing figure bore no insect markings. He was indeed a male insect. The tranquil atmosphere erupted into excitement. Goodness, this is a precious male. Soon, news of a male insect arriving at the border planet spread swiftly, drawing the attention of many eager to catch a glimpse. Fu Hanyun, with a dark expression, surveyed the throng of female insects surrounding his home. He showed no mercy. All the military females encroaching upon his territory were sent for additional training. He would not allow anyone to covet his male leader, and he could freely dismiss any female that approached Tian Cheng. This was a promise made by Tian Cheng himself. On this border planet, Fu Hanyun held a position akin to a local sovereign. However, having lived alone previously, he had no particular demands for his dwelling. Yet, gazing at the less than 60 square meter apartment now, he felt it inadequate for his male leader. He promptly applied for a residence befitting his status as a general. "My lord, let us move. This place is too small." "All right," Tian Cheng acquiesced, despite his earlier insistence that this abode was sufficient. "If we can live better, we should, as a cramped space would hinder our potential." Thus commenced the grand relocation of the two insects. Upon observing the three-story villa before him, Fu Hanyun nodded approvingly. "My lord, for now, make do here, and once I accumulate further military achievements, we shall upgrade to a castle." When everything was finally arranged, night had fallen. Although the housekeeping robots managed the labor, Fu Hanyun still felt exhausted. After dining and freshening up, he nestled into Tian Cheng's embrace and drifted into a deep slumber. Tian Cheng, content, held his wife close. He was now living the life of a husband, basking in domestic bliss. However, he recalled with a pang that they had yet to have children. In this world, could a wife indeed lay insect eggs? He wondered if they could leave a legacy in their little world. He had heard tales of deities leaving behind bloodlines during their trials in such realms. But what became of those stories remained unknown. Chapter 82. The Substitute Female Monarch of the Insect Prince. 9. What creatures are the rarest on the border planet? Undoubtedly, male insects, particularly a 3S-rated male. Even though Tian Cheng did not possess the dainty charm of other male insects and resembled a robust female, he was still a male insect. The SSS-class male insects not only signify a high level of mental prowess, but also indicate elevated demands in other aspects. Consequently, high-ranking males often attract numerous female attendants. As it stands, Tian Cheng currently has only Fu Hanyun as his sole female partner, devoid of any attendants. This presents a significant opportunity for them. Fu Hanyun is well aware of their intentions and has gathered the female insects who aspire to become Tian Cheng's consorts. Their strategy is to defeat him, thus removing any barriers to their pursuit of Tian Cheng. In a 1-on-300 battle, he successfully subdued the group of envious females. Fu Hanyun himself sustained minor injuries, a bruise adorning his cheek. In front of the defeated female insects, he boldly claimed several kisses from Tian Cheng. Following this, the females dared not openly fawn over Tian Cheng. yet some continued to covertly express their affections. This infuriated Fu Hanyun, who chastised Tian Cheng about the female insects. Had he known this would unfold, he would have preferred to remain on the main star. Tian Cheng raised an eyebrow and addressed all the females who sought him. I appreciate your affections, but I only love my consort and cannot accept any intrusion into our relationship. Over time, the number of females seeking Tian Cheng significantly dwindled. They were eager to find a male lord, but were acutely aware of the deep bond shared between the two and could not bring themselves to intrude. Upon returning, Fu Hanyun could no longer spend every day with Tian Cheng as before. He had to train the army and manage border patrols. Lacking his partner's company, Tian Cheng sought out a position at a medical station, providing mental healing to other female insects. This decision was made in consultation with Fu Hanyun. In her species, there are far more females than males, and not every female can find a male lord. The absence of a male lord implies a lack of mental healing for them. The empire could not idly watch these soldiers languish, hence the establishment of the position of mental healer, encouraging male insects to assist as much as they could. However, the males, proud and ambitious, would hardly expose themselves unless they could secure a female to support them. Despite the attractive benefits and salaries of this position, only those of particularly low rank or unfavorable backgrounds were willing to take it. The medical station was staffed by a C-class male named Lin Jun. Fu Hanyun recounted that Lin Jun's male parent had abandoned his female parent, leading to the latter's mental collapse due to a lack of timely healing, and he witnessed his female parent being killed. Subsequently, he came to this station. My lord, while I feel a twinge of jealousy over your healing of other females, my feelings pale in comparison to their lives. I have seen far too many exceptional soldiers who should have perished defending the empire, only to be slain by their own kin. It ought not to be this way. I yearn for a world where females no longer sacrifice their dignity and principles in the quest for males, and where no female suffers from mental collapse and transformation. Tian Cheng gently caressed Fu Hanyun's cheek. It will be all right. Your hopes shall one day be realized. After the protagonist fulfills his mission, he will return the halo of glory to the heavenly Tao. The consciousness of the small world will be completed, rectifying this realm. Over an expanse of time, the ratio of female to male insects will gradually stabilize. When males are no longer the coveted prize, their current standing will inevitably diminish. However, the protective instinct and yearning of females for males are inscribed in their very genes, precluding any scenario where males, due to inferior physical attributes, are subjected to persecution by females. Nevertheless, such developments remain millennia away. On his first day at work, Tian Cheng encountered the male insect. Slender and fair-skinned, he embodied the quintessential appearance of a male insect in this world. Yet, he possessed a gentle demeanor that was uncommon among his kind. Upon seeing Tian Cheng enter, he politely stood to greet him. Hello, my name is Lin Jun. Hello, I am Tian Cheng. After exchanging introductions, a silence enveloped them. Lin Jun discreetly observed Tian Cheng, recognizing him as the esteemed male consort of General Fu. Such a remarkable male insect, perfectly matched with the general. He appeared somewhat aloof, leaving Lin Jun uncertain of their rapport. The news of Tian Cheng's arrival at the medical station swiftly spread, brought forth by the female insects seeking treatment from Lin Jun. With Lin Jun's sea-level mental prowess, he could normally attend to only 10 female insects in a day, leading everyone to tacitly schedule their appointments in advance. However, Tian Cheng's presence disrupted this norm, presenting a rare opportunity for treatment from an SSS-level male insect. Consequently, the corridor of the medical station became crowded with female insects eager for assistance. Observing the commotion, Tian Cheng decisively waved his hand. One at a time is too slow. Let 10 come in at once. The female insects quickly formed an orderly line at his command. Unlike his treatment of Fu Hanyun, which required delving into the depths of another mental ocean, Tian Cheng swiftly unleashed his mental power, forcefully subduing the turmoil within their mental seas and purging any impurities. The process was efficient, completing each group in a mere 5 minutes. At this juncture, Lin Jun had become an ardent admirer of Tian Cheng. Was this the prowess of a top-tier male insect? Lin Jun could manage only one treatment at a time, which would take over half an hour, and by the 8th case, he would feel dizzy and fatigued. In contrast, Tian Cheng had already treated over 300 individuals in just one morning without showing any signs of discomfort. He longed to attain such formidable skills. Taking a sip of water, Tian Cheng prepared to call on the next group, only to find that 2 female insects entered. They courteously greeted him before approaching Lin Jun. "My lord, it is time for lunch." One of the females presented a lunchbox to Tian Cheng. "Your Excellency, this is from General Fu. He asked me to inform you that he is patrolling the border and will not be able to join you for lunch." Tian Cheng nodded, accepting the lunchbox. Upon opening it, he discovered it was filled with his favorite dishes. He took a photo and sent it to Fu Hanyun. "Thank you, dear female insect. I truly enjoy it." A prompt reply followed. "That's wonderful. I will be back soon once my task concludes. I miss you." "I miss you too." After finishing dinner, Tian Cheng took a brief rest before resuming work. To be honest, this job was not arduous. The working hours were from 9 in the morning until noon, followed by a 2-hour break, and then concluding at 5 in the afternoon. The salary and benefits were provided at the highest standards, with additional commissions for each female insect treated. Tian Cheng mused that if he were indeed a corporate drone, he could effortlessly continue in this role until retirement. Around 3 o'clock, Fu Hanyun returned, remaining in the treatment room alongside Tian Cheng. Lin Jun also had a female insect by his side, serving as his female companion, while the 2 that had come in the morning were his female attendants. As the workday drew to a close, those female insects who were not scheduled for treatment left the room of their own accord. Fu Hanyun took Tian Cheng's hand, inquiring with concern, "How do you feel? Are you tired?" Lin Jun, displaying remarkable tact, led his female companion away, granting the 2 some privacy. Tian Cheng wrapped his arms around Fu Hanyun's waist, inviting him to sit in his lap while playfully toying with his hands. "Not tired. For you, my lord. This is merely a warm-up." Fu Hanyun generously complimented. "You truly are remarkable, my lord." Tian Cheng leaned closer to Fu Hanyun's ear, teasingly asking, "In what way am I remarkable?" Fu Hanyun, sensing the underlying meaning, blushed and responded, "In every way." "Then shall I demonstrate just how remarkable I am when we return home?" However, Fu Hanyun never got the chance to witness Tian Cheng's prowess, as the Federation launched a sudden ambush. Though it was only a small squad, Fu Hanyun swiftly dealt with the situation. Yet, inexplicably during the confrontation, he felt a momentary stagnation of his mental energy, causing his body to freeze for an instant, leaving him vulnerable to an unexpected attack. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and evaded, but still sustained a wound on his shoulder. The battle suit, stained with blood, was impossible to conceal. Lying in the treatment pod, Fu Hanyun watched Tian Cheng's expression with great care, tentatively reaching for his hand, relieved when he was not rebuffed. Noticing his movement, Tian Cheng looked up and asked, "What's wrong? Does it hurt?" Fu Hanyun shook his head. "I'm afraid of making you angry." Tian Cheng gently patted his head. "I will never be angry with you." The treatment pod soon healed the wound, and a report on his condition was printed. Tian Cheng casually picked it up to glance at it, but his gaze fixated on a particular line. 15 days post-conception. The insect egg is developing well. It is recommended to irrigate weekly. My lord? Fu Hanyun, seeing Tian Cheng staring at the report in silence, grew concerned, thinking something was amiss. Tian Cheng snapped back to reality and handed the report to him. You should look for yourself. With a puzzled expression, Fu Hanyun took it, and upon reading the line, he was momentarily stunned, gazing at Tian Cheng in disbelief. My lord, Tian Cheng smiled gently. Congratulations, my dear. Fu Hanyun, unable to comprehend, focused his mental energy to scan his body. Indeed, within his lower abdomen, he detected a faint mental entity, radiating energy that was of the same origin as Tian Cheng's. Tian Cheng extended his hand to caress Fu Hanyun's abdomen. Sensing the proximity of the paternal spirit, the mental entity responded with excitement. The moment it stirred, Fu Hanyun's complexion paled slightly. Sensing the discomfort of his mate, he immediately halted. Displaying remarkable sensitivity, for someone so young. Fu Hanyun placed his hand gently atop Tian Cheng's. "My lord, I shall protect him with my very life." Tian Cheng's expression hardened as he withdrew his hand. "My lord?" He could not comprehend why Tian Cheng had suddenly become irate. "Remember this, at any moment, your own well-being is paramount. If you regard him as more important than yourself, then there is no need for me to keep him around." Fu Hanyun was unaware that such a simple statement could bear such grave consequences. He quickly amended his words. "All right, I retract that. I shall speak no more. Please do not be angry." Tian Cheng's anger was not intentional. It merely brought back memories of their time in the divine realm. Back then, Hanyun had made a similar vow. "Tian Cheng, you are more vital to me than my own life." What transpired afterward was a memory Tian Cheng preferred not to revisit. After conducting a comprehensive examination on Fu Hanyun to confirm all was well, they finally returned home. In the room, Tian Cheng swept Fu Hanyun into his arms and carried him into the bathroom. Startled by the sudden lift, Fu Hanyun exclaimed, "Ah, my lord." Tian Cheng stripped away their garments and eased himself into the bathtub. "You have yet to witness the full extent of my prowess. Our offspring also require the nurturing of their sire to grow strong and healthy. Do they not?" Water splashed vigorously in the tub, soaking the floor. Ultimately, Fu Hanyun exited the bathroom as he had entered. With the burden of the egg, Fu Hanyun's body clearly exhibited signs of fatigue. After just 2 encounters, he was already expressing exhaustion. The news of the general's pregnancy was not concealed. Naturally, Fu Hanyun had no desire for secrecy. It was proof of the Lord's affection. The previously attentive female insects ceased their subtle advances. The gestation period for their kind lasted only 5 weeks, with the initial fortnight free of discomfort. However, in the 3rd and 4th weeks, physical weakness and incapacity of mental faculties would manifest. The final week was the most vulnerable, as the females became increasingly reliant on their mates due to hormonal influences and began nesting behaviors. Now, Fu Hanyun had entered the 3rd week. He was barred from engaging in any perilous activities, accompanying Tian Cheng daily to the medical station before returning home. Everyone was aware that General Fu was now carrying an egg. The insect race possessed an innate protective instinct for their progeny, leading to heightened care for pregnant females. No insect would dare disturb Fu Hanyun during this time. The past 2 weeks had been relatively tranquil until the end of the 4th week, when Tian Cheng commenced treatments for the female insects as usual. Suddenly, Fu Hanyun erupted, grasping Tian Cheng's hand. "My lord, please do not treat them. I feel so unwell. Let's go home. I long to return." Tian Cheng sensed something amiss and signaled for the other insects to leave. He then embraced Fu Hanyun, allowing his head to rest against his chest while releasing his mental energy to soothe him. Gradually, Fu Hanyun calmed, yet he remained nestled in Tian Cheng's embrace. Unwilling to rise, Tian Cheng carried him back home. Upon their return, Fu Hanyun exhibited an unprecedented possessiveness towards Tian Cheng, refusing to allow him to stray from his sight even for a moment. He piled their clothes onto the bed, forming a cozy nest. He let Tian Cheng lie inside, then nestled into Tian Cheng's embrace. Tian Cheng reveled in the moment, feeling a sense of indulgence. There exists a term for this sentiment, yandra. He believed he possessed a hint of this trait. He yearned for Han Yun's possessiveness, desiring his gaze to remain fixed upon him eternally. He must have lost his sanity long ago. The moment he beheld the small fox's lifeless body was when his mind unraveled. Who in their right mind would willingly offer their own essence to another? Who would shatter their soul into 30,000 fragments? A torment more excruciating than death itself. Yet he wielded the knife, slicing away piece by piece, all for the sake of ascending to divinity swiftly, to reunite with his beloved fox. At that moment, he was presented with 2 paths. 1, to cultivate anew and restore his form. 2, to undergo reincarnation and face trials to become a deity. Cultivating his body required him to succumb to a deep slumber, awakening potentially after millennia. The path of reincarnation, with its 30,000 trials, was equally protracted. Thus, he chose the most agonizing yet expeditious route. Tian Cheng embraced the one in his arms. "I love you more than you can fathom. I disguise myself as ordinary, merely wishing for you to not fear me. You shall never, ever think of leaving me. If that day were to come, I would erase your memories, allowing you to rediscover me and fall in love anew. Chapter 84. The Substitute Bride of the Insect Prince. 11. 7 days later, an egg, scarcely larger than a goose egg, appeared in Tian Cheng's hands. He frowned. Was this truly his offspring? Fu Hanyun had returned to normal, gazing at the egg with a benevolent expression. The whole situation felt rather peculiar. Tian Cheng, with a wooden expression, suggested, "Let us place the egg in the incubator." Fu Hanyun disapproved, saying, "Sire, it's called a nursery chamber." "Same difference," Tian Cheng replied. He had prepared, but evidently not sufficiently. The white egg resembled a goose egg far too much. The egg was carefully placed in the nursery chamber, while Fu Hanyun watched intently, as if fearing the egg might sprout legs and flee. Tian Cheng received a communication from the home planet. "Mother, darling, your father mentioned you and your bride ventured to the border planet." Oh no, he had forgotten to inform his mother about their elopement. Tian Cheng, "Yes, mother. Father wishes for me to take a female attendant, but I refuse. Mother, I understand you just married and your feelings are flourishing, but you cannot jeopardize your safety. Mother, you are the future monarch. Should anything happen to you, it would affect the empire's destiny." Tian Cheng, "Mother, I do not aspire to be a monarch. My ambitions lie elsewhere. I trust Tian Chishing will make an excellent heir." After a prolonged silence, a reply came. "Mother, is this your own choice?" Tian Cheng responded with a single word, "Yes." "Mother, very well. I shall respect your decision. Mother, I will speak with your father on the matter." Tian Cheng pondered for a moment, then snapped a photo of Fu Hanyun and the insect offspring, sending it to his mother. "Tian Cheng, my little one, female father." Suddenly, a video call request popped up. As soon as it connected, the voice on the other end launched into a tirade. "You little rascal. I thought you had grown up and developed your own opinions. Yet you're only now mentioning something as significant as the larva?" Before Tian Cheng could respond, the female father switched to a gentler tone and spoke to Fu Hanyun, saying, "Hanyun, your body is still weak. Let Tian Cheng handle things. Don't overexert yourself." Then, adopting a serious demeanor once more, he declared, "I will dispatch a starship to bring you both back to the home planet. You can remain there, but the larva cannot." With that, he abruptly ended the video call. "Isn't it ironic? Just moments ago, you claimed my journey to the border star was a reckless adventure. Now, I'm supposed to be resilient? It seems even the insect race has its familial affections." 3 days later, Tian Cheng's female father personally arrived at the border star. "Let me see my little grandchild." Tian Cheng then witnessed 2 towering female insects circling around an egg. The starship they returned in was of the highest specification. The insect egg was placed in a specially designed nursery, tended to by 10 caregivers. Fu Hanyun, still uneasy, remained close by. Tian Cheng leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, tapping the ground lightly with his toes. "Ahem." Fu Hanyun did not hear. "Ahem, ahem." Still no reaction from Fu Hanyun. "Ahem, ahem, ahem." Fu Hanyun. Tian Cheng directly approached and lifted him up. The sudden lift startled Fu Hanyun. "Your Majesty? Please put me down." Just as Tian Cheng was about to carry him away, Fu Hanyun's face flushed with urgency. With his back turned to Tian Cheng, his legs were firmly gripped and the belt buckle pressed uncomfortably against him. Surely it belonged to Tian Cheng. He dared not struggle too hard for fear of injuring Tian Cheng's back. As the insects in the corridor passed by, they immediately adopted a wall-facing stance. After they walked past, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Once tossed onto the bed, Fu Hanyun finally realized that Tian Cheng was displeased. Tian Cheng moved closer, firmly restraining his limbs. Looking at the sullen-faced monarch, Fu Hanyun's voice trembled slightly. "Your Majesty, do you know that the demand for an SSS-level male insect is quite high?" "Yes, I know." "Then are you aware that we haven't been intimate for an entire week?" Fu Hanyun's apprehension grew with each passing moment. He felt as though he was facing a dire fate that evening. "I." Tian Cheng smiled tenderly. "My dear, you're the only one by my side. Your responsibilities are immense." Fu Hanyun leaned against the wall, his legs lifted, his entire weight pressing down on one spot. "I believe this is my first time here." Fu Hanyun's gaze became dazed, and he could no longer comprehend what Tian Cheng was saying. All he could do was plead for mercy repeatedly. Due to the presence of the insect egg on the starship, space jumps would cause fluctuations, necessitating a slow return to the home planet. This predicament tormented Fu Hanyun, as he was unable to leave the room. "Oh, Your Majesty, I was wrong. I shouldn't have neglected you because of the little one." He lay by the edge of the bathtub, his legs contorted in an unimaginable position. When finally released, he was numb and unable to walk, taking a long time to recover. Tian Cheng first cleaned him up and carried him to bed before tidying the disheveled bathroom. When he emerged, he was completely unclothed, climbing onto the bed and lying down in his bare skin. Fu Hanyun instinctively shivered, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket, but Tian Cheng tugged at him once, surprisingly unable to pull him away. Fu Hanyun displayed a charming smile, saying, "My lord, I truly realize my mistake. So, do you really intend to leave me like this?" He gestured for his wife to look at him. Fu Hanyun bit his lip, reluctantly opening a small gap. Tian Cheng directly burrowed in, entwining around him like an octopus. His fragrant wife remained delightful. Fu Hanyun silently shed tears in his heart, thinking how terrifying the jealous lord could be. As the starship descended, Fu Hanyun resisted being carried down. This area was the starship landing zone, bustling with numerous insects. For a female insect like him to be carried down by the male lord was utterly embarrassing. Tian Cheng did not press the matter, closing the door behind them, allowing them to do as they pleased. However, it was essential to maintain his wife's dignity outside. Just as he stood, he felt his legs weaken, almost faltering back down. Tian Cheng supported him until he steadied himself. The two descended the starship together. Due to their striking appearances, passing female insects turned their heads to stare. Those who recognized Tian Cheng were especially excited. Someone shouted, "It's His Highness." Instantly, they became the center of attention, and insects all around turned to look. Tian Cheng felt as though he had stumbled into a fan event, with insects surging towards them from all directions. Fortunately, there were many sturdy guards accompanying them. Otherwise, Tian Cheng would have struggled to escape. With one arm around Fu Hanyun's waist and the other shielding them, Tian Cheng finally settled into the flying vehicle, exhaling a sigh of relief. It had been utterly chaotic. The male lord was indeed quite popular. Turning his head, Tian Cheng noticed Fu Hanyun casting him a sidelong glance. His chin slightly raised. He looked incredibly adorable. Leaning his arm over Fu Hanyun's shoulder, he playfully asked, "Are you feeling jealous?" Fu Hanyun turned his head away, unwilling to look at him. Tian Cheng found this even more delightful. "My dear, I was wrong. Punish me as you see fit. Even if you bind me and make me eat oranges, I wouldn't utter a single complaint." Fu Hanyun shot him a glare. Is this a punishment or a reward? Chapter 85. The Substitute Bride of the Insect Prince, 12. Upon returning to their home on the capital star, a nursery had already been prepared. Sensing that Tian Cheng seemed displeased by his attention towards the insect eggs, Fu Hanyun decided to leave two caretakers behind specifically to tend to the eggs. That evening, nestled in Tian Cheng's embrace, Fu Hanyun spoke in a muffled tone. "My lord, do you not like the little ones?" He had noticed the peculiar expression on Tian Cheng's face when he saw the insect eggs, a mix of discomfort and subtle disdain. He did not believe Tian Cheng disliked him for not liking his insect offspring. Rather, he assumed Tian Cheng simply had an aversion to young ones in general. Since the insect offspring emerged in their insect forms, many male insects were not particularly fond of them. He saw no issue with this. Thus, he focused even more on the little ones. If his father truly harbored ill feelings towards him, then he would undoubtedly shower his offspring with even greater affection. It was unexpected that Tian Cheng would feel jealousy over this. He pressed a gentle kiss to Fu Hanyun's forehead. Do not overthink it. There is no dislike towards the offspring. It is merely an adjustment to suddenly becoming a father. That is reassuring. Fu Hanyun sighed in relief. Upon Tian Cheng's return, he was summoned for a private audience with the king. Have you truly made up your mind to renounce your claim to the throne? Tian Cheng's voice was resolute. I am certain. The king's expression was one of disbelief. All for that female insect? Not entirely. It is primarily due to my lack of ambition. The king pointed at him. You are a creature devoid of grand aspirations. Tian Cheng let out a cold laugh. Weren't you already planning to dethrone me? You even arranged for my father to be sent away from the capital for a month. But you did not anticipate my second awakening, which thwarted your plans. The king was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet he retorted stubbornly, "Do not speak nonsense. It is merely because of your low rank and poor reputation that I have paid more attention to your brother. Now that you are a triple S rank, your father is a general, and your mother is a commander, who could possibly undermine your position? Thus, it was my own desire to relinquish the title of crown prince that would restore everything to its rightful order. I shall abdicate and pass the mantle to Tian Cheng." With that, he turned and left, leaving the king there to slam his hand on the table in frustration. He had indeed contemplated replacing the crown prince. But that was only because Tian Cheng had shown no ambition. What king does not wish for an exceptional heir? He leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, as his queen approached to massage his temples. "Am I a failed father? Your Majesty, you are a competent ruler." As Tian Cheng emerged, he found Fu Hanyun waiting for him. "Have you finished?" "Yes. Did you hear everything?" Fu Hanyun nodded. "From now on, I will be a useless crown prince. I hope the queen does not disdain me." He did not wish to be king, for the king could not leave the home star. Fu Hanyun was a military female, a commander no less. During this time, he had discerned that Hanyun truly enjoyed life on the border star. That was where he belonged. Should he ascend to kingship, Fu Hanyun would undoubtedly choose to remain by his side. Tian Cheng did not want to confine him within this opulent cage. A fox should run free. The king claimed he lacked ambition. That was not true. His heart was set on love, desiring only to share sweet moments with his wife. The following day, the royal family issued an announcement, stripping Tian Cheng of his title as crown prince while retaining his privileges. No reasons were provided, nor was Tian Cheng named as the new crown prince. This news stirred a great uproar across the Star Network. Opinions varied widely. Surely, His Highness Tian Cheng has displeased the king, who seeks to teach him a lesson. I suspect the king intends to designate His Highness Tian Cheng as crown prince. Just wait, there will be a new announcement soon. His Highness Tian Cheng has indeed fallen from favor. But worry not, Your Highness, you still have me. If you feel sorrow, you may weep upon my chest. Do not hesitate. Everyone, please hold on. Did you not notice the words retaining privileges? Although His Highness is no longer the crown prince, he still possesses all that a crown prince should. There must be some hidden circumstances. Perhaps he will regain his title in a few days. The sentiments expressed above resonate with truth. Their inquiries were met not with explanations, but with an even more astonishing announcement. In a few days, the royal family would host a grand banquet to celebrate the birth of His Highness Tian Cheng's first larva. As the inaugural grandchild of the royal lineage, this larva garnered immense attention, overshadowing previous discussions. The egg would be cracked open before the eyes of the entire empire. The day of the hatching arrived swiftly. Clad in a deep blue bespoke suit, Tian Cheng welcomed the guests at the banquet. Even though he was no longer the crown prince, there was no insect foolish enough to provoke a Tier 3 male. Tian Cheng arrived at the banquet accompanied by Fu Su. As they approached Tian Cheng, Fu Su instinctively lowered his head, unable to meet Tian Cheng's gaze. "Congratulations, brother," he murmured. Tian Cheng replied, "My congratulations to you as well." Tian Cheng stepped closer, intending to share a secret, but due to their height difference, even on tiptoe, he could not reach Tian Cheng's ear. With a smile, Tian Cheng bent slightly to accommodate him. "My father wishes to speak with me. He asked if I desired to become the crown prince." "And how did you respond?" "What could I say? He just disposed of you. And then he poses such a question to me. Doesn't that seem designed to sow discord between us?" I outright refused. Tian Cheng placed a hand on his forehead, a flicker of sympathy for the male parent crossing his mind. With only 2 male offspring, neither of them wished to inherit the throne. He patted Tian Cheng's shoulder, saying nothing, leaving Tian Cheng perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire further, Fu Hanyun emerged, bearing a tray covered with a crimson cloth. To Tian Cheng, it resembled a dish being served. Suppressing the urge to laugh, he stepped forward to stand beside Fu Hanyun. When the red cloth was lifted, a white larval egg came into view, captivating the attention of all present. Silence fell as they focused intently. The egg moved imperceptibly at first, then again. Soon, gentle tapping sounds reverberated. As time progressed, the movements of the egg grew more pronounced. Fu Hanyun anxiously grasped Tian Cheng's hand. Tian Cheng comfortingly wrapped an arm around his shoulders, whispering, "Do not be anxious." At last, a small hole appeared in the eggshell, steadily widening. A tiny head emerged, beginning to nibble at the surrounding shell. Once the shell was entirely consumed, the creature's body rapidly grew. It was hard to fathom that this little being, having just emerged from an egg the size of ducks, now measured the size of 2 palms. Fu Hanyun lifted the larva into his arms. "It is a male sovereign. Our little one is a male. He has shed his larval form at birth, and his potential must surely be extraordinary." Applause erupted, and congratulations flowed in abundance. The previously restless larva, sensing the presence of its female parent, gradually settled. "Sovereign, would you like to hold the larva?" Tian Cheng gazed at the larva, which bore a striking resemblance to a human infant, and sighed in relief. He cautiously accepted it. Had a creature emerged from the egg, Tian Cheng would have embraced it, albeit with some reluctance. The notion of an orange and a fox giving rise to a larva seemed, in every way, illogical. Chapter 86. The substitute female monarch of the insect prince. 13. In a mere 3 months, the insect offspring had grown remarkably, already able to walk and call their parents. They were prepared to embark on their journey back to the border planet. This time, it was Tian Cheng who came to bid farewell. "Brother, do you truly not wish to become a king? A sovereign of a nation is quite admirable," Tian Cheng remarked. Observing Fu Hanyun as he said his goodbyes to his father and younger brother, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. "Not everyone yearns for power. I simply desire to be with my beloved wife," Tian Cheng responded, his expression darkening. "Who understands? My fellow townsman is utterly infatuated." Tian Cheng turned back to Tian Cheng, saying, "There is no need for further probing. Your arrival in this world signifies the responsibilities that belong to you. Embrace them fully." Tian Cheng froze, grasping Tian Cheng's arm. "Do you know something?" Tian Cheng smiled softly. "I can only say that you are the protagonist of this world." As the starship took flight, Tian Cheng remained lost in thought. Fu Su approached and, noticing his distraction, called out to him. "Lore, my lord." "Huh? Oh, what is it?" "It is time to return." "All right." The two insects walked hand in hand back. They had received their marriage certificate the previous week, but had yet to hold a wedding. Now, they were off to select their attire. Fu Su glanced back at the starship that had already departed, silently wishing, "Brother, we shall all find happiness." Tian Cheng and his companions did not bring attendants back to the border planet. Fu Hanyun was tasked with missions, departing late and returning early. Tian Cheng, meanwhile, took on the role of a part-time caregiver, tending to the offspring while working at the medical station. He named the child Tian Zhizhen, with the affectionate nickname Yuan Man, symbolizing the understanding of all truths, never to be deceived or misled. Lin Jun adored little Yuan Man, always assisting Tian Cheng during his treatments. Though his progress was slower and less effective than Tian Cheng's, he chose not to expend unnecessary energy, instead assisting Tian Cheng with tasks within his capabilities. Thus, 3 years passed in tranquil routine. All the female insects of the border planet received treatment, and even military females from neighboring border planets sought healing opportunities. Within the bounds of maintaining his normal life, Tian Cheng arranged for their treatments, successfully healing over 600,000 female insects in 3 years. His efforts reverberated throughout the galaxy. The royal family publicized his achievements, using them to inspire more male insects to engage in the profession of mental healers. Many were moved, realizing that mental healing was not merely a gift from males to females, but a responsibility shared among brethren. Tian Cheng, as a member of the royal family, willingly remained in the challenging environment of the border planet to provide care for the female insects. No one dared to demean this profession as a lowly pursuit, typically undertaken only by males who were unwanted by females. In a short time, numerous high-ranking males joined the ranks, as the number of female insects suffering from mental collapse rapidly declined. In the same year, Tian Cheng ascended the throne. He married Fu Su as his female monarch and took 3 female attendants, though the number of those still in ambiguous relationships remained unknown. The storyline reached its climax. As the galaxy united under a single banner, the Empire and the Federation had long been embroiled in conflict, each vying to assimilate the other. With the ascension of a new monarch, the Federation perceived Tian Cheng as a mere fledgling, provoking him repeatedly. They even launched multiple surprise attacks on the peripheral star systems, causing disturbances for Tian Cheng and his allies. They audaciously proposed to exchange a mining planet for a marriage alliance with Tian Cheng, inciting the fury of the entire empire. Tian Cheng had become not only the object of admiration for the female insects, but also an idol for the males. They flooded the star network with messages denouncing the Federation's shameless actions. Bah! A measly mining planet, even if it were to trade half of the Federation, pales in comparison to a single toe of our esteemed Tian Cheng. Indeed, how dare they insult my idol? Let us fight. After all these years, it's time to settle the score. Let us engage them. I want to be at the forefront. The clamor for battle grew louder, reaching a crescendo when the Federation launched another surprise attack, resulting in the deaths of over 10 innocent civilians. The Empire could no longer tolerate the affront and declared war on the Federation. Tian Cheng, having received 9 years of compulsory education, understood the historical principle that unity follows division and vice versa. How could he resist the allure of the term unification? This was the era of the galactic Qin Emperor. His declaration to plant vegetables in the Federation's conference room marked the onset of unification. The facade of peace between the Empire and the Federation swiftly shattered, with the border planets being the first to descend into chaos. Xiao Yuanman had long been returned to the home planet. Accompanied by Lin Jun, Fu Hanyun advised Tian Cheng, "Your Highness, you should leave quickly. Chaos is about to ensue here." Tian Cheng shook his head in refusal. "Hanyun, this time we must stay together." He would no longer allow Fu Hanyun to face danger alone. Fu Hanyun did not comprehend what Tian Cheng meant by this time, but he recognized the sorrow in Tian Cheng's eyes. The words he meant to say were left unspoken. The war commenced. Tian Cheng was assigned to logistics. Interstellar warfare hinged on mechs and battleships clashing. While he could easily obliterate opposing planets with a mere gesture, he resolved not to interfere with the natural course of this world. One by one, the wounded were brought in, most suffering from mental exhaustion due to the overuse of psychic energy while piloting mechs. They needed to recuperate on their own, and Tian Cheng could only offer basic treatment. After more than half a month of warfare, both sides reached their limits. Today marked the final battle to determine the victor, with all capable female insects flooding onto the battlefield. Tian Cheng and the injured observed from a distance. Initially, both sides exchanged blows evenly, but gradually their side began to falter. "Wait," a female insect shouted. "Why do they seem to multiply as we fight? Damn it, they have reinforcements." Tian Cheng furrowed his brow, his heart tightening. Fu Hanyun was engaged in combat with an opposing officer in his mech. Unbeknownst to the insects, several mechs stealthily approached. Suddenly, one mech launched a surprise attack on Fu Hanyun. He reacted instantly, dodging backward. Having missed its strike, the other mechs no longer concealed themselves and surged forward to launch a collective assault. The Empire's soldiers were held back at a distance, unable to provide timely support. As everyone gathered their hearts in concern for Fu Hanyun, threads of spiritual energy emanated from Tian Cheng, connecting to the Imperial mechs on the battlefield. The soldiers felt a surge of spirit, their previously weary mental energy instantly revitalized, with some even sensing an elevation in their spiritual prowess. Fu Hanyun, intimately familiar with Tian Cheng's mental strength, recognized that this was the assistance of the dominant. The dominant was still watching. If he were to be injured, it would surely cause the dominant distress. The morale of the Imperial army soared. "Charge forth for the dominant. For the Empire. Charge! Charge!" The federal forces were swiftly scattered. Fu Hanyun faced 5 opponents without faltering. The federal commander gazed at the advancing mechs, his expression one of utmost dismay. "They have lost their minds. Retreat at once." This battle marked a resounding victory for the Empire. Upon dismounting from his mech, Fu Hanyun was enveloped in a warm embrace from Tian Cheng. In the midst of the smoke-filled battlefield, they shared a kiss, surrounded by soldiers supporting one another, all cheering in jubilation. This war had raged for 2 years, with the Federation suffering relentless defeats. They could not comprehend why the imperial males were willing to tend to the injured females. Were not the males supposed to be aloof and exalted? This transformation was subtly influenced by Tian Cheng, as more males became willing to contribute to their nation. Tian Cheng generously imparted his insights on spiritual power to them. The old king felt a surge of excitement within. This was the capability of the Bug Emperor recorded in ancient texts. The bug race had not always been thus. In the past, there was but a single male, the Bug Emperor, who ruled over the race with absolute control. The web of spiritual energy interconnected every bug, providing an unending source of spiritual power. Yet one day, for reasons unknown, the Bug Emperor vanished. In his absence, chaos ensued among the bug race. Even when new males were born, the ability to weave the web of spiritual energy was lost. Nevertheless, the bug race was resilient. They gradually adapted to this change, forming the societal structure seen today, and the memory of the Bug Emperor faded away. The old king had only encountered these accounts in the royal archives. He promptly contacted Tian Cheng, who, after a brief silence, expressed that it was merely an accident. He had no desire to become any Bug Emperor, and this world no longer required one. The old king contemplated Tian Cheng's words and recognized their truth, thereby relinquishing his fixation on the matter. He simply hoped that Tian Cheng would lend his aid if capable. He had accepted his shortcomings as a father figure. The past was immutable, and all he could do was strive to make amends. Go forth and act. You two brothers are far more capable than I. The future belongs to you. Thanks to Tian Cheng and the male bugs stepping into the fray, the imperial female soldiers far outnumbered those of the Federation who survived. The territory of the empire gradually expanded, and the Federation, unable to withstand any longer, finally extended a letter of surrender. Tian Cheng declined, issuing the command to seize the Federation's home planet. The Federation had long since lost its capacity for resistance, and the war came to a definitive conclusion in the 3rd year of Tian Cheng's reign. He has now firmly established himself on the throne. Tian Cheng and Fu Hanyun finally had the opportunity to return to the capital star and see their little Yuan man. As they disembarked from the starship, Lin Jun was there, waiting with Tian Cheng. The 6-year-old Yuan man was already as tall as Tian Cheng's leg. After 3 years apart, he felt no strangeness towards his 2 fathers. He broke free from Lin Jun's hand, excitedly ran over, and clung to Fu Hanyun's leg, affectionately calling out, "Mother, father, Yuan man has missed you so much." Fu Hanyun picked up little Yuan man, replying, "Mother, father has missed you too." Tian Cheng interjected, "What about father?" Yuan man retorted, "Mother, father, you have mother, father missing you. I only need to miss mother, father." Little rascal. Tian Cheng chuckled as he playfully pinched Yuan man's nose. With a long arm, he embraced both the large and the small, planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. Tian Cheng, imitating him, also kissed the cheeks of Tian Cheng and Yuan man. Around them, the air was filled with the sounds of war-weary insects returning home, and no one found Tian Cheng and his family out of place. For there were many others embracing each other, laughing and crying. Lin Jun observed them with a smile. Tian Cheng released the 2 and turned to Lin Jun, saying, "Thank you for taking care of Yuan man these past few years." Lin Jun shook his head. "Yuan man has been very well-behaved and easy to care for. It is you who have endured much hardship." At that moment, Lin Jun's female companions, along with 2 female attendants, approached. "Master, we have returned." The 3 were military females who had not been able to accompany Lin Jun over the past 3 years. They had sent him numerous messages, hoping he would take in more female attendants to care for him, all of which he had declined. Seeing them now, standing before him safe and sound, Lin Jun was instantly moved to tears. Tian Cheng and Fu Hanyun exchanged glances and decided to take little Yuan man away, granting them some space. Returning to the home they had left 6 years prior, everything remained unchanged. The place had already been tidied by the insects, and they needed only to make a few simple arrangements before it was ready for them to stay. Tian Cheng, still nestled in Fu Hanyun's arms, refused to budge. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Tian Cheng directly lifted the little fellow by the scruff of his neck. Your mother-father has had a long day and needs to rest. You can play by yourself. Then, in front of the child, he scooped up a bewildered Fu Hanyan, not giving either insect time to react, and swiftly closed the door behind them, leaving Tian Cheng alone, bewildered in the wind. Father, you are so overbearing. That evening, just as Tian Cheng was about to engage in something with Fu Hanyan, there was a knock at the door. Taking a deep breath, Tian Cheng casually threw on a robe and went to answer it, only to find Tian Cheng standing there, clutching his pillow, tears brimming in his eyes. Father, I'm scared to sleep alone. Tian Cheng rolled his eyes. Stop pretending. Uncle Lin told me you always sleep by yourself. Fu Hanyan, now dressed, walked over. Observing the two exchanging wide-eyed glances, he couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter?" Upon seeing Fu Hanyan, Tian Cheng immediately rushed into his arms. Mother, father, can I sleep with you tonight? I'm scared alone. Father says I used to sleep by myself, but that was because you weren't by my side, and I had to be strong. Now that you have returned, all I desire is for you to spend more time with me. Tian Cheng chattered incessantly. 745 witnessed this scene, laughing so hard that he rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach. Ha ha, you're killing me, little orange. How does your son possess such green tea potential? Tian Cheng gritted his teeth, contemplating throwing this little brat, who was coveting his wife, out. Just then, he caught sight of Fu Hanyan looking at him with a pleading expression. Tian Cheng also paused her chatter, turning her head to gaze at him with a pitiful look. Well, it seemed that sleep would elude him tonight. What could he do? One was his wife, and the other, a son who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Moreover, having not spent time with the little one for 3 whole years, Tian Cheng felt a twinge of guilt within. Just for this day, he could make an exception. Tian Cheng, who had already jumped onto the bed, pretended not to hear and nestled into Fu Hanyan's embrace, closing her eyes. Fu Hanyan cast an apologetic glance at Tian Cheng, who leaned over and planted a kiss on his forehead. Sleep well. The next day, Tian Cheng and Fu Hanyan arranged to dine with Lin Jun and their companions. Observing the 4 of them across the table, all wearing satisfied expressions, he felt a surge of irritation. Lin Jun's companion noticed the discontent etched on Tian Cheng's face and exchanged a look with Fu Hanyan. Seeing him adjust